Chapter 351. Zhao Horan. A foot wearing a dress shoe slowly stepped out of the car and onto the ground. Zhao Guang tensed up, and elder son who was beside him stood very straight. An old man got out of the car. His hair was all white, but the neat silver hair had luster in it. As the old man looked around, the employees of Mingri Group all stood straighter. Most of them had never seen this old man before, but the aura this old man emitted brought serious expressions to their faces. With a majestic aura, his gaze cut to everyone's heart like a scalpel. Compared to him, the solemn-faced Zhao Guang was as genial as an old lady. While this old man took one step toward the rotating door of Mingri Group, the employees standing at the door involuntarily retreated closer to the flowerbeds behind them. These employees of Mingri Group were elites in the business world and had experienced the ups and downs, but they had never felt such a suppression. Each movement of this old man seemed to put pressure on their hearts. Before now, they were only informed that a prominent figure would come to Mingri Group, and everyone must go out and greet him, even though none of them knew who this figure was. At this moment, they felt like they couldn't even move their feet when facing this old man. "Mr. Zhao, this way please," Zhao Guang walked forward and said to the old man. The old man glanced at Zhao Guang coldly and walked into the lobby with steady steps. After he walked into the building, the employees standing at the door heaved a sigh of relief. The greeting only lasted a few seconds, but they felt more tired than after a day of busy work. "Summon the elders for a meeting." While he slowly walked into the elevator, the old man said coldly. This old man was Zhao Guang's father, Zhao Horan, and the old Dragon King of East Ocean, who just returned from the US. "Okay." Zhao Guang nodded slightly. In fact, all the elders were waiting in the meeting room on the top floor of Mingri Group's headquarters. Only elder son, who was fitting to show his face in public, greeted Zhao Horan at the gate. While the elevator rose, Zhao Guang, who stood about 20 centimeters behind Zhao Horan, remained silent, and so did elder son. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. With the walking cane in his hand, Zhao Horan walked into the meeting room. Sensing the old Dragon King approaching, the elders all stood up. With a calm expression, Zhao Horan walked into the meeting room while the senior elders held their breaths. A wide armchair had been placed in the room. Zhao Horan leaned his walking cane against the side of the chair and slowly sat down. Standing on both sides of the long conference table, none of the elders dared to sit down without permission. "Sit," Zhao Horan ordered. The elders sat down as one. Zhao Guang took a seat next to Zhao Horan with a serious look on his face. "I read the financial reports while I was in the car." Zhao Horan sat still in the armchair and said, "Domestic business was stable until the last quarter." Zhao Guang nodded and didn't speak. "The stock prices which hit rock bottom a few days ago have begun to climb up today," Zhao Horan continued. Zhao Guang's expression didn't change, but he was a bit relieved on the inside. With Hao Ren's parents' help, he had gotten some big deals, and the news had pushed up the stock price. That was why Mingri Group didn't collapse in the domestic capital market. "From now on, I'll take full control of Mingri Group," Zhao Horan declared in a measured tone. Zhao Guang glanced at him and lowered his head helplessly. Although Zhao Guang created Mingri Group, its seed capital was provided by Zhao Horan. The old Dragon King was influential both in the dragon tribe and the business world. "Since West Ocean, South Ocean, and North Ocean dared to make moves against our business on the land, we can't just stand by and watch. Tomorrow, we'll begin a new round of acquisitions, and the first objective will be the West Ocean's Conqueror Group," Zhao Horan said lightly. With this declaration, a bloody war of capital would start. With Zhao Horan returning to China, 3 billion yuan of funds had secretly entered the domestic capital market. This was only the appetizer Zhao Horan brought back. While he lived abroad, Zhao Horan had accumulated a fund far exceeding the imagination of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. It could swallow all of the West Ocean Dragon Clan's business on land. If South Ocean and North Ocean dared to make moves now, they would get the same fate of destruction. "Your Majesty, if we do this," one of the elders expressed his concern. The businesses on land were not important to the 4 ocean dragon palaces. They only used the business activities on the land and to take control of the cities and arrange their intelligence networks. By acquiring the West Ocean Dragon Clan's businesses on such a large scale, Zhao Horan was declaring war against the West Ocean. In fact, By uniting with the North Ocean Dragon Clan and the South Ocean Dragon Clan to issue provocations in the East Ocean City, West Ocean was trying to force the East Ocean Dragon Clan to declare war against them. Zhao Horan's response was what the West Ocean Dragon Clan had been hoping for, right? For anyone who works against us, we will take them all, Zhao Horan was adamant. He had been using this method in the US by now. Mingri Group's power had spread to the industries such as food supply, clothes, real estate, advertisements, tourism, and entertainment by mergers and acquisitions. The logo of Mingri Group didn't show up on the packages of merchandises in the US market, but its capital had spread to all walks of life in the country. This method could also be used on the West Ocean Dragon Clan and its allies, attacking their businesses on land. If Mingri Group acquired all the businesses and companies of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, they would lose their bases in the cities. If they dare to start a real war against us, we'll take them on, Zhao Horan said. With this declaration, Zhao Horan forced the West Ocean Dragon Clan into a corner. Since you are claiming that the East Ocean Dragon Clan is suppressing you, then I'll show you what real suppression is. I'll see if South Ocean and North Ocean dare to work with you to fight East Ocean face to face. If they dare to make a move, I will eat up their businesses on the land as well. This was the simplified version of Zhao Horan's logic. Zhao Guang had been guarding the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but Zhao Horan was the one who battled and established the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang stuck to the idea of kindness and mercy while Zhao Horan simply favored the method of war. And bring that Hao Ren to me, Zhao Horan continued. Chapter 352. Old Dragon King. A black Bentley Arnage slowly drove into the campus of East Ocean University. At the sight of such a car, many students paused their steps and watched. The short and bright elder son got out of the driver's seat and talked to a nearby student before handing him a 100 yuan bill. With the money in hand, the student hesitated for a few seconds before entering Academic Building D. He jogged to room 304 and knocked on the door. The teacher who was in the middle of teaching the class went over and opened the door. Hao Ren, someone is waiting for you downstairs. The student yelled and ran off without waiting for a response. The students close to the windows all stuck their heads out and looked downstairs. A black Bentley Arnage was parked on the roadside, giving off a serious presence under the sunshine. Elder son looked up and waved his hand. It's a Bentley that's worth 10 million yuan. Yu Rong, who was a loyal reader of car magazines, shouted in surprise. Immediately, the room became boisterous. The students ignored the teacher at the platform and swarmed to the windows. Sitting not far from the window, Hao Ren stood up and looked out of the window as well. Dressed in a red traditional tang suit, elder son looked very sharp. He waved at Hao Ren with a gentle smile on his face. Hao Ren had a bad feeling about it. Looking around, he saw the windows of other classrooms were also crowded with students. Under the curious gazes of the students, elder son stood there steadily like a lighthouse by the ocean. Hao Ren immediately turned and rushed out of the classroom. Boisterously, his classmates followed him to watch the drama downstairs even though they were still in the middle of the class. Lightly, Hao Ren skipped down the steps and appeared at the entrance of Academic Building D in the blink of an eye. Elder son bowed at him. Gongzi Hao, the old Dragon King has returned. Please get into the car. The surrounding students were either stunned, confused, curious or baffled. Hao Ren was in the center of attention on campus for a while. As time went on, the dust had settled down. But today, this drama roused new public interest in Hao Ren. Okay. Involuntarily, Hao Ren nodded and got into the car. However, his dumb act looked very pretentious to Yu Rong and the others. Who is this Hao Ren? Last time when a Mercedes came to pick him up, I heard that it was from the family of a girl he was tutoring. But this time, he is being picked up by a Bentley which was worth 10 million yuan. Hao Ren's name is going to spread all over the school instantly, and the pretty girls will swarm to him. Yu Rong, Zhou Liren, and the other guys were overwhelmed. Is this the Hao Ren that has been hanging out with us in the dorms? They thought. After Hao Ren got into the car, elder son returned to the driver's seat and started the Bentley. The surrounding students at the entrance of Academic Building D gave way to it. Elder son, one of the purple-robed elders, came to pick Hao Ren up in person, and that alone signaled the importance of the meeting. Hao Ren was feeling very uneasy. Standing by a window on the 6th floor of the arts building, Qin Xiaoyang spun a small golden weaving shuttle in his palm. After the Bentley drove out of the school, he stopped playing with the golden weaving shuttle before vanishing. Standing on the top of the building on the other side of the arts building, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily watched the Bentley leave the school and exchanged a look. Then, they turned into two green light beams and vanished as well. The black Bentley Arnage drove steadily along the road. With his hands on the steering wheel, elder son looked serious but remained silent. Hao Ren didn't speak either as the car drove toward the headquarter of Mingri Group, which was located in downtown. In the sunlight, the Mingri Group's headquarter with its bright windows shone like a giant in the city. Gongzi Hao, here we are, elder son said abruptly. Hao Ren looked out at the road and gathered his thoughts. The car drove so smoothly that he didn't even notice that it had stopped. After getting out of the car, he looked up at the sun and found the sunlight blinding. Summer is coming. With that thought, he followed elder son into the hobby on the first floor of Mingri Group's headquarter. Both Hao Ren and elder son remained silent as they took the elevator up to the top floor. Then, elder Su led Hao Ren toward the meeting room. Hao Ren had been here once when he and Zhao Guang met for the first time. In the meeting room sat the elders of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The only difference between now and the last time was that a white-haired old man took the head of the table. After bringing Hao Ren into the meeting room, elder son silently returned to his seat. Hao Ren looked at the old man cautiously. Since Zhao Guang didn't offer an introduction, he just stood there. All the people turned their gaze to Hao Ren. Today, all the purple-robed elders were present. Some of them thought that Hao Ren, the future Fuma, was disposable to the East Ocean Dragon clan, and if they pushed him out to take the blame for the incident around the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the crisis East Ocean faced would be over. Gen level, after casting a glacé at Hao Ren, Zhao Horan said. Yes, Hao Ren answered. You destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, didn't you? Zhao Horan asked. Right, Hao Ren answered. From the white-haired man's aura and Zhao Guang's expression, Hao Ren knew that this old man was Zhao Horan, the legendary old Dragon King. Zhao Horan looked him for another few seconds up and down. Meanwhile, Hao Ren circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to its peak. From the old man's aura, Hao Ren knew that his power was no less than Su Han's. He was almost on the same level as Zhao Kuo. Very good, Zhao Horan said 2 words. The elders all looked surprised, especially those purple-robed elders who opposed to keeping Hao Ren as the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. They looked at each other in astonishment. After all, Hao Ren destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace and broke the balance among the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces. That made the West Ocean Dragon Palace the sympathized party in the public's opinion and directly gave birth to the establishment of the Anti-East Ocean Alliance. How could that be? Very good. This time, the West Ocean Dragon clan has been severely damaged. They pulled allies to their side, showing that they are afraid, Zhao Horan stated as he emphasized each word. Now, the elders in the meeting room were totally confused. As to the issue of Hao Ren being Little Z's Fuma, I'll do more tests. But you, Zhao Horan stood up and looked around at the elders in the meeting room before asking, what are you afraid of? His words entered the elders' ears like a dharma spell. The words instantly woke them up. Indeed, the West Ocean Dragon clan had lost more than 10 Qian level and Kun level master, and half of their dragon palace was destroyed. Now was the weakest moment of the West Ocean Dragon clan. They even had to pull South Ocean and North Ocean to boost their courage. If the East Ocean Dragon clan waged war against the West Ocean Dragon clan, it was doubtful that the other 2 Ocean Dragon palaces would be fighting in the front line. The dragon cultivators disapproved of the things the East Ocean Dragon clan did, but it didn't mean that they would dare to wage a civil war against East Ocean. After all, no one was certain which party held the justice, the East Ocean Dragon clan or the West Ocean Dragon clan. Elder Lu, elder son. Zhao Horan's voice resonated in the room. Yes. Elder Lu and elder son immediately stood up and answered. Go to the South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan to deliver notices of war respectively. Tell them that if they don't withdraw the blockage on the business of Mingri Group, we'll declare war against them. Zhao Horan emphasized each word. As you wish. Elder Lu and elder son sat back down. The remaining elders looked at each other and didn't know how they should feel. Zhao Guang had issued invitations to the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan, and none of them accepted the invitations or the gifts. Now, the old Dragon King was issuing them notices of war. The elders were nervous, but no one dared to speak. What about the West Ocean Dragon Clan? Hao Ren couldn't help asking. The elders sitting behind Elder Lu and Elder Sun looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Horan. Hao Ren had asked their question. Ignore them. Zhao Horan walked out of the meeting room. Then, he turned his head and said to Hao Ren, "You, come with me." Seeing Zhao Guang still sitting in the meeting room, Zhao Horan pointed at him, saying, "Come as well." After Zhao Horan left with Hao Ren and Zhao Guang, the elders in the meeting room began a heated discussion. With a cold smile on her face, Elder Xingyue left the room with Elder Lu and Elder Sun. Zhao Horan's return meant the end of peace. The nagging purple-robed elders were opinionated in front of Zhao Guang, but they absolutely had no say before Zhao Horan. After all, in the last war in the cultivation world, Zhao Horan had killed dozens of nascent Soul Realm cultivators. That was the war that established the ruling position of the dragons on the land, while the dozens of big cultivation sects had to abandon the land and move up on and above fifth heaven with hundreds of small sects. At the same time, Zhao Horan knew that he couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation due to his intense murderous spirit, and he retired from the ruling position of East Ocean to live like a hermit abroad. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. With the return of such a killing god, even the distant dragon god shrine would shiver, let alone the elders in the East Ocean Dragon Clan. After entering the CEO's office next door and sitting in the chair behind the desk, Zhao Horan glanced at the chair across from the desk and said, "Sit." Hao Ren inhaled slightly and sat across from Zhao Horan. He sensed an overwhelming aura from this old man. It wasn't derived from his nature essence. It was a murderous spirit that even Su Han didn't possess. It was a combination of proudness derived from the moments of life and death, dominance derived from battles, and fierceness derived from commanding wars. He had retired for almost 100 years, and the West Ocean Dragon Clan thought this legendary figure had died. Everyone thought the East Ocean Dragon Clan was bluffing when they heard that this great figure was returning. However, contrary to their assumptions, Zhao Horan had indeed returned. Chapter 353. Only I can kill my people. Seeing Zhao Guang walking toward the couch, Zhao Horan looked up at him and said, "You, stand." Zhao Guang's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to remain standing. Since the moment he heard about Zhao Horan's return, he knew he was in trouble. Zhao Guang didn't tell Zhao Horan about the incident with Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. After all, Zhao Horan retired and no longer minded the business of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. However, the recent domestic business decline of Mingri Group brought down its stock prices while Mingri Group's international business abroad was still prospering. The weird turn of events roused Zhao Horan's suspicion, and he decided to inquire about the affairs of East Ocean. That was why Zhao Guang had to stand on the side while Hao Ren talked to Zhao Horan sitting in the chair. "What technique are you cultivating?" Zhao Horan stared at Hao Ren and asked. He knew Hao Ren was at Gen level by looking at his aura, but he didn't understand latter's cultivation technique. Usually, with the water elemental dragon core, Hao Ren should emit pure water elemental essence. However, Hao Ren emitted 5 kinds of nature essence. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Hao Ren answered. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Zhao Horan repeated the name silently. He searched for this technique in his memory but could find nothing. After ruling East Ocean for hundreds of years, he was familiar with the treasures in the Dragon Palace. However, he had no memory of this technique. "Show me." Zhao Horan stared at Hao Ren and said. He was used to ordering people, but his special aura and his decisiveness in the meeting room made Hao Ren admire him. Swoosh, 160 sword energies shot out of Hao Ren's body. Green, red, yellow, white and blue. 5 colored sword energies instantly filled the office. The sword energies flew around freely with shining light, and each of them could easily break steel energies. The fact that Hao Ren could control 160 sword energies at the same time in the limited space was a feat in itself. "That's enough." Zhao Horan waved his hand, not even alarmed by the dancing sword energies around him for one bit. Swoosh, the sword energies instantly returned to Hao Ren's body. Zhao Horan frowned as he remembered that this light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a technique that he got from a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator when he was involved in the war in the human cultivation world hundreds of years back. The details of the fierce battle were still fresh in his memory since thousands of sword energies built an array formation covering the entire sky, and he almost died in it. Due to the aggressiveness and power of this technique, Zhao Horan took this technique scroll that he didn't know the name of and put it in the profound cultivation palace in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. To his surprise, after hundreds of years, this cultivation technique got the name, Light-Splitting Sword Shadow Scroll, and was chosen by Hao Ren. In fact, when Zhao Horan took the technique, he had tried to cultivate it. However, its requirement of balancing the 5 elemental essence within one's body was something impossible for Zhao Horan, who was already at top-tier Qian level. Clap. Hao Ren put his right hand on the desk. The desk was made of solid purple sandalwood, but under Hao Ren's cultivation strength, it quickly disintegrated. Withdraw. Swoosh, the shattered wood pieces in Hao Ren's hand shot into the wall 1 meter away like sharp needles. Release. The wood elemental essence extracted from the desk traveled through his meridians and came out from his left hand in the form of surging pure water elemental essence. Convert. The mist on the desktop evaporated gradually. After these movements, Hao Ren slowly pulled back his hands. Zhao Horan stared at Hao Ren calmly, his gaze never wavered. However, he was stunned on the inside. This cultivation technique is miraculous. It could convert the 5 elemental essence, withdraw and release the 5 elemental essence outside of one's body, and could even unleash thousands of sword energies. It was also Zhao Guang's first time watching Hao Ren use these abilities. In the past, he only knew that Hao Ren could release 16 sword energies which damaged his backyard. He didn't imagine that Hao Ren could now easily control 160 sword energies and even convert the 5 elemental essence in nature. Both Zhao Horan and Zhao Guang didn't know that Hao Ren's sword array could increase the power of his sword energies by several times. If that is all, then it is okay, Zhao Horan said. Hao Ren smiled. Indeed, he only showed a part of his power. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was hard to cultivate. With his ordinary talent, if not for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's help in adjusting the 5 elemental essences in his body, he could never reach Gen level. Is Z still in the Dragon Palace? Zhao Horan asked Zhao Guang abruptly. Yes, father. Zhao Guang nodded. Although Zhao Guang was almost 1,000 years old and Zhao Guang was only a bit older than 200 years, Zhao Guang was Zhao Horan's son. It's right to ground her for sprouting nonsense, Zhao Horan said. She will come out tomorrow, Zhao Guang continued. Only in her teens, Zhao Yanzi was like an infant among the young dragons. Zhao Horan sounded stern, but Zhao Guang knew that deep down, Zhao Horan loved her very much. Then release her tomorrow. Although Zhao Horan was not happy with Zhao Guang's performance in the domestic business market, he didn't want to damage his son's authority as a father. And, Zhao Guang glanced at Hao Ren. He was still not sure about Zhao Horan's attitude toward the engagement between Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. I haven't found a good solution for this matter yet. As far as I know, only Grand Masters of the Soul Formation realm have the power to transplant dragon cores, Zhao Horan said after he saw Zhao Guang's gaze. Soul Formation realm cultivators, Zhao Guang and Hao Ren were both stunned. There were less than 10 Soul Formation realm cultivators living in the mortal world, and they were rarely seen. Besides, the human cultivators and dragon cultivators had entered a cold war hundreds of years ago. The Grand Masters of the Soul Formation realm could live as long as the world, enjoyed the same dazzling lights as the sun and the moon, and could get any treasures in the world they wanted. Xie Yujia. Zhao Guang immediately thought of Xie Yujia. Only she had the contact of a Soul Formation realm cultivator, but it was hard to say if the Grand Master would be willing to help or not. To some extent, Zhao Yanzi was Xie Yujia's disciple and thus had some connections to this Grand Master. If she could help, Zhao Guang began to hope. Even I have never seen a Grand Master in the Soul Formation realm, let alone you guys, Zhao Horan said. Even in the fiercest battles during the war between the cultivators a few hundreds of years back where nascent Soul Realm cultivators appeared one by one, none of the Soul Formation realm cultivators showed up. After all, if they had joined the war, The situation would totally change since the heavenly dragon on the side of the dragon tribe would be forced to participate as well. It would have escalated into a great war involving both earth and heaven. If the elemental attribute of the dragon core didn't change due to your unique cultivation technique, I would have cut open your dantian and taken out of the dragon core before planting it into Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Horan continued with his eyes locked on Hao Ren as he stood up. His cold gaze seemed to have the power to pierce Hao Ren, and his words and intention were almost the same as Zhao Kuo's. Zhao Kuo stuck with kindness and mercy while Zhao Horan honored strength. In this world, there was no right and wrong, there was only strong and weak. If you can't reach Dewey level in a month, I'll dig out the dragon core from your body, Zhao Horan said calmly. Hao Ren's cultivation technique was unique, but it didn't mean that Zhao Horan had high hopes for him. Although the dragon core had experienced some changes in Hao Ren's body while he absorbed the 5 elemental essence, it could still be put back into Zhao Yanzi's body. The only drawback of this plan was that Zhao Yanzi would need lots of elixir pills to improve her physique, and she wouldn't be able to reach a very high realm in the future. For Zhao Horan, the top priority was his granddaughter, not Hao Ren. Father, Zhao Guang tried to dissuade him. Before the time limit, you are still a member of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. If anyone from the West Ocean Dragon Clan dares to touch you, I'll slaughter them all. If any of the elders dare to utter any objection, I will kill them immediately. Zhao Horan glared at Hao Ren and emitted his overwhelming suppression. Hao Ren was forced back half a step by that aura alone. But, if you can't reach Dewey level in a month, I won't show any mercy, I'll take your life myself. Thud. Thud. Zhao Horan marched out of the office with the walking cane in his hand. Before Zhao Guang left with his father, he looked back at Hao Ren helplessly. This was Zhao Horan, overbearing, protective, and fierce. He didn't kill Hao Ren right now because he realized that Hao Ren had reached Gen level in a short time with a stable foundation. He knew Hao Ren had the potential of reaching higher realms. As to if Hao Ren could actually reach Gen level first and then Dewey level in 1 month, Zhao Horan didn't care. In fact, even the most gifted dragon cultivator couldn't achieve such a fast elevation speed. After Zhao Horan and Zhao Guang left the office, the murderous spirit remained in the room. Even the mosquitoes in the room hid in one corner, too afraid to move. Standing in the office, Hao Ren thought back to the gaze of Zhao Horan, knowing that the old Dragon King, who had been a fierce warrior in battles, wasn't bluffing about killing him. Rough, it was lunchtime, and Little White was asking to get out of Hao Ren's necklace to take a walk near the library. Even though he wasn't at the school, Hao Ren let it out. However, when Little White rolled onto the carpet and glanced at the chair which Zhao Horan had sat on, it immediately shot back into Hao Ren's necklace. Even Little White, a bin-level demon beast, didn't dare to face the strong murderous spirit. Chapter 354. Fight Back. When Hao Ren returned to the lobby on the first floor, he saw Elder Lu, Elder Sun and Elder Xingyue standing in the hall. Here outside of the Dragon Palace, Elder Xingyue was wearing a long, black dress and a suit jacket, looking fresh and beautiful. Short and lean, Elder Sun was dressing in his usual traditional tang suit. Beside him, white-haired and white-eyebrowed, Elder Lu looked straight and tall in a suit, his everyday outfit. Standing together, the three of them looked like the figures on the cover of a fashion magazine. Elder Sun, Elder Lu, Elder Xingyue. Hao Ren greeted them while he walked toward the gate. "We'll drive you back to school," Elder Sun said with a genial smile. "Oh, have you been waiting for me?" Hao Ren was a little surprised. "Yeah. Elder Lu and I will go to South Ocean and North Ocean respectively, and Elder Xingyue will return to East Ocean. We'll drop you off first," Elder Sun nodded and said. Since they couldn't fly in the city, they had to travel in a car like ordinary people. Hao Ren didn't refuse Elder Sun's offer and followed them out of the building. Their car was still the spacious and luxurious Bentley. Hao Ren had noticed that Elder Xingyue, Elder Sun, Elder Lu, and Premier Shah who was stationed in the Dragon Palace were close to each other, and they stood firmly with Zhao Guang. Therefore, they were closer to Hao Ren than the other elders. "I'm afraid the old Dragon King will turn the world upside down this time," Elder Sun said while he drove. "Now we'll see how North Ocean and South Ocean react to his challenge," Elder Lu nodded and said. Elder Xingyue frowned, but she remained silent. The times have changed. Without Zhao Kuo, East Ocean was less powerful than before. Although Zhao Horan was fierce, he was old, and South Ocean and North Ocean each had several mid-tier Qian-level cultivators. In the past 200 years, the growth of the Dragon God Shrine has been faster than we expected, and it now has almost the same strength as that of the four ocean dragon palaces. If they get involved, the situation will get more complicated, Elder Lu continued. The Dragon Tribe established the Dragon God Shrine after the human cultivators moved to Fifth Heaven to prevent making the same mistakes the human cultivators had made. The function of the Dragon God Shrine was to prevent the dragon cultivators from killing each other and thus giving the human cultivators the opportunity to defeat them. The main tasks of the Dragon God Shrine were to watch the human cultivation sects on and above Fifth Heaven as well as to regulate the behavior of the dragon cultivators from all the forces. Since the Dragon God Shrine was an organization established by all 5 elemental dragon clans, it would select the best cultivators from the entire dragon tribe. That was why it had grown so fast. In only 200 years, its overall power was equivalent to if not exceeded that of the 4 ocean dragon palaces which had been around for thousands of years. If it intervened in the conflicts between the 4 ocean dragon palaces, the situation would get trickier. How is Su Han's injury? Elder Sun asked abruptly. She has not fully recovered yet. By sending Qin Xiaoyang here, the Dragon God Shrine intends to keep an eye on our East Ocean, Elder Xingyue finally spoke. In the past, Su Han was the inspector of East Ocean City, so the East Ocean Dragon Palace didn't feel that much pressure from the Dragon God Shrine. However, the arrival of Qin Xiaoyang cast a shadow on the complicated situation in East Ocean City. Everyone including Hao Ren knew that Qin Xiaoyang favored the West Ocean Dragon Palace, which meant that Dragon God Shrine was leaning toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace as well. However, Zhao Horan's return broke this new balance. Right now, the East Ocean Dragon Clan would take on the North Ocean Dragon Clan, the South Ocean Dragon Clan, the West Ocean Dragon Clan, and even the Dragon God Shrine to fight back. It gave up the option of diplomatic negotiations entirely and went directly to war. The old Dragon King has his plans. Let's wait and see. With that, Elder Xingyue closed her eyes and placed her hands together into a cultivation gesture, entering the state of cultivation. She took any time she had to cultivate, even in a car. Her passion for cultivation was almost the same as Su Han's. While the car drove forward, Elder Sun and Elder Lu stopped their discussion. After all, they were about to travel to North Ocean and South Ocean to issue the notice of war, a mission they dreaded. When the car drove into East Ocean University, it immediately drew the attention of the passing-by students. While the students couldn't see through the darkened windows of the car, Hao Ren who was sitting in the car could see their amazed glances. Elder Xingyue, please tell Su Han that we all hope that she could return soon, Hao Ren said to Elder Xingyue suddenly. Okay. I'll tell her, Elder Xingyue said lightly. Hao Ren hoped that Su Han could come back to teach, although it meant nothing to her. However, without Su Han, the campus of East Ocean University lost some of its appeals. The car stopped at the entrance of Academic Building D, and Hao Ren got out of the car. Some students immediately glanced at him. After today's incident, he would be at the center of attention again. Well, whatever, Hao Ren sighed slightly and waved at the 3 elders in the car. He could imagine that with his family background exposed, love letters and fangirls would swarm to him. However, Hao Ren wouldn't linger in the school at this stage since his goal was to reach Gen level and even Dewey level. Only after he had become an official inspector would he understand the mysteries of the Dragon God Shrine. He had to appear at school each day and take classes, telling the world that he was still alive. Otherwise, Zhou Liren and others would report him missing to the police. He is the guy who takes Little White to the library every day. Right. I didn't know he comes from such a rich family and has a Bentley driving him to and from school. I told you that Little White is of a precious breed. In fact, he's quite handsome. Coming from a rich family, he would make a good boyfriend. Some girls gossiped in the shadow of the building while they watched Hao Ren get out of the car. With his acute hearing, Hao Ren immediately heard their words. He smiled and ignored them as he walked toward his dorm. Come on and catch up with him, little you. Go confess. I think he has a good impression of you. What are you talking about? I just said he was okay. The girls hesitated and then walked toward Hao Ren. However, when they followed him to a path in the little forest of the school, Hao Ren already disappeared. The girls looked at each other, wondering how he could run so fast. Meanwhile, with a red energy sphere around him, Hao Ren released Little White from his necklace and shot toward fifth heaven on its back. It seemed like that was the only way to get rid of those girls. Otherwise, they might even follow him to his house by the sea. When he went up to fifth heaven to cultivate, the counter-attacks Mingri group prepared were unfolding. Returning with Zhao Horan was a professional acquisition team that Zhao Yanzi's second uncle had established overseas. The team was comprised of top experts in acquisition operations, and they could easily destroy the West Ocean Dragon clan's domestic businesses one by one with the abundant funds they brought with them. The on-land businesses that the West Ocean Dragon clan had managed for more than 10 years with great effort would be dismantled in a few days. Zhao Horan had been a veteran in the international capital market, and he wouldn't show mercy in the first business counterattack after his return. It was night, and the surrounding buildings were all dark. However, Mingri Group's headquarters was as bright as day. All the employees were working overtime, cooperating with Zhao Horan's team to unleash attacks on Conqueror Group. Meanwhile, on fifth heaven, Hao Ren had finished half a day of cultivation. The valley was silent except the light snoring of Little White, who was lying at the entrance of Hao Ren's cave abode. Hao Ren leapt over Little White and came down the steep mountain like a martial arts master, leaving no traces behind him. In the fields, the spiritual herbs were growing well. On some of the herb leaves were a tiny layer of condensed dew, and some pretty flower buds were trying their best to absorb the surrounding mist. Thud. Light footsteps came from one side of him. Hao Ren turned and saw Xie Yujia was walking from her cave abode to the field with the night pearl in her hand. Under the warm light of the night pearl, Xie Yujia had a holy aura around her. At the sight of Hao Ren, she was surprised as well. "You're here too?" she said in a low voice. "Yeah. I came up to cultivate. Did you borrow Zhen Kongming's flight Dharma treasure?" Hao Ren asked. "Yeah. I didn't want to trouble you and Little White every time." Xie Yujia nodded. Hao Ren knew Zhen Kongming's Dharma treasures were easy to use even with weak cultivation strength. Besides, Zhen Kongming had rearranged the array formation here, and it was easy for him to give Xie Yujia a key to the protective array formation. "It's not safe for you to come to fifth heaven alone. Next time you want to come up, remember to ask me to come with you," Hao Ren said. "Okay." With the night pearl in her hand, she slowly squatted to check the growth of the spiritual herbs. Obviously, she was also taking a break from cultivating in the middle of the night and came to check on the spiritual herbs as a way to relax. "Today, someone sent a Bentley to get you. Who was it?" Xie Yujia asked casually while touching a spiritual herb which would curl up its leaves like a mimosa with her finger. "Oh, it was Zhao Yanzi's grandpa. He returned from abroad and wished to see me," Hao Ren explained. "Oh. How did the meeting go?" Xie Yujia asked. "It went well," Hao Ren said with a smile. "It caused such an upheaval. You can't imagine how many girls are talking about you," Xie Yujia said in a low voice as she walked to check on another spiritual herb. The valley was pitch black, but the moon and the stars were bright above the mountaintop. The night pearl only illuminated Xie Yujia's face, and it was a pretty sight. In the past few days, she had taken the foundation building pills each day and had pushed her realm from level 8 to level 9 of the Qi refinement realm. Of course, if the cultivators on 5th heaven or 6th heaven knew that she took level 4 foundation establishment pill each day, they would be green with jealousy. "By the way, Zhen Kongming is in love." Xie Yujia looked back at Hao Ren and said. "Pooh." Hao Ren almost choked on his breath. Chapter 355. Natural Treasures of the Herb King Valley. "What happened?" Hao Ren inhaled deeply and asked. "I don't know the details. It's just that he wants to buy gifts for a girl in the class next to his, and he looked quite nervous about it," Xie Yujia said. Hao Ren was speechless. After all, it was quite rare for Zhen Kongming to offer gifts to someone. "Well, I'll continue with my cultivation. Z has reached the foundation establishment realm, and I'll work harder to catch up." After waving at Hao Ren, Xie Yujia walked back to her cave abode. "You've always been working hard," Hao Ren thought to himself. Stomping lightly on the ground, Hao Ren leapt up over 10 meters with ease before landing on the rocks on the side of the steep hill, and he returned to his cave abode within seconds. While human cultivators relied on Dharma treasures and techniques, the dragon cultivators put more emphasis on physical strength and realms. That was why the dragon cultivators practiced weapons such as sword and spear and learned proficient skills in using them. Thanks to the fundamental boxing techniques, Hao Ren was now so agile that he could easily leap onto the steep hill. Otherwise, with the range attack method offered by the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, he wouldn't try to temper his body. Wang Shi, the Dewey-level cultivator who once fought with Hao Ren, used his physical strength at close-range combat. Fighting only with Dharma treasures and powerful techniques from hundreds of meters away was not the battle style of dragon cultivators. That was because the higher realm the dragon cultivators got, the more difficult it would be to break through. They had to increase their combat ability by making use of their great physical strength. When Zhao Horan fought in the Great War, he killed dozens of masters in the nascent soul realm with his fierceness. Among those cultivators, only a few fought him for several days and nights, and the others were killed by him instantly with just one attack. He got close to those nascent soul realm cultivators almost instantly, and he broke their defense abruptly and killed them before they could cast any spells or use any techniques. Those nascent soul realm cultivators were not used to such swift attacks and died in physical combats despite their great cultivation strength. Since Hao Ren was now in the dragon circle, he saw Su Han who used a white jade sword, Qin Xiaoyang who attacked him using a golden weaving shuttle, Zheng Yitao who fought with him with a long spear, and Elder Sun who owned martial arts dojos. That was why he accepted the practicing of both martial arts and nature essence cultivation. After some quick leaps, he returned to his cave abode before sitting down on the stone bed cross-legged to continue cultivating. With the small cloud rain array in the cave abode, Hao Ren could absorb it and turn the essence in the valley into lightning power. When it was not activated, the white and black chess pieces of the array formation that were placed in the stone wall of the cave abode sparkled like stars. With these sparks, Hao Ren's cave abode was lit up and had a mysterious look. Lying at the entrance of the cave, Little White was still sleeping. With the abundant nature essence in the valley, it was automatically increasing its cultivation strength while it slept thanks to the demon core in its body. If I can find a proper cultivation technique to nurture the meridians in Little White, it will have a faster elevation process, Hao Ren thought to himself while he looked at Little White at the entrance. The light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll began to circulate essence swiftly in his body. Little White lifted its head from its paws and yawned before rubbing its rump on the floor. Hesitating for a few seconds, it finally flew out of the cave abode in a crooked line and landed in the spiritual herb garden before leaving a pile of poop in it. Shivering, it immediately flew back to the warmer cave abode after that. When the sunlight shone into Hao Ren's cave abode, a night of cultivation came to an end. Like a white arrow, Hao Ren flew out of the cave abode and practiced the fundamental boxing techniques in the thick morning fog in the valley. With his Gen-level realm, each of his punch pierced a big hole in the fog. After some kicks and punches, the surrounding fog backed off 10 meters from him. Merging the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll into the boxing techniques, Hao Ren's boxing movements emitted the extra nature essence in his body into the valley. He left distinct footprints in the ground while the rocks under his feet were shattered into dust. Hacking down the Mount Hua, Fei used one of the strikes in the fundamental boxing techniques. Hao Ren launched another palm strike before withdrawing his stance. Swoosh, the intense fog in the valley was separated in half for 100 meters. Hao Ren inhaled deeply, feeling the swift recovery of his strength all over his body. After one night of cultivation, he had unlocked several openings, and the number of openings he had in his dragon core now reached 90. Standing at the entrance of her cave abode, Xie Yujia watched in amazement while Hao Ren did his morning exercise. Although she didn't understand martial arts, she knew each of his movements contained sword energies, which could wound enemies with its invisible force. These invisible sword energies were more powerful than visible and solid swords. Hao Ren turned his head and saw Xie Yujia standing at the entrance of her cave abode. "You up?" Hao Ren asked. "Yeah," Xie Yujia answered loudly with a smile on her face. Last night, she took the last level 4 foundation establishment pill, and she would need to make elixir pills this weekend. As with lightning cultivation, one couldn't make elixirs continuously and must allow the body to rest. With her current realm, The highest grade pills she could make were level 4 elixir pills, which were also the highest grade elixir pills she could take. With this cultivation method, she could achieve a cultivation speed 10 times faster than with the life-death notes. Let's head back. Hao Ren's resonant voice woke up Little White, who had been sleeping. With a roll, it returned to Hao Ren's feet. Xie Yujia walked into the valley, and her eyes lit up. On the edge of the field, a dense golden fruit grew out of the power spirit grass overnight. It was as big as a fist, dangling heavily on the branch with abundant nature essence. Quickly, she plucked the mature power spirit fruit. Holding it in both hands, she said, "Hao Ren, eat it now." "What is it?" Hao Ren looked at her in confusion. "Power spirit fruit. It can increase your nature essence, and it is a much coveted natural treasure for cultivators who want to elevate their realms." Flushed with excitement, she said. "Then, you should eat it yourself." Hao Ren pushed her hands back. "My realm is too low, so it's useless for me. The mature power spirit fruit can remain fresh for only 1 day, and it will rot tomorrow before falling into the soil. If you don't eat it today, it will be wasted." Xie Yujia urged him anxiously. In fact, she was surprised that the power spirit grass could grow out a power spirit fruit all of a sudden in the fields. "Okay. I'll try it." Hao Ren was reluctant to elevate his realm with elixirs. However, such an ultimate natural treasure would be wasted if he didn't eat it. After taking the fist-sized golden fruit, he peeled it before devouring it in 2 bites. "How do you feel?" Xie Yujia watched him anxiously. She had only heard about the effects of the power spirit fruit from Zhen Kongming and didn't know how it worked. "It has almost no flavor." The moment Hao Ren said this, a surge of intense warmth rose in his dantian. Abundant essence spread through his body while Hao Ren's dragon core was trying its best to absorb the nature essence. Pooh, 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 pooh. Another 4 openings were unlocked in his body. Hao Ren's complexion turned from red to golden, then to white. With a bang, abundant nature essence shot out from the top of his head into the valley. With the current storage ability of the dragon core, he could only contain half of the nature essence of the power spirit fruit. Boom! His palm released a gray beam of sword energy. It seemed like he had broken through to a higher realm. Seeing Hao Ren's eyes shining intensely, Xie Yujia knew he had achieved another breakthrough. Looking down at the peel at his feet, Hao Ren realized that it had merged into the soil without a trace. "How do you feel?" Concerned, Xie Yujia asked again. "Very good," Hao Ren said. "Good, I almost missed it." Patting her chest, Xie Yujia said with relief. Little White trotted over and sniffed the root of the power spirit grass, finding that it was the spot where it pooped last night. "Let's go, Little White." Hao Ren nudged its rump with the tip of his feet. With a roll, Little White immediately turned into the snow lion form. It moved the soil around the root of the power spirit grass with its paw to cover its scent. Then, as if nothing had happened, it carried Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on its back before shooting out of the ethereal summit down to first heaven with familiarity. The ethereal summit is indeed full of essence. Even the power spirit grass has begun to grow fruit. Xie Yujia said happily as she sat on the back of Little White. It was probably just luck. Anyway, you won't need to worry about the lack of materials for making elixirs in the future, Hao Ren said. Yeah. Zhen Kongming will transplant more spiritual herbs in the fields. We'll have a great garden, Xie Yujia said, placing her hands lightly on Hao Ren's shoulder. With Zhen Kongming constantly moving all the spiritual herbs from the herb gardens of the sects on Fifth Heaven, the Herb King Valley will one day become a place that fits its name, Hao Ren thought to himself. Do you have any problem with the final exams? Xie Yujia changed the subject and asked Hao Ren. I skipped many classes, but I'll attend the last few classes before the exams and get the key concepts. I'm sure I'll pass, Hao Ren answered without much confidence. He tutored Zhao Yanzi tirelessly each day while his own studies were lagged behind. However, with the Dragon God Shrine's exams drawing near, he had to give up on some of the exams in East Ocean University. You must try to study for the exams. It's not good for you to fail the courses, Xie Yujia said. Yeah. Hao Ren thought of his parents. After all, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang wouldn't let it pass if he failed several courses in one semester. If Zhao Yanzi fails her exams as well, Hao Ren thought. Well, I was wondering where you have been. And here you are, sneaking into Fifth Heaven. Qin Xiaoyang's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Hao Ran and Xie Yujia. Chapter 356. Ultimate Force of Nature. Little White turned abruptly, and Hao Ren and Xie Yujia spotted Qin Xiaoyang, who was hovering in the high sky. From the look of him, he was taking over Su Han's responsibility of patrolling the space below 5th heaven and encountered Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on 2nd heaven. "What do you want?" Hao Ren clutched Little White's fur and looked at Qin Xiaoyang calmly. "What do I want?" Qin Xiaoyang sneered. "This is beyond the place where mortals can enter. I can punish you for breaking into 5th heaven without permission." He had been thinking of a way to take out his revenge on Hao Ren. However, with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in the school, he hadn't dared to make a move. However, while he was patrolling the gray territory between 1st Heave and 5th heaven, he encountered Hao Ren slipping down from 5th heaven. "Is it a crime to enter 5th heaven?" Hao Ren retorted. "I suspect that you are a spy sent by the human cultivators. Come with me to the Dragon God Shrine." Qin Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly lit up while the golden weaving shuttle under his feet arced across the sky and drew out a golden flash. Clap! When Qin Xiaoyang reached out to grab him, Hao Ren sat on the back of Little White and clapped off his hand immediately. "You dare to resist arrest." Furious, the golden light in Qin Xiaoyang's palm turned white. "Little White." Hao Ren clenched Little White with his legs a little. Swoosh! Little White released 5 colored light beams with its paws and fled swiftly. After missing, Qin Xiaoyang raced after Hao Ren. Hao Ren knew that, as an assisting inspector, he would probably be framed as a spy if he was brought to the Dragon God Shrine. With the precarious situation the East Ocean Dragon Clan was in, the incident would be a blow to East Ocean. Although Little White's traveling speed was close to that of a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, Qin Xiaoyang was at Kun level, which was the equivalent to top-tier nascent Soul Realm. Fleeing with Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on its back, Little White began a long-distance race with Qin Xiaoyang. Trying to escape only proves your guilt. Stop running. The golden weaving shuttle under Qin Xiaoyang's feet suddenly shot out. Swoosh! Prepared, Hao Ren shot out 160 sword energies. Break! With his nature essence, the golden weaving shuttle, which was Qin Xiaoyang's natal Dharma treasure, blocked and bounced off Hao Ren's sword energies. Fortunately, Hao Ren's sword energies were condensed by his nature essence and were not his natal Dharma treasures. Otherwise, he would be spitting out blood from the collision. "Little White! Go!" Xie Yujia shouted. Ruff, ruff, Little White barked anxiously, but it had reached its top speed. After all, it was only a level 1 spirit beast and couldn't get rid of a Kun-level cultivator despite its set of flight Dharma treasures. The golden weaving shuttle paused only a moment due to the sword energies that were blocking its path, and it continued to shoot toward Hao Ren. Boom! A surge of nature essence rose suddenly. Sitting on the back of Little White, Xie Yujia raised her hands and unleashed the life death notes. Yin and Yang, the ultimate forces of nature. Sitting on the back of Little White behind Hao Ren, Xie Yujia was the first to face the attack from the golden weaving shuttle. However, she didn't dodge. Instead, she spread her arms and met the attack head-on. "Withdraw!" Qin Xiaoyang immediately murmured. The golden weaving shuttle shot past Xie Yujia's ear, cutting off a few hairs. Qin Xiaoyang gasped with fear. Xie Yujia had a mark on her that was left by a Grandmaster in the Soul Formation realm. If he killed her by accident, that Grandmaster would turn him into dust. While the human cultivators and the dragon cultivators were two groups that were cautious with each other, the Grandmasters in the Soul Formation realm were the most powerful cultivators standing above both groups. Even the dragon cultivators had to give ways to them. After all, no rules applied to the truly powerful people. Qin Xiaoyang was lucky that the old grandma was not in the mortal world. Otherwise, Qin Xiaoyang's act of cutting Xie Yujia's hair would be sensed by the old grandma whose spiritual sense enveloped the entire mortal world. In the few seconds that Qin Xiaoyang was struck with fear, Little White flew several kilometers away. After seeing that Hao Ren turned into in the distance, Qin Xiaoyang thought for a moment and continued with his chase. With Xie Yujia sitting with Hao Ren, the situation was a bit tricky, but he didn't want to let go of this perfect chance to catch Hao Ren. Sitting before Xie Yujia, Hao Ren looked back and withdrew hundreds of sword energies, oblivious to the fact that Xie Yujia had blocked the golden weaving shuttle for him. He was wondering why Qin Xiaoyang stopped his pursuit. He urged Little White to run not because he was afraid of Qin Xiaoyang. Instead, he was worried that Xie Yujia would get hurt. A Gen-level cultivator could never defeat a Kun-level cultivator. Besides, Qin Xiaoyang could launch killing attacks against him in the name of catching a fleeing suspect. Hao Ren could probably withstand Qin Xiaoyang's heavy blows, but Xie Yujia was only a Qi refinement realm cultivator. The golden light was gaining on Hao Ren again. Little White, take Yujia with you. Hao Ren leapt up from its back. Hao Ren's nature essence moved under his feet and formed a sword energy which carried him to fly toward Qin Xiaoyang's golden light. Turn back, Little White, Xie Yujia immediately ordered. After a few seconds of hesitation, Little White didn't want to leave Hao Ren behind and turned around. Meanwhile, Hao Ren's 160 sword energies formed two groups before shooting toward Qin Xiaoyang. Bang! They gave a severe head-on blow to Qin Xiaoyang. Yin-Yang Life Death Notes. Xie Yujia's clear voice sounded immediately after. White and black light beams swept the fog and mist on second heaven and engulfed Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle. Yin and Yang, the ultimate forces of nature. Although she had only the cultivation strength of the Qi refinement realm, the life death notes the old grandma gave her could unleash the power of the nascent soul realm. Qin Xiaoyang was a little alarmed when he could no longer sense his natal Dharma treasure. If he was right, Hao Ren was at Gen level while Xie Yujia was in the Qi refinement realm. However, he had fallen into their trap. Boom! Boom! Two groups of sword energies shot toward Qin Xiaoyang from both sides. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia worked together seamlessly. Meanwhile, Little White spat out a fireball toward Qin Xiaoyang's chest. It was demon fire containing samadhi true flames. In the five elements, fire countered metal. Furthermore, the fire was samadhi true flames. To extinguish samadhi true flames, one had to use Qian Kun true water or 10,000-year-old ebony ice. Unprepared, Qin Xiaoyang got a streak of his hair and one of his eyebrows burned off. If not for the fact that Little White was only a level 1 spirit beast and Qin Xiaoyang had reached Kun level, the fire would have messed with his meridians. Yin-Yang Life Death Notes. Two Dragons Array Formation. Rough. Rough. Three waves of attacks went at Qin Xiaoyang again simultaneously. Without his natal Dharma treasure, Qin Xiaoyang couldn't keep his balance in the high sky. Unprepared, he was struck by the life death notes, the equivalent of nascent soul ream force, the sword array, the equivalent of Dewey level force, and the fireball, the equivalent of core formation realm force. Gongzi, good attacks. Cheers of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily suddenly sounded near them. As Qin Xiaoyang was sent flying in the air by the attacks, he heard the Lu sisters and knew that he was defeated. Swoosh, the black and white light rings shot toward Qin Xiaoyang from their hands. The golden bell they gave to Hao Ren was now hanging around Little White's neck. Sensing Little White's alerted state, they could track it down immediately. However, Qin Xiaoyang was already surrounded by Hao Ren's sword array when they appeared. Qin Xiaoyang was desperately retreating when his hands and feet were shackled, and his nature essence was pouring out as if a dam was opened. What are you doing? Qin Xiaoyang shouted in alarm. Just like what he said, this place was beyond mortals' reach, and other cultivators were not allowed to pass it. That was why no one would know what Hao Ren and the others were doing to him. At this thought, Qin Xiaoyang yelled, "I'm an inspector." Inspector? Well, it seems like the rules don't apply to us. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew to his sides while snickering and each grabbed one of his shoulders. Qin Xiaoyang froze. Sure enough, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't belong to the dragon tribe, and they were powerful cultivators. You outnumber me, Qin Xiaoyang said as he held an emergency Dharma note in his hand. While inspectors were out on duty, they could release an emergency Dharma note if they were in great danger. Receiving the notice, the nearby inspectors would come to their rescue while the signal would also fly back to the Dragon God Shrine. However, on the territory of East Ocean, the nearby inspectors included the assisting inspector Hao Ren, who was standing against him, and the official inspector Su Han. He didn't think Su Han would help him. Furthermore, he didn't want the Dragon God Shrine to know about this disgraceful incident. He was angry with himself for underestimating Hao Ren and falling into the trap. After all, Hao Ren wasn't so powerful a month ago. What if we outnumber you? Lu Linlin grabbed his ear and shouted. With nature essence in her hand, her grip on Qin Xiaoyang's ear hurt him so much that he grimaced, feeling like his ear was being torn off. Since he became an inspector, or even since his birth, no one had ever grabbed him by the ear. Disgrace. It was an absolute disgrace. Okay. You want a fair fight? I'll give you one. Lu Linlin rolled her black eyes and said. The outpour of the nature essence from Qin Xiaoyang's body suddenly stopped. The remaining nature essence was in the realm of Gen level, and out of the 300+ unlocked openings in his dragon core, only 90 of them were in working order. Gongzi Hao, he wants to have a fair duel with you. Lu Linlin called out to Hao Ren. Chapter 357. Life is precious. Hiss. Yin-yang bracelets expanded and released Qin Xiaoyang's body. After gaining his freedom, Qin Xiaoyang tried to flee but was caught single-handedly by Lu Lili and got tossed into the two bracelets. The black bracelet stretched vertically and became a circular wall, and the white bracelet expanded horizontally and turned into a round platform. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's Dharma treasures changed into a battle stage that was hovering on second heaven. Qin Xiaoyang, who was tossed in, dropped onto the platform on his butt. Gongzi, practice with him, Lu Linlin said to Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren leapt onto the round platform. It dawned on Qin Xiaoyang that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were playing with him and were using him as a practice target for Hao Ren. However, he couldn't run away from them. While he was thinking, Hao Ren shot more than a dozen sword energies toward him. Here is your Dharma treasure. Lu Linlin drew out the golden weaving shuttle that was engulfed in the life-death notes and tossed it onto the platform. Meanwhile, Hao Ren's sword energies were already in front of Qin Xiaoyang. Cursing silently, Qin Xiaoyang had to ignore the dozen or so sword energies and leapt up to catch his natal Dharma treasure. Whoosh! Several holes appeared on his body. You can kill me, but you can't insult me like this. Holding the golden weaving shuttle in front of him, Qin Xiaoyang yelled. Standing on the top of the black wall, Lu Lili snickered and said to Lu Linlin, Sister, this inspector is hilarious. A moment ago, he was acting like a big bully, and now he's complaining about being outnumbered. He's nothing compared to our Gongzi. Lu Linlin ignored Qin Xiaoyang while she looked at Hao Ren, who was in a magnificent stance. Degraded to Gen level, Qin Xiaoyang felt uncomfortable with his natal Dharma treasure, which was made after he had reached Dewey level. He found it quite energy-consuming when he activated it right now. Without Dharma treasures, Hao Ren's sword energies twirled around him, creating wind and blowing his clothes and hair. One was in a terrible situation while the other looked magnificent. The result of the competition seemed obvious before it even began. Hao Ren was undoubtedly the strongest cultivator on Gen level. Cultivating the 5 elemental essence simultaneously and could construct sword array formations, Hao Ren was invincible among his peers. Since he had to absorb 5 kinds of essences, it took him 5 times the effort to advance in levels. However, at the same time, his foundation was 5 times as solid as cultivators who were on his realm. If Hao Ren was also at Kun level, he could kill Qin Xiaoyang with one attack. Move. Hao Ren took a step forward abruptly. With only one step, Hao Ren's fist was already before Qin Xiaoyang. He seemed to have covered a long distance with this single step. When he saw Hao Ren's fist coming toward him like a missile, Qin Xiaoyang raised his arms immediately and tried to block the attack. However, Hao Ren turned in the air and flew over Qin Xiaoyang's head, kicking the latter in the back. A green streak of wood elemental nature essence shot out of Hao Ren's foot, and the strong piercing force of wood elemental nature essence immediately disturbed the meridians in Qin Xiaoyang's upper body. After landing on the platform, Hao Ren bounced up like on a set of springs before punching at Qin Xiaoyang's back with both of his fists. Earth elemental nature essence. Heavy. As if 2 huge iron hammers hit him, Qin Xiaoyang immediately stumbled forward more than 10 steps. Hao Ren didn't have to use his sword array formations. With the fundamental boxing techniques, he forced Qin Xiaoyang into submission. While 5-colored light flashed, Hao Ren's continuous kicks and punches forced Qin Xiaoyang into a corner. Hiss, the black wall suddenly disappeared, and the stage no longer had any protective covers. If Qin Xiaoyang took one more step backward, he would fall down the sky. At the moment, he was tens of thousands of meters from the ground. As he was busy blocking Hao Ren's attacks, Cold sweat broke out all over Qin Xiaoyang's body due to the fear. After inhaling deeply, he unleashed a surge of nature essence and released a sharp metal elemental nature essence beam. While Hao Ren stepped back to dodge it, he instinctively reached out his right hand and caught the beam of metal elemental nature essence. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, absorb. He took the nature essence into his body before launching a palm strike toward Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang took one step forward and smashed his right palm with Hao Ren's. Almost instantly, the expulsion force Hao Ren was using became a sucking force, and Qin Xiaoyang sensed the nature essence in his body pour into Hao Ren's right arm. Alarmed, Qin Xiaoyang immediately withdrew his arm, not daring to make contact with Hao Ren. Yang bracelet, shrink. Lu Linlin shouted. Immediately, the white floor of the competition stage shrunk into a crisscross of lines. With the black outer ring circling the white, intersecting lines, it looked like a giant tennis racket. The thin white lines created many squares with the length of 2 meters. If Hao Ri and Qin Xiaoyang were not careful and stepped into the empty squares, they would fall from second heaven. With sword energies as well as Little White protecting him, Hao Ren wasn't worried. However, cold sweat again broke out all over Qin Xiaoyang's body. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked cute and sweet, but their act was vicious. Since Qin Xiaoyang was now at Gen level, he could barely use the golden weaving shuttle, let alone flying on it. In short, if he fell and Hao Ren didn't catch him, he would die here. Qin Xiaoyang began sweating again. Lu Linlin stood by the stage with clenched fists and yelled, "Mr. Qin, go with your full force." Her encouragement frightened Qin Xiaoyang so much that his legs weakened, and he almost fell. Meanwhile, Hao Ren strengthened his legs and moved his steps carefully. Clap, clap, clap. Hao Ren launched 2 punches at Qin Xiaoyang. Faced with severe danger, Qin Xiaoyang was forced to block each of Hao Ren's attacks one by one. Sitting on Little White's back, Xie Yujia watched the battle anxiously. While she looked down at the white clouds floating beneath them, she was worried for Hao Ren. Bang! After 3 strikes, Hao Ren bumped his knee against Qin Xiaoyang's, and neither of them backed off. They were battling with both physical force and nature essence. Our Gong's battle instinct is getting better, Lu Lily said with a smile. No, I'll make it more difficult for them, Lu Lily said before snapping her fingers. Then, the yang bracelet that was creating the thin white lines shrunk again, turning into many small white circular platforms that were just enough for a foot to step on. Qin Xiaoyang almost cried. With the small circular white platforms at least 2 meters away from each other, it was difficult to get onto them. Furthermore, the small circular white platforms were controlled by the Lu sisters, and Qin Xiaoyang wondered if the platforms would suddenly disappear while he leapt toward them. While he hesitated for half a second, Hao Ren's leg that was empowered by water elemental nature essence wept toward his shoulder. Qin Xiaoyang raised his hands to block it, but he was kicked 2 meters away. He quickly moved his feet and stood on another platform. Although they were both at Gen level, he was no match for Hao Ren. With shining eyes, Hao Ren was treating him as a dummy target. A silent enemy was the worst enemy. As he panicked, Qin Xiaoyang didn't notice that his nature essence was recovering, and the openings on his dragon core were refilled. Now, he had reached Gen level, but he still couldn't defeat Hao Ren who was at Gen level. Bang! Hao Ren solidly kicked on Qin Xiaoyang's chest. Clap! The golden weaving shuttle in Qin Xiaoyang's pocket dropped, and he reached out trying to grab a nearby platform but failed. He fell directly toward first heaven. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily moved together. They kept their speed the same as Qin Xiaoyang's, watching him from both sides while he fell with his head down. Beauties! Help! Qin Xiaoyang yelled. Sister, he called us beauties. Lu Lily glanced at Lu Linlin and said. I don't like it. Find another one, Lu Linlin said. Heroes! Heroes! Qin Xiaoyang yelled again. He was gaining speed in his fall. If he fell below first heaven, the consequences would be. I don't like heroes, either, Lu Linlin said in a measured tone. At the same falling speed, they rested their hands upon their chins, seeming to be thinking. Savior! Savior! Qin Xiaoyang yelled again. Will you make trouble for Gongzi Hao in the future? Lu Linlin grabbed his ear and asked. Never, never. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head like a rattledrum. The wind blew around him. At this falling speed, he would surely die if he fell to the ground despite his gen-level cultivation strength. Did Gongzi Hao come out of fifth heaven? Lu Lili asked. No, no, I saw nothing, Qin Xiaoyang almost screamed. By now, the boundary of first heaven could be seen. You may live, but you will be punished. Lu Lili casually put a red energy sphere around him. Then, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stopped descending. 2 seconds later, an earth-shaking sound came from the ground as if a huge crater exploded into a small hill. Then, Lu Linlin caught the golden weaving shuttle falling from second heaven. 3 seconds later, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia came to their side on Little White's back. Where is Qin Xiaoyang? Hao Ren asked them. He's alive, and his cultivation strength will gradually come back. Lu Linlin flew to Hao Ren and waved the small golden weaving shuttle at him. Reward. Well, I'll put it away. Hao Ren put the golden weaving shuttle into his necklace. For some unknown reason, he felt refreshed all over after the fight with Qin Xiaoyang. Beep. Hao Ren's cell phone began to ring. Hao Ren realized that they were now on first heaven and took out his cell phone. Ren, your mom and I will attend an important banquet tonight. You can go home and have dinner with your grandma. Hao Zhonghua's resonant voice came through his cell phone. Chapter 358. Praising Z. Okay. I got it, Hao Ren answered. Where are you? How come it sounds so windy through the phone? Hao Zhonghua asked. I'm behind the library, and there's a vent nearby, Hao Ren hurried to explain. They were on the top of first heaven, which was almost 2,000 meters above the ground. With planes coming and going, it was undoubtedly quite windy. Anyway, your mom and I won't come back for dinner tonight. Hao Zhonghua hung up. Hao Ren put away his cell phone and put up a red energy sphere around him before riding Little White toward the East Ocean University. When Qin Xiaoyang climbed out from the crater with a black face, Zhao Horan, who was in a suit, was sitting in the armchair in the CEO's office on the top floor of the headquarters of the Mingri Group with a cup of coffee in his hand, glancing at the news on Wall Street Journal. The Mingri Group's funds were behind some of the recent international financial activities. Since the group went abroad, it had become one of the main force behind the curtain of the global financial market. Since Zhao Horan was leading that group, Zhao Guang didn't even know about it since he was only in charge of the domestic businesses. It was ridiculous and suicidal for the West Ocean Dragon Palace to attack the business of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. After finishing the last page of the paper, Zhao Horan tossed it onto the desk and turned to Zhao Guang, who was sitting on the couch by the wall. You've contacted them all? Yes, we have, Zhao Guang answered. Zhao Horan didn't reply. He picked up another newspaper, Financial Times, and began reading. The elders had personally gone abroad to buy the papers for him since Zhao Horan was used to reading newspapers while drinking coffee each morning. Knock. 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 The measured knocking came from the door, showing that the person on the other side of the door was afraid to disturb Zhao Horan. Come in. Zhao Horan said without looking up. Elder Lu and Elder Sun walked in. Zhao Horan put the newspaper on his lap and sipped his coffee. Speak. Your Majesty, the South Ocean Dragon Clan took the notice of war and didn't give an answer, Elder Lu said. Your Majesty, the North Ocean Dragon Clan also took the notice of war and didn't give an answer, Elder Sun reported. Okay. Zhao Horan nodded with no expression. Elder Lu and Elder Sun exchanged a look while Zhao Guang, who was sitting on the couch, had a grim expression on his face. Accepting the notices of war meant that they had taken the challenge issued by the East Ocean Dragon Clan. If they sent acceptances of war back to the East Ocean Dragon Clan in a day or so, the war would begin. However, the notices of war had been issued, and it was impossible to withdraw them. Despite all this, Zhao Horan sipped his coffee before lowering his head to continue reading the newspaper. Without further instructions, Elder Lu and Elder Sun stood still. They looked like they were in their 50s and 60s, but their physical strengths were more exceptional than athletes and could stand there all day long. However, the situation. After more than 10 minutes passed, Zhao Horan was still reading the newspaper. In the spacious office, the only sound was the rustling of the newspaper. Wah! Zhao Guang stood up from the couch abruptly and hurried toward the door. Where are you going? Zhao Horan looked up at Zhao Guang and asked. Father, I need to make arrangements. Since Brother Kuo is not in the Dragon Palace, I'll lead the generals, Zhao Guang answered. He sounded a little displeased. He wasn't happy with Zhao Horan's iron-handedness and the current attitude. When did I tell you to leave? Zhao Horan looked at Zhao Guang casually and said. Zhao Guang refrained from retorting. Elder Lu, elder son, sit down, Zhao Horan said to them. The two elders walked to the chairs in the office and sat down uneasily. In fact, they wanted to hurry back to the Dragon Palace to inform people of the situation and get prepared. Zhao Guang stood where he was, not knowing what to do. You deserve to be punished for your failure in disciplining Z. Zhao Horan looked at Zhao Guang sternly. Stand. You're not allowed to sit. With that, he lowered his head and sipped the coffee before him while continuing reading the newspaper. Sitting in the chairs, Elder Lu and Elder Sun looked at Zhao Guang, who stood in the middle of the office, and felt a little embarrassed for him. However, it was the old Dragon King's order. While time ticked on, Zhao Guang was burning with impatience, and the two elders were also fidgeting with unease. Meanwhile, Zhao Horan flipped through the newspapers and poured himself another cup of coffee. The sun rose to the top of the sky above the Mingri Group's headquarters before descending in the west. Zhao Guang didn't move a muscle while standing in the office for a whole day, and Elder Lu and Elder Sun sat stiffly in their chairs. Zhao Horan began to doze off at noon as if nothing was happening. Knock. 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 Cautious knocking sounded at the door. Come in. Zhao Horan opened his eyes and said. A secretary walked in. Mr. Chairman, the Black Tortoise Group called us today. They will resume the oil development project that had been paused last week. They said the funds have arrived, and the project can continue. The Vermilion Bird Group called us around the same time and said they would make plans for the new port project that had been put on hold. Zhao Guang turned to look at the secretary at the door. Did they call us on the phone? Yes, Mr. Chairman. They called almost at the same time, and I came here to report as soon as I confirmed the information, the secretary answered respectfully. The Black Tortoise Group and the Vermilion Bird Group respectively represented the on-land businesses of the North Ocean Dragon Clan and the South Ocean Dragon Clan. People in the business circle knew that these two groups were close allies and did things together. In fact, besides their alliance in business, they were also allies in the Dragon Tribe. Different from the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan, the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan were comparatively weak in strength and wealth, which was why they had allied with each other. Obviously, before the calls, they had consulted with each other. The softening in business showed their weakening in strategy regarding their attitude toward the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Through their actions, they expressed their unwillingness to be rivals of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. In other words, they didn't want to get involved in the conflict between East Ocean and West Ocean and suffer losses. In the last 2 days, the overseas funds of Mingri Group surged in and began acquiring the businesses and companies under Conqueror Group, which were controlled by the West Ocean Dragon Clan. If the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan continued supporting the West Ocean Dragon Clan, the fire would soon spread to their territories. The West Ocean Dragon Clan was declining while the East Ocean Dragon Clan suddenly became tough, willing to wage an official war. In this crucial moment, South Ocean and North Ocean had finally understood the situation. Okay. Zhao Guang waved his hand. The secretary silently backed out of the office. Elder Lu, Elder Sun, Zhao Horan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Lu and Elder Sun stood up in high spirit. The two of you go to the West Ocean Dragon Clan immediately, Zhao Horan said. The two elders froze and waited for Zhao Horan to continue. Send the notice of war to Zeng Xin, Zhao Horan continued. Zeng Xin was the real name of Oldman Zeng, who was just a junior in front of Zhao Horan. When Zhao Horan was sweeping over the world, Zeng Xin was only an errand boy. Oldman Zeng was proud because he was a powerful senior member of the Dragon Tribe. However, before Zhao Horan, the leader of the Dragon Tribe in the Great War several hundred years ago, he was nothing. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Lu and Elder Sun took the order. In fact, they were surprised that Zhao Horan wouldn't stop even though the crisis had ended. He planned to give a heavy blow to the West Ocean Dragon Clan. With this casual order from Zhao Horan, the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan had now become official enemies. However, the situation had changed, and Elder Lu and Elder Sun were now confident. They walked out of the office with energy. Well, if Zhao Kuo is here, the situation wouldn't have come to this state, Zhao Horan said with a little sigh. Zhao Guang stood where he was and remained silent. Although his temperament was different from Zhao Kuo's, they were brothers, and he missed Zhao Kuo very much. He wondered where his brother was. Meanwhile, in Class 2 of Grade 8 at Lingjiao Middle School, the class advisor, Luo Ying, was standing on the teaching platform and lecturing the students about the upcoming final exams. It's only half a month away from the final exams, and you must all work harder. Those who did well in the midterm exams shouldn't slack, and those who lagged behind in the midterm exams must put in more effort to raise your rankings. Don't think that you can relax and play after the final exams. After all, after this summer break, you will be in grade 9, facing high school entrance exams. The students in the classroom sat up straight, not daring to show any inattention while Luo Ying was giving a lecture. Just released from the Dragon Palace, Zhao Yanzi had finally returned to school. With her hands behind her back, she sat very straight as well. After Luo Ying's lengthy lecture, all the students relaxed and began packing up their bags when Luo Ying suddenly said, "One more thing. I want to give special recognition to Zhao Yanzi." The students were surprised since they knew that in Luo Ying's eyes, Zhao Yanzi was a poor student who always caused trouble. Zhao Yanzi's eyes widened in surprise as well. Zhao Yanzi had taken sick leave for a few days and just returned to school. However, the day before she was sick, she was on cleaning duty, and she did an excellent job. Luo Ying said with sincere appreciation and clapped her hands. The students followed suit and applauded. Zhao Yanzi blushed, remembering that Hao Ren had helped her to do the cleaning. "I hope you will all stay for a while and watch how Zhao Yanzi cleans the classroom. We must all learn from her," Luo Ying continued. Clap. Another wave of applause sounded. Zhao Yanzi's face turned from pink to white. "Hao Ren, you jerk," Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth in frustration. Chapter 359. High-End Banquet. The golden sun was shining brightly in the sky. When the day's classes ended, Hao Ren went back to his dorm to put down his books before meeting Xie Yujia at the girls' dorm and going back home together. Ren, are you from a family that is worth tens of millions of yuan?" Zhou Liren chased after him and asked. "No." Hao Ren answered him with exasperation. "Yu Rong told us the Bentley that appeared worth more than 10 million yuan, is it true? Hey, we are good buddies. Can I go to your home and have a look?" Zhou Liren chased him downstairs and continued. "If you go to my home and find out that my parents are Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang who came to give lectures in our school, you will be even more surprised," Hao Ren thought to himself. He quickened his steps and dashed to the first floor. "Damn! Why do you run so fast? Are you flying?" Zhou Liren steadied himself by holding the rail and couldn't catch up with Hao Ren. Hao Ren was dashing out of the dorm building when he saw a huge black object blocking the entrance. In the setting sun, the Bentley looked exceptionally majestic. Hao Ren stopped running so he wouldn't crash into the door of the Bentley. "Gongzi Hao, you are invited to attend the banquet hosted by the mayor." A middle-aged chauffeur who was wearing white gloves stood beside the car door and said respectfully. Zhou Liren now caught up with Hao Ren. After hearing the words, his jaw dropped so much that 2 eggs could be squeezed into his wide-open mouth. Who else will attend?" Hao Ren froze for a moment before asking. "The old Dragon King and Ms. Z," the chauffeur answered while slightly lowering his head. Zhao Yanzi was finally released from the Dragon Palace, Hao Ren thought to himself. "The banquet will begin in half an hour, so we must hurry," the chauffeur continued. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. After a moment of thinking, he asked, "Can I bring someone with me?" "It's a banquet held in the city hall. I'm afraid you can't bring other guests," the chauffeur answered. "Then I can't bring Xie Yujia with me." While he was pondering this, Xie Yujia walked toward Hao Ren's dorm building with her bag on her back. Hao Ren strode towards her. "Zi's grandpa asked me to attend a banquet. I'm afraid I can't go back with you to have dinner with grandma." Glancing at the Bentley at the entrance of the dorm building, Xie Yujia smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll go back and have dinner with her then." Hao Ren looked at her apologetically. Zi's grandpa just returned from abroad. "It's okay. You must try to please the elders." Xie Yujia smiled again. "I'll head off then." Hao Ren turned and asked the chauffeur, "Can you drop her off at my home after driving me to the banquet?" "Yes, I can," the chauffeur answered politely. "Good." Hao Ren pulled Xie Yujia into the car. Standing at the entrance of the dorm building, Zhou Liren looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia in a daze. Watching the Bentley driving toward the gate of the dorm area, Zhou Liren woke from his daze. "Damn. You are mean. I want to sit in the 10 million yuan Bentley and feel the difference." When the Bentley drove out of the dorm area, it attracted many girls' attention. Fortunately, the unique car windows blocked their views. Otherwise, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia would be the main topic of their gossip. Xie Yujia planned to take a bus back. When Hao Ren pulled her into the car and asked the chauffeur to drop her off, she felt a little awkward and a little touched as well. "What kind of person is Zhao Yanzi's grandpa?" Xie Yujia asked. "Well, he's an old man with great dignity," Hao Ren answered her after a moment of thinking. "Is he also a member of the dragon tribe?" Xie Yujia asked quietly. "Yeah." Hao Ren nodded and added silently, "and a strong man with intense murderous spirit. Today, I made copies of all the notes of the courses we have together. I've crossed off the unnecessary parts, so you'll pass if you review these notes." Xie Yujia dug out some papers from her bag and showed them to Hao Ren. "Thanks a lot." Hao Ren smiled at her. "It's nothing." Xie Yujia gave him a light punch before putting the papers back in her bag. "I'll take them home and put them on your desk. You should read them when you have time, and the exams shouldn't be a problem for you." "Okay. Okay." Hao Ren nodded. With Xie Yujia, the super excellent student, helping him with his final review, Hao Ren didn't worry about failing the exams. He had more time to cultivate. After all, Xie Yujia was fully supporting him. The car arrived at the entrance of the city hall. Hao Ren got off the car and asked the chauffeur to drive Xie Yujia home before passing the security check at the gate. Then, he walked toward the city hall. The city hall was blazing with bright golden lights. Hao Ren quickly passed the special security check at the door since he had nothing on him but his cell phone, keys, and wallet. In the hall, the mayor of East Ocean City was warmly greeting high-profile businesspeople including Zhao Guang and Zhao Horan. Zhao Guang looked quite dashing in his silver suit, and Zhao Horan's black suit was better than Zhao Guang's both in design and fabric. The deputy mayor, Huang Zuji's father, was present, but he had no chance to speak at this event. All he could do was smile and greet others. Hao Ren looked around and saw Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang being surrounded by a group of people in the center of the hall. "Uncle!" A clear voice sounded behind him. Hao Ren turned and saw Zhao Yanzi in a long red dress, standing with Zhao Hongyu at the entrance. She glared at him, wrinkling her nose. "Ren, here you are." Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren. "Yeah. Hello, Auntie." Hao Ren hurried to greet her. "Why are you standing at the entrance? Come in with me." Zhao Hongyu took his wrist and brought him into the hall as if he was one of her family members. Walking on the other side of Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at him. If she didn't need to demonstrate how to clean the classroom before her classmates, she would have been here earlier. However, for some unknown reason, she was pleased to see Hao Ren anyway. Long red dress, white stockings, and a pair of high-heeled shoes made her look vivacious and pretty. Only a few kids could attend today's event. Even Huang Zuji, the son of the deputy mayor, was not qualified to enter. Only the kids of prominent figures could come. While Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walked into the hall with the famous architect, Zhao Hongyu, they caught everyone's attention. That girl is Zhao Hongyu's daughter, and her father is the CEO and chairman of Mingri Group. Some businessmen began to talk among themselves. "Who's the young man on the left? He seems to be the son of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, but he doesn't like showing his face at public occasions. The two families are very close." When Hao Zonghua took the position of the head of the Ocean Research Institute, Zhao Guang donated 100 million yuan as its research fund. They must have known each other before that. A few days ago, when Mingri Group was in a crisis, Hao Zonghua called his friends to help the group out of difficulty. It seems that the Conqueror Group has somehow offended Mingri Group. In the past couple of days, Mingri Group has brought back an acquisition team from the US, and it has been trying everything to cut off the business chain of Conqueror Group. It's at the request of Mingri Group that the mayor hosted this banquet, and the aim is to restore the influence and reputation of Mingri Group in the region. I think Conqueror Group is no match for Mingri Group. We'd better stand with Mingri Group, or we will be bought by it one day, one of the businessmen said cautiously. While they were talking, Zhao Hongyu took Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to Zhao Guang and Zhao Horan. Grandpa. Zhao Yanzi looked up and greeted Zhao Horan in a low voice. After his return from abroad, Zhao Horan had been staying in the Mingri Group's headquarter day and night, issuing orders. At the same time, Zhao Yanzi was grounded in the Dragon Palace. This was the first time that the grandpa and granddaughter met. Zhao Horan replied coldly. Zhao Horan didn't show any fondness toward Zhao Yanzi, a lazy cultivator who was almost 1,000 years younger and even lost her natal dragon core. Discouraged, Zhao Yanzi stepped back to stand behind Zhao Hongyu. Seeing Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's arrival, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang disengaged themselves from their acquaintances and walked toward Zhao Hongyu and her group. Good evening, Mr. Hao. Yu Yang. Zhao Hongyu stepped forward to greet them. In her beautiful dress and matching pieces of jewelry, Zhao Hongyu looked very elegant. Good evening, Hongyu, Mr. Zhao. Yu Yang nodded at Zhao Hongyu politely and greeted them with a smile. This is my father, Zhao Horan, Zhao Guang introduced his father. Nice to meet you. Hao Zonghua reached out his right hand graciously. As one of the significant figures who were behind the scenes in the U.S. financial market, Zhao Horan looked dignified even when he remained silent. He lifted his hand and shook hands with Hao Zonghua. This mortal is quite extraordinary, Zhao Horan thought to himself after seeing Hao Zonghua not being suppressed by his aura. He looked toward Yu Yang who was standing by Hao Zonghua's side and found her also quite unique with her bright eyes and elegant temperament. At this moment, another guest walked in. It was the world-famous painter, Qin Shaoyang, who was dressed in a casual purple suit. Chapter 360. Zi's reappearance. There was a 3 cm long scar on Qin Shaoyang's left ear. Yet, because of his long hair, the injury wasn't noticeable. Mr. Qin, the mayor quickly greeted Qin Shaoyang. If Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were known as the leading figures in East Ocean science community, then Qin Shaoyang would be known as the most significant person in East Ocean's art community. Leaders and talented people were needed to develop a city's economy and reputation. Therefore, it was a must for the mayor to greet Qin Shaoyang personally because of the latter's popularity within the art community. Qin Shaoyang cracked a charming smile as he shook the mayor's hand. However, his wound hurt a little as he smiled. This Qin Shaoyang, didn't he become the associate dean of the arts program in your university? Hao Zonghua asked Hao Ren. Dad, you know him? Hao Ren asked. Not really. I have seen him a few times before at a few events. There was one time when your mom and I received an award overseas. He was one of the guests, Hao Zonghua said. It isn't necessary to be too close to him, Hao Ren advised immediately. Because of Hao Zonghua's status, he would definitely be able to meet people like Qin Shaoyang. In turn, Qin Shaoyang could also get in touch with Hao Zonghua in some ways. At this moment, Hao Ren worried about Qin Shaoyang getting close to his family. However, Hao Ren was also confident that if Qin Shaoyang dared to harm his family, even if the Dragon God Shrine were supporting the latter, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. This man is very talented, but we are in 2 different circles after all. Hao Zonghua smiled. Although he had friends who were in the art circle, he had no intention of getting close to Qin Shaoyang. I have been to his art exhibition once. A few of his paintings are quite unforgettable, Yu Yang said. Sister Yu, you like paintings as well? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile while she took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter. Sometimes. I usually just go and see them when I get tickets from my friends. Hongyu, you should care about arts more than I do, right? Yu Yang tilted her head a little bit and asked Zhao Hongyu casually. Since Yu Yang decided to stay in East Ocean City, the relationship between the 2 moms became closer and closer. They even regretted not meeting sooner. While the 2 of them were talking to each other happily, Hao Zonghua and Zhao Guang started talking about the developments of their career and businesses. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren looked at each other. Then, Zhao Yanzi pouted and snorted. She ran to the food area to pick the freshest strawberries. Oh ho ho, the big boss of Mingri Group, Mr. Zhao. After some small talk with the mayor, Qin Shaoyang smiled and walked toward Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang was a well-respected man in East Ocean City, and Qin Shaoyang was also considered an important figure of the city. Since Qin Shaoyang was also an inspector, Zhao Guang couldn't offend him openly. Therefore, Zhao Guang reached out and pretended to be nice. "Mr. Qin, I've heard so much about you. Mr. Zhao's business is growing bigger and bigger. I haven't had the time to visit you since I came to East Ocean City." Qin Shaoyang shook Zhao Guang's right hand with both of his hands as he appeared to be very sincere. "Oh, this must be the widely known Mr. Hao and Mrs. Yu," Qin Shaoyang said as if he was surprised to see Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang next to Zhao Guang. "Hello." Hao Zonghua reached out his hand. Hao Ren, who was standing next to Hao Zonghua, looked at Qin Shaoyang vigilantly. If Qin Shaoyang tried to do anything harmful to Hao Zonghua, Hao Ren would attack immediately. Fortunately, Qin Shaoyang only shook Hao Zonghua's hand casually and then let go immediately. However, the inspector immediately saw Hao Ren's nervousness. Hao Ren clenched his fist instantly. He saw the threat and mockery in Qin Shaoyang's eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy and sharp force flew past Hao Ren. Done! 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 Qin Shaoyang, who just shook Hao Zonghua's hand, suddenly took 5 steps back. Wah! Also, a champagne tower 10 meters away from Qin Shaoyang shattered and collapsed. The sudden change shocked everyone in the banquet hall. "It's okay. It's nothing. Just an accident." The mayor, who oversaw the event, immediately raised his arms and yelled. With the arrival of the cleaners, the banquet hall quieted down slowly. "Mr. Qin, nice to meet you." Zhao Horan's cold and harsh voice suddenly appeared behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren stepped aside as Zhao Horan showed himself. Qin Shaoyang looked at white-haired Zhao Horan. Suddenly, a chill struck his spine. Based on that force, Zhao Horan could have killed me instantly. Qin Shaoyang immediately made the correct judgment. "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" Hao Zonghua asked. "Nothing, I'm okay, I slipped," Qin Shaoyang said while he was wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue. He was planning to get some information from East Ocean by attending this event. However, he was deterred by Zhao Horan. If he were to act rashly at this event, this old Dragon King would strike without hesitation. At this moment, Zhao Yanzi held a plate full of fresh strawberries as she walked around the puddle of champagne and headed toward Hao Ren. Qin Shaoyang took a closer look at Zhao Yanzi and almost doubted his own eyesight. How come this Zhao Yanzi, who lost her dragon core, suddenly has the aura of a cultivator, and it seems like she has reached the foundation establishment realm, he thought. Within a few days, 85 openings turned into 98 openings. Not bad, Zhao Horan said flatly. Qin Shaoyang looked at Zhao Yanzi and then at Hao Ren, who was next to her. Finally, he understood the situation. Within the time of a few days, Hao Ren's dragon core had obtained several more openings. What a terrifying rate of progress. After Zhao Guang heard Zhao Horan's comment, he was stunned as he looked at Hao Ren as well. Zhao Horan had been cultivating for over 1,000 years and had reached top-tier Qian level. It was a piece of cake for him to see through Hao Ren's cultivation progress. Since he said that Hao Ren now had 98 openings, then it would definitely be true. What into 98? Yu Yang asked Zhao Hongyu quietly. That's some sort of index. Zhao Hongyu didn't know how to explain it either. Yu Yang nodded and didn't ask further. On the other hand, Qin Shaoyang, who remained standing in the same spot, suddenly understood everything. Zhao Horan thought highly of Hao Ren's potential, and that was why he decided to protect the latter at all cost. He was giving Qin Shaoyang a warning when he unleashed that violent force. Hao Ren is part of East Ocean, including his family. They are all under the protection of East Ocean. Whoever dares to harm Hao Ren and his family will face only one thing: death. That was the message Zhao Horan was conveying. Qin Shaoyang quietly took a few steps back and held his own hands awkwardly. I have some friends over there, excuse me. He quickly walked to the corner of the banquet hall. He was staggering a little. This Qin Shaoyang. What a nuisance, Zhao Yanzi muttered as she lifted the plate to Hao Ren's face. Yo, take some strawberries. I picked them out, and they are all very sweet. Hao Ren smiled as he took a toothpick from the plate and poked at a strawberry. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yanzi suddenly moved the plate and laughed. Haha, just kidding. These are not for you. She took a gorgeous turn and ran to Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. "Uncle, auntie, these strawberries are for you." "Ha ha, Z is so lovely." Hao Zonghua patted Zhao Yanzi's head as he was delighted. Hao Ren held the toothpick in his hand and felt a little helpless. Zhao Yanzi was showing filial respect to everyone with the strawberries, and the edges of her long dress swung left and right as she ran around as if she was a red butterfly. Once the strawberries were all taken, she ran toward the food area again. Yu Yang started to like Zhao Yanzi more and more as her eyes were filled with joy. "Ren, do you want to come and learn something at my studio this weekend?" Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked Hao Ren. "I am quite busy recently." Hao Ren was about to reply before Yu Yang suddenly interrupted. "He won't be able to go this weekend because Zonghua is planning to take him and Z out on a field trip." Hao Zonghua sighed. He hadn't even expressed his opinion, and Yu Yang already decided for him. Yu Yang made it evident that she wanted to treat Zhao Yanzi as her future daughter-in-law, and there was nothing Hao Zonghua could do about it. "Since we are talking about this, I still haven't thanked you for letting Hao Ren learn at your studio," Yu Yang continued. "Not a problem. Ren is very talented. He will do great in the future," Zhao Hongyu kindly replied. "Z is great too, calming and lively." The two moms complimented each other's kid one by one while Hao Zonghua looked at Hao Ren with a powerless expression. On the other hand, Hao Ren looked away and saw Zhao Yanzi devouring the fresh fruits at the food area. He broke out in a cold sweat. "This girl, she has only been grounded for 10 days at the Dragon Palace. Now, she acts like a hungry wolf once released, really not afraid of getting fat at all." "Where is Kongming, by the way?" Yu Yang, who was happily chatting with Zhao Hongyu, suddenly asked. "Zhen Kongming?" Hao Ren asked, surprised. "Yeah. Your dad picked him up from school and brought him along," Yu Yang replied. Hao Ren's eyes immediately scanned the room and noticed a little girl who was dressed in a school uniform and stood beside the mayor. The boy who was also dressed in a school uniform and stood beside her was Zhen Kongming. The little girl was cute and quiet. At a young age, she already gave people the feeling that she was a girl from a respectable family. "Who is that little girl?" Hao Ren asked Yu Yang immediately. "Oh, that's the mayor's daughter, Wu Luoxue. She goes to the same elementary school as Kongming, and she happens to be in the class that was beside his. Because your dad is close to the mayor, he conveniently brought her along as well." Yu Yang looked toward where Hao Ren pointed at and replied. "Ah." Hao Ren immediately felt like something was stuck in his throat. Zhen Kongming was trying to stay close to the little girl. Yet that girl was keeping a distance from him and stood quietly beside her dad, the mayor. Clearly, Zhen Kongming had unrequited love toward her. Although Wu Luoxue is very quiet, she is already at level 6 in piano. She can also play the violin, dance, draw. She can almost do everything, Yu Yang said. After hearing this, Hao Ren couldn't help but look toward Zhao Yanzi, who was in the fruit area. He saw some words hanging above Zhao Yanzi's head. Piano, big red cross. Violin, big red cross. Dancing, big red cross. Drawing, big red cross. Personality, big red cross. Hao Ren then looked past the fruit area and saw the vice principal of East Ocean University, Lu Qing, appearing at the front door. Lu Qing looked around a few times before immediately rushing toward Hao Ren's direction. He approached Zhao Guang and said something quietly. Zhao Guang's expression instantly changed. Chapter 361. What to Love and What to Hate. Since Hao Ren was standing near Zhao Guang, he was able to hear Lu Qing's words. The message that turned Zhao Guang's face pale was, "The West Ocean Dragon Clan officially declared war." Without the support of the two prominent allies, South Ocean and North Ocean, along with the turning of the other small dragon clans, the West Ocean Dragon Clan was left with no room to retreat. Zhao Guang didn't want to start a war. All he could do was to deliver this message to Zhao Horan. Yet, Zhao Horan's facial expression did not change a bit, as if he knew this was going to happen. He nodded slightly. "Principal Lu, how come you're late?" The mayor, who was busy greeting the guests, walked over immediately. That stunning little girl, Wu Luoxue, followed her dad and walked over, followed by Zhen Kongming. "I was quite busy today. That's why I'm a bit late," Lu Qing smiled and replied. Publicly, the Mingri Group was the biggest donor to the East Ocean University and held a seat in the board of directors of the school. Therefore, it was normal that Lu Qing was close to Zhao Guang. "How come manager's son is still not here?" the mayor asked Lu Qing. The mayor was talking about elder son, Sun Yun, who was also the boss of Starlight Hotel and the founder of the Sun Yun martial art dojos that had spread across the world. People who were in this upper-class circle knew that Lu Qing and Sun Yun were good friends. Also, both of them were close to the CEO and chairman of Mingri Group, Zhao Guang. Many buildings at the East Ocean University were built and funded by Mingri Group, and Sun Yun's martial art dojos and hotels were seemingly financed by the Mingri Group as well. "Manager's son has to deal with some urgent matters. It seems that he won't be able to make it today," Lu Qing replied. "That's unfortunate. Principal Lu, please enjoy yourself to the fullest." The mayor waved at Lu Qing. As the mayor slowly walked away, Wu Luoxue, who was holding a can of Sprite, followed and walked away. Zhen Kongming, holding a glass of water, followed behind as well. After Hao Ren looked at Wu Luoxue carefully, he realized that she was, in fact, more beautiful than a doll. It seemed like the reason why Zhen Kongming wasn't interested in any other girls was that this girl took his heart. Elder son has returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to deploy troops for battle. Lu Qing moved closer to Zhao Guang and said quietly after the mayor walked away. Of course, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang weren't going to find out about what Lu Qing and Zhao Guang were discussing. They held each other's hand and greeted other people they knew in the banquet hall. Zhao Yanzi was holding a plate full of cantaloupe when she went back to Hao Ren's side happily. However, she realized that Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had moved to somewhere else. Of course, the West Ocean Dragon Clan is going to react like that, Zhao Horan said firmly. Lu Qing immediately looked toward the old Dragon King, and Hao Ren's attention was engaged as well. "Zheng Xin's grandson, Zheng Yitao, is now captured by me," Zhao Horan said slowly. Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Lu Qing, and Hao Ren looked at Zhao Horan in shock. Zhao Yanzi was the only one that continued to eat the cantaloupe in her plate. Then, she saw everyone's stunned expression and didn't know what was going on since she didn't hear what Zhao Horan said. "I will lock him in the East Ocean Dragon Palace and then attack the West Ocean Dragon Palace with 10 times the force," Zhao Horan said calmly. The West Ocean Dragon Clan placed Zheng Yitao in East Ocean City simply to anger the East Ocean Dragon Clan. With Zhao Horan's temper, he would not allow that to happen. With the Crown Prince in Zhao Horan's hands, the West Ocean Dragon Clan only had two choices: surrender or war. In the past, it was the West Ocean Dragon Clan that was secretly bullying the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Since the table had turned, East Ocean was explicitly targeting West Ocean, and there was nothing they could do about it. With the support of the South Ocean and North Ocean, Oldman Zheng placed Zheng Yitao in the East Ocean City and thought that East Ocean wouldn't dare to do anything about it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Horan returned to the country. Essentially, West Ocean just sent a captive to East Ocean for nothing. Zhao Guang couldn't be compared to Zhao Horan in terms of dominance and determination. Within one day, the North and South Ocean Dragon Clan were forced to back off. One day later, a full-scale war was declared against the West Ocean Dragon Clan. At the very moment, Hao Ren admired Zhao Horan greatly. This old man dares to do anything, even locking up Zheng Yitao and testing West Ocean Dragon Clan's limit. But that's, Zhao Hongyu was concerned. The East Ocean Dragon Clan suddenly detained the Prince of West Ocean Dragon Clan who was studying in the city. That sounded a bit. Ha! Zhao Horan walked toward the front door. An awkward expression immediately appeared on Zhao Hongyu's face. "What's going on with Zheng Yitao?" Zhao Yanzi looked up and asked Zhao Hongyu. "He's locked up by your grandpa." Zhao Hongyu tried to say it calmly. "Yes. That's great. That jerk should be locked up." After hearing the news, Zhao Yanzi was thrilled and almost started jumping. When she returned to school today, she was furious to find that Zheng Yitao had been transferred back to her school. In addition, he went to the middle school department, asked her about the engagement, and triggered heated discussions in other nearby classes. She had no choice but to use the strength of her foundation establishment realm and throw pencils at him, forcing Zheng Yitao, whose cultivation progress was destroyed, to retreat. Just when Zhao Yanzi started worrying about being bothered by Zheng Yitao in the future, her grandpa captured Zheng Yitao. How could she not be thrilled about it? Compared to Zheng Yitao, Zhao Yanzi suddenly felt like Hao Ren was a caring and kind guy who always made her happy. I just talked to your auntie Yu Yang. You should go back with Hao Ren tonight, Zhao Hongyu said to Zhao Yanzi. Mom. Not sure what she thought that meant, her cheeks immediately turned red. Auntie Yu Yang will take you guys on a small trip tomorrow, Zhao Hongyu continued. Oh. Zhao Yanzi's expression changed. Oh, idiot, 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 Zhao Yanzi thought. What am I thinking? Oh. Hao Ren coughed. He misheard Zhao Hongyu's words as well. In reality, Zhao Hongyu wanted Zhao Yanzi to stay at Hao Ren's place not only because of the trip, but mainly because Zhao Guang and she had to go back to the Dragon Palace to maintain and control the overall situation. They could not leave Zhao Yanzi in an empty house and didn't want to bring her back to the Dragon Palace. Zhao Yanzi never liked the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Also, since the war was coming, the East Ocean Dragon Palace would most likely be one of the main battlefields where the West Ocean Dragon clan would send their armies. Ren, if you have nothing to do here, you and Z can go back first, Zhao Hongyu said. Sure. Hao Ren replied immediately. If it weren't because of Zhao Horan sending a car to pick him up from school, he would never attend these kinds of events. The reason why Zhao Horan wished to see him was probably that he wanted to see Hao Ren's cultivation progress. Zhao Yanzi stuffed the cantaloupes in her mouth as she seemed to be unwilling to part with the high-quality fruits at the event. However, she was not interested in this event where all the East Ocean city's elites gathered together. She put 2 more pieces of cantaloupe in her mouth hurriedly and waved at Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang who were chatting with their friends. Then, she followed Hao Ren to the front door. Hey! Hey! Slow down. Since Zhao Yanzi was wearing leather high heels and a long dress, she wasn't able to walk fast. She couldn't help but yell at Hao Ren who walked directly out the door after she swallowed the pieces of cantaloupe. Hao Ren walked to the road and waved at a taxi. Zhao Yanzi rushed toward Hao Ren, tripping and falling into Hao Ren's arms. So careless, Hao Ren looked down and said to her, "Bah." Zhao Yanzi made a funny face and suddenly punched Hao Ren in his chest. The power of the Foundation establishment realm was much greater than her previous strength. Zhao Yanzi's punch could have punched a hole in a tree. Even though Hao Ren was able to bear her strength, his chest still felt a little tight. He grabbed her hands and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's all because of you. I didn't ask you to clean that well for me. I had to demonstrate today. And from now on, I have to clean as good as you every time," Zhao Yanzi said angrily. Hao Ren was baffled as he already forgot about that small incident. However, Zhao Yanzi, who was leaning on Hao Ren, was releasing a slight fragrance. Apparently, Zhao Hongyu had dressed her up carefully before coming to this event. "Did you put makeup on?" Hao Ren looked down at her and asked. "Makeup? Never." Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and broke free from Hao Ren's arms before she got in the taxi. "This girl, she is more beautiful than before. Is it because she started cultivating?" Hao Ren couldn't help but smile. He then got in the taxi and gave the driver the address. The taxi was driving toward the house by the sea. Under the streetlights that were flashing by, Zhao Yanzi looked like the most exceptional sculpture created by the most talented artists. There was not a single flaw with her perfect facial features. "Did my grandpa say anything to you?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned her head. "He seemed fine," Hao Ren replied. "What do you mean by fine? Was he mean to you?" Zhao Yanzi continued to ask. "He was all right, not as mean as you." "You?" Zhao Yanzi pouted for a second. Then, she calmed down and said, "He's like that all the time, mean to everyone. I have to visit him in the US every summer, but I'm a little scared of him." "He is like your third uncle," Hao Ren said. "My third uncle is not as mean." Mentioning this, Zhao Yanzi looked out the window and murmured, "I don't know where he is right now." As Zhao Yanzi started missing her uncle, Hao Ren suddenly missed Zhao Kuo as well. Under First Heaven, perhaps there were only 2 people who practiced the light-splitting sword shadow technique. One of them was Hao Ren, and the other one was Zhao Kuo. "If my uncle is here, my pocket money would double," Zhao Yanzi added sadly. Bang! Hao Ren smacked his head on the car window. "Huh, but that's okay. Grandpa must have locked Zheng Yitao in a cell inside the Dragon Palace. I should go there and mess with him when I have the chance. Life is still fun after all." Zhao Yanzi suddenly became happy again. Hao Ren took in a deep breath. He suddenly felt like his future would be miserable if he didn't start speeding up his cultivation progress. Chapter 362. I'm proud. Russell. When the taxi drove along the road by the ocean, the rain suddenly surged from the black shoreline toward the beach. Zhao Yanzi, who was staring at the view outside of the car, was startled and moved closer to Hao Ren. Slap, the raindrops fell on the top of the taxi loudly. The humid air became cooler with the arrival of the storm. After several clear days, the sudden storm broke the pattern. While the storm raged above the ocean, hidden currents were surging under the surface. Old Man Zeng, leading 100,000 soldiers, charged toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace. With the arrival of Zhao Horan, the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan withdrew their support, and Old Man Zeng thought about backing off as well. However, after the East Ocean Dragon Clan caught Zheng Yitao, Old Man Zeng had no choice but to fight. Zhao Horan was obviously forcing the West Ocean Dragon Clan into war. Zheng Yitao was a rare cultivation genius of West Ocean. However, a mysterious Grandmaster attacked him and damaged his dragon core, making him unable to cultivate anymore. Despite all this, he was still the heir of the royal family of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. It was just like the case with Zhao Guang. He didn't have a high cultivation strength but still could control the East Ocean Dragon Clan. After all, cultivation strength wasn't the critical factor in deciding a person's status in terms of inheritance. Since dragons had long lives, they tended not to give birth to many offspring to avoid future conflict. That was why Zhao Horan only had 3 sons even though he was more than 1,000 years old. Old Man Zeng only had one son who died in an accident a few years ago, so his direct heir was his grandson, Zheng Yitao. In the West Ocean Dragon Clan, Zheng Xin was the old Dragon King while Zheng Yitao was the Crown Prince. They didn't have a Dragon King. Zheng Xin had been waiting for Zheng Yitao to get to a mature age before putting him on the throne. Now that Zheng Yitao was captured, the lifeline of the West Ocean Dragon Clan was held in the hands of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. As a fierce and decisive man, Zheng Xin immediately made his decision: fight. While the 100,000 soldier troop marched toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the minor forces along the way quickly moved clear of its path. By the seashore, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's taxi arrived at Hao Ren's home. After paying the taxi driver, Hao Ren dashed toward the house while pulling Zhao Yanzi behind him. There were only a few steps from the stair to the door. However, in the few seconds that Hao Ren took to dig out his key to open the door, the pouring rain soaked them. Cold. So cold. Zhao Yanzi yelled. She hadn't expected that it would rain today, and she hadn't dressed warmly for the banquet. Click. Hao Ren finally opened the door. Zhao Yanzi dashed into the house, thoroughly drenched. Like a small bird seeking shelter in its nest, she shook her dress and stomped her feet. Is Z here? Grandma's genial voice sounded from the living room. Hao Ren looked over and saw Grandma comfortably lying on the couch while Xie Yujia, in her blue dotted pajamas, was clipping the former's fingernails. Grandma, it's the bad uncle's fault. I'm soaked. At the sight of Grandma, Zhao Yanzi began to complain. Hee hee, looking at Zhao Yanzi's bright pink face, Grandma couldn't help but laugh. She asked Xie Yuji who was by her side, Yujia, do you have a change of clothes for Z? Yes, Grandma. Xie Yujia put the nail clipper on the table and wrapped up the clipped nails in a piece of tissue before walking into her room and taking out a set of clean pajamas. Humph. Humph. Zhao Yanzi was panting with anger but wasn't too confident. She didn't want to wear Xie Yujia's clothes, but she would be more uncomfortable if she didn't. You can change in my room, Xie Yujia said to Zhao Yanzi. Humph. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted heavily. Xie Yujia didn't mind her rudeness. She smiled and walked to the couch to continue clipping Grandma's fingernails. There is a trip tomorrow, right? Is that why Z is staying the night in our home? Grandma asked Hao Ren. Yeah, Grandma. But I don't know about tomorrow's weather yet, Hao Ren said. Tomorrow will be a sunny day, Grandma comforted him. Click. Xie Yujia's door opened, and Zhao Yanzi walked out with Xie Yujia's pajamas. Since she was shorter and one size smaller than Xie Yujia, the difference was shown in the clothes she wore, which gave Zhao Yanzi great dissatisfaction. More importantly, Xie Yujia could fill up the chest area of the pajama top while Zhao Yanzi couldn't, another thing to deepen Zhao Yanzi's hostility. "Come here to Grandma, Z." Grandma beckoned to her. No matter what kind of figure she had, Grandma adored her. In the loose pajama, Zhao Yanzi staggered into Grandma's arms, hiding the biggest disadvantage of her body as compared to Xie Yujia. Lovingly, Grandma caressed her hair and asked Hao Ren, "How come Kongming is not back yet?" "Oh, he will return with Dad and Mom. Z and I came back before the event ended," Hao Ren said. Since Zhen Kongming came to live in their home, Grandma loved him as a second grandson. Hao Ren wondered if he should tell her about Zhen Kongming's crush on a girl. "That kid loves to go out and play. I'll call Zonghua to ask them to return as soon as they can. After all, it's storming, and anything could happen," Grandma said. Obviously, she missed Zhen Kongming who came back home each night. After spending day and night with Zhen Kongming, she had transferred some of her love for Hao Ren to the cuter Zhen Kongming. "Grandma, I've finished clipping." Xie Yujia put away the nail clipper carefully and said to Grandma. "Well, you did an excellent job." With Zhao Yanzi in her arms, Grandma raised her hands to admire Xie Yujia's work. On her wrinkled hands, her nails were very neat. Obviously, Xie Yujia was a perfectionist even in such minor details. "Grandma, it's late. I'm going back to my room for the night." Xie Yujia slowly stood up and said to Grandma. She knew her cultivation talent was poorer than Zhao Yanzi's. Looking at Zhao Yanzi's bright eyes, she knew the latter had gained another breakthrough, which gave her more pressure and made her feel more insecurity. Calling the night so early, Grandma held Xie Yujia's soft hand, reluctant to let her go. Today, Xie Yujia cooked for her, watched TV with her, and chatted with her. All this had made the night very enjoyable while Hao Ren and his parents were absent. However, at the arrival of Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, she immediately wanted to go back into her room. Grandma felt terrible for her. "I still need to do some reviewing for the exams," Xie Yujia answered. Okay, it's late. Let's call it a night." Grandma stood up from the couch and smoothed out her clothes. With Xie Yujia going back to her room, Grandma felt terrible about doting on Zhao Yanzi alone. As a fair grandma, she decided to call it a night. "Z, you can sleep in Yujia's room. I do not sleep well recently and need to sleep alone," Grandma continued. Even though she was unwilling to share a room with Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi didn't want to say no to Grandma. He, Grandma chuckled and walked upstairs to her room. "I'll sleep with you." The moment Grandma entered her room, Zhao Yanzi immediately turned to Hao Ren and said, Hao Ren looked at her with a surprised expression. "In one room," Zhao Yanzi hurriedly added. With a smile, Xie Yujia shook her head and entered her room. It was storming tonight, so it was not safe to go to Fifth Heaven. After all, heavenly lightning was the most dangerous thing to cultivators. Even ordinary lightning posed the same danger. Seeing Xie Yujia entering her room, Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds before walking to the stairs. Zhao Yanzi followed him closely. "You take my room, and I'll sleep on the couch," Hao Ren said to Zhao Yanzi after they got to the second floor. "No." Zhao Yanzi refused immediately. "Why not?" Hao Ren asked her. She pouted and didn't answer. Since Hao Ren's home was larger than her home and the rooms were bigger, she was afraid to sleep alone on such a stormy night. However, she would never tell Hao Ren this reason. Sighing helplessly, Hao Ren opened his door, and Zhao Yanzi immediately walked in and opened the window. The boundless black sea entered her sight, and the chilling air surged in, making her shiver all over. "Is East Ocean and West Ocean going to start a war?" Zhao Yanzi quickly shut the window and asked Hao Ren. "I don't know." Hao Ren walked over to shut the curtains. "My mom let me live in your home, that means something is not right," Zhao Yanzi continued. A worried expression appeared on her cute face. Hao Ren looked at her and realized that she was not as carefree as she seemed. "Who?" Zhao Yanzi exhaled deeply before kicking off her slippers and crawling into Hao Ren's bed. Grandma aired the quilt in the sun today, so when Zhao Yanzi got under it, she immediately felt the warmth. Seeing her helpless expression, Hao Ren sighed. Living in a wealthy and influential family couldn't ensure one's happiness. Zhao Yanzi's behaviors in front of people were a result of her troubled mind. She didn't like Zhao Horan because she knew he would declare war, putting her parents in danger. Remembering Zhao Hongyu's attitude toward them, Hao Ren began to understand that she was preparing a plan B for Zhao Yanzi by getting her to marry Hao Ren. The East Ocean Dragon clan looked magnificent, but it had its own problems. After hundreds of years of peace in the world of cultivation, maybe one day, Zhao Yanzi could quit being a dragon and become a happy, ordinary wife, far from the danger and the trouble. This is the boundary. Crawling under the quilt, Zhao Yanzi said as she drew a line on it. This, Hao Ren was about to tell her that he would take out another quilt when someone knocked on the door. Hao Ren opened the door and found it was Grandma in her pajamas. Grandma froze for a moment when she saw Zhao Yanzi in Hao Ren's bed, patting the spot beside her. However, Grandma quickly woke up from the shock as she said to Hao Ren in a loud voice, "Your dad called just now. They are trapped in a landslide." Chapter 363. The Most Powerful Force. What? Hao Ren's eyes widened, and he asked Grandma immediately, "Where are they trapped?" In the recent years, to develop the tourism industry, the East Ocean City repaired the district near where Hao Ren's home was each year, and the seaside road was well maintained, and the hills facing the road was reinforced each year. That was why landslides had never happened in recent years. "He's still on the line. Talk to him." Grandma put the cell phone into Hao Ren's hand. "Hello? Hello?" Hao Ren yelled anxiously into the phone. "Ren, we're fine. Don't worry. The landslide happened ahead of us and blocked our way. We have called for help, but we'll have to wait for a while due to the storm. You should go to bed early. We are safe in the car." Hao Zhonghua's voice sounded over the phone. "Are there any cars behind you?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "No, it's late, and few cars are driving on this road at this time. Besides, I hear that there are smaller landslides on other sections of the road as well. And I guess they trapped the cars behind us. Don't worry. The car has lots of gas, and the air conditioner is in good order," Hao Zhonghua said. Hao Ren thought for a few seconds with the cell phone in his hand. If it had been any other time, Hao Ren wouldn't worry. However, the East Ocean Dragon clan and the West Ocean Dragon clan were officially entering a war today. The more he thought about it, the more worried he got. After pushing the cell phone into Grandma's hand, he said, "I'll drive over and take a look." "Ren, I'll go with you." Grandma grabbed his hand and said anxiously. She scolded Hao Zhonghua for this and that regularly, but she was the most anxious one when he was in danger. "Grandma, you should stay at home. I'll go alone." Hao Ren convinced Grandma to stay in her room. "I'll go as well." A clear voice sounded behind them. In her pajamas, Zhao Yanzi got out of bed and shouted at Hao Ren. She looked anxious, obviously worried about Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang's safety. "All of you stay at home." Hao Ren picked up the keys and dashed to the stairs. However, Zhao Yanzi put her slippers on and followed him downstairs. Ignoring her, Hao Ren opened the door and dashed to the garage in the downpour. In her thin pajamas, Zhao Yanzi ran out after him. "What are you doing?" Hao Ren turned his head and glared at her. "I'm going with you." Zhao Yanzi looked determined as the rain wetted her clothes. Frowning, Hao Ren rushed back into the house and pulled a jacket from the closet behind the door. After throwing the jacket over her shoulders, he dashed to the garage again. Zhao Yanzi froze for a moment before kicking off her slippers and running toward the garage with her bare feet. "What's happening, Grandma?" Xie Yujia's voice came from the house. "Yujia, please stay home with Grandma," Hao Ren shouted after empowering his voice with his nature essence before driving the red Ferrari out of the garage. Afraid that the West Ocean Dragon clan schemed to split them, he asked Xie Yujia to stay and guard the house. While the car dashed out of the neighborhood, Hao Ren released Little White from his necklace. On its white neck hung a dazzling golden bell, and Hao Ren used it to send a message to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, asking them to come and guard the villa. Since Zhen Kongming lived in the house, he must have placed some powerful array formations around it. However, since he was now with Hao Zhonghua and couldn't manage the array formations himself, the power of the array formations was limited. Swoosh, splashing through the puddles, the Ferrari dashed toward the seaside road. With driving skills as excellent as Hao Zhonghua's and reflexes that improved after cultivating the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, Hao Ren was able to control the car excellently. Like a flash of red light, the car flew across the road. Thud. Zhao Yanzi lost her grip of the handle on the door, and she fell into Hao Ren's arms upon a sharp turn. It's not too late for you to go back, Hao Ren said coldly, stepping hard on the gas pedal. No, Zhao Yanzi said as she bit her lip. She was worried about Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's safety. After all, her parents had the protection of the troops of East Ocean, but Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were just mortals. She didn't want Hao Ren's parents to be hurt in the conflict between the dragon clans because of her. Her fingernails cut into her palms, leaving deep marks. Roar! The Ferrari sped up on the straight road even more. The dark clouds hovered low in the sky and stretched across the shoreline, running hundreds of kilometers. In the dark night, Hao Ren saw several purple light beams flashing in the distant sky. Little White! Hao Ren yelled. Roar! Little White leapt up, turning into its snow lion form. With the forward momentum of the car, it flew up into the sky. Hao Ren stepped on the brake abruptly, and the Ferrari immediately slowed down on the slippery road. Move! Hao Ren grabbed Zhao Yanzi's arm with one hand. While the car slowed down, he leapt up by kicking his right foot lightly on the steering wheel, jumping onto Little White's back. Hao Ren's movements were smooth and efficient. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi scrambled onto Little White's back and turned around under the momentum, crashing onto Hao Ren's chest. Beneath her jacket, she was wearing a thin and loose pajama. Therefore, her body completely pressed against Hao Ren's. Speed up! Hao Ren applied more force to Little White with his legs. Then, Little White kicked hard with its paws and flew high up over the hill quickly. Zhao Yanzi found herself being clenched onto Hao Ren's body tightly as if Hao Ren was holding a teddy bear with one hand. When she looked up, she saw his determined expression in the pouring rain. Hao Ren's clothes and hair were soaked, and they stuck to his body. However, in the lightning flashes of the storm, he looked quite heroic. Zhao Yanzi wanted to struggle and yell, but now her body turned to jelly in his arms, and she remained silent. In each girl's heart lived a hero. Right now, Hao Ren's silent figure in the lightning storm merged with the vague hero in her heart. The purple flashes floated dashed out in the distant sky. With Zhao Yanzi in his arms, Hao Ren concentrated all his attention on scanning the road and searching for the white Ford in the storm. Little White, southwest! Hao Ren yelled. With two chirps, Little White flew swiftly in the southwest direction. A dark red energy sphere was there in the stormy night, and inside the energy sphere was Hao Zonghua's white Ford. Sitting in the car, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were talking while listening to music, oblivious to the red energy sphere around them. It was clear that Zhen Kongming created the energy sphere. Hao Ren found Zhen Kongming quite honorable since the latter stayed with Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang and protected them. Uncle, Auntie! Zhao Yanzi yelled in excitement. Sitting in the car, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua couldn't hear her yells or see them in the high sky. They were animatedly discussing the results of the enzymatic hydrolysis technique. Hiss! 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 3 purple nets suddenly shot toward Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi from 3 directions. Alerted, Little White immediately retreated at the sight of the nets. However, another purple net appeared behind it. Ambush! Hao Ren had a bad feeling about this. The landslide was only a bait, and the prey was Hao Ren, who would definitely come out to search for his parents. Swoosh! Hao Ren released all 160 sword energies. Ding! Ding! The sword energies collided with the nets, making metallic noises. However, the sword energies couldn't break the nets, and many of the sword energies dashed past the nets through the holes on them. 2 dragons array formation. Hao Ren's sword energies immediately formed 2 tornadoes. Like 2 intertwined dragons, the 2 tornadoes pounced at the crack between the nets, breaking an opening. Having stayed with Zhen Kongming for a long time, Little White learned some things from him. Immediately, it carried Zhao Yanzi and flew out of the broken crack Hao Ren had created. Then, it fled toward the east. When it flew with full force, even a nascent Soul Realm cultivator couldn't catch up with it. The purple flashes chased after Little White immediately. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi was also the target on top of Hao Ren. Hao Ren was sure that the trap was set up by the cultivators from the West Ocean Dragon clan. They are still afraid of Zhen Kongming, who had burned half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Not daring to make a move against him, they are trying to lure me out with the trick of a landslide. If Zhen Kongming isn't in the car, they would have made a move against my parents. At this thought, Hao Ren was burning with rage. Silver lightning energy crackled like crazy all over his body. Hunden lightning could break anything made of the 5 elements. The current Hao Ren was no longer the same Hao Ren who just reached Gen level. A gray sword energy rose in the sky. In such stormy weather, the lightning energy in nature was at its peak. Wah! Hundreds of lightning bolts crashed down from the clouds like raindrops. Instantly, the hills, the road, and the ocean surface were lit up as if it was daytime. All the signals in this area were cut off. Astonished at the blinding white flashes around them, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua, who had been talking, turned their gazes to the outside world. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of lightning bolts struck the ocean surface, the hill, the forest, and the beach at almost the same time. The big trees were cut in half, huge waves surged in the sea, and huge holes were put into the hills. The elders from West Ocean who were hiding in the area were all exposed. The places with greatest essence intensity attracted the heavenly lightning the most. As a result, these elders who cultivated nature essence were the targets of the lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, everything sank into darkness. Hiding in the darkness, the West Ocean elders held their breaths. Even though he was trapped in the purple spirit immortal killing net, Hao Ren just pointed his finger at the sky and activated the power of nature. These elders were stunned. The purple spirit immortal killing net was one of the treasures they had taken out of the 9-Dragon Palace. However, such a treasure couldn't even lock Hao Ren down. There were 16 Dewey-level elders here, and 4 of them controlled the purple spirit immortal killing net from each direction. They built a huge trap to catch Hao Ren. The West Ocean Dragon Clan wanted to get a vital bargaining chip before the war officially began. Chapter 364. Losing his temper. As a primitive Dharma treasure that was taken from the 9-Dragon Palace, the purple spirit immortal killing net was made of Hunden materials and couldn't be broken by ordinary 5-elemental cultivation techniques. It was impossible for Hao Ren to break out when this ancient Dharma treasure was controlled by 16 Dewey-level cultivators and locked him down in 4 directions. Bang! Hao Ren released 2 Hunden sword energies with his palms. They struck the net, creating wave-like vibrations. However, sword energies couldn't crack the net. Since the ancient Dharma treasure was not made of 5 elemental materials, and Hao Ren was only at Gen level, he couldn't break such a treasure that was from the 9-Dragon Palace even with Hunden godly lightning. Obviously, the West Ocean Dragon Clan had purposely chosen this Dharma treasure to deal with Hao Ren's unique cultivation technique. Releasing 1 Hunden godly lightning consumed a lot of his nature essence. Different from 5th heaven, 1st heaven had very low essence intensity, and thus he couldn't replenish his nature essence in a short period. The 4 nets connected, forming a pyramid and trapping Hao Ren in the center. With the net shrinking from all directions, Hao Ren had less and less space around him. He would be wrapped up like a dumpling very soon. The dark purple pyramid hovered above the hill, but the intense storm concealed it. Since the area returned to darkness, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua continued their topic on the enzymatic hydrolysis technique after a moment of hesitation. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Zhen Kongming played PDA while secretly maintaining the simple dark red energy sphere around them, not noticing that Hao Ren was trapped in the purple spirit immortal killing net hundreds of meters above the ground. Swoosh! A 5-colored light beam arced into the night. It was Little White returning with Zhao Yanzi on its back. There were 4 Dewey-level elders from West Ocean chasing after them, but these cultivators couldn't possibly catch up with Little White. Seeing the return of Zhao Yanzi and Little White, Hao Ren knew they had come back to check up on him. Sure enough, seeing Hao Ren trapped in the shrinking pyramid, Little White barked anxiously while Zhao Yanzi cried, "Uncle, uncle." "Well, you're still calling me, uncle." At this moment in time, Hao Ren was speechless. With Zhao Yanzi on its back, Little White turned around the pyramid, traveling at the speed of the nascent soul realm and spitting out fireballs. The fireballs that were containing Samadhi true flames struck the exterior of the purple spirit immortal killing net and shattered into fire sparks, leaving no damage on the net. Bang! Bang! Little White spat out 2 more fireballs. Obviously, Little White was desperate. At only the Foundation Establishment realm, Zhao Yanzi had no offensive abilities and could do nothing but sit on Little White's back in anxiety. At this moment, she wished that Xie Yujia was here. Maybe Xie Yujia's life-death notes could break this net. Also, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, and Su Han, Zhao Yanzi was at a loss for where to find help. Her combat ability was even weaker than Little White. The 4 Dewey-level cultivators got closer to Little White and Zhao Yanzi. The West Ocean Dragon clan had sent out 20 Dewey-level cultivators. If Zhao Kuo were still at his peak state and were here, he could have killed them all easily. However, for Hao Ren at Gen level, Zhao Yanzi at the Foundation Establishment realm, and Little White who was still a level 1 spirit beast, the 20 Dewey-level elders were almost a legion of cultivators. Due to the rage of the old grandma, the West Ocean Dragon clan lost many Qian-level and Kun-level masters. However, their force was still strong and could send out a team of Dewey-level cultivators without straining their resources. With the natural Mystic Crystal, West Ocean Mystic Ice, the West Ocean Dragon clan would regain its #1 position among the 4 oceans after about 200 years. "Uncle, I'll go and get Sister Linlin and Sister Lily to help you." After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhao Yanzi finally made her decision. Dewey-level dragon cultivators were equivalent to low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. Hao Ren was equivalent to a core formation realm cultivator, and Zhao Yanzi just got to the Foundation Establishment realm. They were no match for the 20 Dewey-level elders from West Ocean. However, if Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were equivalent to Qian-level cultivators, were here, the situation would be different. Little White swiftly flew to the house by the ocean. "Hey!" Trapped in the purple spirit immortal killing net, Hao Ren tried to stop them, but it was too late. In her rush to get help, Zhao Yanzi didn't think of taking Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang with her. The 20 Dewey-level cultivators were planning to catch Hao Ren by shrinking the net. But seeing Zhao Yanzi flying back for help, they decided to fasten the process. While 16 of them continued to control the net, 2 of them chased after Zhao Yanzi and Little White while the last 2 flew toward the car on the road. According to the rules of the Dragon God Shrine, the dragon cultivators were not allowed to attack mortals. However, with the war between the East and the West Ocean Dragon palaces drawing near, West Ocean disregarded the rules. If Hao Ren were rescued, the West Ocean Dragon clan would lose their last chip. With their crown prince in the hands of the East Ocean Dragon clan, the West Ocean Dragon clan had no hope for negotiations and would undoubtedly be defeated. They didn't expect that Hao Ren's Hundan Godly Lightning could manage to counter the Purple Spirit Immortal Killing Net in the short time. The only option left for them was to capture Hao Ren's parents and force him to surrender. Bang! The first Dharma treasure struck the red energy sphere Zhen Kongming had built. The energy sphere Zhen Kongming constructed quickly could barely block the attacks from 1 Dewey-level cultivator, but it couldn't withstand anything more than that. After the second Dharma treasure crashed toward the energy sphere, the dark red energy sphere that was protecting the car immediately shattered. The road shook as the mud and rock on the hill slid and fell. Small rocks crashed onto the car door, making loud banging sounds. In the car, Hao Zonghua immediately took Yu Yang into his arms. "Kongming, get down!" he shouted. To them, it seemed like another landslide was happening. If this landslide were violent enough, the 3 of them would be pushed into the ocean from the road. At this critical moment, Hao Zonghua acted quite manly. Covering Yu Yang with his body, he grabbed Zhen Kongming into his arms. **T. Zhen Kongming, who was playing on his PDA, tossed the device aside and yelled angrily. When he lived in the Demon Sea, even the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts had to greet him with respect. After he became Chu Niu's disciple, all the cultivators, no matter if they were on the Qian level or Dewey level, looked at him with caution. "Who dares to break my energy sphere?" Zhen Kongming had always regarded himself as a mild kid, but now he had lost his temper. Boom! At this moment, a small silver dragon flew 100 meters up into the air, covered in a purple net. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out of the clouds. Hao Ren forced himself into Dewey level. He transformed into a dragon. Chapter 365. The soldiers and the general. After forcing himself into Dewey level, Hao Ren instantly reached the traveling speed of the nascent soul realm. Even though he was experiencing a burning sensation as if his body was being torn apart, he felt the exhilaration when he flew in the sky as a dragon. Forming sword energies with his nature essence and piercing through the locked openings in his dragon core by sword energies, the newly formed openings started to absorb nature essence like crazy. Even the purple spirit immortal killing net couldn't stop Hao Ren's dragon transformation process. Transforming into a dragon was the natural process of each dragon cultivator when Dewey level was achieved. Even the primitive Dharma treasure from the Nine-Dragon Palace couldn't stop such a natural event. Instantly, the wind and cloud surged up while the essence within an area of 1,000 kilometers swarmed toward Hao Ren. With the purple spirit immortal killing net wrapped around him, Hao Ren broke into the clouds in the high sky. Bang! Bang! Tens of thousands of chaotic lightning bolts crashed toward him from all directions. The dragon cultivators usually transformed into dragons in storms since they were more sensitive to nature essence in such weather, and it provided perfect conditions for them to temper their dragon bodies with lightning. When tens of thousands of lightning bolts crashed toward Hao Ren, the first barrier between them was the purple spirit immortal killing net. The 16 Dewey-level elders who were controlling the purple spirit immortal killing net didn't expect Hao Ren to transform into a dragon. Seeing him break into the clouds, they realized that he was trying to break the purple spirit immortal killing net with the power of lightning bolts activated by his dragon transformation. Boom! Boom! The 16 Dewey-level elders who were hiding in the area turned into 16 black dragons, rushing into the high sky. It was dragons' innate ability to fly into the clouds and command wind and rain. Although heavenly lightning could harm the cultivators, the dragon cultivators in their dragon forms wouldn't be affected as much. However, dragon cultivators nowadays seldom appear in their dragon forms. They could only do so during their first transformation and when they encountered great enemies. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the dragon god shrine. Seeing Hao Ren trying to break of the purple spirit immortal killing net with heavenly lightning, the 16 Dewey-level elders from West Ocean had to break the rule and surround Hao Ren in their dragon forms. 16 dragons flying high up into the sky was a scene that was rarely seen before. The West Ocean Dragon clan was desperate. Crack! The overwhelming lightning bolts crashed toward Hao Ren, who was transforming into a dragon for the first time. The black clouds were suddenly lit up. In the car, Hao Zhonghu and Yu Yang looked out of the window and saw a large stretch of lightning bolts across the sky above the sea. Yu Yang had studied meteorology for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a strange sight. It seemed like some things were swimming in the clouds. Hao Zonghua, who studied marine life, blinked his eyes hard while holding Yu Yang in his arms. He looked at the high sky in astonishment, forgetting about the imminent landslide around them. If he were right, those creatures in the clouds seemed to be the legendary dragons. According to Hao Ren's grandma's words, during storms, there were usually heavenly dragons ascending into heaven. Hao Zonghua never believed such stories before, but now. Crack! A loud thunder exploded in the sky, and the white lightning bolts spread quickly through the clouds. Wah! Rain poured down, and the clouds turned black again. The two Dewey-level elders from West Ocean who were attacking the car suddenly walked into the Death Gate Zhen Kongming built around the car. As sly as Zhen Kongming was, he wouldn't build only one red energy sphere. In fact, the car was surrounded by spirit stones. If the energy sphere were broken, the surrounding array formations would instantly be activated. The two cultivators who stepped into the Death Gate couldn't move for 1 hour. However, if two more Dewey-level cultivators came to attack, Zhen Kongming would have no extra strength to deal with them. Bang! Struck by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, the purple spirit immortal killing net became very fragile. Dizzily, Hao Ren made a desperate charge and finally broke the primitive Dharma treasure. He broke out of the net in the form of a small silver dragon. 160 sword energies formed two groups of colorful 5 elemental sword energies and surrounded him. From a distance, he looked like a colorful dragon. Using the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Hao Ren forced himself into Dewey level. In his dragon form, he could unleash the power of Dewey level. 4 gates base guard array formation. Hovering above the black clouds, Hao Ren used a higher level sword array formation. Each of the sword energies split into 2, and those 2 turned into 4. There were altogether 640 sword energies. The sword energies shot outward like blooming lotuses. Any creature close to that area would have pieces of its flesh cut out. At the moment, Hao Ren was like the god in that area. The lotuses floated outward, and the sword energies formed a huge net, guarding Hao Ren, who was in the center and attacking the enemies. It reached a state of offense and defense in one. However, Hao Ren didn't want to waste his time in this battle. Immediately, 640 sword energies crashed toward the first black dragon head-on. 4 gates base guard array formation. Explode. The dense sword energies formed a huge spinning lotus and crashed toward the first black dragon. Unprepared, this Dewey-level elder from West Ocean in his black dragon form got half of his tail cut off by Hao Ren's sword energies. Ah! Screaming with pain, the black dragon dropped into the sea. Sitting in the car, Hao Zhonghua rubbed his eyes. He felt like he saw a huge object falling into the sea from the high sky, but he wasn't sure if he had seen it correctly. Yu Yang. Yu Yang. Hao Zhonghua helped Yu Yang up. Then, disregarding the raging storm outside of the car, he opened the car door and ran to the rail at the side of the road. Wah, wah, in the dark clouds, he saw more than a dozen huge black dragons as long as several kilometers flying up and down the clouds thousands of meters from the ground. Among the black dragons was a tiny silver dragon. Hao Zhonghua was speechless in astonishment. Holding an umbrella, Yu Yang got out of the car anxiously. What did you see? Hao Zhonghua pointed his finger at the high sky. As he was about to show her what he saw and explain incoherently, the dragons were suddenly concealed by the clouds. Under her umbrella, Yu Yang looked toward the direction Hao Zhonghua pointed, but she only saw black clouds. Let's get back into the car. The rescue team will be here soon. Yu Yang pulled the speechless Hao Zhonghua back into the car. While they turned to walk back toward the car, another black dragon was cut down by Hao Ren. The dragon, as long as thousands of meters, fell into the sea from the clouds. Under the flash of the lightning, it looked very clear. These elders all cultivated the black water scroll from the West Ocean Dragon clan. However, it was still no match for Hao Ren's sword array formation made by his 5 elemental sword energies. In the blink of an eye, Hao Ren destroyed 2 Dewey-level elders. Each of the sword energies was on Xuan level. If these elders from West Ocean didn't try to threaten the safety of his parents, Hao Ren wouldn't have forced open the openings in his dragon core and fought them at the risk of his life. His silver dragon form only had a length of about a few hundred meters. However, the 640 sword energies covered an area of 500 meters around him. They were formed by nature essence, and they were all like mini-missiles that could explode at any moment. Without scales or horns, it was called Kai. Hao Ren had transformed into a Kai dragon, but the elders from West Ocean were mature Jiao dragons. After losing 2 elders, the remaining 14 black Jiao dragons connected, forming a black water grand array formation. Array formation versus array formation. The black grand array formation was built in the shape of the 6 southern Dipper stars and the black tortoise heaven temple, and the primitive killing star was the core of the array. When it was launched, the array's killing power was magnificent. Hao Ren's 4 gates base guard array formation used the sword energies as soldiers while Hao Ren acted as the general. The sword energies surrounded him, both ready to defend and attack. It was also an array with strong killing power. The 14 black dragons intertwined with each other while the black clouds tumbled around them. Hao Ren's sword energies pierced the black clouds like spears and emitted 5 colored lights. One side of the clouds got compressed while the other side expanded slowly. Boom. The clouds exploded. While the sword energies shot outward, the small silver dragon flew higher into the sky. The 14 black dragons in the black water grand array formation were bounced dozens of meters downward. 3 talents heaven-earth array formation. The moment Hao Ren flew up, he threw out another sword array formation. 320 sword energies shot toward one of the black dragons all 3 directions, piercing its neck, middle section, and tail. Severely wounded, this Dewey-level elder tumbled down, and his dragon tail that was as thick as tens of meters created a massive crater with a depth of over 10 meters on the beach. 2 dragons array formation. Another 160 sword energies left 2 deep cuts on another black dragon's sides. 1 line snake array formation. 80 sword energies pierced through a black dragon's claw. Fundamental sword array formations: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each elemental group contained 16 sword energies, and they dashed toward the other black dragons, burning holes in their bodies. By now, Hao Ren had used up all his nature essence. Without even the strength to form a supporting sword energy, he dropped toward the road by the sea. Dragon! Hao Zhonghua, who was carefully observing the clouds, shouted. As black dragons flew around in the clouds, a small silver dragon dropped from the high sky thousands of meters above the ground. It was a distinct view against the darkness in the background. Wah! Two cyan light beams dashed over and caught the small silver dragon. Supported by the light beams, the little silver dragon swiftly flew up into the dark clouds in the high sky. Immediately, more than 10 black dragons flew upside down into the distance dozens of kilometers away after some crackling sounds. What is going on? Yu Yang leaned to Hao Zhonghua's side. She looked out the window and saw nothing but the pouring rain and dense black clouds. Outside of the car, the two Dewey-level elders disengaged themselves from the array formation and quickly fled to the west. Yin-yang bracelets. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's crisp voices sounded in the high sky. Ah, ah, two screams sounded from the west and trailed into the distance. Gongzi, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's anxious voices sounded in the clouds. Chapter 366. Fury. After using the sword energies to pierce at his dragon core, Hao Ren entered a fierce fight, making the cracks in the dragon core multiply. Right now, with his nature essence depleted, the damage of his dragon core was almost unrepairable. After failing the heavenly tribulations or getting defeated in fierce battles, some dragon cultivators would have no strength to return to their human forms and fall into the ocean or onto the land directly. According to historical records, some dragons fell onto the land after failing the heavenly tribulations, and that was why the legends about dragons existed in the mortal world. Due to total exhaustion, Hao Ren was in a coma while he was in the form of a small silver dragon. Sister. We should have killed all the evil people from the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Lu Lily yelled at Lu Linlin while she supported Hao Ren's body. Sister, if we kill freely, our Taoist heart will be affected. Supporting Hao Ren, Lu Linlin explained patiently. I don't care about our Taoist hearts. You had come down to the mortal world several times without permission already, Lu Lily said with tears in her eyes. If anything happens to Gongzi, I'll go to the West Ocean Dragon Palace. She raised her head abruptly and bit hard on her red lip. Despite her mild temperament, she was scary when she lost her temper. Sighing lightly, Lu Linlin carried Hao Ren, who was still in his dragon form, in her arms and flew swiftly into the high sky. Bang! They pierced through the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven and entered its territory. The nearest sect to the East Ocean City was the White Sand sect. Without thinking, the Lu sister flew to this most prominent sect in the area with Hao Ren in their arms. Meanwhile, the White Sand sect was lit with bright lights, proceeding with a celebration ceremony. 13 of its top disciples recently came out of their seclusion cultivation in the Tiger Roaring Cliff, and 2 of them had successfully reached the core formation realm, bringing great excitement to the whole sect. During the ceremony, the sect master would promote the 2 new core formation realm cultivators who were disciples into elders of the sect. In the newly built Grand Hall, the disciples of the White Sand sect all gathered. After becoming elders, the cultivators would have their own cave abode, taken their own disciples, and have free access to the elixir making rooms and the technique scroll tower. Standing before the sect master, the 2 middle-aged men in red robes were red in the face with happiness. After reaching the core formation realm, they could be counted as masters on 5th heaven, and they could walk proudly in the sect and would be received as VIPs when they visit other sects. Right now, they were waiting for the sect master to declare their promotion in ranks and give them the corresponding rewards in front of thousands of cultivators in the sect. Bang! Suddenly, the gate of the Grand Hall broke open. 2 beautiful female cultivators broke into the hall, carrying a silver dragon in their arms. Dragon! All the elders and disciples in the hall were astonished. Dragon cultivators had to reach Dewey level to transform into a dragon, and Dewey level was equivalent to low-tier nascent soul realm for human cultivators. Some disciples panicked and were ready to flee. Don't panic. One of the new core formation realm cultivators yelled with full nature essence in his voice before shouting at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Who are you? How dare you break into the White Sand sect? He took a clear look, and he saw that the silver dragon was less than 100 meters long and was dying with its head lowered and eyes closed. He couldn't determine the realms of the female cultivators who were carrying the silver dragon, but from the looks of them, he thought they were not powerful. After all, if they are powerful cultivators, we wouldn't even be able to bear their auras. Also, this small silver dragon shows no overwhelming dragon aura, he thought. Since this disciple was about to be promoted, it was the time for him to show his power as a to-be elder. The other new core formation realm cultivator understood the situation at the same time. Without hesitation, he drew out a black sword and hacked at the head of the silver dragon. Then, the first core formation realm cultivator acted as well, smashing a massive gold bowl toward the silver dragon. Undoubtedly, the two to-be elders wanted to show their powers and temperament at this critical moment so that they could impress more people and get to higher ranks in the sect in the future. The disciples widened their eyes while they watched their uncle masters strike toward the dragon. "You are seeking your own death," Lu Linlin, who was in a bad mood, shouted. She lifted one hand, and a blue light beam dashed in the air, shattering the two Dharma treasures into dust. Then, two disciples who had just reached the core formation realm immediately flew toward the pillars in the Grand Hall. Bang! The pillar supporting the roof of the Grand Hall was instantly broken into two. The two core formation realm cultivators lost consciousness without making a sound. "Prepare the best room for us, and no one is allowed to come in," with glaring eyes, Lu Linlin said as she emphasized each word. All the people turned their eyes to the sect master. Sect Master Wang swallowed his saliva nervously. Looking down at the two unconscious core formation realm cultivators, he lifted his hand slowly and said in a low voice, "Prepare the best room for these two masters." Hearing his words, the low-level disciples instantly chattered among themselves loudly. They knew that the dragon cultivators were the nemesis of human cultivators. However, the sect master didn't attack these intruders. Instead, he was welcoming them into the sect. Lu Lily was nervous and anxious, and she lost her temper at these weak cultivators who were making noises. She snorted in a low voice and stomped her foot. Bang! With her foot in the center, a shockwave spread outward, and all the pillars shattered. The White Sand sect cultivators scrambled out of the Grand Hall, running or flying. Boom! The newly built Grand Hall was turned into a pile of ruins. Standing in the center of the ruins were cold-faced Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and the silver dragon in their arms. Sect Master Wang of the White Sand sect wanted to weep. What an unlucky man he was. Since he had taken over the 100-year-old sect from his predecessor, unfortunate things happened to them one after another. In 1 month, their Grand Hall was destroyed twice, all the herbs in their herb garden were stolen, and even 2 of their elixir furnaces were robbed. "Any objections?" Lu Linlin asked with angry eyes. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily emitted a dominant pressure. Their spiritual senses instantly enveloped the White Sand sect that had a territory of thousands of acres. Sect Master Wang tried to speak, but now he couldn't open his mouth. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, turning his legs into jelly. This was undoubtedly the pressure of cultivators above low-tier nascent soul realm. The other cultivators were all stunned into numbness. "Where is the room?" Lu Linlin asked, casting a cold glance at Sect Master Wang. "It's in the front," Sect Master Wang said immediately after sensing that the pressure on him lightened. Dispirited, Lu Lily stomped on the ground again. Boom! This plain, that was stone-paved and about 400 square meters, cracked. Also, the stone steps that led down to the foot of the mountain instantly shattered into dust. The power Lu Lily showed frightened away all the remaining objections on the minds of the cultivators. They knew that whoever dared to disturb the 2 female cultivators would die. Chapter 367. What is love? It was the first time that Sect Master Wang spoke to nascent soul realm cultivators, especially 2 beautiful female cultivators who held the life of the whole sect in their hands. Shivering all over, he led Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and flew up along the steps. In the ruins of the Grand Hall, the 2 disciples who had just reached the core formation realm looked up at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily with numb limbs and blank minds. After breaking through the bottleneck of their cultivation and reaching the core formation realm, they had been smug. However, they were defeated by one attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were ushered quickly to the quiet back mountain. This was the resting place of the sect master. It was in a peaceful environment and had abundant essence. In 2 hours, no one is allowed to get close to this place. Lu Linlin turned to Sect Master Wang and said. Facing Lu Linlin, Sect Master Wang was so nervous that he couldn't even stand straight. He could somewhat maintain the dignity of a sect master before the Sky Mountain sect disciples, but he lost all of his composure in front of nascent soul realm cultivators. Why are you still here? Lu Lili asked impatiently. Sect Master Wang looked like a rat who bullied the weak and flattered the powerful. Lu Lili was disgusted at the sight of him, especially now when she was in a bad mood. Hearing the impatience in her words, Sect Master Wang didn't dare to stay for even one more second. He turned immediately and flew away on a flying sword. He was planning to ask the masters from the Sky Mountain sect to help them press down Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, but he gave up on this idea after the Lu sisters showed their nascent soul realm strength. After all, nascent soul realm cultivators had no rivals on 5th heaven and were top-tier masters even on 6th heaven. If the Lu sister fought with the Sky Mountain sect masters, White Sand sect, an affiliated sect on 5th heaven, would be wiped out easily without a trace. Regardless of the identity of the cultivator they brought with them, Sect Master Wang fervently hoped that they would leave his sect as soon as possible. Bang! Lu Linlin and Lu Lili carried Hao Ren's silver dragon body into the room and shut the door. They scanned the room with their powerful spiritual senses and made sure that there were no traps or arrays in the room. Then, they put the silver dragon onto the bed. After forcing himself into Dewey level, transforming into a dragon, and enduring the lightning tribulation, Hao Ren exhausted his body while chipping his dragon core and shattering the openings he had unlocked earlier with his sword energies. Dragon cores were the foundations of dragon cultivators. If Hao Ren were an ordinary dragon cultivator, he would have died already. However, Hao Ren's simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elemental essences with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll helped him balance the nature essence in his body, giving him features of human cultivators. That was why Hao Ren still had a trace of essence guarding his heart despite the severely damaged dragon core. The sword energies created by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll were still instinctively traveling through his body swiftly, helping to keep the meridians open. Sister, what should we do? Lu Lili looked at Lu Linlin with fear and anxiety. Since Gongzi hasn't solidified his realm with mystic crystal, if we take the nature essence from his body and shatter the dragon core, he will be safe. However, he will return to a mortal, Lu Linlin said after a few seconds of hesitation. As long as Gongzi is alive, I guard him all his life, Lu Lili said with determination as she held the silver dragon. After a moment of consideration, she continued, they ruined Gongzi's cultivation ability. I'll go and destroy the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The other option is to recover his cultivation strength by godly elixir pills, Lu Linlin said. Above realm, should we go back to above realm? Lu Lili's eyes were shining with tears when she looked at Lu Linlin. Where can we find godly elixir pills under above realm? After all, there are no elixir masters among the dragon cultivators. They don't even have many level 9 golden pills, let alone godly elixir pills. There are no godly elixir pills under 7th heaven, and I can't break into 8th heaven with my current strength. We can only find some godly elixir pills in above realm, Lu Linlin said. Sister, do you want to go back? Lu Lili widened her eyes. Returning to above realm, aka 9th heaven, meant that Lu Linlin wouldn't be able to come back. I'll ask the queen for the godly elixir pills, sister. Lu Lili looked at Lu Linlin sincerely and said, you stay with the Gongzi and take good care of him. You are more considerate and smarter than me. I'll be reassured knowing that you are looking after him. I'll go get the elixir pills, and you stay here. The queen is good to me, and she won't punish me. I know that you are very happy with Gongzi, and you should stay below above realm, Lu Linlin said. Sister, Lu Lili looked at Lu Linlin, not sure what to say. Silence took over. Since they didn't return to 9th heaven right after they were freed, they would be punished when they returned. They both would rather go back to endure the punishment alone, leaving the other with Hao Ren, even though neither of them wanted to leave Hao Ren and each other. Streaks of pure nature essence flew from their palms into Hao Ren's dragon body. Standing on either side of him, they looked at each other and sustained Hao Ren's life before they could reach a decision. Gongzi likes you. You stay with him. Lu Linlin finally opened her mouth. I think Gongzi likes you, too, Lu Lili replied. They fell into silence again. How about this? Each of us uses half of our cultivation strength and help Gongzi repair his dragon core. However, we will fall from our current realm, Lu Linlin said. If you can do it, I can too, Lu Lili said. In this way, we can both stay by Gongzi's side, Lu Linlin said. Okay. Lu Lili nodded. Lu Linlin raised her hand, and the cotton curtain that was hanging in the room flew into her hand. Draping the curtain gently over Hao Ren's silver dragon body, Lu Linlin abruptly put more nature essence into her hands. In fact, they both planned to do this when they were carrying Hao Ren to fifth heaven. However, cultivation strength and realms were essential to cultivators, and neither of them wanted to force the other to sacrifice her cultivation strength for Hao Ren just because she wanted to save him using this method. Without hesitation, Lu Lili followed suit and injected more nature essence into Hao Ren's body. To completely repair Hao Ren's dragon core, they would have to sacrifice half of their cultivation strength. Was it worth it? They didn't know. To sacrifice 2 Qian-level strengths for a Gen-level strength, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili exchanged a look and gritted their teeth. Looking from a distance at the back mountain, the elders and disciples of White Sand sect saw hundreds of colorful sword energies dance in the sky above the back mountain. Some of the elders and sect master Wang found the sword energies quite familiar. Soaring in the high sky, the 640 sword energies gradually merged and turned into 320 sword energies before merging again into 160 sword energies. Each time they combined, the sword energies got more dazzling. The sword energies were the soldiers, and the cultivator was the general. The sword energies that were flying there were, in fact, Hao Ren's nature essence. The sword energies intensified as Hao Ren's nature essence gradually condensed and elevated. 2 3-petal lotuses that were as big as half a mountain slowly rose on the south and north side of the back mountain. According to the legends, only the Grand Master of the Soul Formation realm could cultivate natal 5-colored lotuses. Above Qi refinement was core formation. Above core formation was nascent soul. Above nascent soul was soul formation. Above soul formation was lotus formation. The 3 petals of the 2 flawless lotuses slowly began to spread, and a pure white light enveloped the entire White Sand sect. The thousands of sects in the area were stunned at this miracle, and the spirit beasts on fifth heaven roared uneasily. When the spiritual lotuses appeared, a phenomenon would occur. The huge lotuses nurtured the 165 elemental sword energies from both sides. The lotuses emitted pure chaotic nature essence which could nurture and repair everything and destroy anything. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were using their natal lotuses to repair Hao Ren's dragon core. The magnificent view that was happening on the back mountain was the process of the Lu sisters burning their cultivation strengths. If one of the petals broke, Lu Linlin's and Lu Lili's cultivation strength would drop by half. With their unique cultivation technique, one petal was equivalent to the full cultivation strength of a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. With the foundations of the 3-petal lotuses, they were able to progress at a great speed. Losing one petal meant great damage to their cultivation foundation. They were only able to reach their current 3-petal lotus realm after 1,000 years of cultivation. Now to save Hao Ren, to stay with him, and to be around each other, they were sacrificing all they had with gritted teeth. 2 lotuses rotated slowly in the sky, emitting white lighting and increasing the essence intensity of the surrounding area. The cultivators of White Sand sect who were closest to the back mountain suddenly felt the intensity of nature essence increase by 100 times. They were stunned and felt ecstatic. Disregarding their dignities, the elders immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. After all, with the essence intensity increasing by 100 times, this environment was better than that on 7th heaven, and they must take the opportunity to get stronger. Soaring between the 2 lotuses, the 160 sword energies swiftly strengthened themselves in the essence intensity that was 1,000 times greater than before. All the sects around the White Sand sect had sensed the sudden increase in essence intensity. After some bafflement, they all sat down to cultivate. As the cultivators in the area went crazy over the sudden increase of essence intensity on 5th heaven, the 2 3-petal lotuses began to wither. What is love? Why do people want to live and die for it? With a slight sigh, a bright light beam shot down from 6th heaven. The 3-petal lotuses that were about to lose 1 petal each were instantly reinvigorated. Immediately, the essence intensity on fifth heaven began to drop quickly. The cultivators who had been trying hard to absorb the dense nature essence suddenly felt like the essences in their bodies were quickly pouring out. A Grand Master of the Soul Formation Realm. Chapter 368, Standard Rescue? Two flashing three-petal lotuses floated to the sky on top of the mountain in the back. A five-color holy light was emitting down from the high sky. The cultivators on fifth heaven had never seen this kind of phenomenon. Their entire bodies turned weak as they worshipped it one after another. The sword energies that were flying between the two lotuses rose suddenly, rotating continuously to form yin and yang forces. Then, it shrank into a dazzling gold core. It's an incarnation. Sect Master Wang saw this spectacle and couldn't help but exclaim. He had heard about a type of superior cultivation technique that could cultivate nature essence outside of one's body and echo with heaven and earth. The phenomenon he was seeing now was undoubtedly a cultivator tempering his or her golden core outside of his or her body and taking in the nature essence directly from the surroundings. Being capable of doing this, the cultivator must be a master of masters. Roar! A silver dragon rushed out from the back mountain and into the sky. It had no scales or horns. It was a Kai dragon. This dragon was merely a projection, but it was thousands of meters long and had a pressing aura. Vital soul. The vital soul of a dragon cultivator. The Kai dragon hovered once around the back mountain, opened its mouth to swallow the gold core, dived down abruptly, and vanished. Inside the house, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily felt a pure and immense nature essence returning to their bodies. Then, the four hands that were pressing on top of Hao Ren's silver dragon body couldn't endure this kind of energy and were pushed back. At the same time, the five-colored light beam that came from upper heavens vanished gradually. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily both felt that the spiritual sense that was powerful enough to cover a few heavens. It was vague, yet it seemed to be somewhat familiar. That old lady from the shabby old house, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and thought of the same person at the same time. They had fought against the old grandma and clearly knew that the old grandma had the strength of four-petal lotus. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily wouldn't be a match for the old grandma even if they were at their primes. They wanted to force the old grandma into not getting involved with Hao Ren's matter, but they couldn't defeat her. Unexpectedly, this soul formation realm cultivator rescued them. Because Lu Linlin and Lu Lily unleashed their natal spiritual lotuses and caused nature essence on fifth heaven to fluctuate significantly, the old grandma who was somewhere above fifth heaven sensed all this. The godly light that covered the back mountain started to withdraw. The Lu sisters looked up, but they weren't able to sense the exact location of this cultivator. She might be on sixth heaven, seventh heaven, or even though the old grandma helped them, she had no intention of meeting them. The minds of the soul formation realm cultivators were unique. The old grandma might not be willing to help next time despite helping this time. She aided them probably because she was doing a favor for Xie Yujia. In fact, not only the cultivators on fifth heaven were astonished. This godly light that passed through sixth heaven and seventh heaven. The white sand sect's back mountain returned to normal. However, the cultivators who were crawling on the ground didn't dare to move. Even though their strengths were weak, they could tell that if they got hit by that energy, even slightly, it would be enough for them to disappear 100 times. The 100-meter-long silver dragon that occupied the bed emitted a soft light, indicating that Hao Ren's meridians were rehabilitating. Every single realm enhancement of dragon cultivators would come with tremendous change. Dragons were demon beasts in a sense, and the elevation in realms would stimulate their godly dragon bloodline and bring them more power. Gongzi's consciousness is concealed. Isn't this a sign of him breaking through to Gen level? Lu Lily turned to look at Lu Linlin and asked. There were trails of tears on her face. The tears that flowed down earlier had already dried up, but the trails of tears didn't destroy her beauty but made her seem delicate and pitiful. That soul formation realm cultivator left another surge of energy for Gongzi. It is probably to help Gongzi achieve a breakthrough, Lu Linlin said. She was still nervous and didn't dare to relax just yet. The soft glow gradually grew brighter and brighter. On top of the head of the silver dragon who was still covered by the curtain, two small bumps appeared. A dragon that had horns but didn't have scales was called a Chu dragon. Unexpectedly, Hao Ren's dragon core evolved, and he became a Chu dragon. The two small bumps still didn't break through the skin, and the extraordinarily pure yet potent energy lurked inside the body of the dragon. The soft glow started gradually disappeared, and the silver dragon that was more than 100 meters long slowly turned back into its human form. The curtain that Lu Linlin put on top of Hao Ren was now just covering up to his waist. Even so, seeing Hao Ren half naked, Lu Lily's face turned red while she bit her lip. Lu Linlin covered her mouth, laughed, and walked outside of the room. She saw a robe in the courtyard, picked it up, and returned into the room. "What are you waiting for? Go help Gongzi to change." Lu Linlin threw the robe at Lu Lily and said. "Sis, can you do it instead?" Lu Lily stood up in embarrassment and said to Lu Linlin. "These things should be normal for us. Why are you still shy?" Lu Linlin asked deliberately. Lu Lily thought for a while, nodded, and helped Lu Linlin hold Hao Ren up. Their 4 hands helped Hao Ren put on the robe. "Sis, your face also turned red." Lu Lily glanced at Lu Linlin and said. "How is that possible? This is what we are supposed to do for Gongzi." Lu Linlin straightened her body and justified herself. The moment her hands relaxed a bit, Hao Ren's body tilted slightly and fell into Lu Linlin's arms. Lu Linlin actually flushed this time, but Hao Ren didn't wake up at that moment. Lu Linlin panicked and pushed Hao Ren up again in a hurry. Her heartbeat suddenly doubled, but her expression still looked calm. She began to lecture Lu Lily. "Sis, why are you so clumsy? Hold Gongzi tightly." Lu Lily, who got scolded, hurried up and took Hao Ren in her arms and used her shoulder to support him. "I didn't ask you to hug Gongzi. Never mind. Gongzi is dressed now. Let him lie down." Lu Linlin slightly coughed twice and said. This feeling of panic was a first for her. Lu Lily raised her hands to support Hao Ren's back and helped Hao Ren lie down on the bed again. She tried to be as gentle as possible. Half of her body was pressed against Hao Ren's chest as she put Hao Ren down little by little to avoid him bumping into things. "If Gongzi is awake, we wouldn't be able to serve him like this," Lu Linlin couldn't help but say. She suddenly felt a bit of jealousy. "Okay, I know." Lu Lily nodded while blushing. She could tell that her sister's mood wasn't so great at this moment. Hao Ren was lying down again. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other without talking. Time passed by slowly. "Sis, it has been half an hour, and Gongzi is still not awake." Lu Lily broke the silence and said in a whisper. Lu Linlin put her hand on Hao Ren's wrist. "The meridians in Gongzi's body are normal. Sis, according to the book, if a person is unconscious, we need to do CPR." Lu Lily looked at Lu Linlin carefully and said with a voice that was as low as the buzzing of a mosquito. She saw Lu Linlin's gaze, lowered her head in a hurry, and pretended as if she didn't say anything. "That is definitely an option," Lu Linlin's voice sounded. Lu Lily looked up at Lu Linlin, surprised. "Do you want to do it, or should I do it?" Lu Linlin asked. "You do it, sis." Lu Lily passed the opportunity to her older sister immediately. "It's your idea. You can do it," Lu Linlin yielded. "Sis." Lu Lily passed again. "Okay, I'll give it a try," Lu Linlin said. Lu Lily was stunned and nodded. She felt slightly frustrated. It felt similar to losing a game of rock paper scissors. Lu Linlin sat by the bed and bent over gently. Her soft hands pressed on Hao Ren's chin and forehead as her lips got closer to Hao Ren's mouth inch by inch. Lu Lily looked at Lu Linlin nervously and clasped her hands tightly together. "You do it." Lu Linlin suddenly turned around to look at Lu Lily and said when her lips were just 1 centimeter away from Hao Ren's. Lu Lily took a few steps back and looked at Lu Linlin in surprise. "Oh." She bit her lips with her white teeth, leaned toward Hao Ren, took a deep breath, and pressed her lips on top of Hao Ren's accurately and quickly like a woodpecker. "This girl," she read the first aid manual handed out by the dormitory. "I was wondering why she seemed uneasy these few days. It turns out that she has been thinking about this." Lu Linlin stood on the side, looked at Lu Lily, and thought helplessly. Lu Lily, who was holding Hao Ren, blew air into Hao Ren's mouth randomly and filled his mouth, but it still didn't wake Hao Ren up. The more anxious she was, the faster her heartbeat got, and the less professional her movements became. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Cough, cough, Lu Linlin dry coughed deliberately. "Sis, you do it." Lu Lily, whose face was completely red, looked at Lu Linlin helplessly. Lu Linlin took a deep breath, pressed her lips against Hao Ren softly, and blew in a breath of air. Her movements were gentle and professional. Her thin lips were pressed against Hao Ren's lips as her eyes were crystal clear with no other emotions. Sis really knows how to do it. Seeing Lu Linlin performing CRP correctly, Lu Lily admired her sister but also felt embarrassed. She wouldn't have known that Lu Linlin already read the first aid manual 5 or 6 times before she looked at it. Especially when it came to CPE, Lu Linlin carefully studied that part several times. Hao Ren slowly exhaled. He suddenly opened his eyes, and all he saw was Lu Linlin hugging and kissing him. There was a sweet taste in his mouth, and the blush on Lu Linlin's face could be seen clearly. Oh no! Sis will get all the credit. This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Lily's mind. Chapter 369. Progress. Instead of backslide, Lu Linlin, who got caught by surprise, pushed on the bed and sat up in a hurry. The moment she sat up, her tongue accidentally touched Hao Ren's teeth. This made her have butterflies in her stomach, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Hao Ren looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and couldn't tell who was who since his vision was blurry. The blushing Lu Linlin almost made him believe that it was Lu Lily. Gongzi, Lu Lily, who stood on the side, called out in a light voice. Her voice gave Fei a hint, and he was sure that the one in the front of him was Lu Linlin and the one beside him was Lu Lily. They were both wearing light yellow long blouses made with a soft material and a gray belt, which were simple yet classy. Where am I? Hao Ren asked as his head was still dizzy. Lu Linlin blushed again, fixed her clothes, and answered, we are on 5th heaven. Hao Ren nodded slightly. Licking his lips, he felt a sweet and smooth taste on his tongue. This little subconscious action made Lu Linlin and Lu Lily extremely nervous. They felt like the most important acupoints on their bodies were suddenly struck by someone. In fact, Hao Ren immediately guessed what happened when he saw their expressions. However, to avoid further awkwardness, he didn't ask any more question. Instead, he instantly circulated the nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to check the condition of his body. Several hundred acupoints and dozens of meridians were unimpeded, and there were some slight changes to the dragon core. The thin sword energies re-entered the dragon core to check the condition of the openings. 120 openings. There were just enough openings for him to reach Gen level. Hao Ren, who just reached Gen level, rechecked his body in a hurry. He realized that not only did the dragon core not receive any damage, but more openings appeared, making his dragon core contain 120 openings. He distinctly remembered that the elders from West Ocean were about to damage the White Ford, and he used the Hunden lightning inside his meridians to evoke the potential of the dragon core in a hurry and created many openings by damaging the dragon core. His realm reached Dewey level, and he was able to transform into a dragon and fight with the 16 Dewey level elders from the West Ocean Dragon Clan. According to norms, this reckless approach should definitely cause irreversible harm to the dragon core. Where are my dad and mom? Hao Ren supported himself up before asking them. Gongzi's parents are safe, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily replied. Hao Ren nodded and asked, what happened afterward? After the tough fight, Gongzi fainted. My sister and I rescued Gongzi and brought you to 5th heaven, Lu Linlin said. Her face was back to normal, and she took half a step back and stood beside Lu Lily. I had a dream. My consciousness was scattered into the sword energies, and my sword energies flew in between 2 godly lotuses. Then, I transformed into a dragon again, and I swallowed a golden core, Hao Ren said. Gongzi is very fortunate. Your cultivation progress didn't fall back but increased instead. Such great news. Lu Linlin's eyes curved as she smiled happily and said. Hao Ren glanced at her powerlessly and said, stop flattering me. You guys didn't lose anything, did you? Gongzi, both my sisters and my cultivation progress also didn't fall back but increased as well, Lu Linlin said in a joyful tone. Seeing that Hao Ren didn't ask about what just happened, Lu Linlin's shyness went away, and she became lively again. Hao Ren thought, was that the so-called dual cultivation? However, he immediately buried that thought when it came to his mind. He thought of the feeling when he transformed into a dragon. That sensation of power was far beyond what he had now. Some sort of Hunden essence was injected into his dragon core. Hao Ren thought about transforming into a dragon, and he suddenly felt like he could turn into a dragon and fly in the sky and he wanted. Gongzi, as long as you have successfully transformed into a dragon once and obtained the feeling, you can do it again in the future. Seeing Hao Ren thinking about something, Lu Lily blushed as she took half a step forward and said. She was debating whether if she should tell Hao Ren that she also tried to do a CPR on him. She didn't want to take credit for her sister's work, but she also didn't want Hao Ren to think about Lu Linlin from now on and neglect her. Twisting her hands together, Lu Lily stood in front of Hao Ren and didn't know what to say. Gongzi, Lily also tried her best to save you when you were unconscious, Lu Linlin said. Sis. Lu Linlin told Hao Ren what Lu Lily was thinking about, and the latter was instantly embarrassed and blushed. Hao Ren looked at Lu Lily happily and then looked at Lu Linlin. It's all good as long as you guys are fine, he said. This simple phrase suddenly touched the Lu sisters. Even though Gongzi is usually around the big Jumu and the little Jumu, he still has us on his mind. If they didn't know Hao Ren's personality well, they would have thrown themselves into Hao Ren's arms at this moment. Gongzi just woke up, and your body is still weak. I'll go grab some supplements for you. Lu Linlin pushed open the door, walked toward the direction of the Grand Palace, and shout with nature essence empowering her voice. Whoever is in charge here, send me the best elixir quickly. The shout of a nascent soul realm cultivator resonated in the entire White Sand sect. Sect Master Wang didn't dare to neglect this command. He went into the elixir-making building at his fastest speed and delivered 3 level 4 elixir pill to Lu Linlin. These are all you have? Lu Linlin looked down at Sect Master Wang. These are the best elixirs that we have. Sect Master Wang's legs were trembling as he replied. Humph, you can go now. Lu Linlin looked at him in dissatisfaction and knew that the sects on 5th heaven actually wouldn't be able to have good elixir pills. She turned around and headed back into the room. Gongzi, I only obtained 3 elixir pills. Hurry up and take these. Lu Linlin handed the elixir pills to Hao Ren. Hao Ren shook his head as he smiled and put the 3 elixir pills in the box into his mouth. Level 4 elixir pills were considered superior elixirs. The effects of these 3 elixir pills were more than enough to make up the nature essence that Hao Ren lost. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily brought Hao Ren to 5th heaven to heal. First of all, the essence intensity here was high, making it a good place for recovery. Second of all, they could ask the sects to run errands for them and didn't need to spend time on the necessities. Hao Ren's dragon core warmed up, but the cost to the White Sand sect made Sect Master Wang want to hit his head against the wall. The 3 level 4 elixir pills were the rewards saved up by the White Sand sect for servicing 6th Heaven Sky Mountain sect for 300 years. Yet, Hao Ren squandered White Sand sect's 300 years of savings in the blink of an eye. The nature essence required by Gen level was filled, and Hao Ren released his sword energies, which grouped themselves into 3 buckets. They dashed out of the room by piercing through the cracks of the house, and the power of every single sword energy was twice as strong compared to before. The 3-talent heaven-earth array formation, 320 sword energies illuminated the sky. Let's go. Hao Ren didn't want to stay there any longer and wanted to check out the situation below 1st heaven. He went through the gap in the roof and flew away. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed right after Hao Ren and flew beside each other. Sect Master Wang, who waited beside the back mountain, finally saw the dragon cultivator's appearance. Bam! 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 Sect Master Wang suddenly took 5 to 6 steps back. This cultivator, isn't him the one who led a young female cultivator and made a mess in the sect? Nascent soul realm cultivators are only his maids. What is his identity? Hao Ren soared into the sky and realized that he was in the White Sand sect, a place he visited before. He instantly took back his original thoughts of dropping a few top-tier spirit stones as compensations. 320 sword energies encircled them 3, following them and leaving promptly. The cultivators in the nascent soul realm probably couldn't even do this. A monk could run but the temple couldn't. One at this moment, Sect Master Wang deeply regretted provoking this mysterious young cultivator. Judging from the spirit lotus that came out of his body and the godly light that came down from higher heavens, this young-looking cultivator might be a legendary soul formation realm cultivator. Since he is a dragon, he must be at heavenly dragon realm, he thought. Hao Ren and the Lu sisters broke through the array formation between 5th heaven and 4th heaven and quickly returned to 1st heaven through the clouds. This Hao Ren wasn't the same Hao Ren from a few hours ago. His every move could unleash a sword array formation that was comparable to the power of a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Hao Ren's dragon core got shattered and restructured, and his strength underwent a drastic change as well. That red Ferrari was still parked on the side of the street. When Hao Ren went looking for Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang in a hurry, he left the keys in the car. Hao Ren rushed into the car like a shooting star, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily also followed him inside the vehicle. "My clothes, did you guys change it for me?" Hao Ren just realized that he had been wearing a gorgeous robe and asked the Lu sisters. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily nodded at the same time. Redness appeared on their faces and made them look like flowers that were quietly blooming in the middle of the night. Hao Ren remembered that there was another set of spare clothes in the car, so he took them out and went into the woods by the side of the road to change. "Gongzi won't blame us, right?" "No. Will Gongzi be angry?" "Probably not," Lu Lily and Lu Linlin whispered in disgust when Hao Ren was changing. It was their first time changing Hao Ren's clothes for him, and they couldn't tell if it was appropriate. If Hao Ren didn't mind, they were willing to bathe and change his clothes for him. However, it seems like Gongzi isn't quite used to it, they thought. Hao Ren, who changed back to regular clothes, returned to the car, started the vehicle, and drove back toward the house by the ocean. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi must be extremely worried when they lost contact with him. Nonetheless, Hao Ren still had to think about Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. He couldn't fly back and could only drive back as soon as possible. The rainstorm stopped, but Hao Ren didn't know how the battle between East Ocean and West Ocean went. The Ferrari left waves of water on the highway and brought Hao Ren and Lu's sister back to the house. It was bright in the house. Hao Ren drove the Ferrari into the garage and was relieved when he saw the white Ford there. Hearing noises made by the engine of the Ferrari coming from the garage, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi rushed to the door immediately. Seeing that Hao Ren was safe with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi put their palms on their chests at the same time and sighed out of relief. They rode Little White for an hour in the sky and couldn't find a trace of Hao Ren. They panicked when he didn't pick up his cell phone either. Hao Zonghua's white Ford was sent back to the house under the escort of the rescue team, and the two girls didn't want to cause any more worries and could only return home and wait for Hao Ren there. Seeing Hao Ren's safe return, the sense of trust Zhao Yanzi built with Xie Yujia during the emergency immediately collapsed. Zhao Yanzi stood at the door, rolled her eyes coldly at Xie Yujia, and glared viciously at Hao Ren. "Dumb. How come it took you so long to come back?" Chapter 370. Dragon. Hao Ren, who stood in the cold wind, was stunned. Zhao Yanzi's tone sounded like a wife who was angry at her husband for going outside to play until very late. Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren viciously. Yet, she was delighted on the inside. She saw Hao Ren being attacked and surrounded by 16 elders from West Ocean, but she couldn't do anything to help. She was about to go to East Ocean to get help when she returned to the house, but she saw Hao Ren returning safely. When Zhao Yanzi stood at the door, Xie Yujia walked out of the door, ran to Hao Ren, rolled up her sleeve to use her clothes to wipe off the sweat and raindrops on Hao Ren's face. This warm and sweet action made Hao Ren, who was standing in the cold wind, feel touched. At this moment, the silence was more expressive than words. Zhao Yanzi, who remained in the same spot, was stunned as she saw this scene happen before his eyes. She didn't expect that the negligence of her own would allow Xie Yujia to seize this chance. She spoke viciously just now and couldn't soften her attitude. "Come inside. It's cold out here." After wiping off the sweat on Hao Ren's face, Xie Yujia pulled on Hao Ren's wrist lightly and dragged him inside the house. Zhao Yanzi, who stood at the door, was even more dumbfounded. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were still standing outside, covered their mouths and giggled. It was obvious that Big Jumu, Xie Yujia, won this round with her gentle and loving greeting. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily turned into two rays of blue light and dashed away. It was already close to midnight now, and they didn't want to disturb Hao Ren's family. Hao Ren turned around, saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily leaving, and nodded slightly. The Lu sisters seemed very playful and naughty, but they had done more than enough in the name of payback. Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren and Xie Yujia into the house in a hurry and shouted, "Grandma, Hao Ren is back." "You're back, Ren." Grandma, who was waiting anxiously, stood up from the couch immediately. "I'm fine, Grandma." Hao Ren walked over quickly and supported Grandma. Grandma was excited and didn't notice that Hao Ren's clothes weren't the same clothes he wore earlier. Seeing that Hao Ren was unharmed, she kept patting her chest and tried to relax. Little White kept on going around Hao Ren's heels. It had an intimate relationship with Hao Ren and was undoubtedly worried about Hao Ren's safety. Zhen Kongming, who returned to the house with Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, held a cup of hot tea and looked at the reunion of Hao Ren's family quietly. If Hao Ren didn't unleash a power that was beyond his control, Zhen Kongming would have revealed his demon beast form under rage. "Come on. Nothing happened to your mom and me. Why did you come and look for us? Not to mention you also brought Z out. It's very dangerous to drive in the rain." Hao Zonghua saw that Hao Ren returned and said in a condemning tone. 2 hours ago, the rescue team found the white Ford that was stuck in the highway. When they found out that the Hao Zonghua couple were the people trapped there, they immediately raised the alert by 10 times and guarded them back to the house by the ocean. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were the real, national treasures. How could the East Ocean City afford it if they had an accident in the city? Seeing Hao Zonghua's angry expression, Hao Ren didn't answer and smiled casually. "What kind of attitude is that?" Hao Zonghua got even angrier. "Alright. Ren was worried about you too. Now that Z is back safely and Ren is also back, let's forget about what happened." Grandma didn't want Hao Zonghua to scold Hao Ren and stood in the middle to stop him. "Humph." Hao Zonghua snorted in discontent, took out his cell phone, and dialed out someone's number. "Hello, Commissioner Liu, it's fine. My son is back. Sorry to bother you so late." Good. I'm glad everything's fine." A middle-aged man's polite voice came from the other side of the phone. Hao Zonghua returned home, found out that Hao Ren hadn't been back for a few hours, and called the East Ocean City's police commissioner. The police commissioner was already sleeping. When he heard that Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's son was lost in the night, he got scared and began to sweat. After the emergency call was made, the entire police service at East Ocean was mobilized. If Hao Zonghua didn't call this police commissioner back in time, this man would have ordered 2 helicopters to look for Hao Ren. Hao Zonghua never liked to ask people for favors. If Hao Ren weren't missing, Hao Zonghua wouldn't have dialed the police commissioner's number so late at night. Because of Hao Zonghua's phone call, almost all the police officers in the city were summoned. However, Hao Ren returned to the house now as if nothing had happened. Why wouldn't Hao Zonghua be angry about this? "Uncle, Hao Ren was worried about the two of you and drove out to find you guys. There was a rainstorm in late night. It is normal that he got lost by accident." Xie Yujia walked up and tried to persuade him. Her voice was soft and gentle, and it instantly decreased Hao Zonghua's anger by half. "Don't worry. Ren, don't be so careless in the future," Yu Yang added. In reality, Yu Yang was touched by the fact Hao Ren disregarded his own safety and came out to find them in the rainstorm at night. Hao Ren seemed to act indifferent toward them, but this incident allowed Yu Yang to see Hao Ren's love toward them. "We're going on a trip tomorrow. Since everyone's fine, let's rest up early." Grandma tried to smooth over the atmosphere as she waved her hand and said. "Yeah, let's go to bed early," Yu Yang added when he looked up and saw that it was already midnight. "There's one more thing I didn't say earlier," Hao Zonghua interrupted Yu Yang and said with an especially serious expression, "Yu Yang, I really saw dragons when we were stuck on the highway." Hao Ren couldn't help but twitch when he heard Hao Zonghua's words. "Zonghua, how come you also believe in this?" Yu Yang felt slightly helpless. How could there be creatures such as dragons? "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes," Hao Zonghua insisted. Hao Zonghua's worry was now gone, and his anger was vented when Hao Ren returned to the house. Therefore, the topic was changed to his extremely shocking discovery. "Dragons indeed exist." Grandma held up her teacup. "When I was young and working in the field." Grandma was about to tell her story again. Yu Yang's expression looked very helpless. She had heard Grandma tell this story numerous times after she got married to Hao Zonghua. Both of her ears almost had calluses from hearing it. Yet, how could she believe these tales from the elder? How could mythological creatures really exist? Hao Zonghua and her never believed these groundless tales before. Yet, after this rainy night, Hao Zonghua said that he saw dragons with his own eyes. This made Yu Yang feel even more helpless. Yes, I saw them today. There were a few black dragons and one white dragon, Hao Zonghua answered Grandma. You are probably seeing things. You must be too tired from overseeing the research institute. Take a break on the trip tomorrow. Yu Yang rubbed Hao Zonghua's temples and felt sorry for him. Hao Zonghua couldn't persuade Yu Yang and could only turn to Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. Did you guys see dragons earlier? He asked. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at each other and then looked at Hao Zonghua as they shook their heads. Hao Zonghua sighed and asked them again, then, do you believe in the existence of dragons in this world? Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at each other and then looked at Hao Zonghua as they shook their heads again. Hao Zonghua was at a loss for words and turned to Hao Ren. Ren, you were just outside as well. Did you see the dragons in the clouds? No, Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds and replied. Hao Zonghua stood in the living room stiffly and felt like he was isolated. He was a top-tier biologist in the world. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to represent ignorance, and other non-professionals appeared to represent the truth. Zonghua, don't worry. I support you. There must be dragons. Grandma stood beside Hao Zonghua and said firmly. Hao Zonghua turned around, looked at Grandma, and sighed. Out of everybody here, Grandma's opinion was the most powerless one. Since you guys didn't believe this, I'm going to create a new research topic next week on dragons' existence. Hao Zonghua stood up straight and announced. Don't be silly, Zonghua. Dragons are a type of emblem. It originated from ancient people's awe of water snakes. The so-called mounting the clouds and riding the mist is not in accordance with scientific principles, Yu Yang said and tried to persuade. You guys don't believe in this, but I do. I will find real dragons someday, Hao Zonghua said firmly with confidence. Yu Yang sighed deeply. She couldn't express support and couldn't voice opposition either. With Hao Zonghua's status in the scientific community, creating such a research topic would arouse many discussions, and many suspicions and ridicules would follow. Hao Ren, who stood in front of Hao Zonghua, sighed secretly. Dad is about to set up an enormous research fund to find the proof of a dragon, but he doesn't know that a living one is standing right in front of him, he thought. I support you, Zonghua. As everyone in the living room was silent, Grandma suddenly said in a passionate tone. This was the first time that Grandma supported Hao Zonghua's scientific research. She thought Hao Zonghua's research topics from before were too complicated and too distant, such as genes and cells. She never understood any of them. Yet, the topic of finding dragons was more real and close in her mind. Fine, using this topic to attract national, even worldwide attention and bring up the relevant researches of marine organisms sounds like a good plan. Yu Yang gave in. It's getting late. Let's sleep. We're going on a trip tomorrow. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at each other without saying anything. However, Hao Ren felt slightly flustered. With Hao Zonghua's reputation in the scientific community, could he actually discover the dragon cultivators by utilizing high tech? Let's sleep, Little White. Zhen Kongming whistled at Little White, and Little White jumped up and followed Zhen Kongming into his bedroom. Pung! At this moment, the surface of the ocean that was a few thousand kilometers away from the house suddenly exploded. The warfare between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and West Ocean Dragon Clan officially began. Chapter 371. I'm not the greatest hero. Zhen Kongming stopped right before entering the room and looked out the window. Little White stuck its head up as well, hyper-focused. With their demon beast's instincts, they noticed that the intense battle under the ocean had begun in the distance. Splash, 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 sea waved rapidly smashed onto the rocks on the beach, creating loud noises. How can there be so many tides at this time of the day? Yu Yang was extremely sensitive to the sound of the waves due to her profession, and she frowned at this observation. Splash, splash, two even more intense waves smashed onto the beach outside the house. Yu Yang checked the time and realized it was already midnight. She quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm Yu Yang. Is this the Ocean Environment Center? Is there any particular change in the statistics you gathered in the East Ocean? Ms. Yu, the statistics today are fairly regular, people answered on the other side of the phone. How about now? Look at the graph of the past hour, Yu Yang continued. The statistics on tides haven't been changing much. Wait a minute. There is a giant vortex about 100 kilometers away from the East Ocean City, the observers in the station said hastily. Shoo, as soon as they answered, another storm suddenly broke the quietness of the night. Countless fishes and shrimps were falling alongside the heavy raindrops. It wasn't raining. The seawater just got thrown into the sky. This was the sign of an upcoming tornado. The war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan underneath the sea generated enough energy to form a tornado above the sea. Streaks of visible white energy were shooting out above the ocean in a single one of them could turn half of the East Ocean City into a wasteland. Boom! Boom! Two tornadoes accidentally smashed into each other on the ocean surface and broke a hole in the clouds. Announce an alert right away. Yu Yang commanded calmly into the phone. She picked up a blanket from the couch and put it around Grandma. Then, she hastily walked her to the garage while holding her arm. She had been studying meteorological environment for over 10 years and had never witnessed something as horrifying as this. According to her judgment, these tornadoes that suddenly appeared could reach the East Ocean City in half an hour. There was a basement connected to the garage, and it was an extra space offered to them when they purchased the beach house. It was useful for storing things, but it also became Yu Yang's top choice to hide from the tornadoes. Zhonghua, take Z and Yujia and follow me. Yu Yang turned to Hao Zhonghua as she walked Grandma to the garage. Hao Ren, as a Gen-level cultivator, deeply admired how calm Yu Yang was when such terrifying tornadoes were quickly getting closer to them. Let's go. Zhao Zhonghua dragged Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, who were already stupefied by the fish ramen, and ran into the basement. Ren, bring over Kongming. Hao Zhonghua shouted at Hao Ren while he ran. Beep, beep, the siren woke up the sleeping people as it went off through the entire city. Even though Hao Ren's family lived far from downtown, they could still clearly hear the alarm. Yu Yang clearly knew about the unpredictable changes in the ocean climate. A tornado could form immediately and disappear quickly as well. These tornadoes might go away before they could even get onto land, but she had to get the people prepared. She was willing to take responsibility for alarming the entire city and turning it into a semi-chaos. Boom! Another two tornadoes smashed into each other, and tons of ocean water formed into a storm, pouring down rapidly from the high sky. Hao Ren knew that the East Ocean Dragon Palace was not far from the beach. The fierce storm on the ocean surface could be the beginning of the war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Although the war between the dragons was taking place deep in the ocean, it would definitely harm mortals on the land. That was why East Ocean tried its best to avoid head-on confrontations with West Ocean. Zhao Guang didn't want to harm innocent people. However, under Zhao Horan's tough attitude, the war was inevitable. The battles between the elders of the two dragon clans underneath the ocean made the nature essence dash out of the sea and generated turbid airflows above the ocean. There were quite a few Qian-level and Kun-level masters on both sides, and they could easily flip over mountains and oceans. 10 East Ocean City would have been destroyed if the war took place on land. Little White, Kongming, go in the garage. Hao Ren pointed to the garage. He created a red energy shield with both hands and suddenly dashed into the sky. Su Han was recovering in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so she probably wouldn't be able to get out of there during this tangled warfare. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyang was just severely injured by Hao Ren, and even his Dharma treasure was in Hao Ren's hands. On top of that, he didn't have enough of an emotional connection with the East Ocean City to fight for it. This meant that Hao Ren, the assisting inspector, was the only one who could protect the East Ocean City at the moment. Hao Ren had just leveled up to Gen level and hadn't stabilized his realm yet. However, he had to put up a line of defense to stop the wild tornadoes. Gen Kongming was good at setting up array formations, but he was too weak. He could only look up at Hao Ren, who was in the red energy shield and flying toward the sky. There was a streak of pure nature essence in Hao Ren's body, and even Gen Kongming couldn't see through it. Gen Kongming assumed that this was precisely the nature essence that helped Hao Ren achieve Gen level all of a sudden. He whipped his hair and dashed toward the garage, hoping that the rain wouldn't drench him. Little White looked at the sky, worried. It ran a few steps toward the garage before it turned and transformed into its snow lion form. Then, it hopped into the sky. Although it hated the feeling of getting soaked by the rain, it didn't want to let its owner go on his own. Shoo! Little White carried Hao Ren. The flame under its paws spread all around it, and the fire soon covered Little White in no time. It was like a giant fireball hanging in the dark sky. However, this fireball was surrounded by the red energy shield and couldn't be seen by ordinary people. Little White was high in spirits as it became a level 2 demon beast. Its 4 legs turned into a pure golden color. Hao Ren felt the warmth on Little White's back. He looked down at Little White's shiny eyes and the crazy fire around him. He immediately sensed Little White's strong battle hungriness. The raindrops around them were instantly evaporated. Mortals couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, it would have been so cool to be seen riding a snow lion who was covered in flames. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll, sword array formation. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies spurred out of him on command. There was a loud noise coming out of the ocean, and the tide splashed up. There were millions of vertexes in the sea, and Hao Ren could imagine how intense the battle between the East and West Ocean dragon clans was underneath the water. Another streak of powerful nature essence spurred out of the ocean, and the strong energy broke through tons of water and generated a vacuum zone. The surrounding water poured into the bottomless pit, forming another giant vortex. In the meantime, the dashing nature essence twirled up the airflow and generated another tornado. The war underneath the ocean was at least 10 times as intense as the tornadoes that were above the ocean. Shoo! A tornado splattered toward the direction of East Ocean City. 2 dragons array formation. Hao Ren flicked his fingers, and the 320 sword energies dashed toward the tornado. The tornado was a few thousand meters high and twirling at a speed of 800 miles per hour. It was immediately chopped into pieces by Hao Ren's sword energies as a cucumber was cut with a sharp knife. The tornado died down and blew toward the shore in the form of fierce wind, sending yellow sand into the air. Another 2 tornadoes twirled toward the south region of East Ocean City. Large amounts of rain and seawater splattered around the tornadoes. The 320 sword energies divided into 2 groups and dashed into the center of the tornadoes and formed 2 one-line sword array formation to destroy them. The died-down tornadoes threw a large number of fishes onto the roofs and streets in the south region of the city. There was a dozen of unsteady tornadoes on the ocean surface, which formed and disappeared randomly. They swiped around crazily, but none of them could get near East Ocean City. The people who lived near the ocean and in the skyscrapers downtown could see the tornadoes getting close and collapsing one by one. They had no idea that Hao Ren, in the red energy shield, was defeating the invading tornadoes all by himself with ease. The 320 sword energies formed a defense web which spread over a few dozen miles and eliminated the tornadoes. Hao Ren wasn't entirely sure what kind of strength he had as a gen-level cultivator. However, even though his realm wasn't even steady yet, he could still easily stop 4 to 5 tornadoes that were powerful enough to rip up any houses or trees and were rarely seen by mortals. He knew that the so-called cultivators were indeed far above mortals with domineering prestige. Shoo! The 320 sword energies whipped through the surface of the ocean, and it chopped off the roots of all the active tornadoes and splashed waves of tides on the ocean. Then, the tornadoes all disappeared at once. The storm over East Ocean City immediately stopped as well. Beep, beep, the siren sounding across the city slowly stopped. It was fortunate that the tornadoes did not get to the land. In the eyes of mortals, it was only a sudden level 8 typhoon in the middle of the night. Yu Yang walked out of the garage with her arms over Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. Hao Zonghua also carefully got out of the garage, holding Grandma by her arm. Zhen Kongming covered his mouth with his hand as he yawned deeply, and he hopped over the pond in the garden and headed to the house. Ren! Ren! Hao Zonghua shouted. Hao Ren lied on a big rock in the garden as if he had fainted. He slowly lifted his head and asked dizzily, "Is the typhoon gone, Dad? I just slipped and passed out." Ah, so useless. Hao Zonghua walked over and pulled Hao Ren up by the latter's arm. Then, he looked back at Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia as he said to himself, "How do you deserve Yujia and Z?" Xie Yujia laughed while covering her mouth, and Zhao Yanzi pouted, poked Hao Ren's waist, and said, reluctantly, "Since you are such a coward, I'll sleep in the same room as you tonight to comfort you. My lover is the greatest hero in the world." One day, he will come to me on a seven-colored cloud in a golden helmet and armor and marry me. 1. Zhao Yanzi secretly recited this line in her head. Chapter 372. Don't come near. Alright. Z can sleep in Ren's room tonight. Grandma walked over and said with a smile before Hao Ren could respond. Z was only teasing Hao Ren. However, she blushed and hid beside Hao Ren after hearing Grandma's comment. The weather just now was so terrifying, Grandma looked up and sighed. Hao Zonghua wanted to point out that it was inappropriate for Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren to sleep in the same room. However, since Grandma suddenly changed the topic, he nodded and replied, Yu Yang said that the climate in the East Ocean area is a little abnormal. In my opinion, the seaside is not very safe. Yu Yang and I will check out some places in the city in a few days, and we can move. Don't worry. Grandma shook her head immediately. The Dragon King is protecting our East Ocean. Even if it's more dangerous than today, the Dragon King can assure our safety. Yu Yang shook her head at Grandma's comment, and Hao Zonghua didn't know what to say either. Hao Zonghua now believed in the existence of dragons, but that didn't mean he had the same belief as Grandma. Our East Ocean city has been comfortable to live in for hundreds of years. There have never been natural disasters such as floods, droughts, and windstorms. This is all thanks to the Dragon King who has been protecting the people, Grandma continued. Hao Ren would definitely think that this was a superstition of the older generation if it were before. But now, Hao Ren knew that Zhao Yanzi's dad, Zhao Guang, had indeed been protecting the safety of the East Ocean area. Even the old grandma who was a Soul Formation Realm Grandmaster and taught Xie Yujia the technique couldn't guarantee a safe and secure life for the East Ocean citizens when she was in charge. Mom, it's already late. The tornadoes came in quickly and disappeared fast as well. It will be calm over the next couple of hours. Let's go back home and get some rest. Yu Yang would never believe Grandma's explanation. She lightly nudged Grandma's back and walked her into the house. Hao Ren and the others followed them into the house as well. Since all the tornadoes were destroyed a dozen kilometers away from the coast, there was only wild wind left. The homes along the coastline didn't experience too much damage. Xie Yujia and Zhen Kongming each went toward their rooms on the first floor, and Hao Ren walked to the staircase as Zhao Yanzi followed him in her soaked clothes. She held onto the buttons on her wet shirt. Hao Ren looked back at her, and she looked up at him as well. Zonghua and Yu Yang, you guys should go sleep earlier too. You still need to take everyone out on a trip tomorrow, Grandma said to them as she walked to her room. Okay, Mom, Yu Yang replied politely before she dragged Hao Zonghua into their room roughly. Hao Zonghua wanted to separate Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, but he had no chance to do anything about it. Yu Yang and Grandma were on the same side when it came to Zhao Yanzi. They both wanted them to get along better. After all, Hao Ren wouldn't do anything bad to her anyway. Time for bed. Time for bed. Zhao Yanzi had no choice, so she pushed Hao Ren into his room. Her face was red. Over 10 tornadoes were going crazy on the surface of the ocean, and 4 or 5 of them blew toward the city. Zhao Yanzi thought the East Ocean city would be in deep trouble, but Hao Ren easily cut all those tornadoes. It made her admire Hao Ren deeply. Of course, she wouldn't tell Hao Ren about this. Hao Ren occasionally looked cool in her eyes, but most of the time he was still the uncle he usually was. The room was warm. Zhao Yanzi shook her wet shoes off and hid under the blankets. Then, she threw her wet coat, pants, and 2 colorful little socks onto the ground. Hao Ren could imagine that she was only in her undergarments at this moment. Her reckless temperament was just as crazy as the tornadoes. Except, Hao Ren could handle the tornadoes, but he couldn't handle Zhao Yanzi. Aren't you worried about the battle between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and West Ocean Dragon Clan? Hao Ren stood at the door and asked Zhao Yanzi, who only kept her little head out of the blanket. Relax. We already won. There was a ray of raising red light when all the tornadoes died down. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her little nose and said. Hao Ren finally felt relieved when he heard this. No wonder she was acting all excited. She already knew the result of the battle. You are so shameless, sleeping in my room when my parents are both here, Hao Ren walked over and said to her in a relaxed mood. Shoo. Zhao Yanzi hid her head under the blanket and murmured from underneath, so what? So what? She was very cheerful on the inside. Xie Yujia took care of Hao Ren when he first got back like a loving wife, leaving Zhao Yanzi aside. Now, Zhao Yanzi felt like she had the privilege of spending the night in Hao Ren's room. On top of that, even Hao Ren's parents agreed to it. It was like a remarkable comeback, proving to Xie Yujia that she was the actual fiancée. Humph. You are on the first floor, and I'm on the second floor. So, I have a higher status than you. Zhao Yanzi thought to herself as she curled up under the dark blanket. You think there's nothing I can do when you turn yourself into a turtle? Hao Ren walked a few steps closer and held Zhao Yanzi into his arms from under the blanket. Ah! Stop it! Zhao Yanzi screamed when she was suddenly lifted into the air. Oh, you are already outside the window. I'm going to throw you out now. Hao Ren opened the window and shouted toward the blanket. A chilly wind blew in from the outside, and Zhao Yanzi thought Hao Ren actually lifted her and put her outside the window. She struggled and shouted, "Don't you dare." Why wouldn't I dare? You dared to come into my room, so I dared to throw you out, Hao Ren continued. Jerk. Zhao Yanzi was a little scared as she was in the dark and had no idea what was going on. She struggled out of the blanket immediately and realized that Hao Ren only lifted her above the bed. Her small undergarments couldn't cover up her smooth body. Hao Ren could see her neck, her shoulders and a part of her belly. Ah! Zhao Yanzi screamed and held onto the blanket in Hao Ren's hands, covering herself up. Even so, her two smooth feet were still right in front of Hao Ren. She kicked Hao Ren hard before she turned back and went back onto the bed. Her soft feet didn't cause any harm to Hao Ren. On the other hand, he could see how panicky she was. Hao Zonghua heard Zhao Yanzi's scream from next door. He looked at Yu Yang, who was beside him. Yu Yang was keeping a record of today's storm on her notebook. Hao Zonghua coughed twice on purpose to attract her attention, but Yu Yang turned her body sideways and continued writing without acknowledging anything. Don't come any closer or I'll shout. I'm warning you. I've already taken off my clothes, Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren loudly once she went back into bed. Hao Zonghua heard it from next door and coughed twice again toward Yu Yang. Yu Yang bit the tip of her pen and pretended to be deep in her own thoughts. She didn't react to his coughing at all. Hao Zonghua sighed deeply and thought, kids are still kids. We'll just let them be. Hao Ren laughed at Zhao Yanzi's angry look. He turned around and took another set of blankets out of the closet. I won't tease you anymore. We still need to go on a trip tomorrow. He put the blanket on the wooden floor, unbuttoned his jacket, and lied on it. Then, he rolled around and got himself all curled up in the blanket. Zhao Yanzi looked down at Hao Ren and saw him closing his eyes, getting ready to sleep. She hesitated for a few seconds before she reached out her hand to poke him. Hey, are you going to sleep like that? The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V £3.11n. How else should I sleep? Hao Ren opened his eyes. I don't know either. Zhao Yanzi avoided Hao Ren's eyes. I'm not teasing you anymore. You were screaming, and you almost woke up everyone in the house, Hao Ren said. You were the one who scared me first. Zhao Yanzi defended herself viciously. Hao Ren waved her off. Go to bed, go to bed. Zhao Yanzi didn't feel right when she saw Hao Ren like this. Thinking about it, she did overreact when Hao Ren lifted her. After giving it more thought, she realized that Hao Ren was actually pretty nice to her. I'll share half the bed with you. Zhao Yanzi dragged the edge of the blanket and moved toward the wall. Just go to bed. Who knows what trick you are playing now? Hao Ren was too lazy to move, so he stayed under the blanket since it wasn't cold on the floor. Come up. Zhao Yanzi reached out her smooth arm and dragged onto Hao Ren's blanket. However, she wasn't as heavy as Hao Ren. Instead of pulling him up, she almost fell onto the floor. I'll get mad if you don't come up. Zhao Yanzi growled, rolling her eyes after seeing that Hao Ren didn't move at all. Hao Ren turned to her. You really want me to come up? Zhao Yanzi looked at him. She didn't know if she should nod or shake her head at this moment. How should she answer a question like that? Come up. Silly, she shouted at last after a few seconds of pondering. All right. Hao Ren reluctantly climbed onto the other half of the bed in his blankets. It seemed like he didn't want to get on there at all and was only doing it due to Zhao Yanzi's sincere request. Zhao Yanzi stared at him. She wished that she could punch him with her fists. She let him sleep on the other side of the bed out of kindness, yet he was treating her like this. Their blankets were close together, Even though they weren't touching, it felt warm. Hao Ren just leveled up to general level, so he was exhausted at the moment. He almost fell asleep immediately. Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren's calm face like a frog on a lily pad, staring at a fly. Suddenly, she quickly landed her lips on Hao Ren's forehead. What was that? Hao Ren opened his eyes dizzily and saw Zhao Yanzi's blushing face. What are you talking about? She rolled her eyes at him. Go back to your silly dream. Humph. Zhao Yanzi then turned her back to Hao Ren. Chapter 373, Different Objectives. Under the surface of the ocean, there was the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Stepping on 2 dashes of cyan light, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily arrived at the front gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The collapsed front gate had been rebuilt, and the glittering plaque had also been put up on the top of the gate. Most of the collapsed walls were still not fixed, and massive palaces were still destroyed and not rebuilt. When Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming sneak attacked the West Ocean Dragon Palace last time, they tore down nearly half of the buildings. Right now, the structures were being rebuilt at Old Man Zheng's request, but there were still some significant plazas and palaces that hadn't been built yet. The West Ocean Dragon Palace was empty at the moment since Old Man Zheng brought the troop to the East Ocean Dragon Palace for an expedition. There wasn't any elder or troop in the palace at the moment. Old Man Zheng brought all the troops and forces from the West Ocean Dragon Palace with him because he was eager to rescue his grandson. He assumed that nobody would be brave enough to attack his home base. However, he would never expect that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily would show up at this time. Ha! How dare you to expose our Gongzi to danger? Standing outside the front gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Lu Lily, who had pigtails, said angrily. Staring at the West Ocean Dragon Palace which was half destroyed, Lu Linlin bit her lip slightly. They won't know how tough our Gongzi is until we teach them a lesson, Lu Lily continued. Buzz. Lu Linlin stayed silent but threw out a white bracelet. The bracelet enlarged as soon as it touched the water, and it covered the entire West Ocean Dragon Palace instantly. Instead of complaining endlessly, Lu Linlin remained silent. However, her anger was not less than Lu Lily's. As a white light rose, every dark corner was lit up as if there was a sun rising from the bottom of the ocean. All the craftsmen who were occupied with construction realized that things were getting dangerous. Thus, they started to run away from the palace. Humph, humph. Lu Lily snorted discontentedly again and threw out a black bracelet. The black bracelet released a more pressing aura and made the craftsmen escape even faster. The entire West Ocean Dragon Palace turned into an empty city in a flash. The generals who were guarding the important structures rushed toward the front gate with only dozens of soldiers. Who are you? Give me your names, the leading general asked loudly while flying toward the gate. With a slight flip of her finger, this team of little over 200 soldiers got knocked away hundreds of meters by the undercurrent stirred up by Lu Linlin. Sister, don't waste your time talking to them, we should get started, Lu Lily said quickly. She moved her arm, and the black bracelet shrank back to its original size. Lu Lily pointed at the east, and this natal Dharma treasure that was connected to her mind flew to the east. Bang! The 5-floored Dharma treasure palace was cut down through the middle by this tiny Dharma treasure. This set of yin-yang bracelets could either get large or shrink. They had incredible, supernatural powers that were unstoppable, and they could destroy buildings easily. Lu Lily started first. Then Lu Linlin followed her and waved her fingers to control the movement of the white bracelet. Another magnificent palace was cut in half immediately. Both the black and white bracelets were moving rapidly in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Each hit represented the discontent in Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's mind. Boom, boom. The collapse of the buildings led to the violent movements of the currents of the ocean around them, and all the array formations in the Dragon Palace were destroyed entirely as well. Wherever the black and white bracelets went, all the walls and pillars were turned into ashes no matter how hard they were. This was the most devastating tragedy the West Ocean Dragon Palace had ever experienced. Boom! The black and white bracelets smashed a huge hole on the ground. Without the protection of the array formation, seawater flowed down the hole, and the West Ocean Dragon Palace was left in an even bigger mess. All the structures were wiped out. That's what you get for bullying Gongzi. After kicking the gravel and realizing that there was nothing more to destroy, Lu Lily grabbed Lu Linlin's wrist and said, "Let's get going now." "You feel better now?" Rubbing Lu Lily's nose slightly, Lu Linlin held her sister's hand and flew toward the surface of the ocean quickly. Lu Linlin couldn't know Lu Lily's personality any better. Lu Lily was very soft and sweet most of the time, but once she got mad, even a level 10 demon beast wouldn't be able to stop her. After the devastating demolishment, all the buildings in the West Ocean Dragon Palace turned into ruins. Not even a single beam survived. It wasn't hard to imagine the look on Old Manzung's face when he comes back to his home base with his defeated troops. Dawn arrived slowly. Hao Ren opened his eyes, and his shoulder was sore. Stuffing herself under Hao Ren's arm, Zhao Yanzi was pouting and sleeping well while laying her slim arms on Hao Ren's shoulder. Her own pillow and blanket fell off the bed already. Therefore, she pulled over half of Hao Ren's blanket in her sleep and used Hao Ren's arm as a pillow. Hao Ren looked down at her small face and touched her eyelashes with his fingers. Zhao Yanzi slightly shook her face, still immersed in her dream. You have been taking advantage of me all night," as he murmured to himself. Hao Ren looked outside the window. It was surprisingly nice and sunny outside. The sun in the morning shone brightly, and fishes were jumping into the ocean. Fish? Hao Ren suddenly sat up. Like a soft octopus, Zhao Yanzi slid into the empty space left by Hao Ren. Hao Ren walked up to the window and saw Xie Yujia busy working in the yard. Faint lights were coming out of her palms, and she picked up all the fishes that were carried out of the ocean by the hurricanes last night. After energized them with the power of her life note, she threw them back into the ocean. The dying fishes turned lively again under the stimulation of her nature essence, and they jumped into the ocean after making an elegant curve in the air. This kind and loving scene touched Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked back at Zhao Yanzi in the room. She was still sleeping. Xie Yujia, who was standing in the yard, didn't realize that Hao Ren was looking at her. She caressed the last 3 fishes in her hand before smiling happily and saying to them, "Well, you guys are the biggest. So, I'm sorry to tell you that you will be our lunch today." Standing by the window, Hao Ren suddenly felt like there was something stuck in his throat. Carrying 3 fishes, Xie Yujia ran inside the house happily while whistling. Obviously, she was going to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Women, well, are such strange creatures. After marveling for a second, Hao Ren put on a jacket and went to the first floor. In the kitchen, Xie Yujia was scraping the scales off of the fishes while humming. "Z hasn't gotten up yet?" Seeing Hao Ren walking downstairs, Xie Yujia asked. "Probably soon." Glancing at Xie Yujia, who had a white apron on, Hao Ren asked, "Are we going for a picnic today?" "Yeah, it's a really nice day today. I'll hurry up and cook some meals so that we can take them on the picnic." Xie Yujia nodded and answered. Hao Ren stood beside Xie Yujia and watched her cook. Xie Yujia felt warm in her heart. Although Hao Ren didn't help her with the cooking, she was still motivated. "It was incredible how you defeated so many hurricanes by yourself last night," Xie Yujia said as she pulled her hair into a bun and boiled some water. She looked like an understanding wife and a loving mother when she put her hair up. "I'm at Gen level now," Hao Ren said calmly. Xie Yujia turned around and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. "That was so quick. You reached Gen level already?" "Yes, I broke through during battle. Little White seems stronger as well," Hao Ren continued while facing the surprised Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was excited at first, but her face darkened slightly after. I'm the worst. Even Z is stronger than me. Old grandma is probably above 5th heaven, Hao Ren said and changed the topic. "How do you know?" Xie Yujia asked in a hurry. She was standing very close to Hao Ren, and she almost bumped into Hao Ren's chin when she turned around excitedly and looked up at him. "I'm not too sure, but I felt like a familiar energy helped me to break through." Hao Ren pushed down on Xie Yujia's shoulder and said. "It might be possible for me to see old grandma again if she is on 6th heaven," Xie Yujia said after a while of pondering. She missed the old grandma a lot, and she hoped that she could meet her again. In Xie Yujia's heart, she understood the reason why the old grandma said that they would probably never meet again. Her body type and cultivation talent were too poor. Therefore, she probably could only stay in the mortal world and could never see the old grandma again. In terms of cultivation, she was the weakest one as well as the most stressed one. Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren, Zhen Kongming, Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, and Su Han were all 100 times better than her. She wouldn't be able to get into their circle if she didn't put in more effort. We'll be leaving in an hour. Hao Zhonghua's loud voice suddenly resonated in the house. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia turned around at the same time and saw Hao Zhonghua on the stairs. He was wearing sportswear and shaking the keys in his hand. Beside him, Yu Yang was also dressed in sportswear of the same style but different color. Apparently, they were wearing couple sportswear. Hao Zhonghua was worried that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi might be going at it too fast, but he felt relieved when he went downstairs and saw Hao Ren talking to Xie Yujia intimately while laying his palms on her shoulders like a sweet couple. He looked at Yu Yang provocatively, trying to tell her that Xie Yujia was the one whom Hao Ren liked, and there was no need for Yu Yang to get involved in their son's relationship. This kind of look really got Yu Yang mad. She whispered to Hao Zhonghua, "You'll see. Hao Ren likes little Z more." "I wasn't trying to compete," Hao Zhonghua answered submissively. "My Z isn't inferior to your Yujia. Don't be so happy right now." Yu Yang gave Hao Zhonghua a vicious stare before stomping into the living room. Chapter 374. We are all mortals. After everything was ready, Hao Ren's family gathered in the living room. Hao Zhonghua drove the big car they rented ahead of time, and everyone was excited about the trip. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang used to be busy working. Therefore, they brought up the idea of the family trip as compensation. However, Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang still had their own plans for the trip. Hao Zhonghua was going to take some butterfly samples in the fields while Yu Yang was going to do some research on the situation of the water source on the Golden Cattle Mountain. To Zhao Yanzi, this was only a trip and picnic, one of her favorite things to do. In accordance with the weather, Zhao Yanzi was dressed in an ocean blue cardigan with a white Mickey Mouse t-shirt underneath. For the bottoms, she had on a pair of stretchy leggings with a zebra pattern, making her look cute and lively. Xie Yujia was dressed completely differently from Zhao Yanzi. She was in a light indigo cardigan and also had on a white t-shirt on underneath. The differences were that her t-shirt was a bit loose and had a paragraph of an English poem by Shakespeare printed on it instead of a cartoon character. One was excited while the other was calm. They looked just like cousins. Grandma was sitting in the car while holding onto Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia on either side. She was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Hao Ren didn't have to dress up like Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. He just wore a gray sleeveless shirt and sports shorts. He got this set of clothes when he first went to university. Although it was an old set, it made him look casually manly. The muscles all over Hao Ren's body got stronger since he practiced boxing every day. This set of clothes used to be quite loose on him, but it was now tight on his arms, thighs, and chest. Moreover, as a Gen-level cultivator, Hao Ren had gained a domineering aura, which was something he never had when he first started his university life. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yu Yang stared at Hao Ren through the rear-view mirror and wondered what her son had been doing in the past few months. He has built strong muscles all over his body, and even his temperament is now calm and cool. What an incredible change for this young man. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were sitting on Grandma's sides, but they were both looking toward Hao Ren who was sitting behind them. Hao Ren maintained his determined expression as if he was a statue of a god. The expression on his face and the look in his eyes were particularly clear and calm. Seeing this, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were secretly shocked. Hao Ren is the most handsome when he is silent, they both thought. What they didn't realize was also Hao Ren seemed like he was looking out the window. He was actually in a self-oblivious cultivating mode. Driving on the flat mountain road, the van arrived at the heart of Golden Cattle Mountain. Hao Zhonghua parked the van and yelled, "All right, we can hang out here since this area has the best view." "Yeah." Zhao Yanzi rushed out of the van first. Grandma shook her head and smiled. Then, she got out of the van with Xie Yujia's assistance. Taking back his nature essence, Hao Ren patted his knees and also got out the van to look around. Unlike the tourist attraction, Greenstone Mountain, Golden Cattle Mountain was located 30 kilometers away from the ocean. It was unexploited, and it was the heaven for wild adventurers and paradise for scientists who researched the natural environment. There were wild flowers and weeds everywhere on the roadside. Hundreds of butterflies danced as soon as Zhao Yanzi rushed into a cluster of flowers. This area of Golden Cattle Mountain had the most beautiful scenery. It was called Butterfly Valley, and various types of butterflies gathered there. Golden birdwing butterfly, Hao Zonghua suddenly shouted excitedly. Golden birdwing butterfly was the biggest kind of butterfly in China as well as a famous type worldwide. The golden birdwing butterfly stood out incredibly among this group of ordinary butterflies. Its black velvet wings had stunning speckles and were flaring rapidly. Hao Zonghua was about to go back to the van to get the sweep net, but the golden birdwing butterfly had already flown 2 meters high. There was absolutely no way to catch it. As Hao Zonghua felt pity for the loss, a shadow passed by him. Dressing in some casual clothes, Hao Ren jumped up high in the air, grabbed the golden birdwing butterfly steadily with 2 of his fingers, and landed in a cluster of flowers firmly. Hao Zonghua looked at Hao Ren in extreme shock. If he didn't see Hao Ren land, he would believe that his son could fly. His focus switched to Hao Ren's palm again. Even if Hao Ren was fast enough to catch the butterfly, he probably has damaged it already, he thought. Dad, is this the butterfly you wanted? Hao Ren walked up to Hao Zonghua and showed him the butterfly. Staring at the butterfly that Hao Ren grabbed, Hao Zonghua nodded and felt a bit of pity. To not damage the delicate butterflies, a sweep net was necessary when catching them. Even a butterfly caught by one's fingers would likely have its wings damaged. Seeing this precious golden birdwing butterfly staying absolutely still, Hao Zonghua thought the butterfly died from being crushed by Hao Ren's fingers. Therefore, he grabbed a paper bag and was about to put it in there. However, the butterfly flew away unexpectedly as he wasn't paying too much attention to it. Hao Zonghua didn't expect that the butterfly could still fly. Hurriedly, Hao Ren reached out his hand as fast as a flash and grabbed the butterfly again. Hao Zonghua saw it clearly this time. Hao Ren grabbed the butterfly by its wings using 2 of his fingers. There was no doubt that the butterfly's wings would be damaged under such speed and strength. Put it in the glass jar. Hao Zonghua took out a jar from the van and said to Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren put the butterfly in the glass jar. Hao Zonghua quickly put the lid back on. At the same time, the butterfly that had been caught twice started to fly up and down energetically in the jar. Hao Zonghua carefully observed the butterfly through the glass jar and found that its wings were entirely unaffected. What? Hao Zonghua couldn't believe what he saw. How precise does one's control have to be to catch the butterfly by its wings at such fast speed without hurting it or even rubbing off the fine material on its wings? As Hao Zonghua stared at Hao Ren in shock, Zhao Yanzi shouted from the cluster of flower, "Uncle Hao Ren, come here and help me catch the butterfly." Coming. Hao Ren smiled and ran toward her. Hao Zonghua held the glass jar in a daze while looking at Hao Ren who was running to Zhao Yanzi. He took a breath and doubted, is this really my son? This yellow one looks so pretty, so does this black one, Zhao Yanzi shouted from within the cluster of flowers. Zhao Yanzi looked extraordinarily beautiful in the flowers. As for Hao Ren, he had already caught 5 to 6 butterflies for Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was overly excited. When she reached for the butterflies, Hao Ren let go, and they just flew away again. Uncle, you are such a jerk. Zhao Yanzi punched Hao Ren hard. On the side of the road, Yu Yang went up to Hao Zonghua, looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi in the flowers, and bumped Hao Zonghua with her elbows. Look at them, don't they look sweet together? Hao Zonghua smiled. Then, he turned to look at Xie Yujia, who was keeping grandma company, and didn't know what to say. Didn't matter what Yu Yang said, he still preferred Xie Yujia as his daughter-in-law. Purple speckle butterfly, a butterfly with blue speckle and brown wings flew by in front of Hao Zonghua. Hao Zonghua was debating whether to catch the butterfly by hand since he didn't have time to get the sweep net. At this moment, Xie Yujia came up slowly. She lifted her perfect hand and stopped the butterfly gently. The butterfly bumped into Xie Yujia's soft hand as if it didn't notice it. Afterward, it just dropped onto the grass foolishly. Hao Zonghua picked up the butterfly immediately and put it in the glass jar. A purple speckle butterfly was the ultimate favorite of all the specimen collectors. Hao Zonghua had been here several times but always went back with nothing. However, he was extremely excited today since he got 2 precious butterflies in a short time. Beyond excited, he looked at Xie Yujia in amazement. What she did was just slightly lifting her hand, and the butterfly hurled itself willingly. How did that happen? Do you need any other butterfly, uncle? I can help you with that, Xie Yujia said with a relaxed smile. Her life-death notes could control anything between heaven and earth, including the delicate butterflies. What Hao Zhonghua wanted were only 1 or 2 butterflies. He didn't know that Xie Yujia could help him within a second even if he wanted all the butterflies in the valley. She could make all the butterflies in the valley fall on the ground by simply waving her hand. Obviously, Xie Yujia wouldn't do that, and she didn't want that either. No, thank you. You can go hang out with Ren now. I'll go to the valley with your auntie. Hao Zhonghua nodded and smiled at Xie Yujia. He was quite confused by Hao Ren's incredible improvement in his athletic abilities. Even Xie Yujia seemed strange to him. How could Hao Ren and Xie Yujia become martial arts masters within such a short period of time? In the valley, butterflies were flying joyfully. Holding the sweep net, Hao Zhonghua went deep into the valley with Yu Yang. Yu Yang had some tubes in her hands as she was going to take some samples of the water in Golden Cattle Mountain. Standing by the van, Zhen Kongming put away his PSP and took a deep breath. The essence intensity in the valley was more concentrated compared with the city, which was almost 1.2 times more. However, compared to Fifth Heaven, it was still not high enough. Seeing Grandma lying against a big rock and enjoying the sun with her eyes closed, Zhen Kongming yelled to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, "Hey, you two! How about going to Fifth Heaven?" Zhen Kongming came up with a crazy idea. He wanted to bring Grandma to Fifth Heaven while she slept. The essence intensity was a lot more concentrated there, and any mortal would benefit more from taking a rest on Fifth Heaven for even half an hour than taking any cure-all medicine. It was time to go to Fifth Heaven to prolong lifespan. Chapter 375. Modern agriculture techniques. A dark red energy sphere rose while an ugly black disc appeared under Zhen Kongming's feet. Grandma, who was dozing off on a rock, entered Zhen Kongming's energy sphere with the rock. Seeing Zhen Kongming taking Grandma up to the sky, Hao Ren froze for a moment before summoning Little White in a hurry. Roar! Little White shook its body and turned into its huge snow lion form. After reaching level 2, Little White was now even bigger. It carried Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia with ease. With a swoosh, 2 red energy spheres shot up into the high sky. Little White's golden fur now covered the lower parts of its legs instead of its paws, and it looked especially magnificent while it dashed into the sky. In Zhen Kongming's energy sphere, Grandma woke up from her nap and found herself in the high sky, almost 10,000 meters from the ground. Kongming, get down. Don't startle Grandma. Chasing after Zhen Kongming's flight Dharma treasure, Hao Ren yelled. Wah! Instead of going down, Zhen Kongming shot up onto Fifth Heaven. The green mountains and clear rivers made this place look like a celestial realm. Zhen Kongming's black disk moved horizontally and entered the ethereal summit that was surrounded by 3 small sects. Hao Ren chased him into the valley. The red energy sphere was removed, and Grandma stumbled from Zhen Kongming's disk and walked into the valley. Kongming, what are you doing? Dashing into the valley, Hao Ren jumped off Little White and couldn't help but smack Zhen Kongming's head. However, a shallow shield rose and blocked Hao Ren's hand. When Zhen Kongming was prepared, Hao Ren, who was at Zhen level, was no match for Zhen Kongming, who had all kinds of Dharma treasures on him. Grandma. Landing with Little White, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia called out to Grandma. Grandma glanced at them before looking around with confusion in her eyes. Is this a celestial realm? Grandma, this is Ethereal Summit, Xie Yujia explained quietly. Hearing Xie Yujia's words, Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes and glanced around the valley with curiosity. Even though Grandma nodded, she was still confused. In the valley, there was no chirp of bird and sound of insects. There wasn't even wind. However, the presence washed out all impurities from the body, giving people a refreshed feeling. Grandma, I'll show you around. Xie Yujia took Grandma's hand and said gently. A stream flowed from the foot of the ethereal summit to the herb garden in the center of the valley through an irrigation tunnel which was dug out by Hao Ren at Xie Yujia's request, giving the spiritual herb garden enough water. With proper irrigation and nurturing, the herbs gave off bright luster while Zhen Kongming's essence condensation array accelerated their growing speed by 2 to 3 times. Such spiritual herbs would draw envy from the sects on Fifth Heaven. Grandma looked up at the mountain peaks that were rising high into the clouds and walked around the fresh and fertilized valley with Xie Yujia. Hey! When did you find this place? Zhao Yanzi looked around the valley excitedly and shouted at Hao Ren. The place Hao Ren chose was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was a river on the last side. Quiet and large, this place offered them great freedom, and Zhao Yanzi loved this valley. People wanted a place of their own, especially for girls at Zhao Yanzi's age. Raising small animals, building a little wooden cottage, and getting treasures from the surrounding sects, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but giggle at the great promises the valley offered. Mist floated around the ethereal summit, but Zhao Yanzi still saw 3 cave abodes in the middle section of the mountain. The left one is yours. Hao Ren pointed at one cave abode and told her. A cave? Zhao Yanzi didn't look pleased. This is not a place for vacation. It's a place for you to cultivate in, Hao Ren lectured her. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted with dissatisfaction. Then, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the essence intensity at the valley was much higher than any other places on 5th heaven. Hao Ren is lucky enough to find such a great place. Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up with excitement as she thought. After reaching Foundation Establishment Realm, she had been looking for a place to condense essence, and she was a little touched by the fact that Hao Ren made a cultivation cave for her without being asked. She turned to look at Hao Ren with appreciation. Then, she immediately tried to hide it and snorted, "Humph. I think the essence intensity here is just okay. Come, I'll show you the cave abode." Hao Ren didn't mind Zhao Yanzi's attitude. Taking her small hand, he flew toward the cave abode that was reserved just for her. Zhao Yanzi tried to withdraw her hand. But after seeing Hao Ren's fast flying speed, she grabbed onto his wrist in a hurry. A big night pearl was inlaid in the wall of the cave abode, giving a soft light to the place. This cave abode was the smallest, making it the warmest one. A small stone bed was made for her to take a nap on if she got lazy with her cultivation, and Hao Ren didn't put other things in her cave abode, thinking that she would bring things up here from 1st heaven and decorate it. I also asked Zhen Kongming to build a small essence concentration array so that you can focus on your cultivation, Hao Ren said while showing her around the cave. Cultivate, 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 all you care about is my cultivation. Pouting, Zhao Yanzi pounded Hao Ren's chest with her small fists. Hao Ren looked down at her calmly. She stopped her pounding, and her face turned pink. She felt like she was flirting. She took 2 steps backward immediately and walked to the entrance of the cave abode, looking at the outside as if nothing had happened. Outside the cave abode, Xie Yujia was taking grandma beside a stream of water to take care of the piercing heart grass. When she was young, grandma was a great farmer in her village. Although she had never seen these herbs, she was more experienced at planting than Xie Yujia. Farming and growing herbs were, in fact, the same in theory. It seems like these herbs like sunshine. If you want them to grow well, you'd better build a plastic greenhouse around the field, grandma said while she walked around the herb garden. Grandma, how do you build a plastic greenhouse? Xie Yujia asked immediately. To build a plastic greenhouse, you must solidify the edges of the fields with bricks and use bamboo sticks to support 2 layers of plastic above the field. The big plastic greenhouses in the countryside are built this way. You must curve the bamboo sticks and keep them into position with horizontal sticks, grandma explained. Nodding, Xie Yujia listened attentively. During the time that she grew the spiritual herbs, she found that the plants needed different growing conditions. Some, like snow lotuses, came from cold environments, while others like red flame grass came from hot climates. Others needed to grow in a pond instead of in the ordinary soil. Grandma's farming experience gave Xie Yujia many tips. The abundance of essence could sustain the spiritual herbs' lives, but it didn't mean that they would be in good conditions. Should I grow the plants that love water in a water field? Xie Yujia asked. When I was living in the countryside, the paddies were used to grow rice. We used to dig out big ditches with a depth of 1 palm, a length of 1 meter, and a width of half a meter. There were openings on both ends, and water came in from one end and went out from the other. Grandma gave a detailed explanation. The sects on 5th heaven was oblivious to the fact that this ordinary-looking valley was brewing a spiritual herbs planting revolution. Here, the spiritual herbs the cultivators used to make elixirs would be grown on a large scale with modern agriculture techniques. Xie Yujia learned the properties of the spiritual herbs from Zhen Kongming and got the growing methods from grandma. Loose cultivating, furrow irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, mulching, ridging, planting, deep cultivating, division propagation. Grandma taught Xie Yujia all the different planting techniques. On fifth heaven, Grandma found her blood flowing more smoothly, and her energy seemed inexhaustible. She even demonstrated how to build plastic greenhouses with bamboo sticks to Xie Yujia. While Grandma, in high spirit, taught Xie Yujia how to organize the garden better, Hao Ren showed Zhao Yanzi around the nearby areas of the ethereal summit. Around the ethereal summit were 3 small sects: the Seven-Star sect, the Changhua sect, and Qin Yin sect. As the weakest sects on fifth heaven, these 3 sects weren't even qualified to be affiliated sects of the sects on sixth heaven. After all, the combined size of the 3 sects was smaller than half of White Sand sect. Riding on Little White, Hao Ren flew across the sky above the 3 sects, and the disciples in these sects immediately kneeled and kowtowed to him. Last time after Hao Ren gave some foundation establishment pills to them, the 3 sects were ecstatic, and all their disciples knew that a supermaster lived in the valley and had a white lion as his mount. You even controlled 3 sects on fifth heaven, Zhao Yanzi said excitedly as she sat behind Hao Ren. Although she was the princess of East Ocean Dragon Palace, she couldn't move one soldier in the clan. Seeing the respectful expressions on these disciples' faces as they looked at Hao and her, she found Hao Ren quite remarkable. "Z, do you have anything to give them?" Hao Ren turned his head and asked. Zhao Yanzi touched her ring and took out several top-tier spirit stones. "Only some worthless stuff." Since dragon cultivators didn't need spirit stones to help them cultivate, they used these stones to power array formations. Therefore, in Zhao Yanzi's opinion, they were not valuable. Casually, she tossed out 6 spirit stones, and they fell into the territories of the 3 sects, instantly eliciting a wave of screams. After all, even sects on sixth heaven treasured top-tier spirit stones. "Let's go to the east side and have a look." Zhao Yanzi clutched Hao Ren's clothes and urged in excitement. Although she had been to fifth heaven before, she now had a home base. Also, fifth heaven was way better than first heaven. Little White flew to the east as 5 colored flames appeared around its paws. Suddenly, a clear shout sounded hundreds of meters from them. "You! Stop!" Hao Ren turned his head slightly and saw a girl in light cyan gauze clothes, sitting on a golden lion, and pointing her finger at him. Chapter 376. Can level 5 be arrogant? Hao Ren didn't have a deep impression of this girl, but he remembered the large golden snow lion. He searched his memory and recalled that when he came up to fifth heaven to attend the trading convention with the Lu sisters, he saw this snow lion and this girl. "Who are you?" Zhao Yanzi was displeased with the girl's tone. "Who are you?" Staring at Zhao Yanzi, the girl asked her. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips. "I asked you first." As the princess of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, she wasn't that arrogant under the discipline of her father, Zhao Guang. However, she was still a little haughty. "Luoya hit them." The girl in cyan didn't say anything back. Instead, she patted the head of her mount. The level 5 snow lion immediately spat out a mass of fire. The power of the level 5 snow lion was equivalent to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It could burn Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi with half of its strength. Sword array formation. Hao Ren quickly put up a sword array formation. The 320 sword energies appeared instantly in 3 layers to block the fire. Despite his efforts, the heat of the fire burned off a small amount of white hair near Little White's nose. The girl in cyan was surprised that Hao Ren had blocked the attack, and his technique with sword energies aroused her interest. Sitting behind Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was furious. She was haughty, but she never hurt people just because she quarreled with them. However, she was on fifth heaven, and her title in the East Ocean Dragon Palace was useless here. She gritted her teeth in a fury, wanting to rush over and pull this girl's hair. She didn't know that this girl in cyan was Duan Yao, the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain sect on sixth heaven. The sects on sixth heaven looked down at all the sects on fifth heaven, let alone Duan Yao, who was the only daughter of the sect master of the influential Sky Mountain sect. Except for the few places where nascent soul realm masters were cultivating in seclusion, Duan Yao could go anywhere and do anything she wanted on fifth heaven. She could easily deal with any cultivators below the nascent soul realm with her level 5 snow lion, Luoya. That was why she had little regard for Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, who appeared on fifth heaven. Last night after the White Sand sect was attacked by powerful enemies who robbed them of spiritual herbs and destroyed their grand hall, Duan Yao, who was playing on Fifth Heaven, got the news and asked for permission from her father to investigate this incident. She was patrolling around when she sensed the activity of another snow lion through Luoya. When she chased over, she saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. "Where did you steal this snow lion from?" Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi arrogantly and asked. The Sky Mountain sect excelled in raising snow lions, and Duan Yao knew that Little White was a level 2 spirit beast after one glance. Seeing that Hao Ren was not one of the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect, she immediately became suspicious. Staring at Hao Ren, she felt like she met him before but couldn't remember from where. If she didn't suspect that he was a new disciple that one of her uncle masters had taken from one of the sects on Fifth Heaven, she would have ordered Luoya to launch another more powerful fireball at them. "Uncle, stop talking to her. Hit her," Zhao Yanzi urged Hao Ren with fury. She had never been treated this way before, and she would have rushed over to give this girl a lesson if she had enough cultivation strength. "You dare to hit me? Luoya, attack that girl." Duan Yao pointed at Zhao Yanzi. The level 5 spirit beast had enough intelligence to understand Duan Yao's order. It spat out an arrow of flames that was about half a meter long toward Zhao Yanzi. This fire elemental attack was even fiercer than the previous fireball attack. Hao Ren immediately circulated his full nature essence and shouted, "One-line snake array formation." The 320 sword energies lined up, forming a long snake and dashing toward the arrow of flame. Pooh! Pooh! The arrow of fire that the level 5 snow lion spat out broke the 320 sword energies released by Hao Ren. At Gen level, Hao Ren was in between the core formation realm and nascent soul realm. Therefore, his sword array wasn't able to block the attack from a level 5 spirit beast whose power was equivalent to that of a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. At this critical moment, Little White shifted instantly and backed off 100 meters with colorful energy flames around its paws. "You!" Zhao Yanzi glared at Duan Yao furiously. She wanted to cuss but didn't know what to say. Seeing that Hao Ren's sword energies could merge freely and spotting a level 2 spirit beast who could move at such a high speed, Duan Yao clutched Luohia's fur and sat straighter. "You are good. Oh, I know it. You are the 2 cultivators who made trouble for the White Sand sect the first time. One can use sword energies, and the other is a female cultivator." Then, she looked at Little White with a sudden understanding, remembering that Luoya had once sensed a snow lion's presence on Fifth Heaven but couldn't catch up to it. Seeing Little White's movement speed, she yelled, "A level 2 snow lion can move at such a speed. It must be a mutant. Hand over the snow lion, and I'll spare your lives." "You dare to take my Little White by force?" Zhao Yanzi glared at her. "Little White, attack them." Little White lifted its head, and a fireball instantly flew toward Duan Yao. "How dare you!" Furious, Duan Yan drew out a green jade longsword and slashing her sword at Zhao Yanzi as Luoya maneuvered and dodged the attack. Having just reached the Foundation Establishment realm with no proper technique, Zhao Yanzi was no match for Duan Yao who was already a core formation realm cultivator, and she had to hide behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren wouldn't just stand by and watch. He released his sword energies and the Hundan godly lightning to block this attack from this girl. Buzz! It looked like Hao Ren caught Duan Yan's longsword with his hand. Hiss! A surge of powerful lightning energy traveled along Duan Yan's green jade longsword and entered her body. Hundan godly lightning could break all of the 5 elements. Not able to withstand such shock, Duan Yan let go of her longsword due to the numbness in her arm. Hao Ren grasped onto Duan Yao's green jade longsword. Then, with a quick twist of his fingers, he turned the tip of the sword against Duan Yao's smooth neck. "Good! Good! Uncle, you are awesome!" Zhao Yanzi shouted. This series of counterattacks were so smooth that his rival didn't have time to react, earning great admiration from Zhao Yanzi. "Uncle, uncle!" Exasperated, Hao Ren turned his head and looked at Zhao Yanzi but didn't know what to say. Not expecting that her longsword would be taken from her in the blink of an eye and she would be held at sword point, Duan Yao was furious and frustrated. Biting her lip, she yelled abruptly, "Luoya!" The level 5 spirit beast suddenly released its aura. Little White, with Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi on its back, was bounced hundreds of meters away. The invisible aura of this level 5 spirit beast froze Little White, who was a level 2 spirit beast, in place. Meanwhile, a more powerful aura suddenly appeared. Level 10 demon beast. Standing on a black disc, Zhen Kongming dashed over from thousands of meters away. Luoya, a level 5 snow lion who was magnificent a moment ago, shivered under such overwhelming suppression. The aura of a level 5 spirit beast was powerful. Even Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were greatly affected. However, Zhen Kongming's aura was aiming only at this level 5 snow lion, making it unable to circulate any nature essence to escape. While this level 5 spirit beast bullied Little White like a 6 feet tall, sturdy man bullying a toddler, Zhen Kongming bullied this level 5 spirit beast like an 8 meters tall giant bullying a mortal. After all, Little White was not stupid and sent a signal when it was defeated. Immediately, Zhen Kongming came to their rescue. Luoya, why can't you move? Duan Yan shook the golden lion's head and asked in bafflement. Woo, woo, the level 5 snow lion, Luoya, let out whimpers of fear. Duan Yao looked up at the level 2 snow lion in front of her and found Little White wagging its tail smugly. Zhen Kongming was hovering by Little White's side in stealth on a Dharma treasure, and Duan Yao's cultivation strength wasn't enough to see through his stealth technique. The aura of the level 10 demon beast was only targeting Luoya. Roar! Little White lifted its head and roared before spitting a fireball at Luoya. Frozen by Zhen Kongming's aura, the level 5 Luoya couldn't move and could only let the fireball crash onto its belly. Luoya, Luoya, are you okay? Duan Yao tensed up as she sat on Luoya's back. Swoosh, 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 another 3 fireballs dashed toward Luoya and Duan Yao. Duan Yao lifted her arms to block in a hurry, but a hole was burned through her sleeve. Her arrogance disappeared, and now she looked miserable. Proudly, Little White circled Luoya and spat out 3 more fireballs. A lot of Luoya's long golden fur got burned off, and its magnificent look turned ugly. Your snow lion is a level 6 spirit beast. With a face blackened by the fire, Duan Yao yelled and looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. In her mind, the most powerful snow lion was her granduncle Master's Jishin, a level 6 snow lion. As a bin-level demon beast, the highest level the snow lions could obtain was level 6. Of course, a level 6 spirit beast had the power equivalent to that of a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Combining that with spirit beast's battle instinct, its combatability was comparable to that of a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Duan Yao could never imagine that an invisible level 10 demon beast was standing by Hao Ren's side. If Zhen Kongming transformed back to his original form as a demon beast, his strength was equivalent to a soul formation realm cultivator. Equipped with a godly beast's innate abilities, his destruction power was even higher than that of a soul formation realm cultivator. That was why Luoya didn't dare to move a muscle. Are you from the Sky Mountain sect? Hao Ren maneuvered Little White closer to Duan Yao and asked her. Kill me, you pervert! Duan Yao glared at him and yelled. With Luoya not able to move and her longsword seized by Hao Ren, she couldn't even move. Hao Ren froze and stared at her cute face after hearing how this girl addressed him. He had never been called such a name before. Chapter 377, Purple-Green Treasure Sword. Although I completely agree with you on calling Uncle a pervert, I would still like to say you are such a b*tch, Zhao Yanzi said as she sat behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren gasped and turned to her. Whose side is she on, really? He thought. This was the first time in Duan Yao's life that he was called a btch, so she was instantly enraged just like how Zhao Yanzi was moments ago. There should be techniques at the Sky Mountain sect for raising and training snow lions, right? Hao Ren continued to ask Duan Yao. I won't let you get your hands on them even if it costs my life. Duan Yao turned away furiously. Oh, this chick is quite stubborn, Zhao Yanzi interrupted. Again, Hao Ren turned and looked at Zhao Yanzi. He suddenly felt like the name, pervert, might be more suitable for her. How shameless are you to be his cauldron and dual cultivation partner at such a young age? Duan Yao criticized Zhao Yanzi with disdain. Zhao Yanzi didn't expect Duan Yao to bring up this topic. Having no way to explain it appropriately, she stuttered a lot. She realized that Hao Ren was a powerful male cultivator while she was a weaker female cultivator. Also, they were seated together on a spirit beast. No matter how one looked at it, she and Hao Ren looked like cultivation partners. What is it like on sixth heaven? Hao Ren was unaffected and asked Duan Yao another question. You can go to sixth heaven and see for yourself if you can, Duan Yao answered angrily. Humph! How dare you be so rude and fierce when your life is in my hands? Just wait and see how I'll handle you when we get you back to our mountain. Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but interfere again. At this point, she sounded like a complete bandit. If you dare to go to sixth heaven, I will call all the sects on sixth heaven to chase after you. Duan Yao responded to Zhao Yanzi's threat with her own threat. Sounds good. Let's see if you die first, or we die first. Zhao Yanzi went head to head with Duan Yao while glaring at her. Hao Ren found the bickering between the two girls pointless. He covered Zhao Yanzi's mouth before continuing to question Duan Yao. How about common cultivation techniques? Do you have any of those? Zhao Yanzi smacked off Hao Ren's hand and said, Uncle, what are you talking to her for? Just search her already. Do you need to be polite when she outright called you a pervert? Zhao Yanzi's words finally brought a shade of fear onto Duan Yao's face. Her clothes were already badly torn, making her smooth skin partly visible. If I have a Big Dipper constellation scroll, you can take it. Duan Yao took out a cultivation technique from her storage bag anxiously. Hao Ren took the cultivation technique and handed it to Zhao Yanzi, who was behind him. Now with the cultivation technique in her hands, Zhao Yanzi realized that Hao Ren was trying to collect cultivation techniques for her. Since the cultivation techniques in the Dragon Palace were only suitable for dragon cultivators, they had to come to fifth heaven to gather cultivation techniques that were suitable for human cultivators. However, the sects on fifth heaven were relatively weak. Hence, capturing a cultivator from sixth heaven at this time was perfect for acquiring better cultivation techniques. Now that you've taken my cultivation technique, you should let me go, right? Duan Yao negotiated as she watched Hao Ren. Her tone was softer than before. Do you have any techniques or methods for growing snow lotuses? Hao Ren asked again. There are two palaces in the Sky Mountain sect. One is the Beast Palace, and the other is the Flower Palace. The Beast Palace is responsible for raising spirit beasts, and the Flower Palace is for growing spiritual herbs. Only the elders of the two palaces have the things you're asking for. If you're capable, you can go to sixth heaven and obtain those things yourself. There is nothing that you can prove by capturing a weak and insignificant disciple like me, Duan Yao stated. Would an insignificant disciple have access to such a powerful spirit beast for running an errand? Hao Ren let out a laugh as he further questioned. The hint of mockery in Hao Ren's laugh seemed obnoxious and spiteful in Duan Yao's eyes. I would also like to take your longsword. Hao Ren handed the beautiful jade longsword to Zhao Yanzi as he spoke. Holding the longsword, Zhao Yanzi was greatly elated. She did not know what materials were used in the sword. She only found it exquisitely beautiful. She believed that it would undoubtedly seem elegant and cool for a girl like her to use such a sword. Duan Yao's eyebrows rose. The longsword was given to her by her father for defense, and it was refined from a perfect piece of top-grade skyflower stone. Duan Yao cherished it immensely and had been waiting for the right time to turn it into her natal Dharma treasure. Since she was protected by Luo Jia, the level 5 spirit beast, she hardly used this sword. Today, due to a moment of carelessness and a desire to show off her power, she lost it to Hao Ren. That's settled then, weak disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren smiled at Duan Yao and gently patted Duan Yao's head. Then, he turned to give Little White a pat on its stomach. Shoo! 4 flashes of colorful lights were emitted from Little White's paw as it flew away to the south. Although Little White was only a level 2 spirit beast, with the help of its set of flight Dharma treasure, its flying speed was, in fact, equivalent to a level 6 snow lion. In the blink of an eye, Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, and Little White disappeared into the clouds in the south. Minutes later, Luoya, which had been stiff from head to toe, descended onto the nearest hilltop it could find feebly like a defeated rooster. With her clothes torn up, her cultivation technique and sword looted, and herself humiliated by getting a gentle pat from Hao Ren, Duan Yao clenched her fists and gritted teeth as she turned to face the south and howled in anger, "Pervert! Just wait and see. I will find you and get back my purple-green treasure sword." Duan Yao stomped her feet with rage. At this moment, Hao Ren already returned to the ethereal summit after patrolling around it. Standing on his black disc, Zhen Kongming followed right behind them. Zhao Yanzi was now feeling overjoyed. Not only did she get a little space of her own on Fifth Heaven, but she also unexpectedly got a cultivation technique and a sword today. She started exerting the little foundation establishment realm nature essence she had gathered into the sword. Immediately, she could feel that the jade longsword had no resistance at all toward the circulation of her nature essence. Also, as the nature essence continued to perfuse throughout the longsword, it became even more beautiful as it turned crystal clear and jade-like. Hao Ren shook his head and laughed helplessly as he watched how Zhao Yanzi could not take her hands off her new favorite longsword. "Hey, that little girl was quite beautiful. Do you like her? Is that why you let her go so easily?" As she played with the longsword, Zhao Yanzi asked Hao Ren abruptly. "If I like her, I would have captured her and brought her back to be my wife." Hao Ren shot Zhao Yanzi a glance. "She is one with status. If she secretly sent out signals and we took too long to deal with her, we would be in big trouble when her people approach and surround us." After giving it some thought, Zhao Yanzi agreed with Hao Ren. In the valley, Grandma just helped Xie Yujia finish building a simple border with bamboo sticks. Although Xie Yujia's forehead was covered with sweat from working so hard, there was a cheerful smile on her face. "Shoo!" A voice transmission note floated toward them through the entrance of the valley. Hao Ren reached out and caught the note. Then, he opened it smoothly. "Lu Yan, a junior of Qin Yin sect, would like to host the seniors at our sect." On Hao Ren's way back to the ethereal summit, Little White was seen across the sky. As Qin Yin sect noticed the return of the senior, they immediately sent out an invitation. "Yujia, why don't you take Grandma to Qin Yin sect for a visit?" Hao Ren asked cheerfully. "Sure." Xie Yujia agreed as she gently helped Grandma up and seated themselves horizontally on Little White's back. With fire ejecting from its claws, Little White steadily ascended into midair and flew toward Qin Yin sect. Upon seeing the arrival of the snow lion, the sect master of the Qin Yin sect understood that the seniors from the valley took the invitation and became ecstatic. Soon, with the help of a beautiful female cultivator in her qi refinement realm, an elder that released no aura at all set foot onto the main plaza at Qin Yin sect. From the shape that the elder was in, the sect master of Qin Yin sect firmly believed that she was a master cultivator on the nascent soul realm who already achieved complete mind tranquility. Therefore, the sect master did not dare to negligent her and promptly received them with utmost respect and consideration. As for Hao Ren, who stayed behind in the valley, he was helping Zhao Yanzi understand the Big Dipper constellation scroll they had just acquired. The Big Dipper constellation scroll was divided into 7 chapters, and each was named after one of the 7 stars in the constellation: Tianshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianchuan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, Yaoguangwan. The cultivation technique commanded the power of the Big Dipper constellation, and it contained elegant and graceful sword techniques, very suitable for female cultivators. Furthermore, as the cultivation strength increased, the power of the sword techniques would improve exponentially. All in all, it was a simple cultivation technique that allowed ample room for growth. The more Zhao Yanzi looked at it, the fonder she became of this cultivation technique. She even felt that it was a custom-made cultivation technique for her. Tianshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianchuan. As Hao Ren flipped through the technique, he suddenly found that it was missing the last 3 chapters. Tianshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianchuan formed the bowl of the Big Dipper, while Yuhang, Kaiyang, Yaoguang formed the handle of the Big Dipper. In other words, this Big Dipper constellation scroll was missing the second half of the technique. This cultivation technique is not complete," Hao Ren stated as he rolled up the cultivation technique. "How come?" Zhao Yanzi looked to Hao Ren in surprise. "There are 7 chapters in total. Yet, we only have the first 4 here, the 3 that are of higher level are missing." "What?" Zhao Yanzi was completely in shock for a moment. Soon, she became livid. "That girl, how dare she fool me? Since it is incomplete, you shouldn't try to cultivate it anymore. I will find you a more reliable cultivation technique on 5th heaven," Hao Ren sighed. "No way, I like this one," Zhao Yanzi responded determinedly. Clutching the longsword, Zhao Yanzi said, "This is the one I will cultivate." When the time comes, I will go to sixth heaven and seize the last 3 chapters. Hao Ren couldn't help but respond with a chuckle. He thought it would already be an incredible feat if Zhao Yanzi had the patience to finish cultivating the first 4 chapters. Start with the first chapter then. Since this sword can't be stored in your storage ring yet, you should just keep it in your cave abode here at Ethereal Summit and cultivate the technique here, Hao Ren said. Got it. In 3 months, I will defeat that chick by myself for sure. All of a sudden, Zhao Yanzi's motivation heightened. She opened the Big Dipper constellation scroll to the first page and began studying it meticulously. Just like that, Zhao Yanzi, who was from first heaven, and Duan Yao, who was from sixth heaven, had now become nemeses. One vowed to obtain the other half of the Big Dipper constellation scroll, and the other swore to get her treasure sword back. However, at the moment, Zhao Yanzi didn't have the ability nor the courage to confront Duan Yao on sixth heaven, and Duan Yao also had no way of finding Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's hiding place on fifth heaven. Zhao Yanzi was mad because Duan Yao was arrogant and ordered her spirit beast to attack others carelessly. Also, she was mad that Duan Yao cheated them and only gave them half of the cultivation technique. On the other hand, Duan Yao was angry because the purple-green treasure sword was her most cherished treasure. She was even more upset than Zhao Yanzi could imagine. It took a lot of effort for her to convince her father to gift her the purple-green treasure sword since it was a top-tier Dharma treasure. As for the Big Dipper constellation scroll, it was obtained from a prominent elder by her father using his sect master status and great treasures. It was a great cultivation technique from seventh heaven. Needless to say, it was of incredibly high value. Even though there was still an original copy of the Big Dipper constellation scroll at the Sky Mountain sect, it was a cultivation technique acquired at the cost of 6 top-tier snow lotuses, 2 level 4 snow lions, and the pride of the sect master of the Sky Mountain sect. Losing it to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi with nothing in return upset and angered Duan Yao greatly. Time passed quickly. Now, Zhao Yanzi had memorized the Tianshu chapter, chapter 1, and the simplest of them all. She was not aware of the fact that this was a cultivation technique from seventh heaven. All she noticed was that it was easier and more straightforward than the one she had cultivated before she lost her dragon core. Moreover, it had more variations available. Little White descended slowly from the high sky after going to the Qin Yin sect, and Grandma looked like she was in a great mood with a healthy glow on her cheeks. Time to go back. Hao Ren called out. Consumed by thoughts of his own, Zhen Kongming was just lying on the grass when he heard the call. Immediately, he got up and tossed out the black disc for Grandma to ride on. Little White briskly went around the valley and took Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi onto its back. They burst out of the valley and the array formation on fifth heaven. Within moments, they had returned to the Golden Cattle Mountain. With a pleasant glow on her face, Grandma lied on the big rock and continued the nap. Moments later, Hao Zonghua, who had caught more than a dozen butterflies, and Yu Yang, who was holding more than a dozen sealed-off small test tubes, returned to the car. We walked a little too far. That is why we got back so late. You must have been waiting so long. Come, picnic time, Hao Zonghua announced as he carefully put away the bottles containing butterflies in the car. Rubbing her eyes, Grandma sat up slowly and was confused. Mom, how come your face is so red? Yu Yang was concerned as she walked over and helped Grandma steady herself. I fell asleep in the sun and had a fascinating dream. In it, I flew to the sky and into a place where immortals lived. There was a gorgeous palace in a beautiful valley. The girls in the palace all addressed me as a senior, and they offered me delicious wines and put on amazing performances for me. Oh my, those girls were so pretty. A few dozens of them performed a sword dance together, and it was phenomenal. Grandma took in a deep breath as she recalled the events in her dream, and described them expressively. Mom, you must have slept too much, Hao Zonghua said with a chuckle. Zi, Ren, Kongming, and Yujia were all in the dream. I even taught Jia how to build a plastic greenhouse, Grandma added. Hao Zonghua shook his head helplessly as he turned to look at Hao Ren and the others. And Little White, it became this big in the sky. Grandma glanced at Little White who was by her feet while she gestured with her arms. Chirp, chirp. Little White lifted its head and looked at Hao Zonghua and Grandma with its big, innocent, and glistening eyes. After all, it was only as big as a palm with its 4 small golden claws. A night and day difference to what Grandma had just described. Mom, it is definitely the best feeling to have sweet dreams while bathing in the sun. Hao Zonghua helped Grandma onto the picnic spot carefully. Then, he turned and shouted to Hao Ren, "Put out the picnic blanket and take out the food." "Got it." Hao Ren answered and began taking everything out of the car. The recovery Grandma gained from staying 2 hours on Fifth Heaven far exceeded the result of hour-long nursing by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. As a guest at the Qin Yin sect, she was served the best spirit wine and the best spirit fruit. No ordinary mortal could ever receive such treatments. Since Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were busy preparing for the picnic, they did not notice that Grandma seemed 10 years younger than before after the nap. Her wrinkles were gone, and she became agile and quick. Chapter 378. Chilling frost spreads on the calm lake at night. The sun was shining gaily while the fragrance of flowers filled the area. They were all seated on the picnic blanket, and Hao Zonghua took out the piping hot dishes from sealed lunchboxes one by one. The picnic atmosphere was so refreshing that it set everyone's mind at ease. As Hao Zonghua opened the vacuum flask, he couldn't help but praise, "This fish soup smells amazing." The aroma of the white, murky, and thick soup was incredibly satisfying to everyone's sense of smell. "Yujia woke up early this morning and made it herself," Grandma pointed out in joy. Xie Yujia blushed and responded by sticking her tongue shyly for a brief second. "What's so special about fish soup? I know how to make it as well," Zhao Yanzi murmured. However, since her stomach was growling for food, she did not reject her share of the fish soup when Hao Zonghua got her a bowl. Having a picnic while immersed in nature was an entirely different feeling than dining at home. The easiness that one felt from being able to eat while sitting on grasses and enjoy the clouds in the sky was definitely impossible to obtain from eating at home. Occasionally, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu would take Zhao Yanzi on adventures in the wild as well. However, they had never taken her out for a picnic because they felt like a 3-person picnic was underwhelming in comparison to a larger picnic. Since Zhao Yanzi acquired a handy weapon by chance today, she was thrilled and overjoyed. Drenched in the sunlight in the valley, the bright smile on her face became even more dazzling. In the backdrop of the green scenery, Zhao Yanzi's smile seemed as sweet as cake. The scene looked as fascinating as a TV commercial in slow motion. While eating, Hao Ren couldn't stop but stare at Zhao Yanzi and become lost in a stupor of admiration. Noticing that, a meaningful smile appeared on Yu Yang's face. Indeed, Zhao Yanzi looked exceptionally stunning today. If Zhao Yanzi weren't already her future daughter-in-law, Yu Yang would want to make Zhao Yanzi her daughter instead. "Yujia, thanks for your hard work today. Have some more fish." Hao Zonghua scooped up a huge chunk of fish meat and placed it into Xie Yujia's bowl. His obvious kind gesture indicated that he thought highly of Xie Yujia. "Thanks, uncle." Xie Yujia was surprised and overwhelmed by the unexpected gesture and quickly held up her bowl to receive the treat. Prompted by the exchange, Hao Ren turned to look at Xie Yujia. He found that Xie Yujia, who was also bathing in the sun, was just as stunning. Her gentleness and serenity were very different from Zhao Yanzi's liveliness. "Auntie, have some corn juice." Zhao Yanzi picked up a jar and offered Yu Yang a full glass. You're such a sweet girl." Yu Yang grinned as she became delighted. "Hao Ren, what would you like to drink?" Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren abruptly. Zhao Yanzi instantly turned her head and locked her eyes on Xie Yujia. "Have some apple juice." Xie Yujia calmly picked up the juice jar and poured some for Hao Ren. Hiss, the friction between the two auras begun sparkling around Hao Ren. Both Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were desperately releasing their own auras, and a subtle fight between the Foundation Building Realm Cultivator and the Qi Refinement Realm Cultivator commenced. Since it was lunchtime, some young people were here to hike. As if they saw two blinding lights in the corners of their eyes, they turned their heads toward the direction of where Hao Ren was seated, and Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia instantly drew their attention. While Zhao Yanzi was radiant, Xie Yujia seemed tranquil. Yet, their auras were both unique since they were cultivators. In the eyes of mortals, they were like goddesses. Gongzi. At this moment, two crisp and clear voices resonated in the area at once. Those who were being stunned by Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia turned their heads toward the source of the voices. The Lu sisters, each wearing a fruity-colored cardigan over a floral-patterned jumper, sped toward Hao Ren while holding hands. They were both wearing beach sun hats and pink satchels. When they sprinted through the wildflowers, they were so light and graceful that it seemed like they were about to take off from the ground. Nascent soul realm. Their auras were majestic, and their beauties were glaring. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, who were secretly competing against each other, had now instantly been cast into the shade. Those people nearby were overwhelmed by the beauty before them as they all were absent-mindedly gaping at Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili rushed to Hao Ren's sides. One on the left, and the other on the right. They both gently put their arms around Hao Ren's arms. PFFTT. The scene caused the young men in the area to become so jealous that they almost vomited blood out of their mouths. Linlin, Lily, how come you are here, too? Grandma asked as she was pleasantly surprised by the Lu sisters' appearance. The weather is so nice that we decided to come here for a hike as well. It is nice that we ran into Grandma and Gongzi. Lu Linlin replied with the sweetest smile possible. Maintaining their synchronized movements, they each had a hand around Hao Ren's arm and used the other hand to tidy their hat, proving that they were indeed here for an outing. Seeing how the Lu sisters were putting their arms around Hao Ren's arms intimately, Yu Yang couldn't help but slowly let out a sigh. However, Grandma didn't mind it one bit. She took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and said, "What a coincidence, come sit down and eat with us." "Thanks, Grandma." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili did not object. They grabbed the chopsticks as they quietly let go of Hao Ren's arms, and they began tasting the dishes displayed on the picnic blanket with smiles on their faces. On that note, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi looked at each other briefly before immediately turning their heads away. Obviously, the presence of the Lu sisters destroyed their willingness to fight. After all, the Qi refinement realm and foundation establishment realm were not even comparable to the powerful nascent soul realm. "Grandma, there was a citywide siren last night for hurricane warning. It was so frightening," the Lu sisters said to Grandma after they sat down. "Haha, at least you were in the city. We were by the ocean when that happened, and that was certainly something else," Grandma replied while laughing. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili nodded their heads at Grandma's remark, and their adorable looks made Grandma's smile even brighter. This morning, the streets were full of fishes and shrimps, all washed up from the ocean by the hurricanes, Lu Lili said with a pout as she bit her chopsticks. According to the news, it was fortunate that the alarm went off at midnight. Even the crazy winds caused by the hurricanes didn't cause any casualties, Lu Linlin added. Since the alarm and the siren were results of an urgent phone call made by Yu Yang was pleased to hear what the Lu sisters said, and she became more friendly and positive toward the sisters. Weather forecast in the East Ocean City is based on all-day observations. Also, the detection system used by the city is the most advanced in the world, Yu Yang explained to the Lu sisters blissfully. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili responded with charming smiles. "Ah right. Auntie is in charge of work relating to weather forecasting in East Ocean City." Having no resistance to the Lu sisters' charm, Yu Yang couldn't help but let out cheerful laughter. With Lu Linlin and Lu Lili continually chiming in, the atmosphere of the picnic became even more lively. Initially, Zhen Kongming tried to stay cool by putting on a poker face. Yet, since it was his first time having a picnic in the wild, he became elated as well as it went on. After all, Zhen Kongming, who successfully transformed into a human, was merely a child. On the other hand, Little White could hardly stay still. In the middle of its meal, it crawled onto the meadow and began rolling around. It first circled Hao Ren and Grandma meaninglessly, and it then suddenly took dozens of strides forward, jumping at the butterflies that were lingering on the flowers close by. Since Little White was so full of energy and really cute, the other young girls who were also having picnics on the site couldn't help but wave it over. Feeling no shame, Little White answered their calls immediately and ran over. While sticking out its tongue, it jumped into the arms of those girls and began eating the ham sausages in their hands. "Little White!" Hao Ren shouted as he pretended to be mad. Abruptly, Little White jumped up and quickly returned to Hao Ren's side. "Damn you, Little White! All you know is to hang out with other girls, humph." Zhao Yanzi hugged onto Little White firmly with one arm while locking onto its neck with the other, leaving it no way to escape again. "Rough! Rough!" Little White struggled desperately in Zhao Yanzi's arms. Suddenly, Hao Ren felt a chill in his neck. Somehow, he felt like Zhao Yanzi's words were not intended for Little White but for him. After the picnic, Zhao Yanzi went flying kites in the company of Yu Yang, and Hao Ren went to fish by the small river with Hao Zonghua. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had long buried themselves in their researches and had been negligent in their communications with their son. Today was an excellent opportunity for them to strengthen their family bond. In the shade of a willow tree, Hao Zonghua and Hao Ren were seated side by side after throwing out their fishing lines hooked with baits. The sun was shining on the river, and the water reflected specks of silver sparkles. "Ren, really, what are you thinking?" Hao Zonghua asked as he looked at Hao Ren intently. Hao Ren looked at him. Hao Zonghua turned his body around, trying to signal his point, so Hao Ren followed him and turned around as well. Not far from them, Yu Yang was leading Zhao Yanzi as they flew a kite. Because of the perfect wind in the valley, Zhao Yanzi's kite was flying higher and higher. Thus, Zhao Yanzi seemed more and more excited as she yanked the kite string while laughing out loud. In another direction, right next to the car, Xie Yujia had put away the picnic blanket and was now leaning against a big tree and chatting with Grandma. On the other hand, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were strolling through a small path between the flowers. Suddenly, they seemed to have touched a sensitive topic. Lu Linlin began running away swiftly, and Lu Lily chased after her with a blushed face. "What do you think of this?" Hao Zonghua repeated his question. With a spectacular jump, Little White caught the frisbee that Zhen Kongming threw out with its mouth. Lu Lily had now caught up to Lu Linlin, and they both fell onto the ground where there were a ton of flowers as they continued to tease each other. Right next to the car, Xie Yujia suddenly burst out laughing as she talked to Grandma. Looking up at the flying kite in the sky, Zhao Yanzi put her white hand on top of her forehead to shelter her face from the sun, and she squinted her eyes slightly. Hao Ren slowly pulled back his glances. Chilling frost spreads on the calm lake at night. Looking at the hair, sighing at the shortness of life. As I look at the moon, it shines on me with the moonlight. Envious of the loving couples instead of immortals. 1. Envious of the loving couples instead of immortals, Hao Zonghua recited the line quietly. Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily raced over. Gongzi, you're fishing. In the warm weather, both of their faces had turned bright red as they ran to Hao Ren. Yep. Hao Ren nodded. We will watch Gongzi fish then. Again, one on the left and the other on the right, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily seated themselves right next to Hao Ren. With their mouths pouted, they looked just like two small fishes. With the sisters' presence, Hao Zonghua could not continue with the subject. He gave a half smile and left Hao Ren a meaningful remark. If you can't find peace and calmness in your heart, you won't be able to catch a single fish. Glop. Hao Ren suddenly pulled up his fishing rod abruptly. While flopping, a silver carp weighing more than 2 pounds was dragged out of the river and landed onto the grass behind Hao Ren. Chapter 379. Beat them until they surrender. Hao Zonghua drove the van back to the house by the beach with a car full of beautiful girls. A dozen fishes were jumping around inside the water bucket at the back of the car. Hao Zonghua hadn't taken Hao Ren out for a long time. Therefore, he was shocked to find that although he was once a skilled fisherman, he was no longer a match to his son. Even Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who made fishing rods from tree branches, caught fishes that weighed almost 2 to 3 pounds. Hao Zonghua wanted to teach Hao Ren a lesson through fishing, but his self-esteem was shattered. Dundundundun, dundundundun, red flowers, green grasses, and a little ducking, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sang happily. The warm sunlight shined through the window and brought in the fragrance of flowers. Yu Yang leaned back in the passenger seat and looked at the road that was continuously changing ahead of her as she felt very relaxed. Because of their work, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang rarely had any relaxing days like this. After they returned to the house, they had dinner together, and the house was bustling with noises and excitement. Then, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had to return to the city, but Grandma urged them to stay for the night. Ren, give your room to Linlin and Lily. You can sleep on the couch in the living room tonight. Grandma held the Lu sisters' hands and said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren put on a bitter face and said, "Okay, Grandma." "Grandma, we can't do that." Lu Linlin waved her hands immediately. "Why not?" Grandma put on a straight face and gave Hao Ren an order. "From now on, when Linlin and Lily come to visit our house, you will sleep in the living room. Yes, sir. Hao Ren stood up straight and said. It was evident that Grandma loved the Lu sisters more than she loved and cared about Hao Ren. Also, Grandma cared about Zhen Kongmingwei more than Hao Ren as well, since the latter was a lot younger. Hao Ren, who used to be Grandma's greatest treasure, started to fall in ranks in Grandma's heart after Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, Zhen Kongming, and the Lu sisters arrived. We are sleeping in Gongzi's room tonight. Are you happy? Lu Linlin whispered into Lu Lily's ear. What? No. Lu Lily's face immediately turned red. Although that was what she said, she blushed even more after thinking about the fact that she was going to sleep in the bed that Hao Ren had been sleeping in for the past few days. Zhao Yanzi wanted to stay in Hao Ren's room. However, after she learned that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were going to take over Hao Ren's room for the night, she changed her mind and decided to stay in Grandma's room instead. Since Zhao Yanzi, this cute little girl in Grandma's mind, was going to stay with her for the night, Grandma was delighted as she gently rubbed Zhao Yanzi's pink cheeks. Since it was getting late, everyone went to their rooms to get some rest. Xie Yujia sat in her room and cultivated the Qi refinement realm. After running the nature essence through her body for 16 times, she opened her eyes slowly. The entire house was quiet except the noises of the sea waves coming in regularly. Xie Yujia stretched her body, walked to the door, and opened it quietly. The couch in the living room was empty. Xie Yujia was a bit surprised. Then, she walked back to her room quietly and felt a little jealous. She was worried that Hao Ren would feel cold in the living room, and she wanted to let Hao Ren rest in her room. However, at the moment, Hao Ren was at the front entrance of the East Ocean Dragon Palace instead of sneakily staying in another girl's rooms as Xie Yujia suspected. The defense walls all around the Dragon Palace were full of arm-sized cracks and big holes. Even the tiles on top of the gate were slanted and shattered. Hao Ren could imagine how intense the war was between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan. From the bottom of the sea that was a few thousand meters below the surface, a dozen hurricanes were created and even almost struck the coast that was more than a dozen kilometers away. The intensity of the battles must have been insane. Who's there? Hao Ren's appearance had caught the attention of the patrolling soldiers of East Ocean. Forgive me for being rude. I didn't know that it is you, Mr. Fuma. The leading general cupped his hands in front of his chest as he saw Hao Ren. How was the situation last night? Hao Ren asked. Last night, the soldiers of generals of our East Ocean were motivated, and we guarded the palace and fought off all the invading enemies with the help of the Grand Protection Array formations, the general in golden armor replied. Hao Ren saw a new scar on this general's face and thought that East Ocean must have suffered some losses. However, if East Ocean suffered some losses, West Ocean must have suffered more casualties. Kill you while you are weak. Zhao Horan's way of handling things almost drove the West Ocean Dragon Clan up the wall. Are the elders all right? Elder Sun, Elder Lu, and Elder Xingyue, are they okay? By looking at the soldiers' expression, Hao Ren guessed that Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were both fine. Therefore, he directly asked about the elders. A few elders were. Unfortunately, the general slightly raised his hands as his eyes got a bit red. Then, he continued, however, the elders that Fuma mentioned are all in good shape. After hearing the second half of the sentence, Hao Ren was a bit relieved. This time, both dragon clans fought against each other to the death. Both sides had sacrificed elders and had started a deadly feud. Although Hao Ren wasn't here on the battlefield, he could sense the intensity of the war by observing the condition of the collapsed gate and defense walls as well as the extreme sea condition. The elders of West Ocean self-detonated their own dragon core to destroy the Grand Protection Array formation of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. On the other hand, the elders of East Ocean dashed into the army of the West Ocean Dragon Clan and died in battle. The road of cultivation wasn't as peaceful as it seemed on the surface, it was filled with danger. Hao Ren truly understood this at this moment. He also understood the reason why some elders of East Ocean asked Zhao Guang to sever ties with him. Even though the West Ocean Dragon Clan faced many setbacks and experienced a drastic decrease in their overall strength in the last several months, this dying beast could still take a massive bite out of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Lead me inside and show me around, Hao Ren said. Yes, the general turned around and led Hao Ren through the broken gate of the Dragon Palace. Most of the buildings were in good shape except for the tiles on top of the palaces. Hao Ren guessed that the residual forces of Dharma treasures damaged them. Judging from this, Hao Ren guessed that West Ocean's army and elders failed to enter the interior of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and the main battlefield was located outside the defense walls. It was important to know that the families of the elders of East Ocean were living inside the Dragon Palace. If West Ocean's army broke through, the results would be, "I can't go any further inside." The general who was leading the way suddenly stopped. Each patrolling general had areas that they were responsible for, and they were only allowed to walk in those areas when they were on duty. This general was responsible for looking after the area around the inside and the outside of the city gate. Please continue with your job." Hao Ren cupped his hands in front of his chest respectfully as he said to that general. Then, he walked toward the main palace with heavy steps as he tried to find Zhao Guang. The East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan opposed each other due to the power struggle between them. However, there was a subtle balance between them, and nothing overboard occurred. The fact that Hao Ren destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace pushed them over the line and triggered them, causing a full-on battle between the two dragon clans. If they sacrificed Hao Ren, the whole situation would have been solved more peacefully. However, with Zhao Horan's return, he firmly decided to clear the situation in the toughest way possible. The West Ocean Dragon Palace fell in the process, and their army was almost completely wiped out. The East Ocean Dragon Palace, on the other hand, also lost a lot of soldiers and elders. "This isn't your fault." A loud voice sounded behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren turned around and saw Zhao Horan, who was dressed in a clean suit, walking toward him. "Sir." Hao Ren saluted. In this world, war is the last resort, but it is also a tool that is necessary to restore order. We must always be prepared for it, Zhao Horan said as he stood in front of Hao Ren and raised his thick white brows. Hao Ren forced a smile and nodded at him. Zhao Horan grabbed Hao Ren's shoulder with his steady hand and looked at latter approvingly. "When we were fighting against them in front of the Dragon Palace, you attacked their home base. That was great." Hao Ren was confused. Zheng Xin took his entire army out and left his Dragon Palace empty back in West Ocean. And you took the opportunity and razed the West Ocean Dragon Palace to the ground. I like your style of doing things and your thinking. Zhao Horan patted Hao Ren's shoulder forcefully. During the intense war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan last night, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily went to West Ocean to vent their anger because of what had happened to Hao Ren. They obliterated the West Ocean Dragon Palace. A day after, the news was passed to Zhao Horan. He couldn't think of anyone who would have done that until he remembered that Hao Ren once destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Therefore, he automatically assumed that it was Hao Ren's doing and was greatly pleased. What would Old Man Zheng's expression be like when he led his defeated army back to West Ocean and saw the ruins of the Dragon Palace? With great joy, Zhao Horan thought that Hao Ren was reliable, ruthless, and was well aware of the art of war. Crossing the sea under camouflage, signaling the east but attacking the west, luring the tiger from the mountain. Zhao Horan was impressed by Hao Ren. He never paid much attention to Hao Ren in the past. Now, Zhao Horan started to observe Hao Ren carefully. With his careful observation, he was surprised to find that Hao Ren leveled up to Gen level within a day. The glow of Gen level was completely different from the glow of Gen level. Hao Ren had, indeed, reached Gen level. Good, good, good. Zhao Horan said, "Good," 3 times. Zhao Guang is not good at other things, but he is good at picking people. Zhao Horan grabbed Han Ren's shoulder firmly. Since Zhao Horan was at top-tier Qian level, Hao Ren, who had just reached Gen level, could not possibly break loose from Zhao Horan's hand. With such power, Hao Ren's shoulder bone was almost crushed. Zhao Horan suddenly changed his position. His hand was still grabbing onto Hao Ren's shoulder, but his arm was now wrapped around Hao Ren's neck. Then, he pushed Hao Ren toward the main palace. The elders and soldiers, who were patrolling inside the Dragon Palace, looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Horan in shock. How come the overlord of the Dragon Palace, who is extremely majestic, is walking with the Fuma this intimately? They thought. Even when the war between East Ocean and West Ocean got so intense, Zhao Kuo still didn't come back. From now on, the 100,000 elite soldiers and 800,000 marine soldiers are yours to command, Zhao Horan said. Chapter 380. The Commanding General of East Ocean. Zhao Horan and Hao Ren entered the main palace right after Zhao Horan's remark. Zhao Guang was sitting in the center of the main palace, listening to the core elders' reports. Zhao Hongyu was beside Zhao Guang, and she looked as tired as him. They all turned to Zhao Horan and bowed respectfully when he walked in. Zhao Horan waved his hand casually, signaling them to sit down. Father. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu immediately stood up and bowed at Zhao Horan after the elders. Zhao Horan nodded calmly. I ran into Hao Ren when he came over to check on the Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and felt warm-hearted. No matter how the East Ocean Dragon clan treated Hao Ren, he still worried about them. I want to make an announcement. Zhao Horan turned to more than a dozen core elders. They all looked at Zhao Horan with a serious expression. Every new king should bring his own ministers. However, the dragon cultivators could live for hundreds of years to thousands of years. These Qian level and Kun level core elders all followed Zhao Horan in conquering the territory hundreds of years ago. Even Zhao Guang couldn't really command them. However, these elders didn't dare to miss a single word from the old Dragon King, Zhao Horan. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Horan's broad shoulders nervously. The old Dragon King had just returned to the country, and he immediately took control of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He started the war between the East Ocean Dragon Palace and West Ocean Dragon Palace right away, and he wanted to make another announcement now. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Horan as well. He could almost guess what this announcement was going to be. The main palace became utterly silent. Hao Ren will take over Zhao Kuo's position and become the commanding general of the 100,000 Imperial Guards and 800,000 Marine soldiers, Zhao Horan said word by word as his eyes shone brightly. All the elders' eyes opened wide as they gaped. Zhao Horan was giving all the military commanding power of the East Ocean Dragon clan to Hao Ren. In the past, the one who had such supreme military power was the third son of Zhao Horan, Zhao Kuo. He was Zhao Horan's favorite son as well as the strongest cultivator of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Elder Lu and Elder Sun looked at each other in shock. They wondered if they had heard it wrong. Everybody knew the person who controlled the 900,000 soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon clan, especially the 100,000 Imperial Guards who were the elite soldiers, could determine the fate of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Hao Ren noticed the hints of hate on the core elders' faces when he walked into the main palace with Zhao Horan. In their opinion, if it weren't for Zhao Guang, who insisted on protecting Hao Ren, there wouldn't be this fierce war between the East Ocean Dragon clan and West Ocean Dragon clan. This was a war that had caused the East Ocean Dragon clan tremendous damage over one night. They were able to understand Zhao Horan's action of pushing the West Ocean Dragon clan into the war with a fierce attitude since the dignity and honor of the East Ocean Dragon clan had to be protected. However, these core elders couldn't understand why Zhao Horan was giving the supreme military power to the outsider, Hao Ren. Compared with Zhao Kuo, this Hao Ren doesn't have the ability or the strength. How on earth could he lead the army of East Ocean which has nearly 1 million soldiers? All sorts of thoughts appeared in the elders' minds. However, no one dared to question Zhao Horan. These core elders could go against Zhao Guang on some significant issues, but they would abide by anything Zhao Horan said. I hereby give him the title as the commanding general of West Peace One, Zhao Horan said. Zhao Horan's announcement completely disregarded what Zhao Guang thought. Zhao Guang became an administrator instead of the decision-maker as soon as Zhao Horan came back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Award him the commanding general purple gold token, Zhao Horan said loud and clear. Premier Xie was stunned for a second before rushing out of the main palace. Hao Ren stood where he was. He was wondering if he should accept or reject this offer. Neither option seemed to be appropriate. So, he decided to keep quiet for now. Premier Xie ran back into the main palace with his back hunched. Above his head, he held a dark gold square token with both of his hands. Zhao Horan picked the token up and put it on Hao Ren's hand. This token was left in the East Ocean Dragon Palace by Zhao Kuo before he went on his journey. By handing the token to Hao Ren in person, Zhao Horan took the military power of the East Ocean Dragon Palace from Zhao Kuo and gave it to Hao Ren. It symbolized that he was offering Hao Ren the position of commanding general. All the purple-robed elders were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out. If it were Zhao Guang who handed Hao Ren the military power, these elders would have flipped the table. However, this was Zhao Horan's decision, so no one dared to oppose it. Hao Ren took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Horan with the heavy token in his hand, confused. Premier was in charge of the affairs inside the Dragon Palace. Since Zhao Guang didn't have any concubine and Zhao Yanzi was his only child, Premier Shah barely had any influences. The purple-robed elders were the highest-leveled elders, but they functioned as cabinet members and provided the Dragon King with suggestions and advice and assisted with the external. However, didn't matter how senior they were, one person's power was still limited. However, the commanding general was in charge of almost 1 million soldiers and the head of all military members. With the military power, Hao Ren had suddenly become the second person in charge under the Dragon King. He had truly become the second in command at East Ocean. "Announce the order," Zhao Horan said coldly. "As you wish." Premier Shah walked out of the main palace hastily to gather a few key generals for the announcement. Usually, Zhao Horan would need to pick a special day to promote Hao Ren to the commanding general position. Also, all the generals needed to be present for the ceremony. However, since there had just been a war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and West Ocean Dragon Clan, all the generals were busy patrolling their designated areas. Therefore, an official ceremony couldn't be planned. All the purple-robed elders in the main palace were witnesses, and the token symbolized the credential. Soon, the news of Hao Ren becoming the commanding general would be delivered to every single corner of East Ocean's territory. Since Zhao Horan made the order, the purple-robed elders in the main palace didn't dare to show any disapproval. However, they weren't convinced. No matter what, Hao Ren couldn't be compared to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo went through real battles to build up his name. He battled around the area of Demon Sea and gained the East Ocean Dragon Palace a lot of territories. He made significant contributions in expanding East Ocean, and almost everyone at East Ocean had respect for him. How on earth could Hao Ren lead close to 1 million soldiers of East Ocean? In addition, the purple-robed elders fought against the West Ocean Dragon Clan with Zhao Horan, who was like a god of slaughter last night, and they held against their enemies' fierce attacks and defended the East Ocean Dragon Palace. They fought with the last drop of their blood so that the East Ocean Dragon Palace could win the war, but they still suffered a tremendous amount of damage. Where was Hao Ren at the time of the battle? They thought. However, no one could say that they were against this decision when looking at Zhao Horan's bright eyes. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu glimpsed at each other, confused as well. Elder Xingyue clenched her fists tightly and frowned. She couldn't see through Zhao Horan's intention. "Carry on." Zhao Horan waved again and walked toward the door. He patted Hao Ren's shoulder as he walked by him. A strong power entered Hao Ren's shoulder, and he was forced to dash a few steps ahead and sprang out of the main palace. "Come with me." Hao Ren heard Zhao Horan's calm and cold voice by his ear. This is an old military title in China. It means that this general was in charge of keeping the west side of the kingdom peaceful. In this case, we think that the commanding general of East Ocean is named this because West Ocean is their biggest rival. Chapter 381. I trust you. Silently, Hao Ren followed Zhao Horan to the back of the palace. As the overlord of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, Zhao Horan lived in a fancy palace. After passing 4 large spurred pavilions and crossing a white jade bridge, Hao Ren stepped onto a small training field that was paved by dozens of top-tier spirit stones and had a width of 3 meters. He looked up at the plaque over the palace building and read, Hongshu 1 Palace. The square-shaped spirit stones that had a length and a width of 3 meters looked very smooth. Hao Ren found that nature essence in his body was activated when he stepped onto the stones. He felt refreshed. Living with dragon cores, the dragon cultivators were able to absorb nature essence faster than the human cultivators and thus didn't need spirit stones to help them cultivate. However, only the super-rich East Ocean Dragon Clan could afford to pave the ground before the palace where the overlord of East Ocean lived with such huge top-tier spirit stones. This luxurious use of spirit stones would astonish the cultivators on 5th heaven. The first time when he came to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Premier Shah had shown him around the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't bring Hao Ren to this section. It was because Zhao Horan's palace was a restricted place even when he wasn't living there. 4 guards in black stood at the gate of the palace, not moving a muscle. Hao Ren looked at the 4 guards and sensed a unique aura from them. From his experience with Su Han and the Lu sisters, he could tell that the 4 ordinary-looking guards were all masters on Qian level. They were Zhao Horan's bodyguards and his trusted servants. They didn't glance at Hao Ren. Instead, they looked at their surroundings as if they had merged with nature. Zhao Horan stepped forward and led Hao Ren into his palace, which gave Hao Ren a deeper understanding of luxury. In the grand hall that had an area of thousands of square meters, there stood 18 coiling golden dragon beams, and golden dragon decorations were everywhere. A golden dragon throne and a golden screen stood in the middle of the grand hall. It was a magnificent sight. With a wave of Zhao Horan's hand, the 4 guards in black who were standing outside the palace immediately closed the doors. Bang! The sound of the doors closing echoed through the palace. Zhao Horan walked over and sat on the golden throne, looking down at Hao Ren. With no officials or elders standing by his side, Hao Ren stood in the middle of the grand hall, which was as big as a plaza, and felt enormous pressure as he looked at Zhao Horan. "Old Grandpa," Hao Ren said after a moment of hesitation. He planned to call Zhao Horan Old Mr. Zhao, but he changed his mind in the middle and called Zhao Horan Grandpa instead. After all, Zhao Yanzi called him Grandpa, and Hao Ren was supposed to do the same. Zhao Horan's expression didn't change. Hao Ren continued, "I can't take the position of the commanding general." While he spoke, Hao Ren walked to Zhao Horan with the token in his hand. Considering the situation at the time, Hao Ren didn't refuse Zhao Horan on the spot, but he had to return the token to Zhao Horan in private. Humph! Sitting in the throne, Zhao Horan gave a cold snort. A surge of sharp energy shot toward Hao Ren's forehead, and this powerful energy rushed into his spiritual senses instantly, forcing him to back off 3 steps with a blank mind as if he lost his consciousness for 3 seconds. At this critical moment, Hao Ren desperately circulated the nature essence through his Ren meridians and Du meridians to regain a clear mind. Hao Ren sensed a ton of danger. If Hao Ren were only at Gen level, he would have instantly collapsed. "You have indeed reached Gen level," Zhao Horan said lightly. Hao Ren was a bit mad that Zhao Horan used such a violent method to test his realm. If Hao Ren didn't reach Gen level, he might have died. "Since you've reached Gen level, I can use the bodily filling technique," Zhao Horan continued. Suddenly, he crossed his hands and reached out for Hao Ren. Standing in the grand hall, Hao Ren suddenly felt a powerful surge of nature essence coming at him from all directions. Hao Ren wasn't sure what this old man was up to. However, since he was like Zhao Kuo, he must hold little regard for mortals as well. Not wanting to be subdued without a fight, Hao Ren released his Gen-level sword energies. 3 talents Heaven-Earth Array Formation. The 320 sword energies formed 3 shields and guarded his vital body parts. Interesting. Zhao Horan's force suddenly increased. Like seawater that was going at him from all directions, Hao Ren was instantly engulfed by powerful nature essence. He couldn't even block it a little with his sword energies. Having fought with Qin Shaoyang, Hao Ren knew the fierce power of a Kun-level master. Now, he understood the vast difference between Qian level and Kun level. His sword array formation that could release the power of Dui level couldn't hold up for even 1 second before the power of Qian level. Swoosh, his feet left the ground, and he was sucked into midair by the powerful nature essence. 2 iron-like hands caught his shoulders. Hao Ren felt that all of his acupoints were blocked, and he couldn't even shout. All his nature essence poured out as if a dam was opened. Immediately, a surge of more powerful nature essence poured into his body through the Jianjin acupoint in his shoulder. This pure and powerful nature essence rushed into Hao Ren's narrow meridians, causing his acupoints to redden and swell. The nature essence was filling Hao Ren's body by force. It completely disregarded Hao Ren's resistance. With the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Hao Ren had cultivated all 5 elemental essences. However, Zhao Horan poured a vast amount of water elemental essence into Hao Ren's body. If Hao Ren had not reached Gen level and temper his body would have exploded due to this cramming method. Bang! 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 The aggressive nature essence instantly opened 3 openings in Hao Ren's dragon core. With your steady foundation and mild temperament, you will be a great cultivator with bright prospects. However, you are courageous but not domineering, which means that you can't be a successful king or lord," Zhao Horan said while he transferred his nature essence into Hao Ren's body. In Hao Ren's body, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was desperately turning the water elemental essence into other 4 elements. Zhao Guang is ambitious but lacks fierceness and decisiveness. Zhao Kuo is courageous and fierce but lacks a strategic mind. Zhao Quan is an unrivaled strategist, but his body type prevents him from cultivating, and he can only ensure riches for his descendants, Zhao Horan said in a measured tone as he continued to pour nature essence into Hao Ren's body. "Will my East Ocean fall like this? Z is impulsive and thus is not fit for cultivating and holding power. Zhao Kuo pursues the ultimate peak of cultivation without any wishes to take the throne. Zhao Quan and his line of descendants are immersed in mortal luxuries, and their dragon mark has begun to dim. I'm old now, so who can steer this ship named East Ocean?" Suddenly, the nature essence surged out of Zhao Horan's palms at a faster speed. "The situation of East Ocean is precarious, and I don't want someone else to take the token as the commanding general. Although your cultivation strength is weak, your foundation is firm, and you are loyal to East Ocean with a pure heart. I'd rather hand the position of the commanding general to a less powerful man than to potential evil and ambitious schemers. Before Zhao Kuo returns, you can lead the 1 million soldiers of East Ocean for me," Zhao Horan shouted with shiny eyes. Hao Ren felt like he was under torture, but he understood Zhao Horan's words. Although he had no experience in leading troops, his position was closest to Zhao Guang and Zhao Kuo. Thus, he was the safest candidate for the position. "My life is coming to an end, and I planned to pass my cultivation strength to Zhao Kuo so that my 1,000 years of cultivation wouldn't go to waste. However, he is gone and didn't even come back at the life and death moment of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. With Zhao Guang's talent and ability, it will be a waste to pass my strength to him. Also, Ziz isn't unstable, and her realm is too low," Zhao Horan continued. Hao Ren, whose body was swelling up, was astonished by Zhao Horan's words. He now realized that Zhao Horan was not testing him but rather transferring all of the 1,000 years of cultivation strength to him. Zhao Horan started the war between East Ocean and West Ocean to force Zhao Kuo to show himself, but the plan failed. This meant that Zhao Kuo must have gone to a faraway land. Zhao Horan knew that he must take the opportunity to completely defeat the West Ocean Dragon Clan while it was in its decline. He knew this was his only chance, and he couldn't miss it. "I've cultivated for 1,000 years, but due to my many killings and intense murderous spirit, I couldn't break through to the heavenly dragon realm. However, after ruling the East Ocean for 1,000 years, I have no regrets in life. This is what I deserve." Zhao Horan's hands shook slightly. Feeling the pressure lightened, Hao Ren gained his balance and turned to Zhao Horan. Compared with his energetic look when he just returned from abroad, Zhao Horan now looked very old. While he was transferring the nature essence into Hao Ren's body, Zhao Horan sensed weak but miraculous nature essence hovering around Hao Ren's dragon core, suppressing all the powerful nature essence which were beyond Hao Ren's capabilities. This was a Dharma note left in Hao Ren's body by a Grand Master whose power far surpassed Qian level, and this Dharma note sealed up the 1,000 years of cultivation strength that Zhao Horan gave Hao Ren. Zhao Horan knew Hao Ren got this Dharma note from somewhere else, but he didn't point it out. If Zhao Kuo got this cultivation strength, it probably would help him break through to the heavenly dragon realm. Now that it was stored in Hao Ren's body, it was hard to say whether it would be useful or not in the future. "Zheng Xin will believe that I'm still alive with powerful cultivation strength so that he will be cautious. You must keep what happened here a secret." Zhao Horan took out a black longsword from an ancient storage ring, and he stared at Hao Ren as he said, "You must personally hand this sword to Zhao Kuo when he comes back." With both hands, Hao Ren took the icy, black longsword which was made from mystic iron. Roar! Suddenly, Zhao Horan turned into a black dragon sweeping across the grand hall. After flying around for 2 rotations, this dragon shattered and turned into sparkling light dots. Then, these light dots formed a dragon soul who was only half a meter long. Boom! The fierce black dragon soul rushed into the black longsword, turning the blades extremely sharp, black dragon spike. The intense murder spirit which had been accumulating for 1,000 years instantly spread to the surface of the black dragon spike. Chapter 382 to 1,000 years of cultivation strength. The 4 guards in black who were outside of the palace suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. When they saw the black longsword in Hao Ren's hands, their faces turned to sadness before kneeling on the ground. "Dragon King!" they cried. "Dragon King, Dragon King, Dragon King!" Their voices echoed in the spacious palace. Zhao Horan's dragon presence still lingered around the pillars in the palace. However, he had transferred all his cultivation strength to Hao Ren, and his essence dragon soul had merged into the black longsword in Hao Ren's hands. From the top of the palace rose a surge of black energy which shot into the air. The surrounding seawater boiled while the black energy rushed out of the ocean and shot up into the clouds in the high sky which were 1,000 meters high. Boom! The black energy gradually vanished. A great fierce hero died. This strange phenomenon attracted the notice of the nearby soldiers, and they came over to investigate. The 4 guards suddenly turned into 4 black light beams and flew out of the palace. "The Dragon King is cultivating. Anyone trespassing will be killed." Standing in all 4 directions of the palace, the 4 guards yelled at the same time. Hundreds of soldiers who had been rushing over immediately stopped their steps. Hongshu Palace gradually quieted down while the soldiers hurried back. "Tell Zhao Guang that the old Dragon King is leaving, and he should do what is appropriate from now on," the 4 guards shouted together as they stood on the 4 corners of the roof. Then, without any hesitation, they chased after the black energy which was gradually disappearing in the high sky and turned into beams of black lights. Azure Dragon Guard, Black Tortoise Guard, White Tiger Guard, and Vermilion Bird Guard will stay with the old Dragon King all our lives. Together with the remaining presence of Zhao Horan, they flew toward the west. Didn't matter what happened, they would stay in Zhao Horan's mansion in the US to create the illusion that he was still alive. In this way, the forces that were coveting the fortunes of East Ocean would stay in their territories. Otherwise, they would copy the West Ocean Dragon Clan, trying to attack East Ocean and seize their properties that had been accumulating for thousands of years. Standing in the center of the palace, Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds before injecting a trace of nature essence into the black dragon spike. Swoosh! The tip of the black dragon spike released a black shockwave which shot out of the wide-open gates before hiding a palace into the distance. Bang! A corner of that palace was cut off. Containing Zhao Horan's 1,000-year dragon soul, this weapon was very fierce. Meanwhile, a chilling murderous spirit crept along the handle of the sword to Hao Ren's heart. With black dragon spike in his hand, Hao Ren took several steps back before falling into the golden throne. Containing the powerful murderous spirit that had been accumulating for 1,000 years, the black dragon spike had a violent impact on the user, and not everyone could handle such a backlash. Hao Ren had just injected a trace of nature essence into it as a test and caused such great damage. If more nature essence were injected into it, the murderous spirit would cause more damage to the cultivator who used it. Hao Ren finally understood why Zhao Horan wanted him to give this weapon to Zhao Kuo. It was because only a pinnacle master like Zhao Kuo could control such a fierce weapon. When Zhao Kuo took this weapon, he would find out the truth about the death of Zhao Horan, and the secret would be out. To ensure the temporary safety of East Ocean, Zhao Horan gave up on resting in peace in the Dragon Tomb. A heroic feeling rose in Hao Ren's heart. He once thought that Zhao Horan was fierce and overbearing, but now he thought of him an Iron Man of heroic achievements. Hao Ren carefully put away the black dragon spike before standing up from the throne and walking out of the palace. It was very quiet, and the entire East Ocean Dragon Palace was illuminated by a red light. Hao Ren passed the training field paved with spirit stone and past the White Jade Bridge, arriving at the Grand Hall where Zhao Guang was staying. Sitting behind a desk, Zhao Guang was looking at something under the candlelight while Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Premier Shah were quietly standing on both sides of him. What happened? Zhao Guang looked up at Hao Ren and asked. The old Dragon King, Grandpa went back. After some hesitation, Hao Ren reported. Yeah, they've reported it to me. Zhao Guang nodded and put the thing in his hand on one side of the table before asking Hao Ren. I think my father has a deeper meaning in handing the position of the commanding general to you, right? Grandpa asked me to cultivate more and take care of Z, Hao Ren said. Okay. Zhao Guang nodded again. After the war with West Ocean, he does want to go back. Hao Ren remained silent. Obviously, Zhao Guang would never imagine that Zhao Horan had disappeared into nature. In the eyes of Zhao Guang, Zhao Horan was as fierce, bad-tempered, and controlling as before. "Is Su Han still in the Dragon Palace?" Hao Ren asked. "She's still resting in the Dragon Palace." Zhao Guang turned to look at Premier Shah. "Premier, please take Ren to her place." Premier Shah walked forward. "Fuma, this way please." "Uncle, please don't stay up too late," Hao Ren said to Zhao Guang. With a smile, Zhao Guang gave him a small wave before lowering his head to continue working. With his hunched back, Premier Shah led Hao Ren to Elder Xingyu's palace. "Gongzi Hao, congratulations on your promotion to the commanding general." Premier Shah turned his head and congratulated him. "Hee hee." Hao Ren laughed bitterly, not sure how to answer him. Commanding General of West Peace sounded magnificent, but he had been forced into this position by Zhao Horan. "I understand the old Dragon King's intention, but you must be careful, Gongzi Hao," Premier Shah continued. "Be careful?" Hao Ren looked at him in confusion. "Since the old Dragon King personally appointed you to be the commanding general, no one from the Dragon Palace dares to object." However, the outside, Premier Shah paused for a few seconds before continuing. "Now that you are the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the leader of 1,000,000 soldiers." While Premier Shah beat around the bushes, Hao Ren gradually understood his point. He was the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, but he didn't live in the Dragon Palace and thus was not under the protection of the troops. This time, although the West Ocean Dragon Clan was almost destroyed, they wouldn't admit defeat. Zhao Horan put Hao Ren in the position of the commanding general to prevent internal turmoil, but at the same time, his decision brought Hao Ren more dangers. Although the palaces and the soldiers of the West Ocean Dragon Clan were destroyed, it still had quite a few Qian-level and Kun-level cultivators. "However, from your vigorous look, I see that you have reached a higher realm," Premier Shah continued. "Thank you, Premier Shah," Hao Ren answered politely. He still remembered that when he first came into the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he asked Premier Shah about how to the Spirit Concentration Scroll. Only a short time had passed, and he now reached Gen level. "The old Dragon King is fierce and hot-tempered, but he's a rare good king. If you can get some tips from him, you will reach Dewey level very soon," Premier Shah continued. Hao Ren looked at Premier Shah and suddenly found him unfathomable. After all, Premier Shah had worked under 2 Dragon Kings, and he was very familiar with the mindset of his bosses. When Premier Shah and Hao Ren entered the gate of Elder Xingyu's palace, the female disciple on duty immediately went inside to report to Su Han. "Senior sister asked you to come in," she said to Hao Ren as she dashed out. Hao Ren walked into the garden while Premier Shah waited for him at the gate. Walking under the moon and past the flowers in the quiet palace, Hao Ren suddenly felt nervous. During the war between East Ocean and West Ocean, Hao Ren got a little worried about Su Han, who was resting in the Dragon Palace. But from the looks of it, she wasn't directly involved in the conflict between the 2 dragon clans. "Knock. Knock. Come in." Su Han's clear voice sounded from the inside. Carefully, Hao Ren pushed open the door and entered. He found Su Han sitting cross-legged on the bed and cultivating with her eyes closed. Her bright complexion seemed more beautiful with the increase in her cultivation strength. "Commanding General of West Peace, what brought you here in the middle of the night?" Su Han opened her red lips and asked. Hao Ren smiled helplessly and replied, "I just wanted to come and see you." The moment his words came out, he felt like it didn't sound quite right. It seemed as if he was visiting his secret lover. "I've fully recovered my cultivation strength, and I'm going to go back to the Dragon God Shrine to report the conflict between East Ocean and West Ocean tomorrow." Su Han slowly opened her bright eyes and said. Hao Ren nodded since he knew it was her duty. After all, the war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan underwater almost disturbed the mortals in East Ocean City, and the Dragon God Shrine needed to know the details of it. As the regional inspector of the city, Su Han must give them an explanation. "What happens when a cultivator's lifespan is all used up?" Hao Ren asked after a moment of silence. "The higher the realm a cultivator has, the longer they live. The dragon cultivators on Qian level and human cultivators at top-tier nascent soul realm can live for about 1,000 years. Then, they must follow the law of life cycle. Unless they can reach the heavenly dragon realm or the soul formation realm to live as long as the universe and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon, Suhan said. How about extending one's life with godly pills? Hao Ren continued to ask. The rare fruits in nature probably can extend the lives of some cultivators, but for those whose ages have reached the limit, no elixirs can keep. Only through hard cultivation and reaching the heavenly dragon realm can one live permanently and become the true masters of the world, Suhan said lightly. Got it. Hao Ren smiled lightly. He thought for a while and asked her, after you go back to the Dragon God Shrine, will you come back to East Ocean City? I suppose so. Suhan turned her gaze to him and said. And, if you come back, will you return to the East Ocean University? Hao Ren continued after pausing for 2 seconds. What do you want? Suhan stared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren gritted his teeth. I want you to come back. Suhan looked at him in silence. Hao Ren looked back at her and remained silent as well. Okay. Suhan's crisp voice sounded after a long while. Chapter 383, Controlling the Dragon Palace's Lifeline. After coming out of Suhan's room, Hao Ren returned to the gate of the palace, and Premier Shah was waiting for him patiently. Gongzi Hao, are you heading back now? Premier Shah walked over and asked. No, I need to see another person. Hao Ren shook his head. Who? Premier Shah asked carefully. Now that Hao Ren was not only the Fuma but also the commanding general who controlled close to 1 million soldiers, Premier Shah was subconsciously more cautious with his words. Zheng Yitao, Hao Ren said. Premier Shah froze, and he nodded immediately. I'll show you the way. Since Hao Ren was the commanding general who controlled the military, Premier Shah couldn't refuse his request to visit a captive. The night in the Dragon Palace was so quiet that the only sounds were their footsteps. Premier Shah led Hao Ren into the Ice Palace where Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were once imprisoned. Let me out. My grandpa will destroy East Ocean with great troops. Hearing their footsteps, Zheng Yitao immediately yelled. Premier Shah led Hao Ren around several huge ice blocks and walked to the depth of the palace. Thin and pale-faced, Zheng Yitao was prisoned in an iron cage. At his feet were some simple dishes which he had kicked aside. At the sight of Hao Ren, he yelled louder. How dare you come here? You are all going to die. Within 3 days, my grandpa will graze you to the ground with the troop of West Ocean. Hao Ren looked at him with a smile. Zheng Yitao was the frog that was living in the well. Imprisoned in the Ice Palace, Zheng Yitao knew nothing about the situation outside, oblivious to the fact that the West Ocean Dragon clan had been defeated and that the West Ocean Dragon Palace had been razed to the ground. How dare you treat me like this? You have breached the alliance of the 4 oceans. The other 3 dragon palaces will deal with you together with full force. At Hao Ren's silence, Zheng Yitao shook the cage and threatened more viciously. As a dignified crown prince of the West Ocean Dragon clan, Zheng Yitao couldn't bear the disgrace of being a prisoner in the East Ocean Dragon clan. He was planning to bring the most powerful elders of West Ocean to destroy the East Ocean Dragon Palace once he returned. He didn't know that the powers of the West Ocean Dragon clan and the East Ocean Dragon clan had switched places. Otherwise, after Hao Ren destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Oldman Zheng would have brought his troops directly to the East Ocean Dragon Palace instead of forming an alliance with the other 2 Ocean Dragon clans to suppress the East Ocean Dragon clan. Speak. Why don't you speak? Are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Yitao yelled even louder at Hao Ren's silence. Let's go. Hao Ren turned to Premier Shah and said. As you wish. Premier Shah turned and led Hao Ren toward the gate. Are you afraid to talk to me? I tell you, when I get out, I'll deal with you. Zheng Yitao shook his cage and shouted at Hao Ren. After walking out of the Ice Palace calmly, Hao Ren suddenly asked Premier Shah, as the commanding general, I can deal with and treat the prisoners, right? Of course, you have the power to do so, Premier Shah answered immediately. Then, release him tomorrow, Hao Ren said. Premier Shah's hunched back straightened a little as he looked up at Hao Ren. Are you afraid that South Ocean and North Ocean will deal with us, or do you think the West Ocean Dragon clan will launch another attack? Neither. Hao Ren shook his head. Then, you mean, Premier Shah looked confused. After we release Zheng Yitao, East Ocean will be safe for the next few hundred years, Hao Ren said. Premier Shah's confusion on his wrinkled face gradually cleared. Last night before the battle, Zhao Haoran had instructed Premier Shah to hold Zheng Yidao if East Ocean was defeated and release him if East Ocean won. Premier Shah didn't understand at first, and Zhao Haoran explained to him, "This kid has no talents, no virtues, no ambitions, and no strategies. He is a blessing for East Ocean." Currently, Hao Ren's words showed the same perception. Zhao Haoran prisoned Zheng Yitao and observed his behavior, and thus knew that this kid was useless. Oldman Zheng had used a secret method to suppress his realm, so he wouldn't activate the heavenly tribulation and could continue to control the West Ocean Dragon Clan. It meant that the moment Zheng Yitao took the helm of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, the force would enter a true decline. That was why the East Ocean Dragon Clan must keep Zheng Yitao if they were defeated and must release him if they got the victory. While the power of the West Ocean Dragon Clan decreased recently, Zhao Haoran took the opportunity to destroy most of their powerful elders with brute force. Now, the West Ocean Dragon Clan couldn't launch a head-on battle against the East Ocean Dragon Clan in the next 200 years. Then after 200 years, Zheng Xin would reach the end of his life, and Zheng Yitao would take over. This was Zhao Haoran's last move on the chessboard before the end of his life. "What's wrong?" Seeing Premier Shah standing there like a statue, Hao Ren asked. "Gongzi Hao, are you heading back now?" Premier Shah asked with a smile. "Well, yeah. I'll show you the way." Premier Shah walked forward with lightened steps. Although this Fuma only started as a mortal, his mind and vision are close to those of the old Dragon King. On the surface, it looks like the old Dragon King doesn't like this Fuma. However, he is in fact quite appreciative of him. Now, Premier Shah began to understand why Zhao Haoran placed Hao Ren in the position of the commanding general. Although Hao Ren had no battle experience, his mind far surpassed those of the generals in the Dragon Palace. After all, Zhao Haoran had ruled the East Ocean Dragon tribe for 1,000 years, and his eyes were really sharp. "Premier Shah, you said that if the old Dragon King could teach me personally, I can reach Dewey level quickly, right?" Hao Ren asked Premier Shah suddenly. "The cultivation strength of the old Dragon King has reached a godly realm. Last night when we were battling with the forces of West Ocean at the main gate, the old Dragon King personally battled with Zheng Xin, who is also at top-tier Qian level. Zheng Xin was severely wounded by our old Dragon King with only half a strike," Premier Shah said. Hao Ren thought that the battle must have been thrilling. With two top-tier Qian level cultivators battling with full forces, the battle must have been earth-shaking. Half of an attack from Zhao Haoran was enough to force back Zheng Xin. If Zheng Xin had forced himself to continue the battle, he would have died on the spot. That was why he would rather retreat. It was regretful that a master like Zhao Haoran still couldn't break the limit on his age. If he put his 1,000 years of cultivation strength into hundreds of Gen-level cultivators, it would help them all break through to Dewey level instantly. Chapter 384. Big Jumu. Little Jumu Hao Ren returned to the house from the Dragon Palace, and it was still the middle of the night. Each room on both floors seemed to be quiet. There were a lot of things on Hao Ren's mind so that he couldn't fall asleep. Ruff, ruff, Little White squeezed out of Zhen Kongming's room and hopped onto the couch like a fluffy ball. Hao Ren put it on his legs and started to practice the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to recover. Zhao Haoran used a bodily filling technique, which was a very aggressive method. It had caused some damage to Hao Ren's body. Although he was still on Gen level, his nature essence was no longer balanced amongst the 5 elements. Even though it was the purest water elemental essence, Hao Ren needed a few days to absorb and convert it. The tiny sword energies of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll traveled slowly through Hao Ren's meridians. They were like many little detectors that were looking for the damaged spots of Hao Ren's meridians, and they repaired them with soft nature essence as soon as they found the places. 1 centimeter above Hao Ren's dragon core, there was a spiritual core that was spinning at a very high speed. The spiritual core was only half a thumb big. However, it sucked in all the nearby small sword energies like a high-density black hole. Zhao Haoran's 1,000 years of cultivation strength was compressed and stored in this small spiritual core. It hung above Hao Ren's dragon core and established its own system. It captured the nature essence that was passing by, and it would release the nature essence back into Hao Ren's body from the center due to its extremely high density. The core had become a mysterious balancing vertex which couldn't be detected by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Hao Ren sent several sword energies there, but none of them came back to him, harming his spiritual senses. Therefore, he had to give it up. Little White rolled over lazily on Hao Ren's belly. As a level 1 spirit beast, its intelligence was even higher than before. It also got more intimate to Hao Ren. Hao Ren's dragon core landed steadily in his dantian, and it already had 123 openings on it. The dense spiritual core, on the other hand, was spinning quickly at where the Qihai acupoint was. One of them was the dragon core of a dragon cultivator, and the other was the internal core of a human cultivator. There were two systems inside Hao Ren's body, and they didn't interfere with each other at all. Zhao Horan didn't even expect this to happen. As a matter of fact, Zhao Horan believed that Hao Ren was honest and sincere with no ill intention toward East Ocean. Therefore, he decided to transfer as much of his nature essence as possible into Hao Ren before his life was over. To his surprise, there was something special about Hao Ren's body, and it allowed Hao Ren to collect all the 1,000 years of cultivation strength from Zhao Horan. Although Hao Ren was still on Gen level, he gathered a large amount of hidden energy and potential. Zhao Horan was able to pass down all of his 1,000 years of cultivation strength, and it left him no regret. What Hao Ren didn't know was that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily saved his cultivation progress with their natal spiritual lotuses, and the old grandma, who was cultivating somewhere above 5th heaven, also helped out by pouring some natal vital energy into Hao Ren as well. Hao Ren thought Zhao Horan compressed the 1,000 years of cultivation strength on purpose and temporarily stored it inside his body. Therefore, what Hao Ren was thinking about was how to transfer it to Zhao Kuo when they met in the future. The 1,000 years of cultivation strength stored inside Hao Ren's body was Zhao Horan's top-tier Qian level strength. Now, Hao Ren was walking around with an extremely precious treasure. Hao Ren had an internal core which was equivalent to top-tier nascent soul realm. This meant that he was absolutely the most powerful core formation realm cultivator. Time flew by, and Little White fell asleep curled up in Hao Ren's lap. Hao Ren tried to search for a new path to circulate his nature's essences in his body, and he finally formed a new circulation path which bypassed the Qihai acupoint which was above Dantian. Creak. A door opened. Xie Yujia walked out of her room and saw Hao Ren cultivating on the couch. She ignored him and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Hao Ren saw her walking by right in front of him in her pajamas and didn't know what she was upset about. Little White hopped off Hao Ren's legs and followed Xie Yujia. She smelled very refreshing. Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily appeared cheerfully at the stairs and ran toward the couch. Seeing that they were about to knock over the couch, Hao Ren reached out his hands to stop them. Taking this opportunity, the Lu sisters threw their soft bodies into Hao Ren's arms. Then, they grabbed onto his arms with both hands. Metal. 12, wood. 15, water. 36, fire. 18, earth. 19. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily reported the numbers in turn and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. How come all your 5 elemental essences are imbalanced after one night's time, Gongzi? I didn't cultivate properly last night. I'll make the adjustments gradually. Hao Ren secretly put force into his arms and lightly pushed them up. Xie Yujia was walking out of the kitchen at this moment, and she lightly snorted when she saw this scene. Big Jumu, let us help you. The twins ran toward Xie Yujia like two butterflies. Xie Yujia couldn't reject them, and it suddenly put her in a passive position. Are we going to 5th heaven today, uncle? Zhao Yanzi appeared on the stairs surprisingly early in her dotted pajamas. Little White then dashed onto the stairs and climbed onto her arms and shoulders. We'll head out after breakfast, Hao Ren said. Great, great. Zhao Yanzi nodded happily. After getting the Big Dipper constellation scroll and the purple-green treasure sword, she was more eager to cultivate and get stronger than before. Especially since they were going to 5th heaven where Zhao Guang couldn't even keep an eye on her. Her dream of traveling around the world with her longsword almost came true. Xie Yujia also wanted to take care of the spiritual herbs at the ethereal peak. Therefore, the 5 of them went to their gathering spot on 5th heaven as soon as the sun climbed into the sky. Little White, the level 2 spirit beast, flew extremely fast with Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia on its back. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew on their own and kept close to Hao Ren to protect him. It only took them the time of having a meal to arrive on fifth heaven. The ethereal peak appeared to be well arranged after Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's tidying up and cleaning. The herb gardens and creeks added some classic tone to the valley, which used to be very messy. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily opened their eyes wide to look at the valley. They fell in love with the atmosphere immediately. Zhao Yanzi went straight to her cave abode. When she saw the purple-green treasure sword still lying quietly on her stone bed, she was relieved and picked it up. Then, she ran to an empty area in the valley and started to practice the first chapter of the Big Dipper constellation scroll, Tianshu. Tianshu was the head star of the Big Dipper. It was steady and would build the foundation for future cultivation. Zhao Yanzi just reached the foundation establishment realm. She loved this technique the second she got it, so she cultivated it diligently and carefully. The sword techniques documented in the scroll all corresponded to nature essence absorption. The smoother she used the sword techniques, the better she would be able to circulate her nature essence. The longsword shone a light green light in Zhao Yanzi's hand, and Zhao Yanzi became happier and liked the sword even more since she felt like a master all over again. Elixir making was Xie Yujia's way of cultivation. Her technique was the life-death notes that the old grandma gave her, and all the changes resided in the gold and silver Dharma notes. As long as she had sufficient nature essences, the two Dharma notes would behave like parent notes and split into many small notes. In the elixir making room, 2 layers of gold and silver Dharma notes circled the elixir furnace. More than a dozen foundation establishment pills were coming into form and twirling inside the furnace. Xie Yujia came to the ethereal peak every weekend and made enough elixir pills that could last her the entire week. She ate level 4 pills as if they were snacks. Even a 7th heaven sect master wouldn't have such a preferential treatment. Puff! Streaks of white steam came out of the elixir furnace through the lid, and it felt like a pot of porridge was boiling inside the stove. Little White, who was stretching its neck and spitting out demon fire, finally got a break. The small silver Dharma notes circled the lid and suddenly lifted it up. Then, the small golden Dharma notes entered the furnace and carried 16 steaming level 4 foundation establishment pills perfectly into Xie Yujia's palm. The entire process of opening the lid and collecting the pills was smooth, and Xie Yujia looked like an experienced elixir master. Her control of the flames and the temperature was perfect, and all the pills were level 4. In addition, there was barely any residues in the elixir furnace. All the materials had been extracted into essences and turned into elixir pills. Xie Yujia calculated the proportion of the materials according to the formula precisely. She smiled happily when she saw that all the pills were level 4. She took out a little bottle and put 15 elixir pills inside. Then, she threw the last one to Little White. Little White caught the level 4 pill with its tongue, and a satisfied expression appeared on its face after it devoured it. Xie Yujia was only a little satisfied with her result this time. She was glad that the materials weren't wasted because she spent a lot of effort into planting them. However, she had no idea that her elixir-making skill had already reached the Grandmaster level. This kind of success rate could make her the head elixir elder of any sect on 6th heaven, even in the Sky Mountain sect which specialized in elixir making. Xie Yujia was indeed gifted in elixir making. Her attitude was actually quite simple. She treated elixir making like cooking. In the cave abode next to hers, Hao Ren had completely circulated his nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll 36 times. Then, he took advantage of the little cloud rain array formation that Zhen Kongming set up to complete his lightning cultivation. Considering the capacity of his body, Hao Ren only performed lighting cultivation once per week, which was just as often as Xie Yujia practiced elixir making. However, the purpose of this lightning cultivation wasn't to create openings in his dragon core. Instead, he used it to strengthen his own realm in order to activate his meridian fully. Shoo! A dash of sword energy shot out of Hao Ren's cave. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. Each sword energy split into 2 with a slight shiver. This was the power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Forming sword energy with nature essence and commanding the sword essences with spiritual senses. Hao Ren instantly unleashed a powerful sword array formation. The sword energies absorbed the nature essence in the valley and grew. splitting into millions of entities and each absorbing the power of heaven and earth. This cultivation method was incredibly similar to the cultivation method of soul formation realm cultivators. All 320 sword energies grew and combined into a short, colorful sword essence. Then, it shot back into Hao Ren's cave abode. Hao Ren raised his hands and completed his cultivation. Hao Ren thought of this cultivation method while he was dizzy and falling asleep. He could absorb nature essence with his sword energies and then transferring it back into his body. It allowed him to increase his cultivation speed even more. However, he could only train using this method in the safest place. Otherwise, it would be dangerous for him if the sword energies got chopped off halfway through his cultivation process. It would damage his foundation. It's about time. Let's head back. Hao Ren felt refreshed, and he walked to the entrance of his cave abode and shouted. Ha ha ha! Zhao Yanzi flew toward Hao Ren's cave abode on her purple-green treasure sword. The first chapter in the Big Dipper constellation scroll, Tianshu sword technique, contained an advanced sword writing technique. Also, this longsword was a top-tier Dharma treasure. Zhao Yanzi easily got the hang of this technique within half a day since she was quite talented. The flying speed of this sword was nothing like the ordinary swords from before. Satisfaction was written all over her face. Xie Yujia walked out of her elixir-making room and saw Zhao Yanzi flying freely in the sky. She was a little envious that. Hao Ren flicked his finger, and a sword energy flew out and hit the tip of the longsword under Zhao Yanzi's feet. Zhao Yanzi tripped and fell into the grass beneath her. Jerk! Zhao Yanzi rubbed her butt and threw her treasure sword at Hao Ren. The sword ripped through the air and pierced at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was already at Gen level, so he wouldn't be scared of Zhao Yanzi who just reached the foundation establishment realm. He pinched the sword blade with 2 fingers. Ding! The sword blade made a sharp sound, and the quack made Hao Ren's fingers hurt a little. Gen level was somewhere between top-tier core formation realm and low-tier nascent soul realm. He should have been able to defeat a foundation establishment realm cultivator with just 1 finger. However, Zhao Yanzi was able to obtain such power within half a day by practicing this sword technique. That demonstrated how powerful this scroll was. In other words, as long as Zhao Yanzi continued to practice this Big Dipper constellation scroll, other cultivators on the same realm wouldn't have a chance to defeat her. Hao Ren suddenly thought of that arrogant girl from the Sky Mountain sect and understood where her pride came from. Since she had this technique, she wasn't too afraid of other cultivators unless they were far more powerful than her. Come on. Let's go back. Hao Ren put the longsword into her cave abode and said. Humph. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and climbed onto Little White's back. Xie Yujia laughed and hopped onto Little White's back gently. When the 5 of them returned to the house, they saw a light golden Buick parked outside. Someone was visiting while they were away. Go get some tea, Kongming. Hao Ren heard Hao Zonghua telling Zhen Kongming that as he walked in. Where did you guys go early in the morning? Grandma asked Hao Ren in a slight complaining tone. I took them and Little White out for a walk on the beach. Hao Ren pointed at Little White. Little White was only the size of a palm, and it was wagging its tail and looking at Grandma innocently. Your dad's guest is here, and his daughter is Kongming's classmate, Grandma said. Hao Ren looked over Grandma's shoulder and saw the guests, the mayor and his daughter. Hee hee, your son is quite a handsome man. Mayor Wu walked over with a teacup in his hand. Hello, Uncle, Hao Ren greeted him after half a second of hesitation. Xie Yujia was fast to react. She greeted by saying, Uncle, right after Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi followed their example, and so did Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. They all said, Uncle, in sweet voices. The mayor looked at the beautiful girls beside Hao Ren and smiled. He nodded kindly without asking any questions. Then, he said to Hao Zonghua, Academician Hao and Academician Yu are our East Ocean City and our country's treasures. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. It was a small accident, and it doesn't deserve so much of your attention. This is your 2nd time coming here and visiting us in person. Hao Zonghua laughed. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang encountered landslides on Friday night, and they almost got attacked by the hurricanes. This had worried the mayor, so he rushed over on Saturday morning to see if they were all right. However, Hao Ren's family went on a trip, so the mayor made the trip in vain. Therefore, he drove over in person again. He did this to express his sincerity as well as to calm the two scientists down. The mayor also dragged along his little daughter, hoping to build a better relationship with these world-class scientists since his daughter went to the same school as Zhen Kongming. My daughter, Luo Shui, goes to the same school as Zhen Kongming, so I brought her along today for them to hang out a little, the mayor said. Definitely. Kids need to learn to get along with each other, Hao Zonghua said immediately. Wu Luoxue stood beside her dad in her colorful dress, holding onto her dad's hand. She didn't say a single word. She looked like a sculpture carved out of jade, and she was particularly pretty and cute even though she didn't say anything. She's so cute. She's so pretty. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily bent their backs to examined Wu Luoxue. They almost reached out and pinched her cute little pink cheeks. Wu Luoxue looked at the two pretty, big sisters calmly. She didn't have any reaction toward their compliments. Zhen Kongming handed out water and tea for all the adults in the living room in front of Wu Luoxue as if he was trying to earn the Tri-Merit Student Award. Go play with your schoolmate, Luoxue. You always read or practice the piano. You need to relax from time to time, the mayor patted Wu Luoxue's head softly. I have the most classic game, Heavenly Sword, and the graphic is amazing. I'll show you. Zhen Kongming got excited and flipped out his game disc before pushing it into the console. Wu Luoxue held the warm teacup in her hands and sat quietly on the couch facing the TV. She stared at Zhen Kongming with her black, gem-like eyes as he was busy setting everything up. See, it's like this. Zhen Kongming connected the machines and took out the controllers. He demonstrated for Wu Luoxue as he played. Although he was very passionate, Wu Luoxue seemed to be cold and calm the entire time. She didn't even say a word. It's okay to play with your schoolmates sometime, Luoxue, the mayor, who was in the middle of discussing East Ocean City's scientific development strategy with Hao Zonghua, turned around and said to his daughter. Wu Luoxue slightly nodded at last and picked up a controller. I'll teach you. Zhen Kongming moved over immediately to show her how to use the controller. Wu Luoxue looked down at the controller and tried it out a few times. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at them with tremendous interest. Zhen Kongming was as passionate as fire while Wu Luoxue was as cold as ice. This is very difficult. I have been playing for a long time until I reach the 4th level. I'll do it all over again with you, Zhen Kongming said enthusiastically. Wu Luoxue nodded and held onto the controller clumsily. However, her character gradually started to move smoothly. I'm on the 6th level, she said quietly after half an hour. Zhen Kongming looked at her in surprise. He then shook his head and said, this isn't very fun. Let's play Street Fighters, we can fight with each other. He slid in another disc and handed a controller to Wu Luoxue, leaving the other one for himself. I'm a master in this game. Zhen Kongming found the game guide in excitement and passed it to Wu Luoxue. He said proudly, I know about all the unique skills for all the characters in the game. Wu Luoxue read it for a minute and looked up at the screen before choosing a character. Ready, go. Wu Luoxue's fingers danced quickly on the controller as if she was playing the piano. She murmured, up, left, down, slight punch, down, hard kick. K.O. Zhen Kongming's character fell onto the ground. Wu Luoxue won without taking any damage. Hao Ren looked at Wu Luoxue and suddenly realized that this little girl was even more insane than Zhen Kongming. Chapter 385. Forming an alliance. Two important events took place in the science circle on Monday. Firstly, the world-renowned biologist Hao Zonghua announced the launch of the project called Seeking Dragon, to prove the existence of the mythical creatures. This had attracted all the scientific institutions and magazines' attention all over the world. Secondly, Yu Yang started an in-depth research project on the East Ocean. She gathered different kinds of funds and large equipment for the research institution at the East Ocean City. On the same Monday, another event took place in the business world as well. The Mingri Group announced that they were acquiring the Conqueror Group, and its stock reached its top limit as soon as the market opened. Hao Ren heard the news when he was in the cab and on his way to East Ocean University. He handed the driver a 20 yuan bill and got 3 yuan of change back. The taxi driver drove the vehicle away as he watched Hao Ren walk into the school. He could never imagine that this ordinary-looking man was the son of the two world-famous scientists, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, and also the future CEO of Mingri Group. Hao Ren had steadied his gen-level realm after one night of cultivation, and he also opened up to 125 openings successfully. Gen level gave him an even stronger aura than gen level. The second Hao Ren stepped inside the gate, a beam of bright red light moved toward him. Hao Ren was instantly enveloped by the red light since there was nowhere for him to hide. "Give me my Dharma treasure back." Qin Xiaoyang appeared in the red light with a suit on, and he flipped his palm toward Hao Ren's face. Sword array formation. Hao Ren shot out his 320 sword energies. The sword energies flew out at the same time like bullets, and they had the same effect as dense area bombing. A golden light surrounded Qin Xiaoyang to protect him from the aggressive sword energies, and he was secretly impressed by the fact that Hao Ren reached gen level within just a couple of days. At this speed, Hao Ren is going to become a massive threat in the future. We need to eliminate him, Qin Xiaoyang thought as he suddenly increased his strength. It was a great advantage for him to fight against a gen-level cultivator as a kun-level cultivator. Boom! A white jade sword appeared between Hao Ren and Qin Xiaoyang, and the latter was immediately forced back by 3 steps. Su Han slowly landed in the energy sphere in her white dress. Qin Xiaoyang raised his hand and saw a deep wound on his wrist. Blood kept running out from the cut. He immediately used the metal elemental essence to block his meridians and stop the bleeding. Hao Ren was surprised to see Su Han here. Su Han just rushed back from the Dragon God Shrine. Her hair fell loosely on her shoulders, and her eyes shone like stars. She seemed to be even more powerful than before. Su Han. Qin Xiaoyang covered his hand and shouted coldly. "He is mine. Don't touch him," Su Han said lightly. "The East Ocean City is under my control now, and I want to punish this little assisting inspector. You have a problem with that?" Qin Xiaoyang looked at Su Han angrily. Su Han looked at him in disdain without saying a word. "Why are you so protective of this little assisting inspector? Do you like him?" Qin Xiaoyang asked. "What if I do like him?" Su Han said coldly. As Qin Xiaoyang was stunned, Su Han continued, "And what if I don't like him?" Hao Ren's heart jumped up and down as Su Han spoke. "He took my natal Dharma treasure," Qin Xiaoyang said. He didn't want to reveal this shameful information. However, the natal Dharma treasure, unlike other Dharma treasures, could affect his spiritual senses. Su Han was very protective of Hao Ren, and the twin sisters were hanging around on campus, giving him no chance of getting it back. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyang had to state the reason why he risked starting the fight. "He took your natal Dharma treasure. So what?" Su Han said lightly again. "You." Qin Xiaoyang was so mad that his eyes almost popped out. Su Han's cold attitude showed her complete disdain toward Qin Xiaoyang. "Give me his natal Dharma treasure," Su Han said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren took Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle out of his necklace and put it in Su Han's hand. "Right. We are both inspectors, and there's no need to get into a fight," Qin Xiaoyang smiled and said, relieved. Su Han looked down and put Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle in her own storage ring indifferently. Then, she ripped open the energy sphere and said coldly, "Come and get it from me if you can." Qin Xiaoyang stared at Su Han's back in surprise as she left, but he never gathered enough courage to attack her from behind. As a kun-level cultivator, Qin Xiaoyang could sense that Su Han got even stronger than before her injury. In other words, instead of losing strength during her recovery, she improved a lot. "What are you still standing there for, Hao Ren?" Su Han said as she walked. Hao Ren hesitated for a bit and rushed over to Su Han. There was a gentle breeze blowing through the campus. The gate was near the lake, and they could see the wind gently blowing on the willow trees. Su Han walked forward as the wind blew the lovely scent of her hair into Hao Ren's nose. "Su Han is back." A sharp-eyed male student instantly recognized the beauty beside the lake, and he cried out loud since they hadn't seen Su Han on campus for a long time. "Su Han! That really is Su Han!" Other students cried out in surprise as well. Without a doubt, Su Han was the most beautiful female of East Ocean University. Her reappearance immediately drew the attention of everyone near the lake. However, her cold temperament made them scared of getting closer. "Who is that guy walking beside Su Han? Is that Hao Ren? The one who got in a fight with Huang Zuji? A sophomore, good for him. He could walk together with Su Han." "You have no idea. They've been very close since before. All sorts of gossip came into their ears. Hao Ren and Su Han had acute hearings, so they could hear the gossips even though these students were on the other side of the lake. Su Han kept walking calmly as she said to Hao Ren, "The Dragon God Shrine allowed me to come back as the East Ocean City's inspector, but they don't want to take Qin Xiaoyang away for the time being. They might be using him to restrain my authority since they weren't satisfied with my late report on the situation between East Ocean and West Ocean." Hao Ren nodded calmly. Many people looked at him with jealousy from the other side of the lake. However, Hao Ren didn't panic like he did before. He was walking together with Su Han, so what? You are an assisting inspector, and Qin Xiaoyang is an official inspector. According to your titles, he could punish you, and you are not allowed to fight back. To get rid of this restraint, you would have to become an official inspector, Su Han continued. Hao Ren knew clearly that the Dragon God Shrine and the Dragon Clans were two different systems. Although he was the commanding general of East Ocean, he was still an ordinary dragon cultivator in the eyes of the inspectors. The Dragon God Shrine has decided to have 2 official inspectors in every major city in the future. This is to avoid any careless omission of information by either inspector. Su Han stopped her steps and turned to look at Hao Ren calmly. She was as beautiful as a delicate painting in her white blouse, and the lake scenery became the perfect background. If you can become an official inspector, we can work together to kick Qin Xiaoyang out of the picture, Su Han said. Chapter 386. Brothers indeed. Hao Ren had never thought of allying with Su Han. Now thinking about it, although his realm was far behind hers, he would still be of the same status once he became an official inspector. The general examinations of the Dragon God Shrine is soon, right? Hao Ren asked. Last time, Su Han told him that the exams were a month away, so Hao Ren tried his best to cultivate during this time. A while had passed, so it should be any day now. More accurately, it will be this Friday. The general examinations will take place over 3 days. The first day is the written exam and the latter 2 days are combat exams. I've already enrolled you as my assisting inspector when I went back to the Dragon God Shrine this time. Written exam, Hao Ren hesitated. Don't worry about that. It is nothing important compared to the combat exams. I will help you review some of the things an inspector should know during this week. Before Hao Ren could say anything, she added, "Come to my place after 6. Hao Ren's lip twitched. He had been tutoring Zhao Yanzi every day, and he never thought that Su Han would volunteer herself to be his tutor. Without further explanation, Su Han headed to the administrative building along the lakeside road. Her speed was neither too rushed nor too slow. She walked ahead with her feet touching the ground softly as if she was a fairy on the lake. One might think that she was walking on water. In addition, her perfect ice-cold face made the males in the area stand where they were and gap. The returning of Su Han became the most significant news on campus on Monday. It seemed like the entire campus had been lit up with energy and passion along with her reappearance. Hao Ren admired her charm deeply since she never liked attending school activities in the first place. Hao Ren walked to Building D for his introduction to mechanical design class. Finals were approaching, so he didn't let his guard down on his schoolwork. Everyone knew that the professors might, accidentally, point out the main concepts that would be on the final exams in the last few classes. Thus, even if a student skipped the entire semester, he or she should not be skipping the last few classes. Brother Ren! Brother Ren! Zhou Liren called out his name as soon as he walked into the classroom. What? Hao Ren walked over lazily. Su Han is back, right? Zhou Liren dragged onto Hao Ren's shirt and asked in excitement. I suppose. Hao Ren sat on the chair calmly. Still pretending. Still pretending. Zhou Liren was so excited that his face twitched. I heard that you and she were walking along the lake a moment ago. Aoi. Hao Ren didn't know what to say to him. He looked forward and saw Xie Yujia and Ma Lina working on their notes in the front row. The review material Xie Yujia gave him worked very well last time, and he was able to catch up with all the classes he missed. Xie Yujia was in a long shirt-style dress, and it looked charming compared to her usual conservative style. The silk material made her look lighter, and a thin black belt hung on her waist. She had a perfect figure, slim waist, long legs, smooth neck, well-developed chest, and smooth skin. She had everything she needed to be a supermodel. So, is Su Han going to teach us again? Zhou Liren suddenly turned Hao Ren's head to him with his hands. Hao Ren saw Zhou Liren's twisted face, and the beautiful scenery was immediately ruined. I guess, Hao Ren answered casually. Beep, beep. Hao Ren received a text message on his new phone. He opened it up and saw Xie Yujia's message. You got the new phone? He looked up and caught Xie Yujia smiling at him. Yeah, I got it, Hao Ren texted her back. Did you buy other things as well? Xie Yujia sent another message. Yes, everything is in my backpack, Hao Ren answered. Xie Yujia responded with a simple text. Then, she waved at Hao Ren and turned back to her notes. Even though she was only sitting, she was the focus of people's attention. Going hot and heavy, Zhou Liren nudged Hao Ren with his arm. If Su Han was the kind of beauty all men worshipped, Xie Yujia was the kind of beauty that men would find intimate and close. To guys like Zhou Liren, it would be a great honor for them to get close to Su Han, and it would be a great pleasure for them to date Xie Yujia. This is the last class before finals, so pay attention. Hao Ren patted Zhou Liren's forehead. By the way, where is Zhao Jiayi? He is coming because he asked me to save a spot for him. As soon as Zhou Liren finished talking, Zhao Jiayi rushed into the classroom and sat down beside Hao Ren. He was breathing heavily. Damn, you are finally here. I haven't seen you in ages. Zhao Jiayi shouted. What was with the Bentley pickup? Yes, that Bentley. I almost forgot about it, Zhou Liren shouted as well. Nothing, it was just a relative from abroad, Hao Ren answered casually. Here we go again. Zhao Jiayi looked at Hao Ren and said, we are all friends here, yet you still lie to us. They picked me up on their way, and I couldn't say no. Hao Ren got a little clumsy with his words in front of Zhao Jiayi. Also, you are not even staying in the dorm room now. Every night, we have to tell the dorm manager that you are in the bathroom when she comes to count the people. Zhao Jiayi glimpsed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was a little embarrassed. He had been cultivating on fifth heaven these days and hadn't been sleeping in the dorm for a while now. It had cut back the time he had to spend with his good friends. I'm not blaming you, but we are worried about you since you are always outside. Some of your foreign relatives probably came back, and you are probably loaded now. We just hope that you will still see us as your friends, Zhao Jiayi said to Hao Ren. He talked as the captain of the dorm, but Hao Ren could sense the sincerity in his tone. Yes, the four roommates were good friends who shared good times and woes no matter if they had money or not. Hao Ren seemed to be slowly drifting away from their group, and it made Zhao Jiayi feel sad. Someone on my basketball team told me that Huang Zuji is trying to find people to beat you up. I don't know if it is true, but you should take care of yourself while you are alone out there. Call me if anything happens. Zhao Jiayi said to Hao Ren seriously. Hao Ren appeared to be abandoning his roommates lately, yet Zhao Jiayi was still worried about his safety. Okay. Hao Ren nodded decisively. In fact, even if Huang Zuji found thousands of fighters, they wouldn't be able to defeat Hao Ren now. However, Hao Ren felt thankful that Zhao Jiayi cared about him. How is the basketball team doing? Hao Ren asked. We are almost in the finals. It will be in Hangzhou on July 15th. We have been training like crazy these couple of days. Zhou Jiayi exhaled deeply. Can you get into the finals? Hao Ren asked. We will try our best. Now we are in semifinals, and the team we are playing against the day after tomorrow is very strong. It's South Ocean University, Zhao Jiayi answered. Hao Ren carefully observed Zhao Jiayi and found him stronger than before. The intensive training and matches must have made him even better than he used to be. Hao Ren sensed an extraordinary domineering temperament from Zhao Jiayi. He remembered Su Han telling him about how Xie Wanjun was able to sense heavenly Dao by practicing basketball. Xie Wanjun was in the same realm as the third level of Spirit Concentration Scroll. As a Gen-level cultivator, Hao Ren could sense Zhao Jiayi's level. It equaled to the first level of Spirit Concentration Scroll. Hao Ren didn't know that the extra nature essence he pulled from nature while he cultivated in the dorm sank down to Zhao Jiayi's lower berth. The latter breathed it in during his sleep, and it largely improved his physique. As the saying goes, once a person became an immortal, his relatives and followers would ascend with him. Hao Ren hadn't been back to the dorm for quite a while now, and Zhao Jiayi had been practicing every day, exhausted from training. Although Zhao Jiayi's techniques were being improved, his physique stayed the same. Therefore, the path of progressing in the championship was getting more and more difficult now that they were faced with stronger and stronger teams. The first level of spirit concentration scroll was to connect with the heaven and earth to sense the natural essence as well as to purify the body. Then, the second level was to direct the nature essence into the body to temper it. Last, the third level was to place the nature essence outside the body and control it. Hao Ren sensed that Zhao Jiayi was already on the edge of the first level, so he patted on Zhao Jiayi's shoulder and said, "Fighting, you will be able to get into the finals." Definitely. Zhao Jiayi was very confident as well. Hao Ren laughed as he took his hand back. Zhao Jiayi was stupefied. Suddenly, he felt like something broke throughout his body. He just got out of a high-intensity training session, and he felt that his body reached another level. Zhao Jiayi found it strange, but he couldn't articulate the feeling. A streak of energy went through his body and made each and every joint crack. So, this is what it feels like to break through my limit. Zhao Jiayi comprehended many things at once, and all kinds of basketball skills appeared in his head. He was even uncontrollably confident about when to stop, when to jump, and when to shoot. Everything was precise to the centimeter. However, he didn't know how to describe the feeling to Hao Ren, Zhou Liren, and Cao Ronghua. So, he just assumed that it was an illusion. Zhao Jiayi turned to Hao Ren and found him slightly frowning at his book as if he couldn't comprehend what he was reading. "Ren, you missed so many classes. I wonder how you are going to pass this exam." Zhao Jiayi shook his head at Hao Ren as he thought to himself. Chapter 387. Passion for Cooking and Planting. Ring, the class bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Xie Yujia walked to the back row with her textbook in her hand. Her shirt-style skirt made her look even taller. When she walked down the aisle between desks, it felt like she was walking down a runway in a fashion show where all bright spotlights shined on her. "Let's go for lunch together." Xie Yujia smiled sweetly. "Ren, why do you keep girls before bros?" Zhou Liren shouted as he looked at Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia kept a low profile while she was the class president. Now after resigning from that position, she had become more and more beautiful. During this time, tons of guys regretted not pursuing her back then. If Lin Li from class 3 were to appear in front of Xie Yujia now, she would look as plain as dust. "I meant all of us together." Xie Yujia laughed. Her charming smile stunned everyone there, and they were at a loss for words. Although she hadn't reached the foundation establishment realm yet, her youthful yet mature look was more than enough to conquer these guys instantly. There used to be such a beautiful girl in front of them, but they did not cherish it. It was already too late when they realized it now. Xie Yujia had been leveling up at a fast speed since she resigned from her old position. She could stun most of the guys around her and defeat most of the girls in the school. "Let's go. Let's go," Zhao Jiayi shouted. He just got to a level which was equivalent to the second level of spirit concentration scroll without even knowing about it, and he was able to keep his calm. "Ren got to pay." Yu Rong shouted next. "It's okay. I will pay this time," Xie Yujia said as she smiled gently. She noticed Hao Ren's alienation from his friends during this period, so she wanted to take this opportunity and allow Hao Ren to reconnect with his friends. They went over to the Hongji Square as a big group, and Ma Lina went along with them. There would be a 2-month summer break after the finals. Therefore, everyone was excited during this meal. Xie Yujia was no longer the class president, so she didn't need to keep a stern face anymore. She sat down beside Hao Ren happily and appeared to be very sweet. Who would say that Xie Yujia was after Hao Ren's money now? With her look and temperament, she would find a wealthier partner than Hao Ren. All the guys could only admire Hao Ren's luck. He could make Xie Yujia, who had infinite potential, his girlfriend. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were always around him, and even Su Han had some sort of connection with him. However, the guys didn't know that Hao Ren was now the commanding general of East Ocean and already way above purple-robed elder Lu Qing in terms of status. In other words, Vice Principal Lu Qing had to respect Hao Ren regardless of Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Guang now. Hao Ren had the ultimate power in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and he could even kill the purple-robed elder on the spot and report later when there were enough reasons. Okay, we are not going to interrupt your sweet date now. We are going back." Ma Lina pushed the guys out of the restaurant with a smile, leaving Hao Ren and Xie Yujia behind to pay for the bill. In Ma Lina's eyes, she tried her best to get Hao Ren and Xie Yujia together, and Hao Ren should thank her with great gesture now that he had gotten Xie Yujia. "Let me pay for it." Hao Ren took out his wallet and stopped Xie Yujia. "It's okay. I never officially treated Zhao Jiayi and the guys to dinner." Xie Yujia stuffed the money in the waiter's hand. "Plus, I never paid you back for the things you bought." She pouted seriously, and Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh at her cute expression. "I will be going to Su Han's place in the next couple of days. I'll help you set everything up right now, and I won't be going up this evening. Can you look after Little White as well?" Hao Ren asked. Xie Yujia nodded. She hesitated but didn't ask more questions. Hao Ren let Little White out once they got outside, and it immediately walked around the Hongji Square in its golden-colored legs, wiggling its tail. Its cute look attracted many loving girls' attention without a doubt. Even the guys turned to look at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia who were walking the dog. Fluffy Little White rolled around on the gray tiles with full energy like a rolling ball. A husky owned by a florist got its head stepped on by Little White as soon as it got out of the flower shop. Although it was about 10 times the size as Little White, it had to go back to the shop obediently. No one could get in the way when Little White wanted to claim its dominance. "Is that Hao Ren? His girlfriend is so pretty, isn't Su Han his girlfriend? The beautiful twins in first year are also interested in him, he must be loaded." While Little White was having a lot of fun running around Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, some students started to gossip. "The tree wants to stay still, but the wind wouldn't let it be." Hao Ren wanted to keep a low profile, but he was in the spotlight over and over again. Everyone in the school knew who he was now. Why would any student cause him any trouble? He even defeated Huang Zuji, the son of the deputy mayor. Why would any professor make his life hard? Everyone knew that Lu Qing, the vice principal, had been trying to protect him the whole time. "Let's go." Xie Yujia clapped at Little White when more and more people were walking over to them. Little White hopped up into Xie Yujia's arms. Xie Yujia looked down at Little White and laughed at how naughty it was. Then, she walked out of the Hongji Square with Hao Ren. They seemed perfect for each other. For some reason, the girls in the area were suddenly jealous of Xie Yujia. Hao Ren put up a red energy sphere after they walked around the corner. Boom! Little White turned into its snow lion form. Hao Ren had taught Xie Yujia how to create the energy sphere. In the future, she could head to Fifth Heaven to look after those spiritual herbs on her own as long as she had Little White with her. Little White was in a great mood. Shoo! It reached the ethereal peak on Fifth Heaven. Hao Ren entered the array formation and landed in the valley. He took a lot of things out of his backpack. Plastic mulch film, shed film, plant net, little spud, sprinkling kettle, drip irrigation belt, marking board. If Xie Yujia didn't learn about these things from grandma, none of them would know that there was so much to know when it came to farming and planting. After laying everything out, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia started to work. Hao Ren first made a shallow square pit in the ground with his sword energies. Then, he created a tunnel and directed some water from the little river in the valley into this pit. Lastly, he dug another tunnel and directed the water back into the river, creating a paddy field that was irrigated with running water. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia next moved the spiritual herbs that liked water into the paddy field. They opened another area for the fire elemental spiritual herbs. They built the structure of a greenhouse with bamboo sticks and covered it up with shed film. For the earth elemental spiritual herbs, they liked being exposed to the air, but they still needed sufficient water. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia placed the drip irrigation belt in the field to provide them with a certain amount of water. The metal element spiritual herbs needed to be placed near minerals. Hao Ren buried a dozen of top-tier spirit stones he borrowed from Premier Shah at the roots of the herbs. He also buried some used and broken Dharma treasures in the ground. Wood elemental spiritual herbs were relatively easier to take care of. They placed the plant net in the ground and covered it up with mulch film, allowing the spiritual herb seedlings to absorb the nutrition from the ground sufficiently. Thus, they rearranged the messy herb garden into 5 sections according to their elemental attributes. There were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sections. A modern agriculture planting system had been initially completed. The Herb King Valley of the Ethereal Peak was slowly becoming the biggest spiritual herb farm on Fifth Heaven. Chapter 388. Disciple of the Sect Who. After they finished, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia both exhaled deeply. Thousands of spiritual herbs swayed gently in the fields. Green, blue, red, they looked like beautiful colorful ribbons. Hao Ren met Xie Yujia's gaze, and they both smiled with pleasure. Xie Yujia's white hands were covered in mud, and so were Hao Ren's sleeves. "Look at you. You have mud on your face." With a faint smile, Xie Yujia reached out to rub the mud off his face. However, her wet and muddy finger put more dirt on his face. Oops, she withdrew her hand immediately and giggled at his dirty face. At her giggles, Hao Ren touched his own wet and cold cheek and joined in on the laughter. As two students who majored in engineering, they had planted a large stretch of field, feeling like they had returned to their middle school days when they learned about agriculture. Growing in better environments, the spiritual herbs would flourish, and their medicinal effects would increase, making them excellent ingredients for high-level elixirs. At this thought, Xie Yujia was satisfied with their half-day of hard work. Meanwhile, she found it quite rewarding and cheerful to work on this transformation project together with Hao Ren. "Let's wash our hands." With a wave of his right hand, a narrow water beam came from the nearby river and entered Xie Yujia's hands. Nodding, she washed her hands before putting a few drops of water in her palm, cleaning the muddy marks on Hao Ren's face. Feeling her smooth palms on his cheeks, Hao Ren was moved by her caring act. Dong, at this moment, a light blue voice transmission note rushed into the valley. "Senior, I'm Lu Yan, the sect master of the Qin Yin sect. One of our disciples, Yi Su, is dying, and I hope that Senior can save her." The voice transmission note released Sect Master Lu's message. "What's wrong?" Hao Ren asked in his resonant voice. Another voice transmission note shot in. "Master's disciple came to order us to collect a 3-step lotus. My direct disciple, Yi Su, stumbled into a nearby mountain which is under the control of the White Sand sect when searching for the herb and was hunted down by the disciples of the White Sand sect. Luckily, she escaped from their chase and returned, but she is severely injured." The White Sand sect. Humph, Hao Ren was not a fan of this sect. "Master, please help us." Another voice transmission note shot in, showing Sect Master Lu's anxiety. Hao Ren turned to look at Xie Yujia. She nodded. "Wait half an hour." Hao Ren yelled. "Thank you, Master." Another voice transmission note shot in. For a small sect on Fifth Heaven, the voice transmission notes which could penetrate through array formations were high-level Dharma notes. Sect Master Lu must care for this disciple of hers a lot since she used several Dharma notes in such a short time. Also, she now called Hao Ren Master instead of Senior, showing that the Qin Yin sect had regarded the senior living in the valley as the most honorable guest of the sect. Until now, none of the 3 sects near the valley knew how many people were living in the valley. They assumed that the true master was Hao Ren's grandma who once visited the Qin Yin sect, and they thought that she had a female disciple who acted as her companion, a boy who ran errands and gave them tasks, and a male disciple who just spoke. Xie Yujia immediately entered her cave abode and set up the elixir furnace. Then, she tossed the spiritual herbs she had just collected into the furnace. Last time when she visited the Qin Yin sect with grandma, Xie Yujia had a good impression of the sect which consisted of only female cultivators. Besides, this disciple was wounded while she was collecting spiritual herbs to help increase the variety of plants in Ethereal Summit, and soft-hearted Xie Yujia wouldn't stand by and watch her die. Little White spat out its demon fire, and the raging fire began to burn under the elixir furnace. A refreshing aroma gradually floated from the furnace. With a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, Xie Yujia accelerated the movements of the life-death notes. Boom! 4 level 3 essence replenishment pills shot out of the furnace. With quick reflexes, Hao Ren caught the 4 elixir pills immediately. I was a little impatient and didn't control the fire well. Xie Yujia was disappointed when she saw that the pills she made were only level 3 elixirs. Little White, deliver the pills to them. Hao Ren put the pills into a small silk bag before hanging it around Little White's neck. Little White, who was a more intelligent level 2 spirit beast, understood his order. Immediately, it rushed out of the array formation that was surrounding the valley. "We'll never forget this big favor you did for us, Master." A voice transmission note traveled through the array and sounded automatically. Obviously, level 3 essence replenishment pills had far surpassed Sect Master Lu's expectation, and there were 4 of them. Leisurely, Little White flew back into the valley. After some consideration, Xie Yujia was still unsettled. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her bracelet and hung it around Little White's neck. "These are 6 beauty pills that I made while practicing. You go and give them to that sect master." Since Qin Yin sect's disciple was wounded while she was collecting herbs for Ethereal Summit, she thought it was not enough to just heal the disciple's injury. That was why she gave them a bottle of beauty pills as compensation. At her order, Little White immediately flew out, but no more voice transmission notes came in. Either the sect master had left to save her disciple's life, or her voice transmission notes ran out. "Zhen Kongming is really making use of these small sects," Hao Ren said helplessly when he saw Little White flying back leisurely. "It's a good idea. Since the small sects have lots of disciples, it can save us a lot of time if they could collect spiritual herbs for us. We just have to remember to share some elixir pills with them when I make them," Xie Yujia said. Yeah. Hao Ren had no objection to her suggestion. Besides, he wanted to teach a lesson to the White Sand sect, which freely hunted down and killed disciples from small sects. He still remembered when he and Zhao Yanzi stumbled into the White Sand sect by mistake. The elders and disciples of the White Sand sect had tried their best to kill them. This sect was aggressive and vicious. It had no regard for the lives of cultivators from other sects. However, Hao Ren's top priority right now was to prepare for the exams of the Dragon God Shrine in a few days. He decided to postpone his visit to the White Sand sect. "Yujia, let's go," Hao Ren said when Little White flew back to his side. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded contently and sat on Little White's back. When she glanced at Hao Ren, she saw a fierce look on Hao Ren's face. She knew that this expression meant Hao Ren wouldn't let anyone bully people who were close to him. She had seen this look when Hao Ren was in his first conflict with Huang Zuji, and now that look got even more powerful. However, when Hao Ren turned around to her, his gaze turned mild. He reserved this mild and harmless side of him for his friends and family. A sense of security suddenly rose in Xie Yujia's heart. Chapter 389. Getting looked at in a new light. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia returned to school, it was almost 6 o'clock. "I will leave Little White with you. Besides, I texted Z and told her that she could come to you if she wants to go to 5th heaven." Hao Ren picked Little White, who was in its mini version, up by the neck and placed it into Xie Yujia's hands. "Okay." Xie Yujia held Little White carefully. Since it was small, she could bring it into the dorm building and hide it there. "Oh, another thing. Zhao Yanzi's final exams are drawing near. If you have time, please tutor her," Hao Ren continued. "Got it." Xie Yujia nodded. "That's all. Please take care of Little White for me." Hao Ren smiled at her. Ruff. Ruff. Little White twitched its pink nose and barked. "You are still playing cute as a level 2 spirit beast." After casting a disdainful look at it, Hao Ren walked toward the administration building in the school. Meanwhile, Su Han was sitting in a chair in her office close to the window. With her right elbow on the windowsill and right hand supporting her face, she was quietly looking at the garden outside the window. The square window was like a natural picture frame, focusing in on her upper body. She was looking distractedly at a small flower in the distant garden, and she could clearly see each vein in its petals. Then, she moved her gaze to the wings of a nearby bee. She could see the fast fluttering wings of the bee with ease but didn't notice the many guys who were standing on the road below her window gazing up at her beauty. "Su Han." Hao Ren's voice sounded outside her door. Su Han finally gathered her thoughts. With a wave of her right hand, she released a surge of nature essence to open the energy sphere at the door. In a simple white shirt, Hao Ren walked in with a shy smile. The sunlight shone on the floor from the window, and the reflecting light rested on the door, making him look exceptionally clean and crisp. "Here you are. Let's go." Su Han gave him a slight smile. It suddenly dawned on her that it was her first time waiting for a man. Seeing Su Han's face disappearing from the window, the guys who were standing on the road were disappointed. "Yeah. Let's go." Hao Ren nodded. Su Han stood up gracefully. She waved her hand and put out the sandalwood incense on her desk before walking to the door. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked from the corridor to the stairs, then down the stairs and into the hall. Those guys who were about to leave the grounds of the administration building looked astonished when they saw Hao Ren and Su Han walk out together. "Gen level, not bad." Ignoring the gazes from the male students and even some male teachers, Su-han said as she walked alongside Hao Ren. What are the levels of the cultivators who will be attending the exams? Hao Ren asked. At least Gen level. At your previous realm, you could only watch. But now, you have better odds, Su-han continued coldly. In reality, she had been secretly astonished when she found out that Hao Ren had reached Gen level. She had thought that his talent was ordinary, and his future would be limited. Therefore, she didn't have high expectations of him. In her opinion, it was extraordinary of Hao Ren to reach Gen level, and she had never expected that he could reach Gen level just a few days before the exams of the Dragon God Shrine. Now, she saw Hao Ren in a new light. The cultivation speed of light-splitting sword shadow scroll was slow, but it could significantly improve one's body type by balancing the 5 elemental essences in the body and making it the natural physique for cultivation. Although Hao Ren's elevation speed was not as fast as Su-han's, he would be a top cultivator if he were a member of a comparatively smaller dragon clan and gain a lot of support and resources. What are the odds? Hao Ren leaned toward Su-han and asked. Very low, Su-han said. After hearing her answer, Hao Ren didn't want to continue the topic since his enthusiasm dampened. He didn't know that most of the dragon cultivators didn't even have little odds at all. Some of the dragon cultivators who had cultivated hard for 300 to 400 years attended the exams every year but couldn't get in the top 50, thus were not even qualified to become assisting inspectors. After cultivating for less than half a year, Hao Ren could enter the exams of the Dragon God Shrine and even easily became an assisting inspector at Su-han's recommendation, which made him a target of jealousy for the cultivators who had never entered the Dragon God Shrine in the past hundreds of years. For example, Wang Shi, the genius from the Earth Elemental Dragon clan on Wuyi Mountain, had reached Dewey level and got the precious collective recommendation of the elders from the Wuyi Mountain Earth Elemental Dragon clan. While Hao Ren and Su-han talked, they walked toward the main gate of the school while the guys nearby gritted their teeth with jealousy. After all, Hao Ren was so intimate with Su-han, the goddess of the East Ocean University. Of course, their jealousy gained them nothing. They could only watch Hao Ren and Su-han get into a taxi outside of the school. Such an animal. All the guys cussed silently as they watched the taxi leave the main gate. In the East Ocean University, no one had a higher profile than this sophomore, Hao Ren, who drove to school in a fancy car and walked with the beauties. Now, even Su-han went home with him. At this moment, Hao Ren didn't care about what these guys were thinking. All he could think about was how he could pass the exams of the Dragon God Shrine. The taxi entered the Flower City, and Hao Ren followed Su-han into her apartment building. With only 2 apartments sharing one floor, this building was quiet and high-end. Su-han's neighbor was Lu Qing. Not caring if Lu Qing was home or not, she dug out her key and led Hao Ren into her apartment. Our dinner is instant noodles. Help yourself, Su-han said as she pointed at the instant noodles on the table and then the water dispenser in the living room. Exasperated, Hao Ren wished that he had eaten at school before coming here with Su-han. It had been a long while since Su-han had lived here. The place was covered in a thin layer of dust, and the air had a dull smell in it. After entering her bedroom, Su-han rolled up the dusty sheets and pushed it into the closet. Her clothes that were hanging out on the balcony turned hard from being outside for so long, so Su-han tossed them directly into the washing machine without thinking of soaking them first. Then, she returned to the living room and sat on the couch before turning on the TV. She glanced at Hao Ren and asked, "What are you waiting for? Let's have dinner." Well, Hao Ren sighed helplessly. He walked into the kitchen and opened the window above the sink, crossed Su-han's bedroom and opened the window on the balcony, and walking into the bathroom and opened the window there as well. Su-han knew nothing about living life, and she didn't even think about airing out the room at all. Then, Hao Ren walked to the washing machine and turned on the water to soak the clothes in it. After that, he re-entered Su-han's bedroom, took out the sheet and quilt that were almost molding, and hung them on the balcony to air. Su-han looked at Hao Ren in surprise, not expecting Hao Ren to do these chores. Under her astonished gaze, Hao Ren picked up the vacuum in the corner, plugged it in, and began cleaning the dust in the apartment after turning it on. While he was doing this, Hao Ren dumped the rotten food and expired drinks in the fridge into the garbage can and put away the books that were tossed around the room. Sitting on the couch, Su Han continued to watch him work in a daze until Hao Ren pushed the vacuum to her side and pointed at the couch she was sitting on. She stood up and watched Hao Ren clean the leather couch with a damp rag. Without using any cultivation techniques, Hao Ren turned Su Han's apartment sparklingly clean. "Well, the water is ready. Let's eat the instant noodles." Hao Ren cleaned the last door frame with a damp rag before picking up the packages of instant noodles and walking to the water dispenser. Standing before the couch, Su Han watched Hao Ren in a daze with her eyes wide open. From beginning to end, Hao Ren ignored her, the owner of the apartment, and cleaned the rooms by himself. 2 bowls of instant noodles. We just need to wait until they are done. Hao Ren carried 2 big paper bowls of instant noodles to the tea table before sitting on the couch. Su Han turned her head slightly and looked at Hao Ren. She was at a loss for words. Her dazzling presence in the school was all gone. She didn't even lose her temper when Hao Ren walked into her bedroom without asking her for permission. If it were before, she would have thrown her white jade sword into the doorframe to stop Hao Ren from entering while cutting off some hairs on his forehead. "The noodles are ready." Hao Ren peeled open the paper lid of one bowl, and the aroma of instant noodles filled the room instantly. He turned to look at Su Han and asked in bafflement, "Su Han, what are you waiting for?" "Yeah." Su Han sat down, still in a daze. Distractedly, she opened the bowl and picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks. Hao Ren lowered his head and began to munch on the noodles. With chopsticks in her hand, Su Han looked at Hao Ren thoughtfully before eating the soft noodles in small bites. Her pretty hair covered half of her cheeks but didn't block her red lips and white teeth. She was beautiful even when she was eating instant noodles. "Let's begin the tutoring session after we finish the noodles," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Su Han nodded without thinking. In the dim room filled with the aroma of the noodles, she didn't notice that she, who was usually as cold as ice, listened to Hao Ren's advice obediently. Chapter 390. I hand my fate into your hands. The Dragon God Shrine needs its inspectors to not only have great cultivation strengths but high intelligence as well. An inspector who can't properly arbitrate disputes can't be entrusted with important tasks. For example, due to the recent war between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan near the East Ocean City, I have been demoted, Su Han said as she patted her lips with a paper towel after finishing eating. Hao Ren knew that the conflict between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan was beyond Su Han's mediation power. However, from the perspective of the Dragon God Shrine, she had to take responsibility for not controlling the escalation of the dispute. "Are there different levels among the inspectors?" Hao Ren asked. "There are 5 levels. The lowest is the assisting inspectors whose term is 1 year, and they need to be tested each year. It means that they are temporary inspectors who can assist the official inspectors with some tasks but are not qualified to enter the Dragon God Shrine. Official inspectors have a 10-year term, so they are tested every 10 years. The official inspectors are divided into 4 levels. Then according to the different duties, they are also divided into patrolling inspectors and regional inspectors. Like Qing Xiaoyang, I was the highest level 4 inspector. However, due to the recent incident, I have been demoted to level 3, and my rights and privileges in the Dragon God Shrine have been significantly reduced," Su Han explained. "I see." Hao Ren began to understand the situation. The assisting inspectors were like the temporary workers of the Dragon God Shrine. They weren't in the official headcounts and thus couldn't enter the Dragon God Shrine, let alone getting access to its resources. The only benefit for them was the gaining of experience and knowledge about the inspector system. Despite all this, many dragon cultivators tried to become assisting inspectors. After all, it was one step closer to becoming an official inspector, and they could gain some advantage in the official inspector selection process. As for the official inspectors, they weren't worry-free since they needed to be tested every 10 years. Although the tests were not an issue for Qian level and Kun level masters such as Su Han, the younger official inspectors who were on Xuan level and Dewey level would need to worry about being replaced by stronger new blood if they didn't make much progress over the years. Su Han's demotion from the level 4 to level 3 meant not only a reduction of her rights but a disgrace of honor as well. Hao Ren could imagine the gloating face of Qin Xiaoyang, who was now 1 level higher than Su Han. In the past, he didn't dare to mess with Su Han since he couldn't withstand her anger. But now, he could stay in the East Ocean City since he held more authority over Su Han. With 2 official inspectors in the East Ocean City, Qin Xiaoyang seemed to be the chief inspector while Su Han was his deputy. Not wanting to allow Qin Xiaoyang to take over her territory and have power over her, Su Han certainly hoped to kick him out again. As a level 4 inspector, Qin Xiaoyang could have found some ways to disqualify you from entering the exams, but we now have a trump card. Su Han continued. Trump card? Hao Ren asked in bafflement. Yeah, we have his natal Dharma treasure, and that's why he doesn't dare to mess with us. Su Han nodded. Hao Ren was not used to hearing "we" from Su Han's mouth. After all, as a lone wolf, she had never used such words before. Hao Ren was familiar with the importance of natal Dharma treasures which had connections with the owner's spiritual senses and minds. Cultivators could control them at will to unleash their full power and could store them in their bodies. For this reason, if cultivators' natal Dharma treasures were taken, they would not only lose powerful Dharma treasures. On top of that, a portion of their cultivation strengths would be grasped by the people who seized their treasures. If the natal Dharma treasures were destroyed, the spiritual senses the owners stored in them would be wiped out, thus resulting in a significant decline of the owner's cultivation strengths. If the owners were in danger or a fierce battle, the sudden decrease of cultivation strengths would be deadly. That was why Qin Xiaoyang didn't dare to play any tricks to stop Hao Ren from entering the exams of the Dragon God Shrine. Otherwise, with his level 4 title, he would have cancelled the recommendation Su Han made to the Dragon God Shrine as she was 1 level lower than him. With his natal Dharma treasure in my hands, if he makes any moves against us, I can destroy his natal Dharma treasure at any time. However, I can only hold the threat over him until the beginning of the exams, Su Han said in a low voice. Why? Hao Ren asked immediately. Because Qin Xiaoyang is the chief examiner of the exams, Su Han said lightly. Ha! Hao Ren was surprised. In the combat exams, 16 level 4 inspectors are responsible for 4 sections. As level 4 inspectors, Qin Xiaoyang and I were both supposed to be the examiners. However, since I got demoted, I couldn't take on the position anymore. Su Han paused for a second before continuing, but Qin Xiaoyang is still an examiner who is responsible for judging the results of the competitions and maintaining order. As a chief examiner, he must have his natal Dharma treasure. Since I don't want to report the conflict between us to the Dragon God Shrine, I will have to return his natal Dharma treasure by that time. Okay. Hao Ren nodded his head slowly. Su Han had done everything she could. Besides, she sounded quite helpless at the fact that she was demoted. If Su Han had been the chief examiner, Hao Ren, as her assisting inspector, would have some advantage over others. Now, Su Han just hoped that he wouldn't be in the group Qin Xiaoyang was in charge of. Let's get to business. First, you must pass the written exam on the first day. Inhaling deeply, Su Han opened her storage ring and took out a heavy law book. The law book was at least 30 centimeters thick and 80 centimeters wide, much bigger than any dictionaries Hao Ren had ever seen. You have 4 days to memorize this handbook, Su Han said lightly. Handbook. Hao Ren almost spat out blood. He had an excellent memory before, and he obtained photographic memory after cultivating. However, could this giant book be called a handbook? Everything that inspectors need to know is in here. The written exam will test you on the concepts in this book, Su Han said. Any key points? Hao Ren asked her and hoped for a good answer. No, Su Han shook her head. Seeing his disappointment, Su Han continued, this handbook for inspectors is sealed by a special array, which means that the moment you turn a page, the content on it will disappear. In other words, you can only read it once. Therefore, it doesn't really matter when you get it. In fact, I think it is better for you to read it just before the exam. Speechless, Hao Ren looked at her and thought, you mean you are doing me a favor by giving me the book so late? He guessed that only the Dragon God Shrine could think of such a strange way of testing. At this thought, Hao Ren asked her, do you remember all the content in the book? Su Han shook her head. Hao Ren immediately asked. Then, how did you pass the exam? Su Han thought for a moment before answering earnestly, I don't remember. Hao Ren was exasperated with her. I'll read this book with you. For each of the 4 nights starting today, we will read 1/4 of it. Hopefully, we can finish it by Friday, Su Han said. Hao Ren looked at her and nodded. He couldn't back out now. After all, becoming an official inspector would benefit himself, Su Han, and the East Ocean Dragon Clan. On second thought, he knew that studying with such a beauty like Su Han was something many guys would die for. If the guys at school heard about this, Zhou Liren would be so jealous that he would want to stomp Hao Ren to death. I'll go take a shower and change into my pajamas. If you can, you may make some late-night snacks. Su Han stood up from the couch and walked to her bedroom. She had never thought that she would stay up all night with a man. But now, she had to put all her hopes on a man who was only at Gen level. If Hao Ren could make it into the top 10, she would be able to find a way to move him to the East Ocean City and squeeze Qin Xiaoyang out. She could only continue her cultivation in peace and charge at the peak of Qian level with the eyesore, Qin Xiaoyang, gone. Subconsciously, she had placed her future in Hao Ren's hands. She had never cared so much about a man's success or tried so hard to help a man make progress. For Hao Ren, she even temporarily paused her cultivation for a few days, which was unthinkable and unimaginable in the past. When Su Han went into her bedroom to change into her pajamas, Hao Ren walked into the kitchen to prepare late-night snacks. Meanwhile, Xie Yujia, who was in her dorm room, got a phone call from an unknown number. "Hello?" She answered it. "Are you Xie Yujia?" An impolite voice sounded through her cell phone. "Yeah, it's me." Xie Yujia walked to the balcony of the dorm room with her cell phone. "Are you Z?" "Humph." The clear voice paused for half a second. "Uncle told me that if I want to go to fifth heaven, I can go with you. Where is he?" "I don't know where he is. But do you want to go to fifth heaven now?" Xie Yujia asked. "Little White is at your place. I'll get to the gate of your school in half an hour. After reaching the Foundation establishment realm, I must cultivate harder. I'm not like you, humph." With a click, the phone call ended. Standing on the balcony, Xie Yujia was a little angry with Zhao Yanzi's tone. But on second thought, since Hao Ren asked her to take care of Zhao Yanzi, she calmed down and controlled her mood. But, where is Hao Ren? Xie Yujia looked up at the moon and thought. Chapter 391. No match at all. The night quickly arrived. Under the illumination of the streetlights in the school, the nightly sky looked like black silk, quiet and soft. In a one-piece dress, a pair of black knee-high stockings, and a pair of blue denim shoes, Xie Yujia stood at the school gate and waited. All kinds cabs and taxis were parked on the street outside of the school gate, and the students who wanted to go shopping or eat at downtown all went there to carpool. Standing by the three big golden word statues, East Ocean University, Xie Yujia was also slightly lit up by the residual lights that came off the of three words, and she gave people a dreamlike feel. The students, both male and female, who were here to take taxis all glanced at her and wondered whom this great beauty was waiting for. Screech. A taxi stopped at the gate of a small, and a little beauty jumped out. Dressed in a black suit jacket and a gray pleated skirt which accentuated her long legs, she looked a bit sexy. The yellow ground light shone on the little beauty as if she had just rushed onto a stage, stunning people with her cuteness. One tall and one short, the big and little beauty stood together, giving a picture of disorderly charm and elegance. "Hey! Where is Uncle?" The little beauty rushed to Xie Yujia's side and asked rudely. "I don't know," Xie Yujia answered lightly. Undoubtedly, this little beauty was Zhao Yanzi. She told her mom that she was coming here to find Xie Yujia for a tutoring session. After Zhao Hongyu confirmed it with Xie Yujia on the phone, she let Zhao Yanzi out. "Humph. You must know." Zhao Yanzi narrowed her eyes at Xie Yujia in disbelief. Her gaze looked like that of the first wife in the ancient big family when she was interrogating a concubine. However, Xie Yujia looked older and calmer than Zhao Yanzi. Seeing that her killer gaze was useless, Zhao Yanzi changed the subject and asked, "Where is Little White?" "It's over there." Xie Yujia finally answered her and pointed at a spot on the grasses. The grasses shifted, and Little White trotted out cheerfully while swaying its rump. Upon a closer look, they saw a pile of yellow stuff at the bottom of the word statues, East Ocean University. Despite this, Little White shamelessly jumped up at Zhao Yanzi. Knowing what Little White had been up to, Zhao Yanzi hurriedly dodged it. Little White missed her and landed on the ground. Wagging its tail, it jumped up at her again. "You stink, Little White." Zhao Yanzi immediately blocked it with both hands. Chirp, discouraged, Little White curled its white tail and laid on the ground. In the dim light, none of them noticed that the pile of yellow stuff at the bottom of word statues, East Ocean University, was melting away quickly while the grasses around it began growing fast, almost covering the lower half of the statues. "Do you want to go to Fifth Heaven?" Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi and asked. "I was coming here to find Uncle. Now that he's not here, I'll go to Fifth Heaven to play," Zhao Yanzi said in a purposefully light way. "Okay. Hao Ren asked me to take care of you. I'll go with you then," Xie Yujia said. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Xie Yujia, but she didn't dare to say anything too vicious. She knew that even her parents were polite toward Xie Yujia. After all, Xie Yujia had a mighty master who was also a great elixir master. "Little White!" Xie Yujia shouted at Little White, who was asking for attention by rolling around on the ground. Seeing Xie Yujia's look, Little White knew its strategy had failed. Obediently, it stood up from the ground and trotted to her side. "Where are we going?" Zhao Yanzi looked at Xie Yujia. "Do you want to fly to the sky here?" Xie Yujia glanced at the cars and students around the main gate of the school. "Humph." Zhao Yanzi pouted. Xie Yujia didn't speak while she led Zhao Yanzi into the campus through the main gate. The campus of the East Ocean University during the night was tranquil. Occasionally, some student couples passed them while holding hands. Zhao Yanzi turned to look at the student couples and suspected that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had taken walks like this. At this thought, an unnamed rage rose in her. Before them, Little White raced forward for a few meters before stopping for a few seconds to wait for them. Its 4 golden legs looked like 4 small golden lotus flowers that were lifting its small, pure white body while it moved across the campus. Xie Yujia walked along casually, neither impatient nor hesitant. Zhao Yanzi turned her head and glanced at Xie Yujia, suddenly realizing that the latter was very beautiful under the street light in the school. However, Xie Yujia was so quiet that Zhao Yanzi couldn't find an excuse to start a fight with her. Step by step, they walked to the depth of the campus. While she walked, Zhao Yanzi suddenly felt a yearning for university life. "I suppose you don't have a lot of homework in university, right?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly asked. "Oh, we have some homework. Some courses are difficult, and if we don't work hard, we might fail them," Xie Yujia answered. "Oh." Zhao Yanzi curled her lips and didn't pursue the topic. Xie Yujia walked at an even speed. Zhao Yanzi walked forward for a few steps before she asked again, "Were you really ranked number 1 in the grade when you studied at Lingjiao Middle School?" "I was the number 1 a couple of times." Xie Yujia didn't deny it. "Then, why weren't you the class secretary?" Zhao Yanzi asked. In Zhao Yanzi's mind, the excellent students were either class presidents or class secretaries. The girls usually took the positions of class secretaries and were responsible for things such as collecting class fees, organizing extracurricular activities, and class meetings, etc. "I only wanted to focus my attention on my studies instead of other stuff when I was in middle school." Xie Yujia paused and glanced at Zhao Yanzi. "Did you ask around about me?" Zhao Yanzi pouted. "Not really. I just learned a few things about you by accident." She then glanced at Xie Yujia cautiously with her peripheral vision. "Pretty, smart, gentle, and considerate, she left great impressions on the minds of the teachers in my school. Besides, she never had a boyfriend even though many boys pursued her." A strong sense of danger rose in Zhao Yanzi's mind as she thought about all that. Chapter 392. I'm not her sister. It was the first time that Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi walked together at the school. If it weren't because of Zhao Yanzi's slightly twisted facial expression, it would be a very heartwarming and harmonious scene as they were both wearing skirts and were walking through the campus trail that was surrounded by trees. "That's Hao Ren's girlfriend, Xie Yujia, right?" "Yeah, and is the little girl beside her, her little sister?" "Not sure, but it seems like it though." A few girls, who were walking past them, whispered to each other. Zhao Yanzi pricked up her ears and gritted her teeth. Who wants to be Xie Yujia's little sister, she thought. This Xie Yujia is Hao Ren's official girlfriend. That pair of beautiful twins fell for him but haven't gotten him yet. They are always together at the library and the cafeteria. Xie Wanjun is her brother, that tall captain of the school's basketball team. This Hao Ren is actually quite handsome. Isn't there a pretty girl in the music program who likes him too? Forget it. Even the most popular girls at the school can't get him. The others won't stand a chance. Xie Yujia used to be the class president, and she was always helping the student union. Because of Hao Ren, she resigned from all her positions, and sometimes she doesn't even go back to her dorm at night anymore. What is so good about Hao Ren? I can't find anything attractive about him. Even Su Han was walking with him near the lake. You tell me he is not attractive? He also doesn't have to go to classes and was specially approved by the vice principal Lu Qing. There were a few times when he drove to school in a Ferrari. Isn't he more arrogant than Huang Zuji? Oh, so he has rich parents. These people are useless. Those girls thought that Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi couldn't hear them chatting. They walked along the trail and gossiped even more. The veins on Zhao Yanzi's head started bulging a little. On the other hand, Xie Yujia was feeling a little awkward and embarrassed. The reason why she didn't return to her dorm room was that she was cultivating with Hao Ren on Fifth Heaven. However, from another people's perspective, if her brother, Xie Wanjun, heard about this, Zhao Yanzi was furious after she heard the gossips. So, Hao Ren is always together with Xie Yujia in school. No wonder their relationship is getting closer, and Hao Ren even let Xie Yujia stay at his house. One more word and I will bite you. Zhao Yanzi, who could no longer hold back her anger, yelled at those girls. This little girl doesn't know anything about manners, not cute at all. She will definitely not be able to get married in the future, haha. Of course, these university students weren't afraid of a middle schooler like Zhao Yanzi. They turned around and looked at Zhao Yanzi as they made some comments about her before continuing walking. Zhao Yanzi was so mad that smokes were about to come out of her ears. However, dragon cultivators were not allowed to harm mortals. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. There was nothing that she could do about it. Whatever, just ignore them. Xie Yujia held Zhao Yanzi's hand gently and continued walking. People's words were powerful, and Xie Yujia had gotten used to the gossip in school. Since Hao Ren became a celebrity in school, countless love letters got sent to Hao Ren's dorm room in many different ways. Hao Ren completely ignored all these love letters. Thus, these letters had become Hao Ren's roommates' entertainment when they were not playing cards. If the students didn't believe that Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girlfriend in school, he would be bothered by many more girls. Because of Xie Yujia, at least those girls who weren't as beautiful knew that they got no chance and retreated. Zhao Yanzi was being pulled by Xie Yujia. Although she wasn't quite willing, she felt a strange sense of dependence. Xie Yujia's palm was warm and soft, and her face looked kind but also strong as she wasn't affected by the gossips around her. Hey, Zhao Yanzi asked after walking with Xie Yujia for a while, is it true that you and Hao Ren always go to the library together? Is there anything wrong with going to the library? Xie Yujia asked back. That, Zhao Yanzi pouted as she could not come up with an argument. We will have a fair competition. You don't have to be so hostile toward me, Xie Yujia said. Fair competition. Zhao Yanzi tried to understand what these words meant. While she was thinking, she got used to being held by Xie Yujia's soft hand as they walked toward the student dorm area. There was a small forest near the girls' dorm, and it had become Hao Ren's departure point for entering Fifth Heaven. Perhaps because of Little White's irrigation, the trees in the forest grew a lot and got healthier. Xie Yujia brought Zhao Yanzi into the forest, and Little White instantly transformed into its snow lion form. Xie Yujia created a red energy sphere and helped Zhao Yanzi to get on Little White's back. Xie Yujia's thoughtful act softened Zhao Yanzi's heart a little bit. Then, she suddenly woke up and pushed Xie Yujia's hand aside. Huh! You don't need to try to impress me. Xie Yujia smiled helplessly and sat on Little White's back. If Hao Ren didn't ask her to take care of Zhao Yanzi, she wouldn't want to face Zhao Yanzi, a little girl who was hard to deal with. Little White entered Fifth Heaven in an instant. Hao Ren was drinking a cup of coffee at Su Han's apartment while reading the handbook. At the moment, he was already on page 1260. Su Han, who was in her white pajamas, was sitting next to Hao Ren with a cup of coffee as well. She was ready to answer any of his questions. Her long black hair covered the top of the white pajamas like a waterfall, and she was extremely beautiful from all angles. There are 36 types of situations where inspectors are allowed to tackle mortals. The amount of force that is allowed depends on the situation, and it can be divided into 83 levels. In violation of any rules are considered illegal. Hao Ren looked at the dense explanations and felt like his head was about to explode. Each time a page was flipped, The content on the previous page would disappear and turn into a blank page. Therefore, each page could only be read through once. Although Hao Ren had excellent memories, this twisted memorization requirement was too hard for Hao Ren. Even though Hao Ren didn't have to take part in this general examination, it was his wish to explore the Dragon God Shrine's mysteries and to join forces with Su Han in order to kick out Qin Shaoyang. Also, participating in the exams of the Dragon God Shrine was also a test of his true strength. Su Han hummed. Hao Ren turned his head and found out that Su Han had her eyes closed and was falling asleep. Su Han had returned to the Dragon God's Shrine for the interrogation for 2 days straight before she rushed back to the East Ocean City. Of course, she was exhausted. In the few seconds, while Hao Ren was looking at her, her body swayed, and her left shoulder hit Hao Ren's right shoulder. Even though Su Han was always energetic and imposing, there were times where she was exhausted. Su Han's long fingers were holding a cup of coffee while her exhausted body continued to sway left and right. Her head was lowered, and her lips were slightly curled up. Her crumbling appearance made her look like a sleeping black finch. Hao Ren smiled and thought, Su Han could be so cute sometimes. He reached out gently. He was planning to hold Su Han's shoulder with his hand and lower her body so that she could sleep on the couch for a little bit. However, as soon as his finger touched Su Han's shoulder, Su Han suddenly drew out her white jade sword and placed it beside Hao Ren's neck at lightning speed. The chilly white jade shocked Hao Ren, and it almost made him forget about the information on the last 2 pages that he just read. Su Han looked at Hao Ren with her sleepy eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" "No, nothing." Hao Ren almost didn't dare to speak after that incident. Su Han thought for a moment and put the white jade sword away. Then, she looked at Hao Ren's hands cautiously. Hao Ren quickly hid his hands behind his back. Su Han's stare was like a sharp blade. Hao Ren felt like his hands would be cut off by Su Han within a second. He could never have thought that Su Han's reaction would be so violent even though she was asleep. Hao Ren was just trying to help, but he almost got his throat slit. It seemed like Su Han wouldn't allow anyone to touch her. "You seem tired already. Let's switch things up a bit and let me see if you have made any improvements in terms of combat abilities," Su Han said to Hao Ren after she finished her coffee and stood up. Hao Ren looked at Su Han, and he couldn't help but sigh once again. Even though Su Han was wearing her pajamas, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. It seemed like only Su Han could look so beautiful in pajamas. Shoo! Su Han drew out her white jade sword once again and pointed it at Hao Ren's forehead as she saw him not moving. Hao Ren wasn't sure if Su Han was angry because of what just happened. However, it was hard for him to explain the situation. Therefore, all he could do was to stand up and follow Su Han to her cultivation room. The cultivate room was spacious, and it was specially designed for Su Han to cultivate and to practice her sword techniques. Other than a few incense burners and pillows, there was nothing else in the room. The combat exams are a series of one-on-one battles. The contestants are not divided and selected by levels nor realms. The participants will immediately lose their qualifications if they lose the fight. Whoever wins will continue to the next round, Su Han said after she entered the cultivate room. She was wearing a pair of white furry slippers that had cute piglets on them, and it looked very cartoonish. Who would have thought that the ice-cold Su Han liked to wear this kind of slippers at home? Random selections. That means weak cultivators might have to fight against strong cultivators right at the beginning? Hao Ren asked. The Dragon God Shrine seeks only the strongest, and they are not here to rank all the cultivators who will be participating in the exams. Su Han looked at Hao Ren coldly. If you are unlucky and encounter a cultivator who is much more powerful than you, there's only one way out. What is that? Hao Ren asked immediately. Surrender, Su Han said. That's. Hao Ren was speechless. The intensity of the exams is unimaginable every year. Each cultivator would exert their full strength in order to become the inspector. For many low-level cultivators, they participate in the exams only to have the chance to battle with other cultivators who are on their levels. Therefore, if they had to fight against powerful cultivators, surrendering immediately would be the best choice. Otherwise, they would be severely injured, and they might not be able to fully recover from the injuries for several years and would miss out on many opportunities. After this comment, Su Han raised her chin and looked at Hao Ren with slight disdain. So, show me what you've got. Chapter 393. No match for Su Han. Everything I got, huh? Hao Ren had been planning to use his gen-level power. Instantly, he got fully alerted. The 320 sword energies dashed out of Hao Ren's body and circled him. Despite her knowledge about the uniqueness of Hao Ren's cultivation technique, Su Han was a bit surprised at the sight of so many sword energies. After all, the last time when Hao Ren fought with her in the cultivation room, he could barely release simple sword energies. At that time, Hao Ren could, at most, shoot out 10 sword energies with 10 fingers at a time at great speed, giving him the ability to attack Su Han with 30 sword energies at the same time. But now, he could easily control 320 sword energies. Su Han knew that having hundreds of sword energies and controlling smoothly and continuously were two entirely different things. Hao Ren's cultivation speed had far surpassed her prediction. "Be careful," Hao Ren said out of politeness. "Humph." With her white jade sword in hand, Su Han snorted lightly and released her aura abruptly. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies dashed out at Su Han in 3 waves, one after another like 3 moving walls. Faced with a master like Su Han, Hao Ren had to unleash his full force. With a twirl of her white jade sword, Su Han cut out a circular hole in Hao Ren's first layer of sword array. Leaping lightly, she jumped through the circular hole and swung her sword again, breaking through the second layer of the sword energies. Back! Hao Ren immediately changed his chant, and the sword energies that had passed Su Han turned back, blocking her exit. The 320 sword energies filled the small cultivation room and thus could easily surround Su Han. Piece of cake. At Qian level, it was impossible for Su Han to be trapped by Hao Ren's sword array. She swung her white jade sword and broke the 5 colored sword energies which were dizzying to look at for ordinary people. A part of Hao Ren's spiritual senses was inside the hundreds of sword energies, and each of which contained a tiny thread of his spiritual senses. This way, his sword energies were agility and behaved like natal dharma treasure. However, since the amount of spiritual senses in each sword energy was low, he didn't need to worry about the damage to his spiritual senses after the sword energies were broken. When he first cultivated the light sword-splitting shadow scroll, he didn't feel anything extraordinary about it. But as he progressed further, the power of the sword energies in battles began to show. If Su Han and Hao Ren were at the same level, she would have been overwhelmed by his sword energies. However, for Su Han, a Qian-level cultivator, the combat abilities of the sword energies were insignificant. After swinging her white jade sword, she broke more than 40 of Hao Ren's sword energies. "Do you want me to lower myself to gen level to battle with you?" Su Han turned gracefully and said. The surrounding 5-colored sword energies couldn't get close to her. Instead, they accentuated her great beauty like fireworks. 3 talents heaven-earth array formation. Hao Ren sped up his attacks. The 320 sword energies hummed in answer to each other. The power of the sword array. Humph! Su Han's white jade sword released a white light. Level 9 Ice Frost Scroll. While she was recovering from her injuries in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, she had taken advantage of the godly elixir pills and reached the 9th level, the ultimate level of her main cultivation technique. Metal Elemental and Water Elemental Nature Essences. Water was responsible for defense while metal was responsible for offense. Break. Su Han's thin lips opened slightly. Countless ice and frost crystals splashed outward. Standing with the falling snowflakes, Su Han looked elegant and powerful in her pajamas. Hao Ren's sword energies all vanished when they touched the snowflakes. It was the first time that Hao Ren saw Su Han using the Ice Frost Scroll, and he was amazed. He knew that the Ice Frost Scroll was only a yellow-grade technique, a mid-range cultivation technique according to the categories in the Profound Cultivation Palace of East Ocean. It could only unleash such great power because of Su Han's high realm and great strength. "Not bad. You were able to force me to use my technique," Su Han said coldly as she slashed down. However, before she could finish her sentence, she found that among the dozens of sword energies, she couldn't break through 2 of them. While she was startled, the 2 sword energies instantly broke through her defense line and slipped to her feet. Hunden Godly Lightning could break everything that was made from the primary 5 elements. Among his 320 sword energies, only 318 of were the 5 elemental sword energies, and the last 2 were Hunden sword energies. Su Han didn't expect that Hao Ren would be so sly and hide the Hundan sword energies among the ordinary ones. She underestimated him and didn't put enough cultivation strength into her sword. Snap! Snap! The two furry slippers she was wearing broke at the same time. Her two cute feet were exposed in the air. They were white, small, and smooth as if they were made with top-grade jade. Su Han looked at Hao Ren in surprise and blushed when she found that Hao Ren's eyes were locked onto her feet. She hid her feet beneath her pajama pants immediately. Despite her efforts, her pants couldn't cover her entire feet. Her toes were still exposed as she stood on the dark-colored floor. "One can't be too sly in battle," Hao Ren said with a smug smile. "This place is too small. I'm afraid that we'll damage my room." Su Han took 2 steps forward and grabbed Hao Ren's collar in a surge of shame and anger. She lifted him onto her white jade sword. Then, she jumped onto it as well with her bare feet before flying out of the window with Hao Ren. If Hao Ren's 2 sword energies hit the lethal acupoints on her feet instead of the back of her feet, Su Han would have been totally defeated. At this thought, Su Han was alarmed and ashamed, but she didn't want to admit that she had lost to Hao Ren this time. "Where are we going?" Hao Ren asked uneasily under Su Han's grip. "Somewhere with a lot of space." The moment she said this, the white jade sword began to drop. Seeing the grasses on the ground below them, Hao Ren immediately leapt down and gained his balance. Almost at the same time, Su Han's white jade sword hacked toward him, shooting a frost sword energy at his chest. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Pressing his hand on his chest, Hao Ren retreated 3 steps and realized that they were in the biggest soccer stadium of the East Ocean City. In her white pajamas, Su Han stood on the green grasses barefooted, holding the longsword horizontally with the tip pointing at Hao Ren. "I was careless. But now, I won't let you get me so easily. I'll fight you with only gen-level strength," Su Han said as she moved around and stabbed toward Hao Ren with a sharp sword energy. Hao Ren tried to dodge in a hurry. This stadium was a comprehensive stadium that followed international guidelines and equipped with top-tier infrastructures. Hao Ren came here before to watch soccer games with Zhao Jiayi and his other buddies, and he never imagined that he would be battling Su Han at this place. The empty stands around them made Hao Ren feel like he was a gladiator in a coliseum. Swoosh! Swoosh! Another 2 icy cold sword energies shot toward his shoulders. Alarmed, Hao Ren released a series of 5 elemental sword energies immediately. With the sword energies engulfing his fingers, he blocked Su Han's sword attacks and made a series of clinking sounds. Tiger breaking into mountains, 7-star steps, sword engulfing pear flowers, ice covering vast land. These sword techniques of Su Han got faster one after another, and each strike carried a chilling aura. Although Hao Ren reached gen level, he was far less experienced in battle than Su Han. Overwhelmed by her strikes, he got flustered and was forced to retreat. In contrast, Su Han chased him barefooted. Her loose pajamas fluttered under the overwhelming wind created by her strikes, and this gave her a unique look. "If you can't defeat me at gen level, you can't hope to enter the top 50 in the exams." Su Han abruptly put more force into her sword, and a long ice mark appeared on the green field. Hao Ren was in disarray under Su Han's fierce attacks, but she was just showing him the ordinary level of the dragon cultivators who would be attending the exams in the Dragon God Shrine. Hiss! Su Han's sword left a tear on Hao Ren's clothes. Hiss! Hiss! Another 2 tears appeared on his clothes. Although Hao Ren could create sword arrays with ease, he couldn't block Su Han's fast and fierce sword strikes in a close range. In the blink of an eye, a wound appeared on his shoulder. "If you don't fight back, you'll lose." Su Han's sword transformed into 3 sword shadows and stabbed at his neck, chest, and stomach. In the book that the old grandma gave to Hao Ren, there were only sword arrays and no close-range sword combat techniques. Also, the light sword-splitting shadow scroll was only a cultivation technique and didn't provide him with any combat techniques. Hiss! A long cut appeared in his right leg while his pants were slashed in 2, chilling his thighs. Bang! Suddenly, Hao Ren planted his feet on the ground and placed his fists on the sides of his waist. The fundamental boxing technique from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The first move. Horse stance forward punch. With sword energies engulfing his fist, He swung it toward the tip of Su Han's sword. Ding! Su Han's sword was forced away from its target. Swirling the white jade sword agilely with her wrist, she changed the direction of the sword and stabbed at his chest. Hao Ren changed directions he was facing and used horse stance forward punch again. Su Han changed her direction, and Hao Ren also moved to use horse stance forward punch again. With light steps, Su Han circled Hao Ren. At the same time, Hao Ren used horse stance forward punch again and again, following Su Han's movements. Hao Ren condensed the 5 elemental sword energies into his fists, making them as hard as Dharma treasures. Su Han couldn't find a way to deal with him at only Gen level. Horse stance forward punch. Hao Ren launched another vicious punch, and Su Han was forced back half a step. With her hair fluttering in the wind and the moon rising high in the sky, Su Han looked fragile as she retreated in her pajamas with bare feet. The more fragile she looked, the more beautiful she was. Boom! An overwhelming aura was released from her body. Qian level. You are playing dirty. You said you'd only fight me with Gen level strength. Hao Ren yelled in alarm. Yeah, I'm playing dirty. What can you do about it? Su Han leapt high into the air as she pouted sulkily. Chapter 394. Great helpers, hey! Hey! You can't do this. Hao Ren immediately raised his hands. 10,000 Ice Strike. Leaping high in the air, silhouetted against the moon, Su Han struck down with her sword and shot out hundreds of icicles. Not daring to try to block them with horse stance forward punch, Hao Ren rolled toward the goal to his left. Swoosh! Swoosh! The icicles stabbed into the field, piercing many holes that were 10 centimeters deep on the green grass. 10,000 Ice Strike. Before Hao Ren could heave a sigh of relief, Su Han's low voice sounded again. Are you trying to kill me? Hao Ren leapt out of the goal while hundreds of icicles poured down. 10,000 Ice Strike. Su Han's demonic voice sounded again. Surrender! I surrender! Hao Ren leapt up abruptly and called out to Su Han in a hurry. This woman is not a gracious loser. I beat her twice by luck, and now she got into such a rage of humiliation. She asked me to fight her with my full force but wouldn't allow me to win, Hao Ren complained in his mind. Humph! Finally, Su Han withdrew her sword and landed slowly on the field. She looked as cold as ice, and she felt ashamed on the inside. When they were in her home, she lost her shoes to Hao Ren. After they moved to the open space outside, she tried to fight Hao Ren at Gen level and still lost to him. It was a great blow to her self-esteem. Looking at Su Han, who acted like a kid cheating in a lost fight, Hao Ren had the urge to laugh. Although he landed on his face into the mud, he found Su Han quite adorable. Your cultivation technique is indeed unique. With a long face, Su Han still couldn't admit her defeat. Although you are at low-tier Gen level, with your technique, you could even defeat top-tier Gen level cultivators. I couldn't have achieved this without your teaching. Hao Ren immediately cupped his hands toward her and fluttered. Actually, it was half flattery and half truth. Right now, he was disheveled and covered in wounds, but he gained a deeper understanding of battles. Cultivating and fighting were entirely different things. As a cultivation genius, Su Han wasn't a battle genius, and her sword technique was lousy in Qin Xiaoyang's eyes. However, Su Han was at Qian level. One casual attack from her was earth-shaking. In contrast, Hao Ren was only at Gen level. If he couldn't improve his battle experience, he wouldn't be able to stand out in the Dragon God Shrine. Don't flatter me. Su Han glanced at him and suddenly moved. Thud. Thud, barefooted, Su Han ran swiftly before suddenly flying up with her sword in hand. Frost shooting through 9 heavens. A crescent-shaped frost beam swept across the distant stand. Boom! A whole row of chairs was cut in half. In this upheaval, a golden figure flew up into the high sky. Crescent strike. Su Han stood straighter and slashed her sword upward. Her pajama top rose slightly, revealing a small portion of her white belly. Boom! Like a flashbang, a silver light beam dashed into the sky as an airwave. A groan came from the sky, and Hao Ren recognized it was Qin Xiaoyang's voice. Su Han, do you hate me that much? Qin Xiaoyang's question came from the void. Hao Ren widened his eyes but couldn't find Qin Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Get out of here! Su Han landed while her sword shot out another sword energy. You actually like this weak Gen level brat? I'll see how you can protect him in the Dragon God Shrine in a few days." The golden light in the sky vanished in a flash. It was clear that Su Han's sudden attack landed on Qin Xiaoyang. He followed them when they flew into the stadium and watched them while they practiced. "It seems like I was wrong. The reason why Qin Xiaoyang didn't stop you from enrolling in the exams of the Dragon God Shrine is that he knows I'm no longer a level 4 inspector." Su Han put away her sword and said lightly. Since she wasn't a level 4 inspector, she couldn't be an examiner, which meant that she couldn't do anything to help him during the exams. However, Qin Xiaoyang was still an examiner, and it would be easy for him to place Hao Ren in a position to fight stronger competitors. Since Su Han hoped to drive Qin Xiaoyang away through Hao Ren, Qin Xiaoyang could also strike back using Hao Ren. From Qin Xiaoyang's perspective, Hao Ren had little hope of becoming an official inspector, and he hoped that a bad-tempered cultivator could beat Hao Ren so hard that the latter would fall 1 to 2 levels in cultivation realm. That would probably trigger some conflict between the East Ocean Dragon Palace and Su Han, who had encouraged Hao Ren to participate in the exams in the Dragon God Shrine. "No matter what, I'd like to give it a try," Hao Ren replied. Staying in the East Ocean Dragon Palace would give him safety and comfort, but Hao Ren wanted to push himself to a higher realm. After all, he had to toughen himself through battles so that he could ensure Zhao Yanzi's safety. The landslide incident showed him that in the cultivation world, power conquered all. Without great strength, he couldn't even protect his family. Su Han looked baffled at the determination on Hao Ren's face. After all, she had always kept to herself, and the person whom she trusted most and felt the closest to was her master, Elder Xingyue. She entered the Dragon God Shrine only to get access to better cultivation resources, and that was why she found it hard to understand Hao Ren's feelings. "These, wear them." Su Han took out 5 thin silver bracelets from her bracelet. "Mount Tai bracelets?" Hao Ren looked at her with caution and confusion. "No, they are not." Su Han shook her head. "They can elevate your cultivation strength by 50% and thus give you great help when you do the exams in the Dragon God Shrine." Seeing the doubt in Hao Ren's eyes, Su Han curled her lips up helplessly before looking at him again. "How can I lie to you about this?" Standing on the field barefooted, Su Han looked as beautiful as a moon goddess in the misty starry light. "Put 2 on your wrists, 2 on your ankles, and 1 around your neck." Su Han took hold of his arm before putting them on him intimately. The moment the 5 bracelets were put into position, they immediately merged into Hao Ren's skin and disappeared. "Okay, try them," Su Han said gently after taking several steps back. Hao Ren tightened his fists and circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, finding that he couldn't move his nature essence at all. They are called 5 Mountains bracelets, several times more advanced than the previous Mount Tai bracelets. They can limit the physical strength and nature essence of the user except for top-tier Qian level cultivators. However, they are set up so that you can still use 40% of your cultivation strength. Su Han spoke in a low voice as she squinted her eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on her face at the same time. Hao Ren felt as if he was pressed down by 5 mountains, and it was even difficult to breathe. "I'll remove the 5 Mountains bracelets before your combat exams. You can wear them before the exams, and they would be great helps to you." Su Han nodded in satisfaction and said cheerfully. "Aren't you too revengeful? I did nothing but touch your shoulder, ruin your slippers, and win in the practice fight," Hao Ren yelled in his mind. "You are covered in wounds. Let's head back, and I'll put some medicine on them." Su Han grabbed Hao Ren's right hand, and they stepped onto the white jade sword and left the damaged stadium. Chapter 395. Hang out in a big city. It was already late at night when they returned to the apartment. "Here." Su Han took a little bottle out of her storage ring and threw it at Hao Ren. He opened the bottle, and a pleasant scent came out of it. Even though it was not a great elixir, it was still a very decent curing ointment. "Thank you very much," Hao Ren said to Su Han as he took some of the ointment. Su Han curled her lips and didn't say anything. She was the one who put the wounds on Hao Ren, yet he was still thanking her. It made her feel a little weird. However, it also reminded her of her own master Elder Xingyue. Su Han was the weird kid in the East Ocean Dragon Palace because all the other cultivators were water element while she was both metal elemental and water elemental. The cultivators of her generation were either from families of elders or generals, while she stayed with Elder Xingyue the entire time as an orphan. Elder Xingyue cared a lot about Su Han, but she was very strict when it came to cultivation. Su Han was always covered in wounds when she was young, and Elder Xingyue would always toss her a bottle of healing ointment with a stern face. Su Han had a pair of large shining eyes, but she never cried or threw a tantrum. Before anyone noticed, she had already become a stunning beauty who was even stronger than her master Elder Xingyue. Whenever she thought of her childhood, Su Han was still very grateful toward her master. "You can keep this bottle of ointment because you will need this a lot in the future," Su Han said before Hao Ren passed the bottle back to her. "Okay." Hao Ren took his hand back. Su Han made it very clear. Today was only a warm-up, and there would be more days like this ahead of him. With Su Han's strength, she could break Hao Ren's skin and cut into his flesh every single day. Since Su Han was still standing there, Hao Ren thought about it and opened his shirt up. Then, he started to apply the white ointment on the bruises on his shoulders. Su Han was stupefied as she didn't expect Hao Ren to take his clothes off suddenly. She thought he was going to apply the ointment in the bathroom. Hao Ren's exercising method was different from Su Han's. He took a more intensive path, and the fundamental boxing techniques he had been practicing lately bulged his muscles and made them look symmetrical. Su Han had great strength, but she had never seen a man's naked body. Her head buzzed as she had a feeling of being defeated. Hao Ren didn't think about it much since he was used to playing cards on the balcony half naked with his roommates when it was hot, and the female dorm building was just a few dozen meters across from them. No one seemed to have cared. Hao Ren took turns with both hands and applied the ointment on his shoulders. Then, he looked at Su Han, who was still standing there and looked as calm as a dead pool of water. He handed the bottle to her and said in embarrassment, "Could you help me put some on my back, please? I can't reach it." Su Han's eyes slowly opened wider as the cold expression stayed on her face. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists all of a sudden. Sorry for the trouble. Hao Ren turned his back to her. Su Han felt like she was struck by lightning, and the white jade sword instantly appeared in her hand. "Just a little bit," Hao Ren said in embarrassment with his back facing Su Han. "Caw, caw," Su Han gritted her teeth. She breathed out deeply after a few seconds of hesitation. Then, she put back the white jade sword and squeezed out some ointment. She picked up a piece of cloth from the table and covered her hand with it before she rubbed it on Hao Ren's wound. "Thanks a lot." Hao Ren felt the chill on his back. He then turned over, put his shredded coat on, and smiled at Su Han. "Humph." She threw the bottle back at him and headed toward her bedroom. "Su Han?" Hao Ren suddenly stopped her. "What?" Su Han squinted her eyes and looked at Hao Ren. "Are there any new clothes I can wear?" Hao Ren twisted his ripped coat and asked. Cold, intense light rays shot out of Su Han's eyes, and she said word by word, "What do you think?" Hao Ren sensed a tremendous amount of pressure pouring toward him. He immediately waved to let her know that it was not necessary anymore. Su Han had never let any man into her apartment. How on earth would there be men's clothes in here? She slowly walked into her bedroom and closed the door behind her roughly. Hao Ren looked at the 2/3 full ointment bottle in his hand. He thought for a bit and threw it into his necklace. There was another room next to Su Han's bedroom, but Hao Ren didn't plan to sleep in there. He curled up on the couch and fell asleep as he circulated the nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. It slowly turned bright outside. Fifth heaven also turned bright. Xie Yujia had quietly cultivated in her cave abode for an entire night. She slowly breathed out and looked outside at the valley. The spiritual herbs were thriving in the 5 sections. A string of heavy golden-brown fruits hung under the thick light yellow leaves of 1,000-years-old paima grass. They seemed to be almost ripe. The yuan bao grass grew a few more leaves in a night, and it looked extremely green. A hong shang vine grew out of the water in the paddy field. Since it had obtained sufficient nature essence and was in a proper environment, it looked particularly bright and fresh in the morning mist. Xie Yujia was delighted to see the spiritual herbs growing up luxuriant. Nature essence swam throughout her body along with some slight comprehension. She suddenly leveled up from level 9 to level 10 Qi refinement realm. She was only one step away from the foundation establishment realm. Zhao Yanzi flew out of the cave abode next to her on her sword. Little White was sleeping at the entrance, and it was awoken by a slight pain when Zhao Yanzi pulled some of its white hair off. It flew out after her immediately. First sword technique of the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Tianshu, up. Zhao Yanzi slightly hopped up as the purple-green treasure sword underneath her suddenly dashed ahead. The upside-down longsword suddenly drew out a tremendous ray as if it was an upside-down waterfall, and Little White hastily backed up and tripped embarrassingly in the middle of the air. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yanzi laughed happily. The longsword circled in the air and went back under Zhao Yanzi's feet. Little White growled, it felt wronged and was a little mad. Alright, Little White. I won't tease you anymore. Zhao Yanzi got closer to it on her sword and hopped onto its back. Let's take a look outside. It's still early. Little White's black eyes shone immediately when it heard this. It wanted to play around on Fifth Heaven, but it had to stay in the valley when Hao Ren cultivated there. It got very bored. Xie Yujia saw Zhao Yanzi heading outside of the valley on Little White and shouted out. However, she didn't know how to ride a sword, and Zhao Yanzi took Little White with her. So, she was left grinding her teeth and worrying. The dawn on Fifth Heaven was very quiet. One could see endless mountains and rivers. Zhao Yanzi flew around the 3 sects near Ethereal Summit on Little White, and she headed to a further place to look around. Slow down, Little White. Zhao Yanzi grasped its ear and said. Little White was going very fast in excitement, and the scenery around them disappeared rapidly beside them. Woo! Little White made a small sound in its throat as it slowed down the speed of the sword. It was proudest of its speed, yet Zhao Yanzi wouldn't let it show off. Are you alone, little girl? A mid-aged man suddenly got near them on a sword. Yeah. Zhao Yanzi blinked and nodded immediately. Your spirit beast is very pretty. Are you the disciple of the Sky Mountain sect? The guy asked Zhao Yanzi. Yup, I'm running an errand for my master, Zhao Yanzi answered. You are so young, and it seems like you are not even at the Foundation establishment realm. Your master let you come out. The man continued. My master says our Sky Mountain sect is a well-known sect, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to bully us. She pouted her mouth. He. The man faked a few laughs. This spirit beast is pretty decent. I'll take it. The Sky Mountain sect really thinks it is the biggest sect in the world. They would even let a disciple under the Foundation establishment realm out of the mountain. He flipped 5 beads out of his hand and blocked all 5 of Zhao Yanzi's directions. Don't rush, Little White. I'm on it. Zhao Yanzi wasn't scared of the situation. On the other hand, she got a bit excited. She whipped her purple-green treasured sword out and yelled, Tianshu, up. A ray of bright white light whipped ahead and blocked the 2 beads in front of her. They exploded immediately before they even started functioning. Top-tier Dharma treasure. The mid-aged man was genuinely astonished to see Zhao Yanzi's longsword. He suddenly realized that although she looked very young, she was of the Foundation establishment realm instead of the Qi refinement realm. In general, one had to be at least 20 or 30 years old to reach the Foundation establishment realm. How could a little girl like Zhao Yanzi be on the Foundation establishment realm? Tianshu, up again. Zhao Yanzi wanted to see how powerful her technique was, and this unlucky guy knocked on her door. She was pleased about it. A 15-meter-wide light waterfall dashed toward this mid-aged man. He didn't even get a chance to block it before the power of the purple-green treasure sword and the power of the Big Dipper constellation scroll hit him. It threw his entire body over 10 meters away onto a mountain, knocking a dozen trees down. How can you? The mid-aged man looked at Zhao Yanzi with wounds all over him. His clothes were ripped into pieces. Zhao Yanzi patted Little White's bum and landed beside the man. Hand over all your valuables, and I will spare you a life. The man shivered and handed his storage bag to her hastily. He was a Foundation establishment realm cultivator after all, but he couldn't even handle Zhao Yanzi's single attack. Zhao Yanzi opened the brown storage bag up and saw a few materials, several spiritual stones, and 2 techniques inside. She nodded in satisfaction and tied it onto her waist. You thought you could trick me, huh? I hang out in a big city. Humph. She patted Little White's bum. Shoo, they flew away. What kind of sect is a big city? The mid-aged man sat on the ground and looked at Zhao Yanzi as she left, astonished. He couldn't handle the power of the Big Dipper constellation scroll at last and passed out on the ground. Chapter 396. Zhao Yanzi's ambition. Zhao Yanzi returned to the ethereal summit on Little White, satisfied. Xie Yujia was watering the spiritual herbs in the valley. She was relieved when she looked up and saw Zhao Yanzi and Little White coming back. Although Zhao Yanzi was mean to her, she didn't want anything to happen to her. Zhao Yanzi ignored Xie Yujia and flew directly into her own cave abode. Upon returning, she took the 4 storage bags off her waist and poured a whole bunch of stuff out. All kinds of spirit stones, techniques, flying swords, and dharma notes were piled up together. She and Little White robbed 4 passing by cultivators from dawn till now, and they obtained 4 storage bags in total. Of course, the cultivators who came to her weren't so upright themselves. They saw how young Zhao Yanzi seemed and thought she was at the Qi refinement realm. They wanted to rob her because they thought she sneaked out with the spirit beast due to her master's absolute protection, but to their surprise, Zhao Yanzi practiced her sword technique and robbed them instead. The smaller versioned Little White hopped up and down in excitement when it saw the ground covered with shiny objects. Obviously, Little White fell in love with it, promising robbing career, because of hearing what Zhen Kongming said and experiencing it firsthand with Zhao Yanzi. 106 low-tier spirit stones, 4 mid-tier spirit stones, 3 techniques, 2 flying swords, 6 dharma notes, 3 bottles of elixirs. Zhao Yanzi looked through her trophies as she mumbled, "They don't even have top-tier spirit stones. They are so poor." She didn't know how rare those spirit stones were on 5th heaven. Only a high-status cultivator could own top-tier spirit stones. Her cave abode wasn't big, and those things took up a lot of space. However, they were all her trophies, so she didn't want to throw them away. Zhao Yanzi thought for a bit and said to herself, "I'll ask Hao Ren to open up another cave for these treasures when he comes up to 5th heaven next time." She turned to Little White. "What do you think, Little White?" It murmured and continued to nod as it wagged its tail. "I'm not sure about these elixirs and techniques though. I'll ask Zhen Kongming to evaluate them when he comes here next time." She had it all planned. She and Little White would be the robbing gang that would rob evil people, Zhen Kongming would be the advisor, Hao Ren would be the gang leader, and as for Xie Yujia, she could be the support worker for the time being. It had always been her dream to be a heroine who had a strong sense of justice and ready to help the weak. She wished to start a sect in the valley and take the mountain for her own. 5th heaven now seemed to be an excellent place for her. "We should head back, Xie Yujia shouted as she stood in the valley. I know. Zhao Yanzi put everything in the corner and answered loudly. Shoo! She flew out of the cave abode on Little White. Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi standing in the valley and shrugged. Little White landed in the valley and carried Xie Yujia on it back steadily. It liked Zhao Yanzi but didn't want to mistreat the big Jumu. Therefore, it was well behaved in front of Xie Yujia. Shoo! Little White carried the 2 of them out of 5th heaven. Hao Ren is not in 5th heaven, so you shouldn't mess around. We wouldn't even have time to save you if something goes wrong. Xie Yujia couldn't hold back anymore and said. I know. I was just wandering around and didn't do anything bad. Plus, Little White is really strong now, and no one can catch us, Zhao Yanzi answered. Xie Yujia knew she couldn't win this argument, so she simply zipped her mouth. Sitting in the front, Zhao Yanzi pouted. She knew that Xie Yujia was worried about her. She also knew that she would be scared in the valley last night if it weren't for Xie Yujia. However, she acted like she didn't want to hear what Xie Yujia had to say. The 2 of them went back to 1st heaven, and Xie Yujia dropped Zhao Yanzi off at her home. Zhao Hongyu got up early and was in the kitchen when Zhao Yanzi pressed the doorbell. She opened the door and asked, "How come you didn't come back all night, Z?" Zhao Yanzi didn't say anything because she didn't know how to explain herself. Xie Yujia smiled and covered up. Auntie, Z came to my place to review her schoolwork last night, and I kept her in my dorm for the night because it was pretty late. So, where are your studying materials? Zhao Hongyu looked down at Zhao Yanzi's empty hands. They are in my dorm. I didn't let her bring them back because she will be coming to my place to study every day, Xie Yujia added. I couldn't even reach you on your cell phone, Zhao Hongyu complained, but then she smiled happily at Xie Yujia. Thank you so much, Yujia. You are tutoring Z even though your finals are coming soon as well. Plus, you dropped her off so early in the morning. Come in and have some breakfast. It's okay, Auntie. I need to go back to school soon, Xie Yujia said politely. A meal won't take up much of your time. I'll drive you to school afterward. Zhao Hongyu pulled Xie Yujia into the room in full spirit. Zhao Jiayi pouted as she looked at Xie Yujia in dissatisfaction. But she then thought of how Xie Yujia covered for her and how she needed her excuses to go cultivate on Fifth Heaven over the next few days, so she had to pretend that she was close with Xie Yujia. Speaking of this, how come Ren didn't tutor Z? Zhao Hongyu asked. He has been a bit busy, so I'm doing it for him, Xie Yujia said with a smile. Zhao Hongyu nodded slightly. She thought back to the big event that all dragon cultivators were closely paying attention to and knew why Hao Ren was busy. It would be good for the East Ocean Dragon Palace if Hao Ren could become an official inspector now. The influence of the Dragon God Shrine had been increasing during these years since there were more and more Qian-level masters joining them. It had slowly become a strong power, and it would even rival against the 4 ocean dragon palaces that had been accumulating power for ages. For example, the Dragon God Shrine played a role in the war between East Ocean and West Ocean. If Hao Ren could have a say in the Dragon God Shrine, it would offer the East Ocean Dragon clan more control. Even if Hao Ren couldn't become an inspector, it wouldn't hurt to have some practice. All the young dragon cultivators saw participating in the exams in the Dragon God Shrine as an honor, and it would be something to show off about if they could get a place in the top 200. That meant they were the top cultivators among hundreds of thousands of younger dragon cultivators. Commanding General was a powerful yet somewhat chill position. Hao Ren had nothing to worry about as long as he didn't need to lead the army to fight a war. Hao Ren didn't have any military merits, and his strength had never been shown. Some elders were secretly against this appointment. But if Hao Ren could get a ranking in the Dragon God Shrine's exams, it could turn some of the opposing voices in the Dragon Palace down, as the Dragon God Shrine's third-party assessment was very convincing. Therefore, from this angle, Zhao Hongyu also wanted Hao Ren to attend the Dragon God Shrine's exams and get a good rank. Since Ren has been busy lately, we will have to bother Yujia to tutor Z. Zhao Hongyu smiled gently and said to Xie Yujia. That's my responsibility. Xie Yujia slightly bowed. She was half mad at Zhao Yanzi, but Zhao Hongyu's smile made her realize that she should tutor Zhao Yanzi carefully. Alright, Auntie. Let me help you with making the breakfast. Xie Yujia laughed happily and entered the kitchen with her. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu and Xie Yujia as they walked away. She stood in the living room and wrinkled her nose, thinking, who's my mom's daughter here? While Xie Yujia and Zhao Hongyu were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Hao Ren suddenly sat up from Su Han's couch. He didn't wake up naturally. Instead, he woke up because he was starving. He had a bowl of instant noodles last night and a simple snack afterward. How could he handle a whole night without food? Especially after Su Han beat him up badly in the field. Hao Ren realized it was 7 o'clock in the morning, so he turned on the TV, and the morning news was playing. Last night around midnight, unidentified individuals invaded the East Ocean Stadium and damaged some equipment in the field. We are further investigating this case, the news popped up on the TV. Hao Ren looked at Su Han's bedroom, thinking, you have such a big heart. My parents would kill me if they found out that I was related to this vandalization. Su Han's bedroom was still quiet, and it seemed like she wasn't going to wake up anytime soon. Hao Ren turned off the TV and put on his shoes. Then, he opened the door to the apartment and rang the bell of the opposite apartment. After a few rings, the door opened. Lu Qing appeared in front of Hao Ren in his gray pajamas. Gongzi Hao, oh, Commanding General, Lu Qing bowed. He looked down at Hao Ren's slippers and ragged clothes. Then, he looked at Su Han's open door behind Hao Ren. What did they do? Hao Ren's clothes are all ragged. There are even some scratches on Hao Ren's chest and shoulders, he thought. It's not like that. Hao Ren raised his hand. Do you have anything I could wear? Please come in, General. Lu Qing stepped 2 steps back. Hao Ren was only the Fuma before without a title, so Lu Qing could still call him Gongzi Hao. Now that he was the commanding general of West Peace who could command close 1 million soldiers, Hao Ren's official ranking was even higher than Lu Qing. Please call me anything but General. Hao Ren entered Lu Qing's room. Just give me some simple clothes. Okay. Lu Qing went back into his bedroom and walked out quickly with 5 to 6 suits. Hao Ren remembered that Lu Qing usually wore suits, so most of his clothes at home were suits. Is there anything that's not so formal? Hao Ren shook his head, embarrassed. Gongzi Hao, please wait a moment. Lu Qing went back into his bedroom. A few seconds later, he brought a set of Hawaiian t-shirt and shorts out of the bedroom. Hao Ren didn't know what to say. Linlin and Lily just got these for me as they wanted me to take them to the beach during the summer vacation. This is the only thing that is not a suit here, Lu Qing shrugged. It's time for morning practice now, Hao Ren. Su Han appeared at Lu Qing's door in her deep blue leaf patterned shirt and mini skirt pants. She had a short bat in her hand. Chapter 397. You can't handle this. Inspector Su. Lu Qing bowed to her when he saw Su Han. Lu Qing was close with Elder Xingyue, and Su Han was her disciple as well as an inspector. Lu Qing needed to show his respect due to her status. Su Han slightly nodded and turned to Hao Ren. I'll give you 1 minute to change. Hao Ren was the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but that was not important to Su Han. Hao Ren was Su Han's assistant in the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren secretly pitied his hard life. He quickly went into Lu Qing's room and changed into the Hawaiian clothes. He looked like he was ready to go to the beach when he came back out of the bedroom. Hao Ren pitied himself, even more, when he thought of going to school in such an eye-catching outfit. Let's go. Su Han waved a short bat in her hand at the door. Su Han looked pretty in anything since she had such a beautiful face and a nice figure. The mini skirt pants made her look even more charming, and she could be an enjoyable scenery even when she was holding a bat. I'll have to leave now, Elder Lu, Hao Ren said to Lu Qing, embarrassed. Yes, take it easy, Gongzi Hao. Lu Qing slightly bowed, embarrassed as well. The commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon clan was called out by a woman with a bat. That it. Ding. The elevator reached their floor and opened, and Su Han and Hao Ren walked inside side by side. Without showing her Qian-level strength, Su Han appeared to be a quiet and beautiful lady. They seemed like a lovely couple when she stood beside Hao Ren, who was well built. The door to the elevator slowly closed, and the screen showed the floor number as they descended. Lu Qing took his phone out at the door and dialed a number. Hello, Dragon King. Hao Ren and Su Han came out of the apartment building. It was still a bit chilly in the morning. Sunshine filled up the garden-style high-rise, and it looked stunning. What is our morning exercise? Hao Ren stretched his arms and asked. How are your injuries? Su Han glimpsed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren realized that Su Han was caring about him. He smiled and said, it's almost healed. The ointment worked really well. In that case, let's double the strength of your morning exercise, Su Han said lightly. Hao Ren's heart sunk. Run after me. Su Han struck his back with her bat and shouted. Su Han didn't put much strength into it, but the bat hit where the bones were on Hao Ren's back. He felt like the strike broke the bones in his back. This bat is made of 5-color stone and is a Dharma treasure too. One hit will make you suffer for an entire day, continued Su Han. Damn it. Hao Ren couldn't help but curse. Run faster than me if you don't want to get hit. Su Han glanced at him even colder, and it cleared Hao Ren's distracting thoughts completely. Hao Ren ran immediately when Su Han raised the short bat again. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. The 5 mountains bracelets in his arms, legs, and neck were as heavy as 5 mountains. How could someone run when they were dragging 5 mountains on their arms, legs, and neck? Boom! Su Han's short bat landed mercilessly on Hao Ren's back again. The pain was so acute as it traveled into Hao Ren's brain immediately, making him almost scream out. So brutal. What a sadist, Hao Ren thought as he stepped ahead crazily, disregarding the weight on his body. Su Han caught up easily with the bat in her hand, and it landed heavily on Hao Ren's bum. Hao Ren's butt experienced burning pain, and it was precisely the part that moved the most when he ran. You'll get more hits if you keep running this slowly. Su Han ran beside Hao Ren. Damn it. Try to run with the 5 mountains bracelets yourself, Hao Ren said. You don't think I have? Su Han looked at Hao Ren with her pretty eyes and said lightly as she ran ahead elegantly. Hao Ren looked down at Su Han's pale ankles and hesitated for a second as he thought, could the strength Su Han is showing now not her actual strength? Too slow. Su-han's bat hit on Hao Ren's bum again. Ouch! Hao Ren couldn't help but shout. He thrust his pelvis forward and sped up immediately. The 5 mountains bracelets blocked 60% of Hao Ren's strength, including his nature essence and physical power. They borrowed the power of the 5 mountains to restrain the user, and the bracelets themselves were a set of top-tier Dharma treasure. Cultivators who were restrained by 5 mountains bracelet couldn't move at all, but Hao Ren was allowed to use 40% of his strength. However, it was tough to run like an ordinary person. Shu, a muscular man in a tank top and shorts surpassed Hao Ren and turned back to look at him with disdain. Then, he raised his eyebrow and whistled at Su-han. Having ignored him, Su-han said to Hao Ren softly, "Come on, 3 more rounds around the complex." Pooh! Hao Ren almost started bleeding out of his nose. Useless. Such poor endurance. The muscular man looked at Hao Ren with more disdain and said. Then, he sped up and ran further with his muscular legs. Hao Ren looked at that man and opened his eyes. "Try the 5 mountains bracelets on and see if you can move half a step." Too slow. Su-han raised the short bat and swung it towards Hao Ren's bum again. Hao Ren almost jumped up in pain, but he could neither defeat Su-han nor escape. So, he circulated his nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll with all his power and transferred most of his nature essence into his heels. Creak, 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 a 6-year-old boy surpassed Hao Ren on a colorful tricycle. Then, he looked back at Hao Ren with a smug look on his face. Since when did kids get so bratty? Hao Ren was pissed, but his butt got hit again by Su-han's bat. Too slow. It was Su-han's devil-like voice again. Hao Ren was all sweaty after just a few minutes, yet he was since inside this neighborhood. The power of the 5 mountains bracelets was hundreds even thousands of times stronger than the Mount Tai bracelets. If Hao Ren weren't at gen level, he would have fallen to the ground as soon as he put the 5 mountains bracelets on. He wouldn't even be able to get up. How much further? Hao Ren asked Su-han. He thought he only had to review for the written exams at night and had no idea that he had to go through such brutal training. Hao Ren realized that he completely fell into Su-han's evil hand. "You are done when you get to school," Su-han answered. "How far are we?" Hao Ren asked. "Pretty close. Just 12 more kilometers." Su-han smiled slightly, and her eyes looked like 2 new moons. Chapter 398. Personal coach. The eastern Mount Tai had the element of wood. The western Mount Hua captured the element of metal. The southern Mount Hang contained the element of fire. The northern Mount Hang absorbed the element of water, and in the center was Mount Song, which pulled in the element of earth. The 5 mountains bracelets contained the power of the 5 sacred mountains, locking all 5 elements within them. The 5 mountains bracelets contained the power of the 5 fundamental elements. Unless the cultivator reached peak Qian level, which was on the verge out jumping out of the wheel of reincarnation, no one could escape the wrath of the bracelets. Inspectors used them to capture dragon cultivators, and sometimes even human cultivators. No matter which clan the cultivators belonged to, they would not be able to escape their power. Hao Ren practiced the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which incorporated all 5 elements. However, even he could not escape the magic of the 5 mountains bracelets. Su-han waved her hands in the air, skipping lightly while still running at a brisk pace. She was beside Hao Ren, ensuring he was keeping up. Everyone around Hao Ren envied him, thinking how lucky he was to have such a beauty running beside him. For Hao Ren though, he dragged his body unwillingly, showing no signs of thankfulness. The mortals were unable to understand the pressure Hao Ren was under. Hao Ren was under the spell of the 5 sacred mountains, and his every step took a toll on his body. His strength and nature essence decreased drastically with every movement. The 5 mountains bracelets were powerful enough to seal the nature essence and physical strength of cultivators who had the ability to transform into dragons. To capture these powerful cultivators, the one who had the bracelets on should not be able to have the ability to move freely. Su-han forced Hao Ren to wear the powerful bracelets, but he could still use 40% of his power. However, for Hao Ren, who had only reached gen level, even running was an extremely tedious exercise. "If we don't get to the school by 8, the 5 mountains bracelets will decrease your power to only 20%, Su-han said while briskly running alongside Hao Ren. Su-han's leaf-patterned shirt fluttered against the wind. She looked taller under the blue sky and the shades of trees. The blue and white miniskirt pants she wore emphasized her long and beautiful legs. Each of her steps was firm, and each of her breath followed the same rhythm. Okay. Hao Ren tried his hardest. Using all his nature essence to counter the power of the 5 mountains bracelets that he wore, he continued to run. Faster, Su Han yelled as she took out her short bat and poked Hao Ren in the back. The pain of the poke went through Hao Ren's body, it was unbearable. However, that pain also unleashed his potential to run faster. Now, Hao Ren realized that Su Han was not just poking him for fun. Instead, every poke went through an acupoint, helping him grow stronger. Just like the unbearable pain that one must endure to go from Kan level to Li level, then from Li level to Gen level, and finally reaching Gen level, the pain he endured was immense. However, he understood that to reach a higher level, he must endure a greater amount of pain. If one cannot persevere, one could not become a strong cultivator. This was the heavenly Tao that everyone must follow. In the beginning, Su Han had low expectations for Hao Ren. However, his outperformance made her believe in him. Now, the thought of taking him to the Dragon God Shrine and make him into an official inspector had even budded in her mind. The dragon core in Hao Ren's body was spinning rapidly under the bracelet's pressure. The bracelets had suppressed the power of the dragon core, which stimulated the nature essence within his body. Hao Ren had cultivated all 5 elemental essences simultaneously. For others who had only cultivated 1 or 2 elements, they would not be able to endure the elemental pressure of the 5 mountains bracelets on the elemental essences they hadn't cultivated. However, Hao Ren had all 5 elemental essences, so he was under the pressure of all the element, yet the pressure stimulated his body and his dragon core. The wonder of the 5 mountains bracelets was that it had a fine balance of all 5 elements. There was a delicate balance of the 5 elements in Hao Ren's body as well. Bup. Another opening appeared on the dragon core, and Hao Ren's nature essence slowly flowed out of the opening. However, the leaking nature essence was quickly sealed by the 5 mountains bracelets. Hao Ren took half a step with his left foot and another half step with his right foot. Following the fundamental boxing technique he learned, he stepped into a white tiger position, and he focused the nature essence in his palm, flowing it directly to his head. The spiritual core that had originally been sleeping in the Qihai acupoint was quickly awakened. The power that Zhao Horan had accumulated in his 1,000 years of training was all within it. This was the energy of top-tier Qian level. The 5 mountains bracelets which were in Hao Ren's arms, legs, and neck let out a dim, warm light. White, green, blue, red, and yellow. Just when Su Han was about to use her short bat on Hao Ren again, she couldn't believe what she was seeing with her eyes. The lights released by the 5 mountains bracelets signaled that it was about to be set free. It can't be. Did Hao Ren reach top-tier Qian level already? Su Han thought. However, the signals displayed by the Dharma treasure told no lies. Suddenly, the lights darkened. Hao Ren was exhausted and almost fell to his feet. Su Han's eyes opened wide, but they slowly returned to normal. If Hao Ren were able to break free from the 5 mountains bracelets, Su Han would be deeply impressed and shocked by his ability. There was only one way for the 5 mountains bracelets to be broken. One had to reach top-tier Qian level. Hurry up! Su Han took out her short bat and hit Hao Ren on his thigh. Ah! Ah! Hao Ren yelled in pain as he continued to run. Although Hao Ren felt like he was having a small breakthrough, it only appeared in a flash unexpectedly. He wasn't able to increase his understanding of the heavenly Tao. He only got one more opening on his dragon core. No matter how much pain Hao Ren displayed on his face, Su Han kept a cold expression on hers. She knew deep in her heart that Hao Ren didn't like this suffering, but the perseverance that Hao Ren had was no weaker than hers. Otherwise, he would have given up a long time ago, and she wouldn't have stopped him from giving up either. Paw! Paw! The sound of Hao Ren's steps became louder. Due to his continuous battle with the 5 mountains bracelets, he slowly became accustomed to them, learning the rhythm. A delicate array formation connected the 5 mountains bracelet, and this array formation would have a split-second pause every second. If Hao Ren could take advantage of that split-second pause by controlling and using his nature essence preciously, he still got a chance. The opportunities Su Han had to poke Hao Ren with her short bat decreased as Hao Ren slowly caught up to her by himself. That's Su Han, right? The guy next to her is Hao Ren, the person that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily like? Just as the first class of the day was about to begin, Su Han and Hao Ren reached the paths near the school. The students that were on their way to school witnessed the sight of Hao Ren and Su Han, which was a picture to the eyes. Hao Ren was wearing a Hawaiian outfit, so he looked extremely sharp. Anyone from miles away could see him in those bright colors. The male students who witnessed this scene were filled with curiosity and envy. He's running with Su Han this early in the morning, how nice, they thought. Su Han wasn't a figure who was easy to approach. Therefore, they couldn't imagine how difficult it would be to have the chance to run with her in the morning. She was in a soft shirt and mini skirt pants, exhibiting the brightness of youth. Su Han breathed out slowly as she tried to maintain her running speed while leading Hao Ren to the entrance of the East Ocean University. The air seemed to smell like flowers as she passed by. Hao Ren didn't want to enter the university like this by creating such a big scene. However, he couldn't handle Su Han's poking with her short bat, so he obeyed her orders and followed her into the administrative building. Amongst those students at the entrance, there were not only ordinary students but also a select group of students, young dragon cultivators. They were very envious as they saw Su Han and Hao Ren slowly fade into the horizon. It was almost time for the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine. It would be great to have an official inspector like Su Han to be one's personal coach. Chapter 399. Heavenly Dragon, Treasure. That's all for the day. Su Han jogged to the front entrance of the administrative building and said, "Great." Hao Ren nodded frantically. A 12-kilometer run. In the past, even though Hao Ren didn't start cultivating at the time, he could finish the run without any problems with his title as a long-distance runner in high school. Now, a 12-kilometer run was as difficult as crossing mountains and rivers for Hao Ren. His shorts and t-shirts were soaked in his sweat. In contrast, Su Han seemed very relaxed. Although her face was slightly flushed, she did not sweat at all. The blue shirt and mini skirt pants made her look like a flower blooming from the cement floor in front of the administrative building. Countless male students around the area stopped to watch Su Han like hungry wolves. Su Han used to jog in the morning, but she always wore white sportswear with long sleeves. Although she still seemed very sexy, it was not as youthful and attractive as this time. "That's all," Su Han said coldly as she saw Hao Ren staring at her. Then, she turned around and was about to walk into the administrative building. Suddenly, she stopped for a moment and returned to Hao Ren. She raised her hands and fixed Hao Ren's collar. Then, she smiled softly and walked into the building. This small act made the male students around them gasp as they couldn't help but start to scream. How could a gorgeous and icy girl like Su Han fix the collar for a guy like Hao Ren? Especially that gentle smile. It was definitely a sign that the iceberg was melting. One smile could overthrow a city, another smile could overthrow a country. Hao Ren enjoyed the glory of making all the male students jealous. Their jealous then immediately turned into hatred. Hao Ren stood still in the same position as his shoulder could still feel Su Han's touch when she fixed his collar. From his perspective, Su Han's smile was a smile of encouragement. Within an hour, Hao Ren mastered the rhythm of the 5 mountains bracelets and could control his nature essence accurately. Su Han's little act was, perhaps, praise or a reward. In the flock of angry eyes, Hao Ren walked into an academic building. The 5 mountains bracelets sealed off 60% of Hao Ren nature essence. However, if Hao Ren could control his nature essence well and use the split-second pause in the array formations of the 5 mountains bracelets each second, he could smoothly utilize the remaining 40% of his nature essence. It was similar to controlling the flow of water that would stall for a split second every second before it started flowing again. Although it seemed that there was one more thing to be worried about, this practice could drastically improve one's skill in controlling nature essence. Hao Ren even suspected that Su Han might have been wearing 5 mountains bracelets herself. From the fact that she insisted on jogging every morning, did not like to fight with people, and did not bother to walk around on campus, it seemed like Su Han was wearing 5 mountains bracelets that limit her nature essence. If that were true, Su Han only showed a part of her true strength. Su Han wanted to reach the heavenly dragon realm. Things that were not related to the elevation of realms were useless to Su Han. Therefore, she would not waste any time. The last heavenly dragon appeared a few hundred years ago. The super-strong cultivators who remained on the land and first heaven all wanted to become the next heavenly dragon. Zhao Kuo wanted that, so did Su Han. Su Han wanted the supreme power. Zhao Kuo wanted to demonstrate his might. They wanted to see who could reach the heavenly dragon realm first. Su Han gave up battling and improved her realm through cultivation. Zhao Kuo, on the other hand, must have been strengthening himself through insane battles right now somewhere. Although the two of them were on different paths, they both had the same goal, and that was to reach the heavenly dragon realm, which was beyond Qian level. Heavenly dragon realm, as Hao Ren thought about that, he used some of his nature essence and started running away from the school. In the morning, the sunlight shined from the east onto the street. The trees on both sides of the street were lined up properly. Ahead of the straight road was golden glory. Hao Ren, who clenched his fists, started running faster and faster. If the nature essence were flowing smoothly, it would definitely trigger the 5 mountains bracelets. If one could release and restrain nature essence with great control within a second, he would be able to control 40% of his nature essence without triggering the 5 mountains bracelets. That required Hao Ren to control his nature essence on top of doing everything else. 1 second, 1 moment. In fact, that was the trick for accumulating strength and unleashing strength. Hao Ren, who was running on the empty street, gradually disappeared. He formed a red energy sphere around him and released 16 sword energies from his palm. The sword energies accompanied Hao Ren by his side and followed in his footsteps, piercing forward and pulling back. Because of the 5 mountains bracelets, Hao Ren could not use his nature essence continuously. The sword energies dimmed down and brightened up as they followed the flow of Hao Ren's nature essence rhythm. Boom! Hao Ren's energy sphere was suddenly enlarged. There were now 160 sword energies flowing on top of Hao Ren's head and formed a giant array. Hum! Hum! The colorful sword energies flickered. The sword energies didn't float in midair as usual. Instead, they retracted along with Hao Ren's rhythm. With the sword handle as the axis, every sword energy was slowly circling him. The 160 sword energies formed a neatly arranged array. Each sword energy was continuously flickering within its own position, and the instability made it look even more shocking. Seemingly, the sword energies were about to attack at any moment. Gongzi. 2 clear voice appeared on both sides of the road. Hao Ren looked around and saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili standing on both sides of the road as they grinned at him. Hao Ren smiled awkwardly as he withdrew the sword energies and revoked the energy sphere. Hao Ren reappeared on the street. Gongzi is going through a tough day. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili hopped to Hao Ren and smiled. Oh, you saw? Hao Ren asked. Lu Linlin snickered, is Gongzi's butt still hurting? Yes, Hao Ren replied honestly. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. Gongzi will be able to win at the Dragon God Shrine. Do you guys know anything about the Dragon God Shrine? Hao Ren asked. Since the Dragon God Shrine was established, the general exams had become a great event each year for dragon cultivators. The general exams would take place on the date of the Dragon Boat Festival. Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren and said as she blushed slightly. Oh, the Dragon Boat Festival. Hao Ren then remembered that it was the Dragon Boat Festival this weekend. Dragon boat racing and eating zongzi were the most common customs of the Dragon Boat Festival. Hao Ren also heard from Grandma that the Dragon Boat Festival was actually a day to worship the dragon god. Lu Linlin suddenly turned serious and said, Gongzi, we want to give you some advice. If you win, you don't need to care about other treasures. You only need to get one thing, and that is the 7-core 5-color lotus. Chapter 400. Top-tier mystic crystal. 7-core 5-color lotus. Hao Ren was a bit confused. Yes, Gongzi. To put it more precisely, it's the seed of the 7-core 5-color lotus. My sister and I have been asking around, and we finally found out that there is such a seed in the Dragon God Shrine, Lu Lili said. You need the treasure, for something? Hao Ren asked. His sweat from running outside had already dried up, and Hao Ren drew back his nature essence as he walked back to school. Not for us, but for Gongzi, Lu Linlin interrupted. The 7-color snow lotus is one of the 10 best elixir materials, and the 7-core 5-color lotus has even purer essence than the 7-color snow lotus. However, the 7-core 5-color lotus melts when it meets fire, so it cannot be used to make elixir pills. On the other hand, The lotus seed of the 7-core 5-color lotus is actually the most balanced natural ingredient in the world and the most suitable for gongzi to refine into a mystic crystal. Mystic crystal. Hao Ren was familiar with this word. A 1,000-year 7-color snow lotus can be turned into mystic crystal as well. But the 7-core 5-color lotus is a rarer treasure no matter what, Lu Linlin said. Speaking of this, Hao Ren remembered the 2,000-year 7-color snow lotuses left in the cave in Sky Mountain. Only low-level cultivators under Gen level or the core formation realm could enter the cave, so Hao Ren wouldn't be able to get in there anymore. However, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi might be able to get inside. There was an abundance of spiritual herbs in the Herb King Valley, aka the Ethereal Summit, on 5th Heaven, but there were no snow lotuses. These lotuses were probably the specialty of the Sky Mountain sect on 6th Heaven, and they strictly kept the lotuses in their own hands. Hao Ren had personally seen the magical use of the snow lotuses when Zhao Kuo failed the heavenly tribulation and was in severe danger. Even Zhen Kongming said that the snow lotuses were holy materials for elixir making. If they could transplant some of them to 5th Heaven and grow them on a large scale. If I can refine a mystic crystal for myself, I will be able to absorb more nature sense and break through realms easier. Is that right? Hao Ren asked. Mystic crystal is like a second dragon core to a dragon cultivator, and it will be inside the cultivator for the rest of his or her life. Therefore, dragon cultivators are very careful in selecting mystic crystals. It has to be the best match for their physique and has abundant nature essence, Lu Linlin answered. Gongzi cultivates all 5 elemental essences at the same time. Therefore, your mystic crystal has to be a natural treasure of all 5 elements as well. Otherwise, you need to gather different materials and connect them through external forces. Its effect will be reduced since it is not natural, Lu Lily stuck her head over and said. Hao Ren was a little convinced by their persuasive attitude. He had never considered mystic crystal since he just reached Gen level. Generally, dragon cultivators would start paying special attention to mystic crystals when they reach Dewey level. They would try to get a mystic crystal of their own before breaking through to Xuan level in order to assist them in reaching Kun level and Qian level. All the Qian level and Kun level cultivators had their mystic crystals. In other words, there was no chance to get to Kun level and Qian level with just the dragon core. The importance of a mystic crystal to a high-level cultivator was crucial. The smaller dragon clan didn't possess the materials or treasures to refine mystic crystals. In addition, the materials that could be used as mystic crystals were scarce and scattered around. They were either under the control of large dragon clans or in extremely dangerous places. Therefore, there was only one place to get it for talented dragon cultivators from small forces: the Dragon God Shrine. The Dragon God Shrine possessed abundant resources and information. The identity as an inspector could allow them to enter some restricted areas. There was hope in either getting the mystic crystal from the Dragon God Shrine by outstanding performance or finding it themselves. So, the 7-core 5-color lotus is a treasure but can't be used in elixir making. It is useless for most cultivators, right? Hao Ren thought for a bit and asked. Hao Ren didn't have the confidence to get to rank 1. As a matter of fact, he didn't even expect himself to rank in the top 3 in the exams. As long as he could rank within the top 10 and become an official inspector, he could potentially get his hands on this treasure. The 7-core 5-color lotus can't be used in elixir making, but it can be used to make Dharma treasures. So, some inspectors might use it to create Dharma treasures, Lu Linlin said. Some of the 1,000-year spiritual herbs could be used in elixir making as well as Dharma treasure making. For example, 1,000-year rosewood could be made into elixir pills as well as wood elemental Dharma treasures. The seed of the 7-core 5-color lotus was very hard, and it combined all 5 elements. It would be great if someone made it into a beam-shaped Dharma treasure that could help with boosting cultivation speed and offer additional protection. So, Hao Ren felt the sudden pressure. The quality of the mystic crystal affected the level of his future realm. It could also potentially determine if he could become a heavenly dragon or not in the future. All dragon cultivators tried their best to locate the best mystic crystal for them. Even Su Han, who dedicated herself to cultivation, spent a long time looking for the most suitable mystic crystal for herself. Since the 7-core 5-color lotus was the best mystic crystal for someone like him, Hao Ren sure wouldn't consider the 7-color snow lotus anymore. Don't you worry, Gongzi. I have discussed with Lily, and we decided to sneak into the Dragon God Shrine to take the 7-core 5-color lotus for you in case you don't get rank 1. Lu Linlin bit her lip and said. No, that's too risky. Hao Ren immediately rejected this idea. The Dragon God Shrine was the highest administration institution which governed the dragon tribe. It was also the united force of the dragon cultivators against the human cultivators who were on and above 5th heaven. Even a top-tier Qian-level master wouldn't be able to get in and out of there freely. Not to mention that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were only on the low-tier Qian level at the moment. The twins were surprised at Hao Ren's intense reaction. Then, they smiled at each other happily. Their Gongzi rarely contacted them, but his rejection showed how much he cared about them. You two are more important than the 7-core 5-color lotus, Hao Ren said slowly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other again and felt the warmth in their hearts. One of them had a ponytail, and the other had pigtails. Their hairs were so long that they reached their waists. They hugged Hao Ren from both sides and said, "You are important to us too, Gongzi." Hao Ren looked at them and laughed helplessly. The scene of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily entering the school gate with their arms on Hao Ren's arms almost killed all the male students in the area. Hao Ren had just arrived at school side by side with Su Han, and now he was making another entry with the twins. He had won the wrath of God and the resentment of men. Not to mention that his actual girlfriend, Xie Yujia, was also a beautiful girl. Alright, I'm going to class. Hao Ren realized that it was almost time for class. He waved off Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's arms. Okay, Gongzi. The twins stood straight and said pleasantly as their hairs swayed behind them. Their voices caused so many guys to be jealous. Although they couldn't get near ice-cold Su Han, they wished to get close to the beautiful twin sisters who were so energetic and cute. However, the sisters didn't seem to be interested in any other guys. Hao Ren jogged into an academic building, knowing that he had now become the public enemy of all guys in the entire school. Morning class was about to start. Xie Yujia waved at Hao Ren from the front row. Hao Ren waved back. He thought for a bit before he walked over to her. He bent over and asked her quietly, "Did Zhao Yanzi cause you any trouble?" "No, she was good." Xie Yujia laughed. "Oh, that's a relief." Hao Ren looked up at Zhao Jiayi and the guys at the back. He straightened up and whispered, "I'll sit with them today." Sit in the back." Xie Yujia nodded understandingly. Hao Ren ran to the back, and Zhao Jiayi softly knocked Hao Ren's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Hao Ren asked. "Did you jog to school with Su Han today? I saw you guys when I was jogging by the south gate." Zhao Jiayi glimpsed at Xie Yujia up front and said, "Are you not worried about Xie Yujia getting mad at you now that you are so close with Su Han?" "It's okay." Hao Ren squeezed behind the desk, but he felt an acute pain on his butt the second he sat down. Hiss, he breathed in deeply through his teeth and stood up immediately, covering up his bum. "Hemorrhoids?" Zhou Liren shouted toward Hao Ren. "Get lost." Hao Ren rolled his eyes at Zhao Liren. Then, he took Zhou Liren's empty bag from his desk and put it on his chair. Then, he slowly sat himself down. Su Han showed him tough love and didn't spare him any mercy. Amongst the 12 kilometers Hao Ren covered from her place to school, Su Han had beaten him for almost 8 kilometers. His butt was the primary target. It was okay for him to walk, but sitting down caused him a lot of pain. Also, as soon as he relaxed, the 5 mountains bracelets would start functioning. It blocked Hao Ren's meridians tightly and paralyzed his body. Xie Yujia turned her head toward Hao Ren right before class started and gave him a sweet smile. She had a light blue hairpin on the side of her hair, and it made her look very relaxing and refreshing. It worked out. Zhao Jiayi looked at Hao Ren in admiration. He couldn't help but show Hao Ren his big thumb. He believed that Xie Yujia must have heard about Hao Ren jogging to school with Su Han. However, she didn't appear to be upset at all. That was why Zhao Jiayi admired Hao Ren. Beep, beep, Hao Ren's phone rang, and he immediately picked it up. "Ren, you are going to attend the Dragon God Shrine's general examinations?" It was Zhao Guang's calm voice. "Yes, uncle." Hao Ren didn't expect Zhao Guang to call, but he lowered his voice and answered. Zhao Guang was silent for a few seconds. "This is the first time for our East Ocean Dragon Clan to attend the Dragon God Shrine's general examinations. Is there anything I should know, uncle?" Hao Ren hesitated before he asked. I just got the news. My third brother will be in the exams as well, Zhao Guang said calmly after a few seconds of silence.